224. Repression. The imaginary constructs of capital are theoretically the leading links in the expansion of capital. Marxian value is the state of becoming of the particular or concrete labor mediated into a general or abstract labor through the market for exchange. It theoretically derives from a reading of the historical facts reasoned by dialectical categories of thought. These categories are interrelated and in correspondence with objective reality. They explicate the development of labor as it ascends from concrete to abstract, or private to social, as opposed to a multifarious actuality organized by laws of thought grasping partitioned events unrelated to the whole. The eclectic selection of observations from a dynamic whole, not perceived as a totality governed by laws of development, leads to infinite theories or no theory at all. In such theoretical nihilism, there will be as many theories as there are observations. It is complacent to pick and choose facts from reality to satisfy the prevailing ideological bent. The rigor of such theories is either of the type "I like it therefore it is true," or "if I can put my ideas in mathematical symbols, then my theory is rigorous." Marxian rigor is about following the development of the object in real time, in relation to the social forces that shape it, and uncovering its law of development. Its truth is processual contrapartial, in the sense that what is perceived as correct now will be corrected in the future, but not in relation to counting the things we do not know, which is impossible, rather by accounting for changes in the law of development. Such rigor is historical rigor, which employs the categories of dialectical logic to interpret the development of the object by its laws of development, and hence it is both historical and rational. To expand on a point made in the previous chapter, the concrete labor in Marx is different from Ricardo's average time estimated from diverse conditions of laboring delivered into production as effective units of labor. True, labor goes into making things, however that is the philosophical subject-object relation, which is cross-historical. In an early myth of creation, the Atrahasis, man was created to work the earth, and then there were all the other similar creation stories in all sorts of religious myth, which facetiously did not attribute copyright to the Akkadians. The laborer under capitalism still works the earth, but also falls under the social relationship of capital. She is not the metaphysical abstraction of man to which real man relates as some perversion thereof. For Marx, the concrete is the development of the abstract, just as the abstract is the development of the concrete. Their joint development is historical law fashioned and resolves as the development of the object under consideration, which is the alienated product of labor. Under capitalism, nature and its subject, substance, is the state of becoming of labor under capital or the product of labor, the commodity. The substance. 225. Assumed in the commodity form is market alienated. Such process of estrangement by the fetish of the market distinguishes capitalism and is reflected in thought by the laws of subjective dialectics. The actual labor socially allocated for commodity production would only be the material substance of value, or its state of physical being. It is the physical substratum of the commodity, which presupposes its subject the value relation or the tug of war between capital and labor for the repossession of the social product. Value, a relation appearing only under capital, becomes the avant-projet of activity in the class struggle. Logically, social production is a totality constituted by the intermediation of subject and object, or under capital, by how the balance of the class struggle affords society the space and time into which it allocates its labor resources. Alternatively, once the law of value becomes the substratum of the development of society, the class struggle steers its development. In the forms it assumes historically, value proceeds from an abstract/concrete one-sided situation into concrete/abstract or novel historical conditions. Concrete and abstract are categories of thought reflecting the stages of development in the object. Capitalist society changes its forms of social organization in relation to profit-making and its related crises. To follow the development of the commodity object is to follow the history of the developments in its value forms in different stages of capitalist development. The preponderant new form of value is waste, which is thrusted chiefly upon the developing world, and primarily by means of imperialist wars. 3. The terms of trade and value. Harvey's prism of imperialism as the differential geographical mobilities of capital, labor, money, and finance, and the rising power of rentiers, and the shifting power balance between various factions of capital as well as between capital and labor, is a false concreteness. It is a detailed reflection of facts as they exist, unrelated to the dynamic dominant financial class at the helm of the complex social order. Without regard to class subject to law, one captures the different observations or events without capturing their subject, thence, no law of development and no class analysis. Instead of what appears as such necessarily not exclusively, the history of facts will remain unintegrated with a power structure that systematizes the appearance of poverty more often than not. Without classes, laws of development, and concepts construed according to the primacy of subject, science will resemble a Ricardian-type concrete analysis. When U.S. imperialism bombs, starves and twists the minds of peoples while draining their resources, it cannot be reduced to an identity with the differential geographical mobilities. 226. Of finance, capital, and money. Imperialist history is not the history of capital and money as things. It is, to be sure, the history of the laws of capital in the practice of war synergized with a compatible ideology of war. In any case, it is not coincidental that militarism as a domain of accumulation along with its imperialist wars are absent from Eurocentric views. Coincidence is necessity actualist. It is necessary for imperialist ideological apparatuses to exclude the springboard of capital, its expansion by war. The issue of militarism extends to the way Western society socially spends at home to war abroad. Moreover, the question whether militarism and its many deaths products are moneyed is rarely probed. The commodification of the war and austerity dead and their moneyed value form are thrown out. Being selective of the facts, and/or omitting developments in the militarism/war phenomena as production spheres and processes of labor regimentation, which undergird the production of commodities and the reproduction of labor, dissever the leading relation of war from the hierarchically structured totality. In the same text, Harvey acknowledges the significance of Marx's theory of relative surplus value, which makes it possible for the physical standard of living of northern labor to rise even as the rate of exploitation increases to dramatic levels impossible to achieve through the absolute surplus value gained in the global south. Here is another thing: if I'd better Western machines, higher productivity, and relative surplus value argument. It is an example of I measured wealth by the dollar amount, and hey, the West is wealthier because it produces more things. Value and its surplus are relations of expropriations. The expropriation cannot be confined to national Western borders. It is as interrelated as the global production chain. It can be post facto guesstimated from the money form of the global surplus product. In value relations, it is not the share of this or that working stratum from the moneyed social product that defines its rate of exploitation. The price-to-value ratio is class struggle benchmarked. A stronger working class keeps more of the moneyed form of value designated in real incomes for itself, and vice versa, another way to argue for permanent war. Incomes under capitalism are all rents associated with class power. Price formation processes rest upon a power platform laid out by history and co-mapped by its superstructural apparatuses. In the developing world, the power stage sketching out the rapport of price formation in relation to value is at least backed by a NATO aircraft carrier. Moreover, the classification of the surplus by its absolute and relative components is a demarcation line meant to elucidate the composites of surplus labor. At a rudimentary level, the increased production of surplus value arises from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the 227 corresponding prolongation of the surplus labor. Both absolute and relative surplus value materialize as constituents of the social product. Unless by some outlandish assumption the price becomes a multiple of value by some arbitrary coefficient, there can be no possibility to concretely divide surplus value and attribute one portion to relative and another to absolute value. After all, the productive forces are not just machines, they are a unity of labor as subject with means of production as object. An equally relevant question is why the act of decimating the developing world to draw cheaper commodities and minimize necessary labor does not count as a production realization sphere whose impact is an increase in the relative surplus value across the global spectrum of production. Interrelatedly, the cost of living declines by the war machine product whose subject is the relation of crushed working classes. Furthermore, current and future exchange value embodied in the money form of the decimated resources, lives, and nature as products of capital realized, are both significant and predicates of social production. Better northern production/productivity techniques may reduce the costs of working class reproduction, however, it is war-derived technology as reified subject, which curbs human life across the board, which is impetus of relative surplus value. Over the social cycle, there are cheaper commodities to sustain a society that inevitably prematurely dies. The imperialist war lowers necessary labor by reducing the social costs of labor reproduction per unit of time as well as per working class longevity. War-derived technology abolishes the laborer, realizes her death, and/or condenses her many hours of socially necessary labor time experienced during premature death as the value flows piling up in wealth. Value's moneyed form is a transformation of value enacted by the superstructure, the sociological determinant of the transformation problem. For the detection of value contribution to profits by source, or by its relative/absolute surplus value components, the degree of oppression exercised to strip the masses of their wealth, culture, and overall working class subjectivity must be accounted for. The looted assets/profits represent a single indivisible bundle whose substance is stripped working class autonomy reified in commodities. Quantifying the contribution of specific nations to the rate of surplus value is a question of gauging the rate of imperialist barbarity visited upon these nations. Accordingly, the most aggressed and wasted corners of the global south contribute most as they experience the highest rates of autonomy or waste exploitation. What Harvey proposes is that the surplus value is more northern because of the scale effect of higher northern productivity relative to the south. Indeed, there are more capital and scale-produced commodities commanded by the north. Disputing this analytical/logical proportioning of the stock of wealth. 228. In ways that mirror the stock of value is just as flimsy as disputing the point that wages equal the marginal revenue product of labor in neoclassical economics. Productivity equal wages, or value is price, etc., are capital's fabricated identities. Nothing could go wrong when capital valorizes the product of labor as well the money value of labor power. Indeed, the wealth is the stock of commodities and money before us. The West is rich, it has got many commodities and its wage rates are high. This formal statement is indisputably valid, while its indisputability is the source of its erroneousness. It may also hold in actuarial terms so long as capital valorizes the flows of third-world inputs contributing to the build-up of wealth in the north. If Togo or Benin are poor and export no capital, then over time, their contribution to wealth is minimal, but how they stayed poor is the question. The money value assigned to inputs or outputs, just as the money-denominated revenue productivity of labor, is a class power constructed symbol. Since capital sets the conditions of exchange upon which the prices of its products instantiate, it is fallacious to suggest that the sources of the dollar-denominated wealth are more in the north since the north scale-produced commodities predicated by barbarity in the south lower its necessary labor time. The combination of value capture via imperialist financial channels and value usurpation via the unequal terms of trade channels, constitutes the flow that bolsters northern wealth stock. Both channels reduce southern wealth and shorten the necessary labor time by the massively induced development in the south. Relative surplus value as a relationship is then the principal product of imperialist practice. To raise surplus value, the north must systemically devastate the south. It gets more value per unit price from the south when the masses die off by structural genocide, or a high value for a high price when it applies militarism to them. Value to price is a power-derived relation orchestrated by the superstructure to the benefit of capital. Such are the machinations of the imperialistically imposed terms of trade. Imperialism formulates the incubating grounds upon which the money form of value given in the fire sale prices of southern resources, which also conceal the origins and mass of the socially necessary labor time, the drained southern lives, behind the making of western wealth. In this organic process of production, the crucial link responsible for the reduction of necessary labor time is the imperialization of the South. Accordingly, for a more adequate quantification of surplus value, the concept of the product/commodity must be apprehended as a given materialness conditional upon the animating power of the subject/imperialism. The quantity must echo the power of labor at the heart of the value relation, the degree of alienation. Without imputing the disempowerment of Southern labor, it is possible to arbitrarily state that Southern contribution to Western wealth is only in small part ascribed to colonialism or imperialism. However, when the 229 degree of alienation is the commodification and estrangement of life from the laborer, the rate of exploitation rises by the rate at which surplus labor is condensed in the act of prematurely wasting life over lower value outlays on a shorter life. Such is over the lifetime of labor as distinct from the working day and as waste cells in asymmetric social/event time. Doubtless, theory must be quantified, measured, and tested, however, that depends on the adequacy of the concept that is to be measured. Adequacy in abstraction must be freed from dominant ideological diktat. A fuller definition of the object involves a recognition of the subject or the animating force of the system. One must ask which class relation sculpted the ideas and the terrain for commodities to be money valued in high or low prices. To illustrate with an example from the time of writing, Australia bought US-made submarines to support the US containment of China. China happens to be Australia's first trading partner. The avowed purpose of the purchase is to protect Australia's trade routes with China. At face value, this condition says that Australia aggresses China as it trades with it. Such is not nonsense. Australia's capital is aware that the terms of trade with China ensure higher wealth transfers are the result of power balances, versus due commerce or equal playing fields. To just gauge value from the volume of trade without associating it with the power of the historical agent makes real the unreal. The material of trade, the things, or their significations in money form do not correspond in an isomorphic fashion to their values. Such subject-less conceptualization of commodities omits history and constructs their interrelation in trade as relations between things. Since the subject in the social relation of value ought to be considered for a more adequate concept of the object commodity, the measurement of value must include a quantitative assessment of the power of the masses or capital in production. Similarly, the rate of development or de-development in the South is indicative of the sovereignty/power the masses exercise in allocating the social product. For example, the comparatively better performance of the more autonomous post-independence developing world correlates with a lesser rate of usurpation and imperialist dominion. The comparison with their plight under neoliberalism highlights the weightiness of anti-imperialist solidarity in pricing third world resources. Equally important, the autonomy of the masses decides whether the substance of value is more sane than waste. It is imprudent to draw a boundary between relative and absolute surplus value, especially as these are a posteriori amalgamated in the social product and its moneyed form. The money form of value is historically choreographed. 230. By capital incarnate in imperialist practice. It grows principally by the production of war technology, including its realization in wars. In our overdetermined and time-incoherent process of social production, much of technological innovations derive from war technology. The war-entrapped society either subsists on rations or dies earlier, minimizing its costs of social reproduction. Since the West improves its technology as a residual of its bomb-making, it draws strength from a bomb. The bomb explodes in the developing world, it realizes both itself as well as a number of dead as its product. Such is a waste process with an attendant surplus product comprised of the destruction in which the relative and absolute surplus value components are as objective and indistinguishable. The high-tech arising upon southern development lower the cost price of commodities destined to support labor, while the disubjectification and shortening of lives by bombing also reduce the cost of social reproduction. As the subject rationalizes the destruction, the analytics indicate that total surplus in its relative and absolute surplus value components rises by the war technology put to use. Capital's bookkeeping methods identify the final realization stage with the sale of the type of commodity that a northern worker produces, such as cars, bombs, etc. It counts the bomb as a product realized but not the dead humans realized as its products in the South. Neoliberal strategies also act like a slow bomb. However, all the moments of production/realization are co-determining and historically prefigured in social time, or the time in which capital organizes social production by the combined signals of its profit motive and, more important, the stability of its rule. It is also a time in which causality is time asymmetric and interdependent. The uncertainty of historical development comes into being because the unknown future informs the present. Although it is feasible for functional reasons to formalize future events with risk/probability models, which predict occurrences, forecasting whether a law of social development will materialize in this or that occurrence depends on the unpredictable nature of shifts in consciousness organized to be historically relevant. Historical uncertainty may be coaxed into a formal framework, however, for processual reasons, the changing quality of future time that causes conditions in current time makes a mockery of such efforts. To predict whether the laws of capital will bear socialism or sustain capitalism, one must know how people think and organize in the future, which is unachievable. To be sure, the purpose of social theory is not to predict future prices in order to support business decisions. That is a business actuarial domain. Social theory apprehends the laws of movement of social systems that transition society from one stage to the next. Still, it cannot predict the timing at which the northern capital wars to decimate whole countries in the south. 231. It can say for sure that war is necessary to capital. More important, it can point out that snuffing the megalith of capital requires a broad front of anti-systemic forces whose armed struggle carried in self-defense may undo the transference between capital's military and ideological power. For instance, transference is witnessed when capital bombs to obliterate, and by implication, it is rational for aggressed/defeated societies to adopt the reason of capital as a way of adaptation to defeat. Social science laws are necessary but not exclusive tendencies whose uncertain futures are defined by the varying states of class consciousness and their realization in forms of social organization. So long as capital is the dominant ideology, its laws will be its realization. Although the emphasis on overturning the laws of capital or the appreciation of necessity in the transition to socialism, which epitomizes the Marxian notion of freedom, the unopposed laws of capital imply that barbarism will be omnipresent. Apart from their awareness that prediction is about astrologically getting the future right, Hegel and Marx tackled the issue from the standpoint of the historical balance of forces. To both thinkers, the modes of dominant spirit and/or consciousness respectively are the principal forces that furnish the grounds for particular patterns of development to emerge. Apropos the subject of history, Hegel exhibited consciousness in its movement onwards from the first immediate opposition of itself, while Marx exhibited revolutionary consciousness in its movement as the practice of subject/class at the bosom of the class struggle. Contingently upon the state of consciousness, capital may auto-negate into oblivion or flourish into communism. What Marxism predicts is whether society learns from the conditions of its struggle, or whether it internalizes capital's ideology to self-defeat, which is the obvious. The latter case transpires when the waste implicit in value reaches maturity. Having knowledge of future auto-differentiating qualities is impossible. Assuming the future is a steady progression of the past and of the same quality over time serves as the basis of an actuarial science that functionally works to inform the dominant class, like guessing economic performance. Then again, that is only actuarial science and not social science. Social time is also the time of social reproduction. Once squeezed by capital, its surplus social time component rises and gels in a mass of profits symbolized in a money form that adheres to capital's historical imperatives. For the mainstream, the mass of profits presents itself as an inexplicable immediacy, from which an equation form least accurately reflects reality, or a symbol, unrelated to any subclassification of labor. Mainstream profits emerge as a residual after deducting the variable and fixed labor and capital costs of production respectively. However, immediacy, what is given to the senses, is without mediation. 232. Or an explanation of the social forces that raise to the ground the obstacles facing production for profits. Upon a closer examination, the very act of raising the obstacles, the aggression exercised upon labor, when considered as a moment of production appears as actuality mediated by its own state of being or in adherence to the laws of capital. The value process becomes self-explanatory because the act of mediation or the aggression is itself a product of capital. Every act of exchange or distribution on the production and consumption side correspondingly occurs by some degree of coercion in which the costs of production are offloaded upon labor and or unpaid by capital. A consumer pays the war tax as a price, the immediate consumption tax paid at the shop, the pollution tax, the health tax, the real years of life cut down by the poorer environment and war. The costs may be bequeathed to the offspring, making negative the wealth of future generations. The real-time exchange is not an issue of going to the supermarket for inputs/outputs and buying them. It is the events across history gelled by a class power rapport exercise to strip labor of its products, foremost its labor power, and down the road, its life. These relations of suppression are value relations and value forms. They are the predicates and material circumstance of value from which consciousness deflects. They are antecedent conditions to lengthening the workday or increasing productivity to cheapen commodities destined to support working class reproduction. The surplus labor acquires its physical form from the totality of labor that has contributed to social reproduction. The relations constituting the labor process are the totality of labor. These reformulate the conditions for surplus value making by regulating the effort of society in time. Social labor is the condition of being or the premise by which social production proceeds. The profit rate as appearance, along with its essence, the law of absolute surplus value, materialize by the conditions of the labor process, must not be forgotten that formation of surplus value is the absolute law of the capitalist mode of production. Moreover, all labor is forcibly socialized labor, while social labor carries out social production. Lenin reaffirms Marx's position that all labor in social reproduction is productive, and in capitalist society, it is impossible to abstain from taking part in the exchange of commodities or labor power. In a production process segmented according to capital's time and accounts system, capital tailors consumption to income. Capital reduces the cost of the consumption bundle of affluent societies by reducing the costs of its inputs. A natural corollary follows. The biggest nations dictate the production conditions to minimize the cost of their consumption. For Emmanuel, the condition of big consumerist nations in command production lock into place the activity of excluding others from engaging in autonomous development. 233. Profits are class income. They are rents attendant on class power and its institutional forms. Profits are processes of expropriation that strip direct producers from their income shares. The equation of profits as revenue minus cost is the chimera of capital. These dispossessory processes interlaced with every step of the commodity-making process, as it turns over, determine the bands upon which the money form of value assumes its instantaneous appearance of price. In these mediatory processes, formal antinomies represent comparative yardsticks to flush out the dynamic of the system, but not the a posteriori dynamic of the system that ought to be measured. To measure productive labor or, for instance, relative surplus value on the basis of capital's economic and time constructs, amounts to a scholastic exercise that attempts to quantify an unconsummated one-sided abstraction whose biased purpose is to show that the more machine-rich Western world is rich without the imperialism. The divergence of the exchange value of labor power from its value foreshadows the alienation of use value from the laborer and foregrounds the rate of exploitation. Put differently, the difference between the rate of earnings of the direct producer and the money form of value the commodity assumes as it realizes in the market adumbrates the nature of oppression. It may be as well to note that value proper is the socially necessary labor time reified, and since the commodity of concern is labor power, its value becomes its social cost of reproduction or the value outlays on labor. Formally, the effort it has taken to reproduce the laborer is the value of labor power. To spend less on labor/labor power and draw more on its use value, its being put to work, results in more surplus labor. For illustration, if the value of human life is established on the basis of equal life insurance per person across the globe, then it is the prematurely dead laborers of Congo and Iraq that represent the commodities on offer realized as waste products, which contribute the significant flow to surplus labor. Additionally, in terms of relative surplus value, it is the massacred masses, which lower the costs of sustaining labor and reproducing labor power across the globe. With labor's autonomy fading, the rate of exploitation rises. The rise over a trend has been likened to the blades of an opening scissor. As the blades gape away from each other, the departure of value from commodity price increases. However, time here is purely capital's time or the time signaled post facto as result of competition to reduce socially necessary labor time. Kumar and Stiglitz and Boratov used the scissors method to mirror the decline of welfare in agriculture relative to industry or the metropolis vis-a-vis hinterland as a result of shifts in the terms of trade. However, the widening scissors blades gap here should account for more than the shares of incomes as components of GDP, evaluated over chronological time. Workers' wages fall and profit shares rise. The fact that profits rise while wages fall over a 234 designated period of the commodity turnover cycle hints at the deeper story of rising rates of surplus value. It is an issue avoided by these authors. Let us consider a run-of-the-mill example. The price of a Maxwell House coffee jar does not rise from 10 to 20 times over the price of a kilo of coffee beans earned by the direct producer in Africa, simply because over a secular trend, the ratio of the price of exports to imports from the developing world to the developed world dips as the technology gap widens. Such is reification. Once more, prices and technology are not historical subjects. Theoretically, or as one accounts for the social subject incarnate in the class relation, the discrepancy in the terms of trade arises, not because of tech differences, but because capital reasserts itself as subject pitted against labor. This is a magnification of the value relation, which rips use value from the producer and privatizes the social product, here writ large and practiced as the imperialism ravaging the Third World. The social costs of reproduction, the value invested in labor and its labor power, respond to capital's compression of time, including no less a lower longevity. Similarly, they respond to the imperialistically imposed power and culture of submission continuously reconstituted over centuries by military superiority. The permanent aggression is the materialization of a subject, capital, whose reason is the historical surplus value. The accumulation of power by the gun, and the imposition of capital's thought patterns as the received dogma, recreate the conditions for the commodity to further mature into waste. When the anti-systemic subject is the powerless slave in the value relationship, the unfettered law of value decisively assigns socially necessary labor time to waste. 5. Imperialism thingified and actuated by price signals. Putnamik and Putnamik's notion that imperialism premises upon the rising supply-cost price of semi-tropical or tropical commodities overlooks the historical surplus value. It theorizes imperialism on the basis of signaling prices, low colonial prices lowering wage bills in the center, and amounts of imperialist booty. As causes go, all class systems must war for tribute. Insofar as tropical goods under capital as causes, these are the symbols of things and the things recreated by class power balances, which leave out the historically specific forces that propel imperialist expansion. It discounts the reason inherent to value relations, which under a crisis of overproduction, becomes the reason of the expanding commodity that denies development in the Third World, presupposed by not only by tropical and subtropical commodities, but primarily by commodified humans. Unlike pre-capitalist empires, imperialism is expansive commodification and denial of development by destruction. Sure enough. 235. Rising supply cost prices of tropical and semi-tropical commodities compel capital to imperialize the developing world. The Putnaik's thesis, however, it is the social relation of Third World exclusion from development, which predicates imperialism. Price movements actuate imperialism but do not present the historical weight, which engenders it. Historical materialism is not about symbols prompting history. It is about the consciousness associated with class formation that crystallizes upon the material circumstance of social reproduction, which bears into existence specific modes of production. With regards to shifts in the capitalist mode of production, while capital dons its financial garb, it switches into modern imperialism. Such intensification of capital not only raises the universal commodity money form to the status of the supreme fetish, it also ushers in a waste cycle that accelerates the thingification of humanity. As money turns into more money in the center, waste as value remains hidden from view. The reason of the expanding waste commodity, absorbed by labor, becomes the consciousness that regenerates in unity with the forms of the imperialist class. And because imperialist wealth must have a surplus value tributary, imperialism revs up the rate of exploitation in the South by repression and premature death, namely practiced as constituents of waste accumulation. The power to deny development in the South reflects capital's newfound imperialist ability to alienate the social product from a direct producer subjected to its waste industry. Expansionary empires predate a 20th-century imperialism of commodity expansion responding to finance. The transition to capitalism was an auto-transformation resulting from the wealth wrought by an already existing empire altering its dominant production relations, from direct expropriation of the surplus to market-dictated expropriation. In a dialectic of continuity and discontinuity, the past is not totally negated. To borrow a term from Hegel, it is sublated or preserved and negated at once. For Hegel, history, or the unfolding system of social relations, accumulates by indeterminate reason as subject. However, reason refashioned/recategorized by the implementation of real acts in real time, or the resultant praxis of class struggle, is the way Marx frames consciousness. History could self-negate gradually or in ruptures, with rupture representing the discontinuity. In both cases the ghosts of the past are retained. True, rising cost prices of tropical merchandise are evinced ex post, and they do inform capital on how to carry out the repression of labor to minimize socially necessary labor time. Still, the price itself is an instantiation of capital's reason and power. That reason qua class exercised as imperialist expansion molds the terrain for the relation between price making and price taking to come full circle. There is a contrast between price-triggering action and a motivational history laying out the playground of action. Under imperialism, the motivational force. 236. Of history is the reason of the commodity, its dynamic to self-expand under the onus of high-velocity finance, which as it becomes received theory undermines social conditions in a way that makes surplus value identify with waste before it develops into its profit form. Identification here means capital devises a price to be equated to value. For instance, in addition to constructing the value of the life of the Afghan equal the low amount of Afghani income, capital turns the cheaply valued life into the wasted human whose premature death generates a stream of profits for empire. Imperialist denial of development by acts of militarism and perpetrated indigence are imperialism's historical reason or class hypostatist. In the vertically ordered gradation of repression, it is imperialist ideology realized in aggression to de-develop the aggressed South, which paves the grounds for the lower prices of tropical and subtropical commodities to emerge as epiphenomena. The aggressive acts are the actualized reason of the capital class signaled by its fetishes. In such a process, prices may signal the onset of imperialist activity, but it is historical surplus value realized in the weight of history that aligns actions construed as voluntary acts by social agents to the demands of capital. This automatic or coerced compliance defines the bandwidth of prices with which value is veiled commensurably with the demands of capital. At a further remove, the Keynesian terms of ex ante or ex post decisions by economic agents are not the same as history's decisions. They are the behavioral personalized decisions that override social time. History for the mainstream is personalized. However, social time or the time of history is the time of the labor process whose matrix of power, which remolds its price matrix, is governed by the law of value exercised as imperialism. To construct theory by the signals of the capital-erected price system without referring these signals to their social mediators, drops the continuity of time whose dynamic is a law shaped by the march of history and its associated state of consciousness. The price signals must be subsumed under the law, otherwise theory becomes as partitioned as the signals one draws from the changing prices. Prices are products of the competition between the many capitals of capital. However, competition is never free, and prices are endemically distorted by the setter of the rules of the game and the tug of war and or reconciliation of various capitals. Competition is what capital does, however, it is not the essence of capital. The essence of capital is the value relation and its law of value whose function is to allocate resources for the purpose of profits. At a foundational level, countries with or without the commodities of the tropics will be imperialist. Imperialism arises because overproduction must deny peripheral development, while growth by the industry of life extraction is the ontology of capital, or the remaking of surplus value by wasting man for waste's sake. 237. In the historical surplus value, imperialism and inter-imperialist rivalry are a must because of control over value formation processes, which include the disobjectification and subjugation of labor far afield. The denial of development is a capital's imperative. The theoretical distinction becomes capital wastes by definition, and so follows the usurpation of subtropical commodities as the byproduct of waste. The maturity of finance, the evolution of cryptic finance into a universal commodity represented in the dollar and held as means of transaction and means of savings across the globe, may appear to smooth out intercapitalist differences as they strengthen the ties of the financial/parasitic classes across nations, but at the same time, they deepen their rifts because productive capital bitterly loses control of its value chain vis-a-vis the US hegemony backing its risk-free assets by militarism. Naturally, for U.S. assets to be risk-free and act as tributaries for its imperial booty, the U.S. must inject risk in the assets of others. Tangentially, the point that instability abroad is the reason for dollar primacy does not appear to beg the question, does the U.S. have a vested interest in introducing instability abroad? Galbraith says, as recent crises make clear, today the dollar-based order is supported mainly by instability elsewhere, but does not mention imperialism. Few ask how the military bases of NATO and Western ideological apparatuses contribute to the US's vested interest in instability abroad. Considering social reproduction, fewer question how the policy instigated instability itself. The war/neoliberalism as process, is intrinsically a value process. Putnamik and Putnamik highlight the constraints that a progressively exhausted agricultural limit imposes upon production. Rents on land rise by declining marginal quality of soil for both Marx and Ricardo. This physicality, critiqued by David Harvey in his commentary on Putnamik and Putnamik's work of Eliminates History, which distinguishes Marx's materialism from the physical materialism of natural sciences. While Harvey suggests that capitalist imperatives modify nature, he also adds that Marx does not abide social theories that depend on nature because dialectics studies the relation between economy and nature. Not that the Putnamiks did not look into that relationship, however, it so happens that Harvey's use of terms like dialectics, class, and production relations, which ought to describe human activity, to echo Perelman, are raised to the status of external and even natural forces which determine the activity. They play the same role as original sin in the theories of medieval mystifiers. Aside from the obvious that the physicality is the reified social form of capital, which in its motion reconstitutes the grounds upon which social theory is reconceptualist, Harvey's concepts are ahistorical forms. Like so many Western Marxists, these permit him to shove Marx's name in a historical materialism at the service of imperialism. For instance, Harvey reverts to the Marxian annihilation of space through time to peddle that the tropical landmass 238 has been absorbed within the capitalist process of time-space compression, and that the temperate regions have accumulated distinctive monopoly powers far beyond those claimed by the Putnaiks for the tropical landmass. However, power is class represented in U.S. bases and NGOS is the basis of monopoly power, and class evolves either by anti-systemic struggle or by imperialist subdelegation. This discrepancy is crucial because otherwise once any sort of power accumulates in the South, it can generate development and, as such, capitalism, as opposed to socialism, becomes reformable and a force for progress. Whereas for instance developed Israel and apartheid South Africa derived their powers and wealth dividends from the West, they have stripped the broader African and Arab masses from the fallout of development in the productive forces. Militarism, through its many bases and small states serving as advanced strategic posts, is something Harvey brushes aside as another component in an equation rather than the nub of accumulation. Harvey's demarcation lines between pro-systemic and anti-systemic class powers are not only omitted, they are also bundled up by national, and at times supernatural personal volition, as opposed to class boundary. He says, it was the genius of Lee Kuan Yew to create Singapore as the exception to this rule, for these countries cannot confront the monopoly power of metropolitan capital when it comes to advanced automotive or aerospatial engineering, electronics, pharmaceutical technologies and products, and biomedical engineering. Lost here is the class perspective in his personalization of history. His proposition that personal genius evades imperialism runs counter to the class centrality of historical materialism. Irrespective of its validity or invalidity as an observation, the genius of that king or that president do not pass as laws of historical materialism. General Park of South Korea achieved development only because the US marionetted the process to build a strong military base countering China. The same applies to the few states that leapt into first world rank like Israel and others. Apropos intelligent leaders, intelligence has never saved anyone. Unless theory frees itself of ideology, which only occurs fleetingly in a process of negation, experimentation, or intersocial comparison, tech advances are forms of capital, which when conceived as such, reproduce capital. To rationalize the continuity of imperialism by its substantive forms without reverting their changing nature to the changing nature of the totality or the class struggle is undialectical. By definition, dialectics was the dialectic technique or the art of classifying concepts into genera, and with Marx and Engels it became the world represented as a process in constant motion, as well the attempt made to trace out its connections, which make a continuous whole in its movement and development. Dialectics is both ontological as well as epistemological, or it regards thought as a process. 239. Of change as much as the objective world, and sees that they are in a state of becoming, which is the result of a tendency contained within them. Harvey's approach, however, explains a dynamic process as emanation from a Marxian concept rendered as a constant metaphysical form, or that processual reality must fit into the unchanging form. That is not too different from explaining the world as the outcome of divine will. How so? A definition of imperialism without law of development ceases to capture the facts as dynamic relations or the novel forms of capital. Harvey naturally wears down imperialism into many hegemonies. The growth of metropolitan centers in previously underdeveloped eastern areas thins down the concentration of central capital, and for him it thins down imperialism. However, the dollar-denominated wealth remains strongest, and like time squashing space, the dollar dominates all spaces, while the East rises by default as a result of the anti-imperialist weight of China. The concentration of physical and moneyed asset wealth that the US loses to the East should in no way imply that smaller replicas of US imperialism will be springing up in Asia. The loss of wealth to the East means for Harvey that imperialism is no longer an appropriate conception of Western practice, and there are many imperialisms and hegemonies elsewhere. The definition Harvey had of imperialism does not change, it just splinters into many conceptual clones of itself to accompany the new morphology of capital. This approach is arithmetical. It divides the money symbols of the assets in thought on the basis of shifting physical wealth concentration observed empirically and then concludes that such diffusion of wealth writes off imperialism. Here, there is a misdefinition of imperialism as things outside thought, a marked absence of laws of development, and no dialectical unity between thought governed by laws changing in correspondence to changing realities. That is why Harvey arrives at his alternating hegemonies but no imperialism. The theory corresponds to what is selectively perceived by experience, then that selection is not revised in thought, and later it is divided as if it is a quantity. There is more physical capital in the East, and it now represents a significant share of world capital. It so follows that the East exercises some monopoly over wealth making. The determinedness of class or imperialist class, the capital relation of social reproduction, behind wealth making is nowhere to be seen. China's specific national wealth character is omitted. Insofar as making the case for the dissolution of imperialism by selective facts, it may be as well to recall that dialectics consistently refers the part to whole. Equally, it is about gauging the mediatory role of social relations as elements in a hierarchically ordered totality, the sphere of social production, which is itself real and the crucible of social forms, or social relations. The dialectic of totality is about the unity of oppositions, or as Hegel puts it, the positive in the negative, or more concretely for Marx, the 240. Unity of thought with practice. Such is a world dominated by the US ideological hegemony interfaced with its militarism while gliding upon the dollar-dominated financial sphere. These constituents of imperialist class power intermediate one another, and increasingly sponge the global product through finance. Moneyed wealth seeks the hegemonic dollar, the zero-risk asset, which is so as a result of imperialist intervention. In social production, the Eastern fixed assets, including some of China's, have a dollar equivalent whose home is the US and its financial market. Thus, the selective fact of growing fixed assets in the East becomes a false alibi of moneyed wealth concentrating in the East. More so, wealth is waste, and the higher frequency of the financial turnover rate compels the planet to self-waste. The Eastern wealth hypothesis ought to be rethought as substance because its growth is immersed in waste. Save China, beneath the glitter there may lie the Asian values syndrome of dreadful poverty and long working hours. That wealth laden with waste is part of an auto-destructive process realized as the brainchild of a history led by a financial class whose structure is the Western Hemisphere. Harvey's half-empirical/half-metaphysical conception of imperialism also defies the dialectical law of unity between the rational and the historical. As history unrolls and no longer fits into the precepts devised to define imperialism, the logical no longer corresponds to the actual. Capital concentrates in the East and elsewhere, so in terms of physical assets by geography, the rule that capital concentrates/centralizes in the US and Western Europe has been flouted. Ilyankov observed that this law of subjective dialectics benchmarks the difficulty of dialectical logic because gathering evidence corroborating the rationale of an argument for history from unfolding events requires the continual establishment of adequacy and relevant historical causation. The observable facts inevitably include anomalies that defy the law. However, it is the necessity of the law, which must be proven obsolete, for the law to be revoked. For example, it is necessary, although not exclusive, for capital to aggress labor and expropriate it, or equally, for imperialists to aggress the Third World and strip its resources by commanding the financial means of value transfer. These actions consummate the law of value. However, there will always be marginal cases, anomalies, where such does not occur. Under the cloud of the dominant ideology, dollar hegemony, sanctions on developing states and military aggressions become the US European measures that expropriate and support their concentration/centralization of wealth and power. The rise of China dented the imperialist process, but it is yet to overcome it. Harvey observes that rivers and railroads in West Africa are configured to drain resources to the sea. However, instances of 241. Extractivism represented in geography are not unchangeable. In areas where imperialism was confronted, its surplus usurpation channels have been physically and financially reversed. The social and physical geography by which value is retained may be reconfigured by an anti-imperialist subject. Physical assets in South Korea and China may look the same, but their commanding social relations are pro- and anti-imperialist respectively. So much for the hype about the sameness of wealth in the East when China nurtures its agriculture, consistently raises wages and maintains a regulated capital account capping value drain despite being fully integrated in world trade, while South Korea is more a military base for empire than a factory of electronics. Physicality may alter or preserve its character, but what matters is its class content and command over value creation/transfer mechanisms. As European powers inter-imperialistically competed early in the 20th century, some resorted to buying off sections of colonist populations by the injection of token development projects. However, waste-engrossed U.S. imperialism unleashes disproportionate destruction upon the developing world. As things should, the practice of imperialism covaries with the class struggle rapport. Such is a historical process whose constitutive laws are the rational side of history. These laws are corroborative of the systemic extraction and drain of value via militarism and finance to the center. These laws may have gained in impact, but they also have not changed since the beginning of the 20th century. The US, which is differentia specifica and heir to European imperialism, remains the center that concentrates capital through the command of exchange value processes and its moneyed circulation. For Harvey to dismantle imperialism as the conceptual tool for analyzing the current historical phase, he must show that the fixed Eastern assets, the emerging historical facts, have replaced the US as the receptacle of global financial flows. He also must prove that China has resorted to bombing for control as its principal industry. Neither have happened. While it is true that imperialism cannot change the world without being changed itself, the fact remains that much of world assets remain dollarized, while the class essence of imperialism still rests upon the European store of historical surplus value. The unity between the logic of imperialism, its displacement of the capital-labor relationship onto a us-European center exploiting whole nations in the South, and the persistence of the US as the gutter of value in its money form, are reasons not to prematurely inter the Leninist concept of imperialism. The cross-national class formation develops into a structure that governs international relations. The idolization of state boundary, such as Harvey's position that Brazil cannot confront imperialism whereas Singapore can by the intelligence of its leader, neglects that there are few small states that have 242 joined First World League as imperialist military posts. The concept of imperialism ought to reference its dynamic as well as the physical boundary it tackles. What to include and not include in the definition of imperialism is ideologically denoted a state empty of working class and revolutionary content, such as the Indonesia described in the works of Andrei Vlček, without its compradors, is just a formality or faux historical force. Imperialism assessed by the size of stocked physical assets is Harvey's biased abstraction. It allows him to hypothesis that progress departs from a northern commanded development of the productive forces, while development in the South is gauged from its laggard starting point. However, the equation more commodities are more development implies race supremacy in the North. Developments in the South are relegated to the lost opportunities on offer from the North that lower Southern races have forfeited. They are all not as smart as Singapore. Some brown people have done well because of Europe, and so why did the great mass of the planet not do well? This stance counters a history of waste or the fact that starving and bombarding the South to curtail its indigenous growth is the key source of wealth for the North and a production sphere on its own. The imperialist war trajectory restructures class formations to resolve the crises encountered by capital. As such, development, the resultant of the class struggle, has so far remained subordinate to capital's historical mandate. Colonist social formations not only initially reacted to colonial plunder, their strategies, class relations, and development outcomes are steadily reformulated by imperialist aggression. It is unhistorical to solely account for peripheral development by the initial imperialist shock or some spotty details and then drop the expanding value behind the unrelenting imperialist aggression, which recreates the social forms of capital. The colonial settler case best exemplifies a capital form recreated by continuous aggression. Settlers transform the landscape with unrelenting massacres not so much as measures of self-preservation, but as the delegated authority of the commodity as self-expanding value. All the while, they could just point out that they green the desert as achievement, thence, the form of capital. Imperialist aggression instantiates social man and the social institutions in the image of capital. It redesigns the historical groundwork for waste production and consumption. While the planet resides under the threat of environmental and/or nuclear annihilation, capital appears as if it has nothing to do with the waste. The islets of success are its doing, while the waste swamp is this culture or that person's fault. To propose as I did that the value relation amplifies by the rule of commodity fetishism into imperialist expansion is inducible after the fact. In typical Marxian fashion, the present holds the clues to the past. I do not arrive at the phenomenon of waste/imperialism impelled by profits associated with waste making through deduction. I do not build upon the axiom that value 243 self-expands, then stitch the facts with the initial logical building blocks. I begin with the phenomenon of waste and relegate it to its origin, the contradictions at the heart of commodity. These contradictions are mediated to reduce necessary labor time, or equally a process in which shortening longevity is central. Whenever capital encounters a crisis, it oppresses to raise surplus value. Oppression is the mediatory process that initially birthed capital and continues to build its forms. It is both, its being and state of becoming. It is also the product of an ideology, which is the necessary outcome of alienated social relations. The commodity society creates and that command its life processes are the reason of the commodity applied. It is a reason that rules the social realm by its capacity to pervert the perception of reality. Consciousness is conscious existence, and although thinking is the direct efflux of material behavior, through the prism of ideology men and their circumstances appear upside down. Accordingly, to use dialectics in the examination of this state of efflux, or to set upright the ideologically distorted images by the tradition of historical materialism, one ought to aim at the explanation of not only the origin of the capitalist form, but also why this form, here summed up in the phenomenon of underdevelopment that persists, and how it reproduces capital. It is about how the colonial power leaves in place after its departure from the colony the ideological roadmap and the class articulation that bolster capital without having troops on the ground. Boal labeled such process cultural colonialism, or the oppression that remains in the realm of culture even after the end of formal political colonialism. However, it is concretely about how the comprador becomes a subthing to the thingified capitalists of central formations. They become the institutionalist political forms of imperialism or the class content of the peripheral state, which does the bidding of imperialism during the physical absence of its U.S. soldiers on the ground. The idealist/idealized state of the mainstream is devoid of the comprador. Within the Western class empty state, which owns the means of production on behalf of capital, especially the war machines, the historical subject disappears. With rhythmic mini-hegemonies allegedly sprouting everywhere, blame can no longer be apportioned to white civilization. In contrast to Althusser's overdetermination, where the subject is referred to its genera, such as the masses or the class struggle, the formal subject is a symbol without reference to the imminent aggressions of imperialism, such as social movements whose jargon is imperialistic but which are romanticized as defeated noblemen in search of NGO charity from the West. Without the class content of the state as its state of becoming as product of imperialism, the masses vanish as subjects. Still, at a methodological level and in a thought framework erected upon substance formaliste, there can be no negation. Imperialism then can be said to have not existed at all, so it does not have to disappear into hegemonies. The 244 formal system subdivides into itself as if a numeric operation. It never divides into its opposite as reality would. External quantitative change does not bear upon the object to induce internal qualitative change. Moreover, with such mode of abstraction presented outside of real time and interrelatedness, the West becomes a subject of an imaginary history. It additionally becomes an ideal that is just as unrealistic as the metaphysical abstract with which it is denoted, and therefore unpalpable or without a geography or an address. The West becomes a fantasy or an undefeatable megalith that prohibits revolutionary change. Without a real target to aim at and wrest power, the masses can only discipline imperialism, however, they cannot change it. 6. The physical limits of value. Putnamik and Putnamik made the point that famines arise out of the pressure that exportable cash crops press upon subsistence farming. Not only agriculture was commodified, all of social nature too. The commodification of the planet crowded society out of sane products and starved humanity of clean air and water. The same push for cash commodities in the South, for its agricultural produce, is an offshoot of life extraction. The scope of waste and famines. Commodification socializes and subsumes the labor of the planet to capital. Naturally, with waste being the principal activity and form of capital, working our way from the waste phenomenon by tracing its mediatory links, we arrive at the point that the motive of capital was waste from day one. The genocides were a commodification of natives that basically extracted their lives out of them for a price. Although Engels rebutted Malthus by suggesting that the earth was overpopulated from day one as a result of underproduction, underconsumption, under capital one may qualify, the earth is overpopulated on day one too, but because of overproduction, underconsumption, the upshot of producing too much and forcing labor to consume little is the industry of wasting humans. As capital's form evolves with its ideological ascendance from erosion of subsistence farming to erosion of the planetary basis for survival, the natural limits thesis of value comes to the fore. Society's time is social time. So said, social time is the time which is seized by the reason of the commodity, and which could be overcome by anti-systemic practice. To begin a study of imperialism from the category of rising prices, limitation to agricultural space and declining productivity, or to put things on a proportionate basis between the instance of the price and the continuum of history evolving by imperialism, discloses the incongruity between social time and chronological. 245. Time. Prices are entered in the accounting books of capital as an observation listed at a point in chronological time to conceal the social time or the history of value making. The continuum is the real time that people experience at work, or the time wasted from their lives. Although the cost price moves up and hastens imperialist aggression, the groundworks for price making are themselves developed by imperialism's power play. The rising price trend of tropical commodities denoted as cross-sectional symbols of reality captured in chronological time does not correspond to or disclose the historical forces and or the dynamics of the system. These one-time prices at the till leave undetected the hidden capital. Capital or its representative social forces at work are beyond the visible world. To situate price before class or to assume that the motion of class is price motivated rather than social relation determined is inapposite. Politics is structure to content of and logically and historically antecedent to economics. Imperialist aggression may take a hint from price movement, however, its raison d'etre is aggression per se by the weight of a history inclined to waste. Imperialist war regulates a price-making platform that imperialism had already influenced in the past. The reinforcement of price at the service of class permits the moneyed form of value to act as a conveyor belt of value transfer. The proposition that the price, which imperialism carves out is the price that ignites imperialism, is tautological. Furthermore, because there cannot be full correspondence between material circumstances and ideological development, and because theory cannot emerge as a spin-off upon the empirical observation without a categorization by subject, the signaling system of prices cannot replace class struggle as compass of history. Price movement may be instantiations of class to supplement theory, but it cannot stand for the laws of development. To be sure, it is the social relation of capital that disembowels labor's forms of social organization, its institutions, its ideologies and rights, and which then sets the stage for all of capital's symbols, including its price system, to be its surrogate agencies. Conjointly, the rise of commodity production was concurrent with imperialist expansion. These reinforced each other. The accumulated booty of war was commodity production whose wealth supported the run-of-the-mill commodity production. History's theory is neither modellable nor inferred reflexively from the historiography of selected events. Snapshots of trade events projected on a wall against their corresponding prices are not antecedent nor subsequent to imperialist aggression. What comes before in thought may be the abstract budding into the concrete or the reverse. The social form of capital given in the commodity and its rule precede its language manifest in price signals. The commodity must exist before it trades for a price. However, in social 246 history, capital's social forms interrelate in an overdetermined totality whose leading relation is the capital relation. Capital's history, the auto-transforming social relation, is then read in terms of the dialectic of the ascent abstract to the concrete, or in how the abstract but real capital relation concretizes in the relations become activities that reproduce society. For this, capital creates social time, its own time or the time in which minimum social labor is performed. To do so, it liquidates the time of life in short intervals of concrete labor. The price form is then nothing more than an instance of capital's mediatory measures manifest in chronological or hypothetical time. The appearance of the price form, appearance as one-sided abstraction, observed as an entry in the conventional accounts of capital, is one of many outer shapes of capital's essence or its law of value. 7. War as social production. From the point of social reproduction, all the inputs into the globally integrated production process, including all idle assets, are legal or de facto property and, as such, are commodities meant for exchange or economic categories. Commodities bestowed with mystical powers are independent of labor and rule labor. In particular, the labor power commodity and commodified nature insofar as they impact the reproduction of labor influence production and exchange whether they are being consumed, set aside or destroyed. It may be as well to recall that the commodity commodifies man, or under capitalism, the worker produces capital, capital produces him, hence he produces himself, and man as worker, as a commodity, is the product of this entire cycle. All that is natural comes under the rule of capital, and the nature, which reproduces man, becomes social nature. Commanded by capital, the unity of man with nature is then metabolized in production at excessive rates to sustain higher rates of profit. Surplus value requires that the system exponentially uses more units of natural and human inputs per unit of output. For such explosive system, the surplus value at the origin of profits lies in the consumed people in production as well as the socially reworked nature that consumes people. The costs of capital shifted onto society undermine the social reproduction of labor. The assault on nature corrodes the basis of natural reproduction and turns nature into a machine which uses living labor as input to produce himself as dead man or output. And just like the run-of-the-mill machine, which is the most powerful instrument for shortening labor time, and which becomes the most unfailing means for placing every moment of 247. The laborer's time and that of his family at the disposal of the capitalist for the purpose of expanding the value of his capital, so does polluted nature on a macroscopic scale. Polluted earth becomes one big machine. In this metabolic social reproduction system, while the value outlays on variable capital expand as labor auto-consumes in waste production to offset declining surplus value, capital egged on by quick-turning finance raises its rate of exploitation by hiring and consuming more living labor in shorter time spans to undergird a higher rate of surplus value. While the consumption of man by man proceeds by the reigning ideology dulling the masses, the process of resource allocation, inclusive of auto-destruction as production, remains guided by the now unfettered law of value. Just like the environment, which is not tribal, there is a holistic law of value, which is not bound by national borders. Its gradated impact upon the world is similar to the COVID-19 virus, with unsocialized underdeveloped countries with weak public defenses bearing the brunt of the disease. The law mobilizes, demobilizes, and terminates resources to meet the requirements of the metabolic rate of social reproduction. For instance, the massacre of Iraqis and Congolese, or others around the world are connected to any other production/consumption activity in the advanced imperialist countries. Synced with ideology, the guns and waste industries of capital reach labor wherever it is and incorporate it in production. The interconnectedness or accumulation on a global scale makes variable capital the equivalent of the value outlays on global labor. The neoclassical heuristic assumption that capital is mobile, but labor is immobile, shared by Eurocentric Marxism, is faulty for two reasons. First, because the flow of refugees is rather steady across history or varies to the demands of capital and its imperialism. So labor flows are regulated by the intensities of war and austerity in the periphery. Secondly, because value, the socially necessary labor time, transpires as an abstract labor whose value form is the money form and whose time is social time, then the space and time of labor are reciprocally moved by the demands of value's moneyed form. Money as a social convention has a fictional existence with real powers, which transcends conventional space and time. Its determination has nothing to do with its paper or metal substances or the real markets and commodities it denotes, and more to do with power rapport of capital as a social relationship whose laws shape the terrain for the movement of resources. Imperialistically decapitated societies, whose workers engage in the production of commodities or whether their death is the commodity on offer, these are value and relations of value. They produce something of value that sells on the market inclusive of their premature demise, which is simultaneously required as input and output in waste accumulation. For the mainstream. 248. The greater mass of global labor, the humans associated with low wage tags, are insignificant to production on account of capital-constructed statistical or cultural/institutional irrelevance. However, the mainstream begins with a price tag refashioned by imperialism and its wars, which projects anything but itself as significant. The history of colonial and imperialist conquests is written off as something that occurred too far in the past to matter in the present. In the chauvinist vernacular, Arabs and Africans have had time since colonial soldiers left their territories, yet they could not lift themselves out of misery. The usual reasons attribute underdevelopment to some essentialist tribal or religious trait inherent to the other. The pejorative peaks with the adage, the Muslims or Africans are not ready for democracy. Since its inception, Western democracy, which is means of class power exercise, could still be reduced to English workers who gaily share the feast of England's monopoly of the world market and the colonies and think of colonial policy in exactly the same way as the bourgeois think. In hindsight, when universal suffrage appeared on the scene, it did so in a superiorly armed colonial structure that embellished empires and cemented the Western working class partnership with imperialism. The real events, they are women vote to bomb Muslim women, and the voyages of European discoveries, more appropriately the butcheries, exemplifying the workings of the law of value, are said to be shocks with unsustainable after effects. Like a flu, they sicken for a brief stretch of time and disappear. Wealth, however, is reconstituted by the rate of exploitation, which is proportionate to wasting lives and nature, principally in the ex-colonies. The West democratically votes to implement global policies of value usurpation, the latest facade of which is neoliberalism. Under the guise of modernization or as an effort to police unruly savages, it votes to consistently war against the underdeveloped world. Foreign aid, war spending, propaganda expenditure and, in particular, social spending to rear healthier, more skilled lackeys of empire, are investments that boost imperialist rents. The working class of the aristocratic nations, whose wages are subtended with imperialist rents, has a vested interest in higher imperialist booty with least costs in taxes. From a systemic perspective, every spending item on Western social reproduction is an investment in imperialism. These real and ideological assaults reconstitute the commodity and its price system as conceptual constructs of capital deployed against the masses. Of the many commodities, the waste commodity is recreated by the dictatorship of capital as either beneficial or indispensable to society and fit for consumption. Conversationally, whether compelled to, or by political persuasion, the consumption of waste proves that the homogenization of individual tastes allows the impossible to happen. In 249. Relation to the impossibility theorem of welfare. The dictator qua capital levels taste differences between people, and because individuals decide to consume waste, just as capital wants them to, it is then possible to aggregate their similar personal preferences to derive a social welfare function based on personal choice. It does not require a general impossibility theorem to show that for things to add up, they must be reduced to a single quality and be assessed as quantity by some measurement unit. In relation to arrow above, the notion that things are different or auto-differentiate is already an intuited condition innate to being. In Aristotle's ontological approach, secondary substances admit primary substances of different qualities, while for Hegel, the universal should not be confused with what is merely held in common, and in both cases categorization rendered possible by mediation stands for the aggregate condition, the general, or the universal, used interchangeably. These metaphysicians assert the common-sense position that differences in types must be traced back to some origin in thought or practice by following their developments in time. Rational choice theory in the tradition of Arrow, however, mathematizes or annuls the historical conditions that hand down choices to powerless people as binaries. Historical alternatives are refashioned by the social relations of capital into either-or options. To do so, capital must fashion unhistorical people, deprived of the sovereignty combined with revolutionary consciousness to realize the grounds upon which more of their class-favoring alternatives may gel. To postulate that a social welfare function could be formally arrived at from a discipline of mainstream social science and that would still vaguely resemble real welfare is beyond credulity. For concordance between micro and macroeconomics to occur, or for the undoable to formally become doable, the repression visited upon labor to shrink humans into automata or waste consumers must continuously rise. Just like any other industry, imperialist wars are multi-layered commodity realization platforms. Every past and future stage of production consumes and consummates in and into a quantity of input and outputs for an implicit, observable, or a future price. Wars are enacted by and reenact the historically counter-cyclical measures required to readjust the US-European business cycle. They emanate from the waste predisposition of value relations. The statistical lag/leads between wars and economic recovery may guide us on how many years before or after a crisis wars occur, but statistical causality is false causality. Wars are the foundation of an imperialist economy, which self-propagates by more wars. In statistical jargon, war becomes the dependent variable explained by itself, or in terms of an economic crisis compelling nations into war by some chronological time lag. At any rate, a more apposite 250 assessment would price the war economy and its ramifications as a future stream of revenues to capital. It would gauge how all on its own the tapering down of wars in chronological time puts downward pressure on profit rates and compels the next war. War derives from the violence necessary to expropriate labor and may be triggered by the constrained profit rates of the whole economy or only the war economy, given its significance. As a subset of militarism, war as the purest waste self-propels. In an interdependent history, war becomes the dying peoples and nature, wherein the wasted nature acts as a capital-owned machine that wastes people. The price tag associated with the war debt is more than just the cost of the war machine that registers as revenues for the war industry. It is the continued flow of financial resources from war repercussions, which also registers as future credit flows servicing current debts and social/environmental liabilities. War is the being of capital as well as the measure that resolves the building contradictions reflected in its business cycle. Its signification in the money form of value, embedded in the various macro concepts of the utilitarian devised price system, the investment, the savings, etc., purposefully conceals its contribution to value. And although the rate of profit associated with the exchange of commodities signals to capital the atrocities to commit, it is the class relations and their attendant forms, which are history and historical subjects, contra the reification of things that do things. It is neither the technology of scalping natives nor the price per scalp that count for much when assessing profits from warring against natives. It is rather the class relationship that actualizes as the activity of scalping that is subject and value-making activity at once. The subject's reason is the dynamic of the commodity as self-expanding value, and it is most efficacious when it co-aligns with the historical surplus value. A restocked historical surplus value effortlessly does the bidding of capital since, more and more, the masses willingly engage in capital's waste activity. Co-equally, just as capital is a cross-national relationship, its better machines of the North are also the objects of a cross-national class subject. They are the products of a history, which prohibited the masses from exercising their right to development. Lower quality technology may move to the south and across borders to corners where necessary labor, its value equivalent in wage and environmental use rates is minimal, but it does so in ways where the tech know-how will not transmute into a weapon that may empower the subject of the south against empire. To attenuate its overproduction, capital crushes the cross-national working class subjects, especially, the internationalist solidarity of labor. The alienation of substance from subject, the man-made machine from man, is the private property which premises capitalism and, conversely, whose negation ruptures it. The alienation or the social relation that excludes the masses from social property, from owning the means. 251. Of production, is exactly the historical subject or maker of technology. It is the historical impetus that recontextualizes the social forces responsible for the development of the productive forces. The rupture of the system only occurs by working class ideology transformed into a materialist force or anti-imperialist armed struggle in contrast to union demands for higher wages from central capital. These latter demands target the sphere of circulation without addressing the leveling of wages to production conditions in the periphery. Without the homogenization of labor, capital redeploys its constructed income differences or its bolstered wage system to further split the working class. The less developed and less labor-saving technology relocation to the south cushions the tendency of the falling profit rate. Capital hires more labor per constant capital than it does in the north and, accordingly, the rate of exploitation and the realized surplus value rise. As discussed in the previous chapter, the falling rate of profit is a tendency for both Ricardo and Marx. The difference is however significant because Marx approaches man as social being and value as market-mediated concrete labor, in contrast to Ricardo's abstract man and value as concrete labor gravitating to natural prices. Observably so, resources move in search of higher profits and in doing so, the rate of return per fixed assets equalizes across sectors, all the while with the rising organic composition of capital pressing down on the rate of profit. Commercial or super-exploitation, principally the imperialization of the South, mitigate the falling profit rate, including no less by the cheaper raw material, the dead laborers of the South become the dead labor of the North. Over time and on account mechanization rising in relation to the number of workers employed, productivity or the technical composition of capital rises, a concept similar to the capital-to-labor ratio. Less value goes into commodities, which are made available at cheap costs to labor, lowering necessary labor. Just as capital has the tendency to reduce the direct employment of living labor to no more than the necessary labor, and always to cut down the labor required to produce a commodity by exploiting the social productiveness of labor and thus to save a maximum of directly applied living labor, so it has also the tendency to employ this labor, reduced to a minimum, under the most economical conditions, i.e., to reduce to its minimum the value of the employed constant capital. If it is the necessary labor time which determines the value of commodities, instead of all the labor time contained in them, so it is the capital which realizes this determination and, at the same time, continually reduces the labor time socially necessary to produce a given commodity. The price of the commodity is thereby lowered to its minimum, since every portion of the labor required for its production is reduced to its minimum. 252. However, the relative higher ratio of constant to variable capital implies lower future surplus value rates, writing off capital's gains from the current squeeze on necessary labor. These opposing forces, the imperialism-induced rising rate of exploitation/surplus value against the downward pressure imposed upon surplus value by the rising organic composition of capital, pushes capital into waste production, which is to squeeze society, especially the weaker South, into shorter life intervals. Just as the capitalist mode of production promotes the development of the productive powers of social labor, on the one hand, so does it whip onto economy in the employment of constant capital on the other. However, it is not only the alienation and indifference that arise between the laborer, the bearer of living labor, and the economical, i.e., rational and thrifty, use of the material conditions of his labor. In line with its contradictory and antagonistic nature, the capitalist mode of production proceeds to count the prodigious dissipation of the laborer's life and health, and the lowering of his living conditions, as an economy in the use of constant capital, and thereby as a means of raising the rate of profit. As a matter of course, let us follow the ascension of capital in history, since Marx wrote that the more developed the capital, therefore, the more extensive the market over which it circulates, which forms the spatial orbit of its circulation, the more does it strive simultaneously for an even greater extension of the market and for greater annihilation of space by time. Capital in the current phase of imperialism condenses socially necessary labor time in the shortest intervals of chronological time by reducing humans to work horses and shortening lives. That is so in relation to time. Regarding space, it does not only absorb the tropical land mass, Harvey, to deploy it in more efficient commodity making, it additionally annihilates or wastes space. It does so of space which is inclusive of the human and his corporeal being. The actual physiological body of man is also space. The space saving turned into a space crushing momentum matures in the waste of social nature. Capital's rampant commodification of everything existing makes an industry out of the waste of space, which re-strengthens the objectification and the waste of man. The transformation of the laborer into a workhorse is a means of increasing capital, or speeding up the production of surplus value. Such economy extends to overcrowding close and unsanitary premises with laborers, or, as capitalists put it, to space saving, to crowding dangerous machinery into close quarters without using safety devices, to neglecting. 253. Safety rules in production processes pernicious to health, or, as in mining, bound up with danger. In waste, the laborer produces himself as a dead laborer by using his own body as the raw material and the final marketed waste commodity at the same time. The laborer's time is society's time, the indefinite working day of an indefinite number of workers, then all relations of population come in here. The emphasis is in the original, and Marx here refers to the contradiction between population growth and capital, which is the concreteness of capital-labor contradiction. The population-capital contradiction had progressively resolved by industrializing the waste of excess people by their engagement in self-waste. In its modern form, waste responds to the high-frequency exchange, revving up the turnover time of production in all markets. Its optimal time is to produce a commodity now, sell it now and destroy its inputs, including the human input, whose premature death is an output. The closest situation that corresponds to such a state is when the social laborers of society produce their own deaths. By doing so, capital collapses, living into dead labor. No longer dead labor passes only the value stored in it, it becomes the living labor to which necessary labor time is of no use. Such is the ultimate form of slavery, with which capital gets the most out of labor and then disposes of her to rid itself from the burden of feeding her in the future. That is the ultimate exploitation, because cadavers do not consume, and capital withholds future wages and pensions as part of its profits. It pays one time in wages for a lifetime of work expended in a short while or in seconds. As such, capital acquires all the value invested to reproduce society in the continual death of society. The dead laborer of the South transmutes into the dead labor of the North. Such is the logical end of the compression of space by time realized in waste, which under the tutelage of a Western Marxism hired as an apparatus of capital, also became phenomenal. 8. Waste and the global division of labor. Resources across the planet are differentially cheapened to the requirement of production. Their trajectories submit to the imperialistically etched out contours of global labor divisions. Third world owners of resources, the masses, are subjected to the imperialist version of the law of value, the waste version. Class power cum market power springing from imperialist aggression reformulate the conditions for commodity prices to gel in ways that redistribute imperialist rents commensurably with class power. For a U.S. empire, which is the product of two wars, imperial rents as of the last century accrue to the US-led. 254. Financial class. Whether immediately reworked by class or by its political forms, the nation-state is historically a class form instrumentalized by the capital class. It matters little if one says the wealth is American or un-American. Financial rents acquire a nationalistic or a cosmopolitan branding not because of some common characteristic devising a nationality, but because the function of the state does so in proportion to how it consolidates imperialist/financial class rule. The bombings or neoliberalism that cheapen the commodities consumed in the North add to the colonial wealth-derived rent component of Northern wages. The cheaper commodities consumed by the North are products of machines and industrial cultures whose subjects are principally the historically devastated masses of the South. In the alienation of Southern wealth posited above, the Arabs, Africans and other natives wasted by colonialism are the subjects agents of Western technology by the historical relation that necessitates their elimination from the cycle of capitalist production. It is necessary by the law of value to waste them and to mediate the concrete labor that produces their wasted corpses into an abstract and moneyed form of value. The consumption of products whose machines are imperialist owned, like cars or laptops, is not the final realization stage in the commodity's life cycle. Although they are in part useful, these commodities are also wasteful because the profits arising therefrom are built upon a series of value relations that have worked/wasted the lives and nature of their direct producers. At no point in these commodities' life cycles and their interim input/output realizations was the necessary labor associated with their production not historically prechoreographed to fall. Their unpaid costs repaid by society in prices dished out as the service of the indebtedness of past and future generations, and at no point was their production not seeding militarism. The waste taxes both past and future societies at every step of production, while the accumulated planetary trash stunts life expectancy, albeit, gradationally with wealth class profiles. The point to be carried forth here: profits do not emerge on the basis of an accounting equation in which the moneyed costs to the firms fall below its revenues. Profits are rooted in the social relationships that coerce society to bear the costs of production of all inputs, as well as the intermediate and future waste outputs at the expense of its livelihood. Over a labor-devoid social reproduction cycle, capital appropriates more of the social product for itself. Just like a Geiger counter calculates nuclear radiation, symbolic prices gelling in the profit rates portend the intensity of exploitation. As society transmutes by imperialist coercion into an autophagic state, selling and buying its own flesh, the social costs of waste will be willingly borne by society because its own flesh becomes the principal constituent of its consumption bundle in the 255. Social product signified in the moneyed form of value. Society accedes to dear producing itself for profits. The negative dialectic that turns surplus value into surplus waste and, down the line, into profits peaks with militarism. Hypothetically, surplus value tapers down as all people become things, dead labor only transfers the value within it to the commodity. Put differently, if all humans are machines that work on other machines, no surplus labor time emerges. Surplus time is decided by the balance of class negotiation between capital and labor or the extent to which workers become aware of themselves as commodities. Conversely, for labor to become conscious of its existence and powerful is to recognize that capital had turned people into things. Unhypothetically, value is the value relation, which reconstitutes its subjects as well as the physical conditions for production. It expands into more commodities and by the worker who relinquishes these commodities to capital as he adheres to capital's forms. With free workers signing on to work contracts as their only available choice for survival, the surplus labor time they leave to capital increases when capital weakens them. If capital enslaves labor, it obviously expropriates a bigger share of the social product. However, it takes labor's recognition and increasing submission to the significations of dominant power for the substance of capital's power to grow. Only then does the surplus product seized by capital transfigures into its increasing moneyed profit form. It is not only the lower prices of raw materials that boost the rate of profits, these are mere representations. It is antecedently the beating the developing world is subjected to in order to internalize capital, which lowers the negotiating power that sets the price. People's recognition of capital's forms as the signification of its social class power implies that the consent offered to its institutions and forms of social organization is the disobjectification of labor. So much is the consent such that capital produces dead humans and or consumes a product for which premature human death is a requirement. Capital's share of the social product will include the surplus time of the dead laborers wasted in wars and work drudgery whose value the center captures. Yet, the collusion between the central working class and capital, the workers who support the US or the UK administrations to bomb somewhere for imperialist rents, makes of central capital and its working class a single subject. The Northern living standard is then based on class cannibalism. Structurally, the capital contradiction is transplanted from capital and labor to financial capital with labor in the South. Capital builds surplus labor in material stock and turns it into money principally as it crushes the anti-systemic working class. Just like it cannot permit itself not to produce more commodities or to curtail its blind competition leading to overproduction, it cannot allow 256. Its superstructural symbols of power to languish. To resolve the contradiction between the rate of exploitation, which depends on the commodification of the worker, with the excessive commodification of workers that pressures surplus value down, capital sharpens the wasting of southern masses. Capital only exists by its negating other, or as it clobbers anti-systemic labor. It requires a working class to fight for its rights, and at the same time a proletariat it could decimate to re-erect its power, while surplus value re-strengthens by the historical flux of these two conditions. From a social time of production theorized as a system of flows and stocks, one may select a method of national accounts, which picks and chooses from many commodities while leaving others out of picture to quantify the social product. The laptop or, a similar commodity, in Europe with its intertwined inputs and outputs may be reduced to an alleged final consumption stage or to represent the only item realized from a stream of commodities of which it is composed. It registers as sold consumed at one point in chronological time and for such and such a price. However, matters are different from a waste angle. Aside from the hidden stream of social costs of inputs/outputs, the realizations of the bomb commodity and its war-dead products are rarely considered. The ghastly markets or the victims of bombs and similar waste commodities in the Third World are not recorded as final consumption/realization stage commodities against a price in capital's accounts systems. Regarding the bomb's recent marketing ingenuity, a drone now shops for its human targets. The Pentagon has loosened the regulations to inflict more collateral damage by lowering its target recognition criterion. It engages its victims as living/productive labor and kills more people, for the same cost price. The social time defined, and waste-laden turnover cycle, is the lifetime of the worker or indefinite time. Yet, time is circumscribed to what capital enters on its records. From social time or the time of production by which society reproduces, Capital chooses a time frame and an accounting system starting from a point in the cycle where the production of its chosen commodity comes full circle with its consumption. It does not regard the totality of inputs/outputs and their waste implications as realized commodities, including the commodified labor, which reproduces the laborer over her lifetime. It only regards as final stage commodities the items that reproduce capital in its chronological reference time. However, society is not capital or the capitalist class. It is the working class. Its accounts would capture more of social production when tailored by the commodity cycle that supports society from birth to death. As a rule of thumb, man is the subject and object of capitalist accumulation mediated by labor. In waste, a working class commodified and submitted to the wage system as a form of capital, reproduces itself by consuming more of itself. The 257. Mainstream's literature is aware of the waste, and it camouflages its impact on the wealth of society with its genuine savings concept. The companion to total or comprehensive wealth is adjusted net saving, also called genuine saving, defined as national net saving adjusted for the value of resource depletion and environmental degradation and credited for education expenditures. Facetiously, since capital is holistically self-reinforcing, the education mentioned here must have been the education sponsored by the World Bank, which has already promoted the environmental devastation experienced to date. In received theory, the irreversible costs to the environment are assumed manageable by capital. Every negative externality can count on the benevolence of every capitalist to compensate society for its harm. The very power that damages to achieve higher profits could be re-educated into an ethic of sound symbiosis of man with nature. However, every negative externality is a value relation and a source of profit. It is also a form of capital that reconditions labor to submit to capital. When labor surrenders, the overly entropic system uses the resultant of externalities evidenced in the irreversible costs or the death of social nature as a machine that grinds down the life of laborers pitched as commodities. It is also the purview of the World Bank to show that although nature has been harmed, the harm was inescapable. What is not covered by taxing externalities, the wealth effect or fallout of free markets more than covers the loss to social nature. Although the consumption of social nature is required to impart welfare to labor, the case cannot be so under capital. In value, profits and wages are diametrical opposites. The rate of surplus value is the rate of exploitation, which grows by the abuse of social nature. Similarly, the rate of surplus value is proportionate to the additional harm sustained by labor and nature. It is formally impossible for capital's inflicted damage upon social nature to be offset by the welfare it delivers to labor. Looking at this from the outside may clarify the point. When the planet is said to have reached the point of no repair, the welfare benefits of northern labor will altogether dip with the declining trend. The system cannot be reformed because reform disciplines the rate of consumption of social nature and, comparably, profits. In its 2018 report, the World Bank blamed poorer countries for their social natural woes. It says, in contrast with renewable resources, non-renewable natural capital, such as fossil fuels and minerals, offer a one-time chance to finance development by investing resource rents. Nearly two-thirds of countries that have remained low income since 1995 are classified as resource-rich or fragile and conflict states, or both. This shows that resources alone cannot guarantee development. Strong institutions and good governance are needed. 258. To ensure that rents are invested and not used entirely for consumption. Governance and institutions are naturally key to the practice of development, but which governance and which institutions? The World Bank does not demand the withdrawal of U.S. troops fighting the masses around the world. This institution dictates the governance agenda of the U.S. through its comprador classes. The World Bank does not advocate the institutions of labor that lock in national resources, mobilize dormant assets and mediate to realize working class ambitions. The World Bank is governed by rich nations to which curtailing the value transfers from the South is anathema. No matter the procedural steps it recommends, it will not oppose the transfers that beef up imperialist rents. When external debts, resource outflows, and damage to their environments are factored into the incomes of the poorest nations, their future incomes tend to the negative zone. In relation to current historical standards, they owe in damage reparation much more than they produce. In comparison to achievable sane standards, least developed societies appear to reproduce to grow by means of war, the liquidation of physical and human life assets or self-emaciation. Their proletariat is either a war proletariat employed in quick self-destruction, or the salient daily waste workers fading away at a slightly lower speed. They provision their future resources and labor as inputs/products to empire. In the trade-off between wasting man and wasting nature for profits, capital will waste nature to waste man, or will waste man at a higher rate when regulations prohibit the abuse of nature, since it needs to steady the profit rates. Unlike the determinedness attendant upon deductive reasoning or the banality of unintended consequences, such is the immanence of value as waste to capital. There is much in the historical surplus value carried by received ideas to legitimate the production of death. While there is nothing to fear but capital itself, capital is complacent because of its ideological achievements. It could even publicize the climatic disaster it had brought about, knowing that in an already commodity totalist world, the damage now holds the prospects of future earnings. Although time is indivisible and interdependent, capital instills a fear of the future whose purpose to ration resources at present and make the current insecurity tolerable. Capital, however, will not relay the message that beating nature for profits could throw the natural balance way off course, leading to an unmanageable world. Such message ruffles up its white constituency, the imperialist troops donned in the latest fashion garb, which form the rank and file of its militarist and NGOs armies. In addition to its role as a machine or dead labor owned by capital, a sickened nature enhances capital's monopolistic power. The price of any 259 commodity at present embeds within it the risk premium associated with its forthcoming harsher conditions of extraction. Phobia of future shortage in unadulterated resources made scarce by injecting poison into the environment permit capital to employ the higher futures to mark up its current prices. To rephrase, capital flaunts the dismal future of nature because its profits now arise by the impact that pollution imposes upon the mining of unpolluted resources in the future. For instance, envisioned lesser quality water, or any resource of the future, hikes current or spot prices on account of future resource penuries, riskier futures, and slash or higher future prices. As such, capital not only shifts pollution costs onto society, and taxes the globe for the pollution now, it also sells the impact of future climate change through the risk premiums imputed in its prices. Recent figures speak of more than $30 trillion now flowing into environment, social, and governance arena investments. One warring against nature and reinvesting to repair nature resemble post-war reconstruction after the American Civil War or in post-invasion Iraq. They are meant to absorb idle cash in wasteful investment, deplete the internal resources of the masses, and escalate the dispossession of African Americans or Iraqis. For the mainstream, the market that had allegedly saved the world so far will also save it again. Derivative markets, which help the global economy manage risk, play a vital role in discovering prices for everything from a barrel of crude oil to a megawatt of solar energy to a ton of CO2, helping businesses while helping policymakers understand the true costs of climate change. Furthermore, the FIA says there is clearly demand for these types of products, the derivatives that hedge against the risk of climate change. The costs of climate change in everything from power markets to agricultural commodities represent a collateral against which financial capital earns real returns churned by the real waste economy. The future risks, which include disorderly price adjustments in various asset classes, call on the financial system to be a catalyst for investments that accelerate economic resilience and the transition to a net zero emissions economy. Through rising prices of basic commodities, the real share of labor from global income will fall, leaving more for imperialist rents. Through financial innovations, in the form of green financial products, which will supposedly hedge the very risks of the bleak future, Capital undertakes further monetary expansion while underwriting the fictitious debts against the labor of generations to come. To accelerate the activity of waste via the demand for waste is to ensure exponential growth without physical limits. The workings of the derivative, option and other modern financial instruments, collapse the future into present time. To revert to Marx on the subject, just like the money form of value initially mediated the contradiction between value and use value, finance mediates the contradictions of real accumulation while deepening social crisis at the same time. So as time annihilates not only space but also the time of life, various financial instruments are concocted to quicken the speed of the rising turnover rate of social reproduction dominated by waste. Although the spot prices of resources include the risks of the future, the case is not so for the current U.S. interest rate. Loosely, the interest rate is the cost of borrowing or the rent on money in the future. Additionally, there is a short-term and a long-term interest rate. In a very time and money liquid world, the future cost of borrowing/lending money and the spread between short and long-term U.S. interest rates, the latter suggestive of the future risk, stays within a reasonable range despite the fact that the future holds climatic risks in store. Capital designates short spreads of time such that it omits the impact of the scary longer time future upon current rates. It does so to reassert the stability of the US dollar as the global risk-free asset no matter the environmental degradation. The price of water may rise on account of future scarcity of potable water, but the cost of money rises or falls to ration redistribution to the working class. The interest rate is one of three macro prices, along the exchange and the wage rate, used to channel moneyed resources to the working class, such that capital strikes a balance between the stability of its rule and the share of labor from the social product. In a world conscious of the contingent disequilibrating forces at play against nature, the true long-term risk reflected in prices and interest rates would be astronomical. The high risk of the future does not factor into the long-term interest rates. That is so because the world's long-term rate falls squarely under the US mandate, which also prices the future time of society. The long-term rate will not rise to reflect a condition in which the planet approaches a minute past midnight. Formulaically, the rate of return and the price of an asset rise with the market risk premium, which is roughly the difference between expected returns on investment and the risk-free interest rate of the US. However, if the imminence of the bleakness of the future seriously enters the 261 mainstream debate, then the costs that capital had dumped onto society will become apparent in an high tax upon the present generation and either cause the system to stand still, or despair may fuel revolt. Apart from some capitalists buying up Patagonia to hedge global warming, the capital-biased efficiency of the US-controlled financial market reaches its zenith when higher future pollution influences all future risks and current prices except the US long-term interest rate. The empire that controls the spread of the rent on money across time as well as the rate of emissions can pollute to its heart's content because the rate of emissions raises the rate of profit. No matter the amount of credit/debt the US issues, its imperialist clout, its hegemony of space and time, and its power to poison the future reaffirm the dollar as a conveyor belt of value transfer to empire. The damage that imperialism visits upon the planet now or at a future date, its control of strategic commodities made scarce by its real and propaganda activities, underwrites the issuance of US debts of today. A sickened environment is a bonus that absorbs and ensures cash to finance just like war does. In every commodity today, the associated markup in prevalent prices, and the higher rates of return are byproducts of capital-induced waste accumulation. In addition to the salient characteristics of imperialism, its novelty is its ability to lay the grounds for the allocation of resources across time, whether to realize resources now or in the future, it produces for profits. Beneath the above characterization, the basics are, first, capital destroys nature to undermine the transformation of the working class into revolutionary proletariat by deepening global rifts. Secondly, capital has a profit motive founded on surplus value, which stems from living labor not dead labor, and thirdly and relatedly, nature is wasted to waste man because man is the living labor whose demise is a product of capital. Whereas the point is to destroy capital as the source of fear and not to choose the lesser fear, divided masses rationally choose only from the alternatives imposed by hegemonic capital, either a grim or a gimmier world. 9. Excess population and carrying capacity. Another of capital's manufactures to justify the production of death is overpopulation. There are too many people on board to be sustained vis-a-vis resources. Incidentally, these views are lubricants to the resolution of unemployment/excess population with ethnic genocide or cleansing exercised by fascism or settler colonialism, demographers suggesting genocide to fascism or Zionists suggesting the ethnical cleansing of Palestinians. This, in addition to other sectarian momentums, shift the 262 accent in the dominant discourse from save the trees to reduce the population. Surplus value would then be made directly from the source, the industry of wasting labor, rather than the roundabout way by destroying nature to destroy man. In relation to existing misery alongside excess capacity and green havens, or by the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, society's surplus product incarnate in waste, the premature death of man as a commodity realized for a price, absolutely reduces the cost of social reproduction by reducing people's numbers over the social turnover cycle. Marx poses the issue as follows. First, he states the definition of the Agilka, he same causes which develop the accumulation of capital with the productive power of labor lead to the setting free of labor power. The industrial reserve army must increase with the development of the material instrumentalities of wealth. But the more the reserve army grows in proportion to the active army of labor, the greater also is the growth of official pauperism. Then, he concludes that in the environment of the capitalist system, where the laborer does not make use of the means of production, but the means of production make use of the laborer, all methods for multiplying the resources and the power of collective labor are brought into use at the expense of the individual laborer. All means for developing production transform themselves into means for dominating and exploiting the producer. They mutilate him till he is nothing but a fragment of a man, an appendage of a machine. The laws of capital that discipline or decimate labor are concrete subdivisions of the more general law, the Agilka. This law, prefigured by capital to smash the historical agency of labor, immiserates laborers in inverse proportion to the wealth they create. It musters the machinations of the laws of capital to solidify in uneven development. Motivated by objective improvements in science, the rising organic composition of capital or the mechanization that dislocates labor, the Agilka aligns production relations with the imperatives of capital's productive forces by expropriating the weakest strata of global labor. It further reinforces an accumulation regime that calibrates the rate of value destruction to value creation in ways that consume more and more cheapened living labor to generate more surplus labor. While the reserve army of labor disproportionately grows, capital squeezes labor's time and, more precisely, the lifetime in social reproduction to the demands of lower necessary labor time. It burns more inputs and wastes more per commodity, then shoves that commodity, which is full of harm, down the throat of consumers or persuades society to gulp it. On balance and after the fact, the modern commodity more reproduces than reproduces society. Evoking 263. These previously elaborated points sheds light on an underdisclosed research area, since capital carries forth by blind accumulation and disproportionately devastates to produce with most production costs borne by society, it turns the wasting of man into a marketable product. It makes of the industry of the destruction of man a value relation in which the life of man is the commodity that circulates to be realized in death. With so much of wealth composed of waste, the rising misery come waste attendant upon the Agilka become the commodities come fetishes that govern the social reproduction cycle. As the ostentatious consumption of death and its display in social status is competitively emulated, the wretched dead who had erected the edifices of capital will come into view. In a culture that glorifies the death of the other, the dead others become the addiction of the West. In master-slave dialectic, dependency on dead slaves rises. Their death is paraded in response to the social jealousy that undergirds the production of waste, which steers society to waste consumerism. The beauty of the death commodity or, Western architectural beauty taken to be art, becomes appreciated for the imperialistically spilt blood in its making. In the novel form of the Agilka, the more prematurely dead people it takes to produce a commodity, or the more dead people as commodities are offered for sale, the more that commodity is celebrated. In this new spirit of the age, a society acculturated to the consumption of death glamorizes the glitter of the macabre side of capital. To place an accent on relative surplus value because of the better machinery, cheaper products to feed labor, and down the line more wealth, is to conceal the international range from which laborers hail. Otherwise, the laws of the formation of international value and the hidden transfers of wealth beneath the structure of this value. Rather than machinery, laborers from around the world are the subjects/makers of wealth. The owners of superior quality machines, including the military gadgets, are capital and its working class allies. These white working classes whose unions seek higher pay from the proceeds of war booty are the same sociological type of rentier as capital. Although they might wave Marxist banners, they are not subjects opposing imperialists in the class contradiction. Specifically, they do not oppose the expropriation of the lives of Southern labor from labor by violent means. That wealth is allegedly Northern is a position, which elides the social origins of labor. As a matter of course, in an organic production sphere, labor is social, productivity is social, the wage system is social, the wage is labor's share from the social product, while imperialism dictates that less and less income in relation to rising wealth goes to labor. As posited in the previous chapter, man, the laborer, is social as opposed to abstract man, which means that she 264 is borne out by history and, indifferentiable from society. Her labor power is the product of her society. She is the product of society delivering the labor invested in her by society. It is society that produces with its given capacity/know-how and earns a share of the social product by the power/solidarity of labor represented in the class struggle. That share is heterogenized and redistributed to the members of the working by the symbolism constructed and assigned to different identities and skills. The value outlays on labor, the sum of the shares of each laboring class in the money form of value from the social product, is a single share from the global social product. Laborers in the South not engaged in super-exploitation happen to be engaged by capital through waste and its exploitation. In other words, much of the South is either a pollution dump or a potential war zone. The share of income with which each working class subsists is gradated according to the real and symbolic power of that laboring stratum in the international division of labor. The surplus labor time captured by capital from global labor is not divisible by geographic area nor positively correlated with the number of commodities produced in a given national zone. Surplus value is detected in the repression or the degree of the compression of lifetimes in social production relayed to us. To further estrange use value from the laborer, evidently by some brutality, is to further exploit labor, that is global labor, not English or German labor. Save the anti-imperialist nationalism, for the working class to be cast into the identity that capital tailors for it, is to inhibit its transformation into a historical subject or proletariat. Furthermore, to beat labor into a state of defeatism such that it perceives the waste capital produces as use value, when in actuality the waste consumes society, is an unprecedented case of alienation. Whereas Marx mentioned that it is not merely the products of laborers turned into independent powers, products as rulers and buyers of their producers, but rather also the social forces and the form of this labor, which confront the laborers as properties of their product. He was then speaking of social forms/products whose use values reproduce the laborer relative to the provisions of the productive forces, not products that reproduce the laborer relative to his time. In a world turned upside down by working class defeatism, capital strips labor not of something useful to society, but also of lives and the moneyed form of the waste commodity it produces. These waste processes are the new value forms whose mystique elevates dead humans to the status of independent powers that confront labor. In other words, capital parades the death, which is the fetish that governs social life. As society and nature are further commodified, nearly everything, from kidneys to the prospective massacre of Iranians under B-51 US bombers, becomes a commodity saleable for an equivalent money form. The waste become fetish. 265. Which organizes social life, is the commodity whose drive for self-expansion accords with more intense surplus value. To keep the train of thought in context, let us recall that the masses and, subordinately the nature they reside upon, are wasted by the gradation of class. Unlike resisting masses, man acclimatist to waste obsequiously offers himself both as living and dead laborer to capital. His self-consumption in waste production indistinguishably raises both the relative and absolute surplus values by the expenditure of his potential lifetime in the shorter chronological time of his concrete labor. His labor as well as his death, which is also use value in demand, underlie the cheapened commodities for consumption to the more affluent societies. The thingified class's premature death in the industries of capital brings us full circle to recategorize the principal contradiction of capital. Its new cultural forms are the consumed southern laborer versus the aristocratic nations and their working class allies consuming the death of laborers. The carnages of capital are its phenomenological state. The difference with past empires is instead of the few dying for the emperor in Roman times, those who proclaimed, Ave Imperator, morituri te salutant, we now have the real billions of commodified working class members who perish early while slaving away for capital. The cannibalistic and cannibalist classes are forms of capital. They reproduce capital so long as the working classes of the consumerist nations recognize waste as use value. More important, because the rate of wasting people is proportionable to the rate of exploitation and, by superstructural mediation, to the rate of profit, the capitalist system grows by the historically preconfigured recreation of commodified people. The deeper crisis over time further fuses capital with its adjunct cannibalistic class. The subject capital in the value relation collapses into its adjunct classes, and through open support for capital or by pro-systemic opposition to capital, the cannibalistic classes valorize the present with a view to the exponential growth of future waste. The death of man and nature, traded in current and future markets, turns into an entrepreneurial opportunity. Recalling the premise that the costs to repair the damage to nature and finance future wars absorb excess moneyed expansion, just as there was credit created to waste in the past, there will be credit lodged against the waste turnover cycle of the future. As capital and its cannibalistic class overvalue the prospects of future returns on militarism or from the supposed valorization or cleanup of its environmental disaster, they fulfill their own prophecies as they inject more credit into the waste domain of accumulation. Greening the planet and green technology become the wars to enclose the sickened masses of the South, barring them from the global commons. The prospects of innocuous weather alongside wars and austerity extirpating labor. 266. From the land also reduce the social costs of reproduction and the autonomy of labor. These are the magnified operations of the law of value allocating resources as finance tells the real economy to make its real production cycle follow its fictional money cycle. Phantasmagorical capital erected by the industry and relation of winnowing of the population fully corresponds to its ideal labor process once it weaves into the imagination of the working class the falsehood that makes it real. It passes itself as tangible in persons and physical assets, or it hypostatises itself. Against the impact of the environmental crisis, which may pique labor to rethink itself, capital heightens its war of ideas. For instance, it donates food to starving people it had bombed and funds hordes of Western Marxists to abort the necessity of anti-systemic struggles in the center. However, like every system, the withering of capitalism is inbuilt into its very reproductive organs. Either reawakened labor downs capital or, as capital realizes its logical end, the waste process in which living labor must replace the living labor wasted in production, the process leads to a steady state in which the commodification of people turns all living labor into dead labor. In the latter case, exploitation is not merely the expenditure of muscle and intellect in the drudgery of work, it is also the spiritual disarmament of the working classes, which transmutes living laborers into automata. A system also sinks by being too successful or by its capacity to replicate itself in labor. The feedback loops that readjust the capital system's performance from opposing labor cease to function to reform social production and, with it, capital also ceases. While the objective reasons for revolution may always grow, revolutionary eruption or triggers are contingent upon labor recognizing a crisis of rule in capital. By the dialectic of too much of a good thing that breeds its opposite, such crisis of rule also sets in when capital overly succeeds in molding people to its desire. 10. The not-so-innocent omissions. The cliché capitalism unleashes wealth plays out in the truth-muffled class war as capital is progress. In the ideological war, or the war of working-class symbols against the dominant symbols of the bourgeoisie, the expression becomes a weapon of capital. Why does philosophy fight over words? The realities of the class struggle are represented by ideas which are represented by words. In scientific and philosophical reasoning, the words are 267 instruments of knowledge. But in political, ideological, and philosophical struggle, the words are also weapons, explosives, or tranquilizers and poisons. Occasionally, the whole class struggle may be summed up in the struggle for one word against another word. Certain words struggle amongst themselves as enemies. Other words are the site of an ambiguity, the stake in a decisive but undecided battle. However, the substance of the wealth, whether useful or waste, is the materialization of the value relation. The inner bent of the commodity is to self-expands as waste. To speak of the bourgeois as creator of wealth without prioritizing the waste is to bury within the semblance of wealth the carcasses of labor. The argument for progress advanced by capital underemphasizes at least four major points that would otherwise characterize it as a degenerative process. First, there is the exclusionary capital. Imperialism, the subject that stunts the productive forces in the South, violently reconstructs the power foundations upon which a price camouflages value. The palpable form of such exclusion is the degree to which the incomes of direct producers sink below the prevailing minimum standard of living. The products of capital, including its technology, are a priori the products of the relation that snuffs the will of the masses in the South, and that so as argued above whether they produce tropical/subtropical commodities or not, since man's life has to be extracted while the power mesh of imperialism must be continuously rebuilt. The northern states, especially the welfare states of Scandinavia, cleave to a culture of chauvinism and a northern military arrangement, which auto-reinforces by the further devastation of the Third World. In particular, the imposition of lopsided terms of exchange, which draw more in value per unit of imperial money from the developing formation, re-strengthens the exclusionary process by moving back the starting post for catching up. The unequal exchange argument may be traced to Bauer, drawing on Marx, who posited that in trade the country with the higher organic composition of capital appropriates part of the surplus of the country with the lower organic composition of capital. Through a multi-layered extraction of value in the value-added process culminating in the North, the higher prices of the northern commodity under equal average profits would contain more units of value from the South unpaid by the North. Barron and others objected to the notion that trade alone could cause value transfers and exclude the South, because trade alone without capital movement does not equalize the rate of profit. Emmanuel argued that without underpricing the wages of the developing world, trade 268 alone does not suffice for value extraction. Bettelheim and Sweezy rebutted that it was the underdevelopment of the productive forces as opposed to wages which blocked the development of the Third World. There are disagreements on the roles of the forms of capital in the exclusion of the developing world, but agreement that there is an imperialism that targets the Third World for exclusion. Holistically, the form which most rejuvenates capital is subjugated labor. While capital cannot exist without the sphere of circulation/trade, a commodity must be created and traded at the same time. Capital accomplishes itself in exchange. More important, the process of wasting the developing world is both a process of value creation and circulation through trade, which over the social reproduction cycle relegates the share of wages in the South to minimal levels. Secondly, the production of waste, including no less the wasting of labor, is the furnace that fires up intense surplus value. From a working class perspective, the wasted life of man is the final realization stage. Man is the starting point of capital as well as the commodity whose realization in premature death consummates the cycle of capital. Such is a turnover cycle over the life of the worker or society. The value and use value of labor power, its cost of reproduction and productivity in the act of auto-destruction respectively, are concluded simultaneously in waste or as man labors to produce his own death. The earlier than historically determined elimination of life reduces the time available for the working class to repossess the fruits of its labor or delineate itself. For instance, people may expire prior to retirement age, forfeiting their pensions in affluent societies, while excessive waste and, in particular militarism, thins down the population of the South way before it could reclaim anything. In relation to the latter case, militarism, the domain of accumulation whose chief industry is war, is a value-making and circulatory process that culminates in a commodity, which is the swift death of man. Thirdly, in drawing boundaries between the contribution of different circles of labor to absolute and relative surplus value, the dialectically mounted concepts, there will be arbitrariness. Wherever there is discretion in deciding who has done the work and their adequate shares, the central bias holds sway. Europe produces the knowledge and the universal units of measures from which people around the world draw upon to assign shares of income. Europe, including its progenies in Anglo-colonial settler formations, produce commodities of high moneyed value. These formations receive higher shares of the global social product on account of their alleged productivity. Such does not mean that Western workers are more exploited or that they produce more value than Southern workers, especially so, from the optic of waste. In any event, this view is not too different from incomes equated to factor 269. Productivities in neoclassical economics. In terms of wealth, Europe appears to harbor the productive labor, and its higher productivity cheapens commodities and to increase the relative surplus value. In dialectical categories, however, the concrete and the abstract sides of absolute and relative surplus value are intermediates of one another. Their unity is their state of becoming given in immediacy, or the things commodities before us that require an explication of how they appeared by pointing out their historical mediations, to find the necessity of their coming into being, the actuality, in a world brewing with chance. At any rate, the separate activities of labor, which contribute to absolute and relative surplus value, become one in the final product of labor. The final product is also an indifferentiable amalgam of substances actualized by the relations of productive and unproductive labor, or rather, social labor gauged from the standpoint of social reproduction. Ex post facto, it is impossible, though one is not necessarily certain of any impossibility, to eligibly distinguish between this or that type of labor or this or that type of value without a bias in judgment. Prejudices are also made worse by the influence of Eurocentrism. The point that the North is more productive than the South has more to do with whether the class stance is pro-capital or anti-systemic. Productivity is the undivisible outcome of social labor engaged in social reproduction. To designate productivity by the moneyed form of value when it is a construct of capital is rather specious. To elucidate with a hypothetical case, the developing world can be said to have contributed $25 billion in value transfers to the center in a given year. However, any assessment of that sort draws from capital's constructed accounts and is inherently laden with bias. Such begs the question, could northern labor appear more productive because it is understood solely on the basis of the expensive northern commodity it produces and realizes in its home economy? The productive forces of the North, including their technological components, are the products of the waste in the South, while the variations in the prices of commodities finalized in the North are also held up by the continued practice of imperialism in the South, which is coterminously waste production. Prima facie, the wasted labor of the South never disappears from the stage of production that accounts for the productivity of the North. Thence, the moneyed measure of productivity is misleading on account of the disproportionate wealth profiles and the conservative bent in capital's accounting schemes. No matter how one compares productivities, based on the value added in successive stages to primary commodities raising its final price, Europe becomes the productive continent. However, when one considers that value added 270 activities and the development of European productive forces are products of the initial as well as the continuous clobbering of the South, then is it not the clobbering act itself, which is not only subject but also predicate to the development of the productive forces and their associated productivities? In ascribing a degree of productivity to different parts of an organic process, whether it is the clobbering activity or the production of high value-added commodities, subjective bias weighs in. In relation to higher stages of value-added activities, these are mostly byproducts of weapons, which makes the deployment and use of high-tech armaments in the South the leading value-added process. Conversationally, the banality "the part I see is true and what you see is not true," captures the gist of such discussions. Europeans see the merchandise in their stores, while the Third World sees the blood spilt to make those commodities by either the use of high-tech weapons or their presence in military bases nearby. Europeans do not recognize the mediation, the clobbering act as a production activity, which sets in motion the appearance of the commodity on their shelves, or what were the production relations underlying their wealth. They do not recognize that their social development is the power base upon which military machines, soldiers, and NGOs are maneuvered to banish the autonomy of the southern formations. It is facile to suggest that the items stocked in European stores are worth much more since their final stages of production were in Europe and entailed value added along the way, and thusly, European productivity is high. However, such is a tautology or a self-fulfilling prophecy. It would say more, however, to acknowledge that the militarism of the West, with its migrant soldiers and machinery down south, is an ongoing industrial activity associated with significant moneyed amounts and, more so, without such activities the high value added in the North would not be. Militarism begins, finalizes and is synchronic with capital's turnover cycle. In point of fact, militarism encompasses investment in many spheres of social development both in the South and North, to which the labor of the South is both subject and object. For instance, the whole of the social structure in Iraq, as well as that of its US-led aggressors, during the First and Second Gulf Wars, were hitched up to be deployed in the death and starvation the Iraqi population. Gauged in terms of the trillions in war revenues generated by the death of Iraqis, theirs was a high productivity effort. Adherence to positivism, or that things out there are perceived by the mind as they are, without their history, interrelatedness, and without the inherent prejudices inbuilt in class, blurs the facts. Accordingly, the perimeter of concepts such as relative or absolute surplus value, what they delimit and exclude, will be confined to only European time and geographic space, unrelated to the 271 rest of the world. Apart from the fact that central capital bias convolutes space and time to its inclination, these concepts are intuitional to reason and a priori conditions which alter the perception of objective reality all on their own. Things are already difficult to understand without the skewed optic of Eurocentrism, ditto for the concept of productivity. The above is not to say that an adequate measure of productivity, productive labor, necessary or surplus labor, or any related concept cannot be put together and measured. Anything can be measured. One must define what is being measured in its interrelatedness and history. The issue of adequacy rests in the definition of the concept before measurement. Although naturally, neither profits nor the moneyed amount of the final product represented in the commodity allow for an impartial quantification of different productivities by spatial origins, the Marxian definition of profits as a history of class-monetized production activities stands on firmer grounds. The issue resolves not by considering the quantitative side or how many productive laborers from hither and yon contributed to the finalization of the commodity, it resolves by considering the value relation, which is at rock bottom how much imperialist power was exercised to strip the South of its resources, lives, and in return receive so little for their social efforts. This position may be equally expressed as how many wasted lives in the South it takes to produce a commodity that ends up in the North. Fourthly, the law of value is social, and therefore it is historical, and it derives its systemicity from class power relationships. Its work encompasses not only the economic signals that cue up capitalists in search of wealth making, but also the culture necessary to justify the exaction behind wealth. The weight of history is such that without saying a word, the vassals cue to service empire using the received theory as the roadmap for development. To prod memory, the roadmap is based on the reason of the commodity to self-expand at any cost. The Western Marxist assessment of the historical moment or the balance of forces of the class struggle neglects that dominant science is a weapon of imperialist war. It posits that the recipes for development must mimic liberal capitalism. Critiquing national liberation movements for alleged human rights violation or failure to enact a Western-like voting system are examples of parochial positions that disclose the Western Marxist infatuation with Western democracy. Engels attributed the besottedness of the European working class with bourgeois democracy to its immaturity. Marcuse elaborated the state of the Western working class with the adage one-dimensional man. That was in the 1960s. Back then, Marcuse's man was complex and more human than the current state where the fictional automaton of neoclassical. 272. Economics, the homo economicus inclined to self-destruction, has become ubiquitous. Marcuse's man escapes the alienation by indulging in the leisure time gained from capital only to be reproduced as a hardened but defeated worker on the next day to tolerate the monotony of work. Contemporary neoclassical man, however, begins as an ahistorical being unrelated to his social environment, actualized in terms of unexplained incomes and consumption bundles, and one whose time and subjectivity are wholly those of capital. It is a man who loves the company he works for. Capital's purpose was not only to deprive the working classes of the social product, reduce its purpose to the pursuit of necessities and, most significantly, erase their symbols, culture, and memories. Its ultimate objective is to supplant labor's mode of understanding with the reason of the commodity. It has lobotomized the mind of labor in correlation to how many it needs to be an organic part of its structure relative to how many it needs to waste. Evidence of the mental evisceration emerges in the Western voting system parading as a democracy. In addition to being an effective form of power exercise, as discussed in Chapter 1, Western democracy has been the demonstration effect that builds capital's cultural wealth, which masks the spoils of imperialist wars. The recent swerve toward fascism, however, may make it no longer necessary to conceal the wasted humans with which the system accumulates. 11. The negativity of capital. The social product, determined by social productivity, produced to the demands of the law of value transmutes into a fetish, which mobilizes some of labor, underutilizes, sets aside and destroys resources. Furthermore, to theorize that the better bourgeois-owned machines of the North establish the rate of relative surplus value implies that Euro-American workers, more of whom share imperialist rents, are more exploited than the war austerity-dying Africans and Arabs. The machine as subject is just like asking someone you meet for the first time, how much do you weigh instead of who are you? Machines as physical matter presuppose value relations and are products of the amassed culture of capital or its historical surplus value. In reproducing the global order by expended muscle, blood, and lives, the South has already given much more since the onset of colonial and ongoing structural genocides. The production and realization of war, its war machinery, and commodities, the wasted nature and humans, scaffold capital's metabolic order. Colonial genocides are the pronounced peaks of the capitalist cycle of reproduction by waste. With the power of hindsight, accumulation, the social process whose dialectical resolution is surplus value, grows incrementally as 273. Social nature goes from bad to worse. For that to happen, the social division of labor must materialize in the further dividedness of global labor. The power balance of the class struggle, especially the counter-revolutionary ideology sown by Western Marxism, inordinately tips the scales against the working class and in favor of waste. Instead of the global trade unionism that bridges the gaps within labor, Western trade unionism bolstered the rents of the aristocratic nations. In a somewhat despondent tone, Mazaros also follows by saying that Marx also made it clear that the collapse of bourgeois society in the foreseeable future was only a hope, and by no means a certainty. He then quotes Marx, "One cannot deny, bourgeois society lives its second 16th century which, I hope, will take it into the grave, just as the first one brought it into life." My emphasis. In between the necessity of socialism for ideological Marx, and the possibility of barbarism for the theoretical Marx, as when he says he hopes, it so happens that the latter path of negativity has been borne out. The fetish incarnate in the moneyed form adumbrates the social conditions by the pressures of the profit rate. The ultimate form of the fetish is MM1, without the all-important mediation of C in the MCM1. Finance is a money-to-money relation without concern for the real industry of the commodity and with a labor process taken for granted such that it responds to whatever capital desires. The money form of the rate of profit, underlaid by surplus value, obtains from the indifferentiable waste and non-waste production sides of the same commodity. There are possibly very few commodities that do not pollute, but as seen so far, the ruling social relation or value is all about pollution. Waste is also not negative value or negative surplus value. It is also not a negative externality that occurs on the side of the system. Waste is not trash reified. Colloquially, us-led capital and its social progeny witness the killing of nature, so something must be done, all while the structural genocide occurs by the desire of a stratum that votes social democrats into power. Just like value, waste's essence is the law of value. Just like value as well, the production of waste requires the production of the wasteful subject. From a social angle, waste is not the negative impact of the commodity upon society, which could be turned positive by recycling. It is not theory to restate the need to recycle the trash, it is truism. Theory instead defines the ideological means that arrest the recycling of the imperialist class. Waste is the now phenomenal form of value, or it is value as such. To define value as positive and negative is more of a quantitative assessment of how much of the object/commodity is useful or harmful. It quantifies what is beneficial or harmful to society in the use value of the commodity proper but does not qualify the relation of value. 274. As inherently waste. It does not propose that the harmfulness of waste is useful to the dominant class and its social clones. At a distance, it does not propound the waste relation as the historical subject that reproduces the capital class. Substance-wise, value switches to anti-value when capital stands still or as the commodity fails to be realized, as in not sold and consumed. Overproduction is a permanent condition and, inferentially, anti-value is permanent. Anti-value, the unutilized commodities are partial waste, which has through the growth of the industry of wasting man transpired into the phenomenal form of value. Waste has become the logic of and the historical end of value. Value and anti-value are the relations and realizations of the capital class system. At a basic level, communism is the elimination of the value relation altogether, which is also anti-value at the same time, because value/anti-value materializes out of a single class and organizing principle, capital, and its production relations. Value expansion could stall because demand or purchasing power fall. However, capital expands as some classes acquire the wherewithal to consume the unpaid classes. Funding militarism, polluting and austerity economics are also effective demand for waste. It is true that capital creates credit and spatial fixes to undo the bottlenecks of expanding value. However, building roads and infrastructure exhibits low returns and crowds out the private sector, while militarism overcomes steady states and adds to profits. When militaristic demand is considered, the spatial fix of capitalism will not be the demand limit to the cement poured by China to build infrastructure at home or abroad. It will be the limitless US bombs, the EU and its NGOs, and the plastics dumped whose costs are revenues to financial capital. The space controlled by capital today is no longer the Portuguese and Belgian colonies per se. Space has been annihilated by time, yet with annihilation becoming the principal business of capital. Space is the commodity which doubles for money multiplying through finance. Wherever the dollar circulates to feed fictitious capital, the space over which it commands control also multiplies. Virtual and real space mediated by finance collided into the measure of a world overpriced by moneyed bubbles. Harvey speaks of the annihilation of space yet fails to see the reification he employs when he says China's use of huge amounts of cement rescues capital. China pours cement in infrastructure to circumvent its bondage to the US dollar, while as opposed to spending on cement, the US principally pours dollars, weapons, and war propaganda, and just that. The dollar is carrier of value that rides on the currents of US aggression. The dollar issued in the US, circulates over the planet gathering rents, and returns to the US. The guns-backed capital and its Western Marxist ideology, which turn the dollar into the risk-free asset, delineate the ability of finance to determine the spatial structures. Imperialism is capital condensed and so is the space under imperialism, it is space condensed. 275. The dialectic of the value relation is not about an undulation between the good and the bad side of commodities. Sometimes roads and hospitals are built, and in other times bombs are dropped. In such false dichotomy that resembles the neoclassical either guns or butter, it is forgotten that it takes guns to make butter. Values dynamic, the expropriation of labor resulting in a crisis of overproduction and unrealized commodities or anti-value, resolves in the measure of waste. Value is thus negativity in the making. At its core, production still holds primacy over consumption. Production resolves the demand-side debacle by producing first its cannibalistic consumers. The primary activity atop the totality of social production is the production of a man to be consumed by the orders of the fetish/commodity he produces. The resolution of the value contradiction has never been about how many useful or unuseful commodities capital produces, or to recycle trash. In quantity, it is about the exemplification of value in the activity of battering labor, and always in relation to safeguarding the rule of capital. Harvey's point that China has saved capitalism by building roads, and pouring cement and similar endeavors around the world since 2008 is banal compared to the decisive interactivity of militarism with finance and its trillions of US dollar in value-added/central income generated by the inbuilt component of waste. By the yardstick of Mazaros, Harvey embodies capital, especially as he ignores the economy of waste and destruction. At the same time, on the other side, no partial correctives can be transferred from the operational framework of capital into a genuinely socialist order. For also in that respect we would always be confronted by the radical incompatibility of value determinations, even if in that case the value involved is destructive counter-value, corresponding to the ultimate, necessarily ignored, limits of the capital system itself. The systemic limits of capital are thoroughly compatible with waste and destruction. For such normative considerations can only be secondary to capital. More fundamental determinations must take the precedence over such concerns. This is why capital's original indifference to waste and destruction is turned into their most active promotion when conditions require that shift. In fact, waste and destruction must be relentlessly pursued in this system in direct subordination to the imperative of capital expansion, the overwhelming systemic determinant. To re-emphasize, US-led imperialism and its destruction of man and the environment absorbs trillions and underwrites the fictitious debt against more future destruction. It has always been the reconstitution of social reproduction. 276. By waste, specifically the wasting of humans in colonial and imperialist wars, which propped up the system. The rate of capitalist-induced depopulation is the countervailing force that redresses a laggard business cycle. In the final chapter, the point depopulation carried out by structural genocide is indicative of the rate of surplus value will be further explored. 12. Revisiting the elusive measures of value. By definition, value, the relation upheld by the machination of the law of value, is categorically unethical. Without dwelling much on this, by categorical I mean that it is immoral in working class standards, and since the working class is society, value is universally immoral. The practice of capital whose private property excludes the masses from their means of production and products, violates the a priori equation for sane reproduction. The effort or the product of labor must identify with the well-being of labor. To reinterpret Lukács, there is nothing ethical or beautiful about value or capital. If we were to invent the category ugly in aesthetics, it would be renamed value. Waste, with militarism holding center stage therein, is a system whose associated auto-degenerative consumption has taken hold of the social imagination. Formulaically, the rule of capital, through a combination of wage system and imperialist intercessions, reduces the cost of the reproduction of labor by wasting millions of laborers from an already large stock of excessive labor. One ought to reassert that there are certainly not too many people loafing about being useless in the social sense as discoursed by the mainstream. Capital fabricates its own private criteria for efficiency, scarcity, and excesses. The waste relation or the living becoming dying labor becomes the nexus that overcomes the obstacles to wealth-making confronting the cross-national bourgeoisie. Manifestly, the history of wealth-making is the value contradiction resolved in the phenomenon of waste. A hierarchically structured society whose upper echelons consume a significant part of global labor is autophagic in the way Japp puts it, albeit with a twist: the powerful organized in imperialist nations consume the powerless. The imperialism as such is mistheorized in much of waste and the necropolitical stance. Apropos necropolitics, Tyner argues, we are presently witness to a new political economy of premature death, an emergent necrocapitalism in which the valuation and vulnerability of life itself is centered on two overlapping criteria: productivity and responsibility. Capital values those bodies deemed both productive. 277. And responsible, with responsibility conceived of as the ability to participate fully as producers and consumers in the capitalist system while, simultaneously, not incurring a net loss to the system. Necrocapitalism is thus marked by a distorted morality in which mortality constitutes individual failure. Increasingly, those who are subjected to both direct and structural violence are judged by society to be responsible for their own suffering and demise, a perverted variant of blaming the victim. By extension, there is a corresponding indifference to the death of the other, a detachment from and disinterest in those persons who are perceived as misfitting into society and seemingly lacking the wherewithal to survive. Aside from the fact that premature deaths are not emergent, and they are inborn with capital since its birth, such argument is inconsistent with the motion of value. To revert to basics, capital is not an individual with morals and responsibility. It is an impersonal process of reproduction and, as an objective process, it exists outside consciousness but molds consciousness. Whereas capital is the totality of social relations given by history, in such necrocapitalism, history is theorized as an individualist philosophy. The notion that some capitalists are responsible, and others are not, which is key to philosophical individualism, is misplaced agency. Responsibility is in the purview of political forms and institutions, not individuals. Individuals may experience the interpellation that evokes in them certain affinities, however, individual capitalists are carriers of capital. Be they responsible or barbaric is of no concern to the real but logical relations that are innate to capital. Capital concerns itself with its rule vis-a-vis the growing mass of negating workers, so that it can extract surplus value. By way of observation, amoral capital is the growing immiseration whose institutions, as opposed to individuals, promote more immiserating values. Indeed, capital itself is the historical surplus value. As capital pursues profits, it also grows correlatedly with the historical surplus value. Impersonal capital is a process of class struggle. Unlike feudalism, it is intrinsically sociopathic and necropathic. Although people live longer under capitalism, the comparison with feudalism is unwarranted on account of dynamics. Anyhow, in relation to the socially achievable life expectancy, people live way shorter now than under a feudalism whose death rates are caused by more natural than social reasons. The case may be that in capital's search for social control, deaths are simply consequences of capital and not a systemic product of it. Though such is not the case, as consequences of capital they also become forms of capital that regenerate capital. As argued in Chapter 1, dead laborers become the constant capital of the North and its dead labor. Dead labor. 278. The social effort objectified in the private means of production is mediated by the death of Southern labor. Dead bodies are products and forms of capital produced by living labor involved in the act of self-consumption. The dominion of dead labor over living labor is not so by the absolutism of bio or necropolitics, which obviates the concept of class struggle. The ratio of dead to living labor is recreated as a resultant of the class struggle. True, a laborer engrossed in capital's wage system may suck the life out of himself and others as machines do, but vampirism a la Marx only happens because the working class has been beaten into submission by a nexus of capital ideology and weaponry. Instead of focusing on capital as a necessary class relation of waste reproduced by imperialism, Tyner calls attention to humanity's shared mortality. Surplus value in this discourse is latched to the psychological fear of death. Like Karl Jasper's fear of death which organizes lives, Tyner also says because awareness of death, of our finite existence as mortal beings, significantly shapes our social organization and how we ensure the production of life itself. Such false agency displaces capital and imperialism as subjects of history. People in white nations do not organize their lives by their fear of death, for the death they inflict upon the South is the source of their surplus value. The issue remains that morality and the freedom to act are class positions given historically. Marx's free development of each is a condition for the free development of all is not a static rule. It is in a state of flux that rises when the class of workers suppress capital. Alternatively, labor as a form of capital in the main remains a conduit of capital. Capital is incapable of fully decimating the potential of labor. Thence, in a dialectic of labor and capital, or by the relationships that reproduce capital, capital may be reversed by overturning the balance of power within the class struggle. Although teleologically capital is said to fail because it ejects workers as the organic composition of capital rises, the auto-consumption of workers will meanwhile rejuvenate capital. The waste acquiring a moneyed form of value or, as it spins into forms of financialized capital, tilts the class balance in capital's favor. It cements the organic ties between a Western working class reaping dividends of imperialism with its bourgeoisie. It does so by the duality of a north-south divide that shadows the capital-labor contradiction and becomes capital's resilience refounded by militarism. Likewise, Marx devoid of imperialism becomes the theoretical compromise by which the consumption of living laborers rendered prematurely dead in the South by the living laborers of the North proceeds indefinitely. Labor is wasted as it dies prematurely, and as its potential as subject is wasted. The value that wasted labor assumes in a money form this or that amount, or whatever magnitude, because capital imputes in its measures of 279. Value the lost potential and the constructed disusefulness of labor. In other words, the less the potential of labor, the less its clout, or the furthest the emancipation of labor becomes, the cheaper labor becomes. Capital captures value by destroying the actual and potential of labor by prefiguring the grounds of the class struggle to its demands. Capital may waste the concreteness of labor, but what it aims at is to waste the potential of labor, which is ultimately labor's contribution to emancipation, and which is labor realizing itself as historical subject. Waste is both the dead body and the death of potential, which is the socially necessary labor time undeployed in contributions that unshackle labor, what the working class keeps for itself. While the crushing of labor is the value-making activity, waste as value also becomes the theft of usefulness by fabricating as useful that which is not useful. Although capital reifies people, and people as things imply that wasted labor is merely the dead bodies of labor, The twist remains that Marx did not treat humans as things or animals that just eat and die. Wasted potential arises because man for Marx is a social being that relies on a network of social relations of production. People are concrete beings but completely dependent on the social abstract. Capital becomes the social abstract under capitalism, to which the process of how man lives or dies is only relevant in its contribution to surplus value. The only reality is that under that social abstract of capital man cannot live normally to reproduce sane life. A working class that personifies capital is labor without potential. An example of such is when the aristocratic working classes watch their drones consume the flesh of others far afield, which is parenthetically a value-making activity proper, and a realization of the flesh of the victims. However, by the ethic to protect our American way of life or by the Nozick train trolley benchmark, the death of innocent people abroad is justified. The trolley test, which is about saving more lives by sacrificing fewer lives, translates into how to minimize the other's loss of life abroad while keeping the U.S. safe. The historically decontextualist trolley setting is presented as a Boolean choice between others' lives and European us lives. This particular either-or mode of thought, inculcated as the optic with which the masses value social activities, is drilled by rote learning methods. However, it is never innocent. It is the logic that surfaces to corroborate class cannibalism. It basically reflects a class position that says mass murder is justified in a world of scarcity, otherwise my people perish. From a decaying social system perspective, as Parenti had put it, the empire feeds off the republic, and it is the republic, which is in decline, and like any parasite, it overfeeds on its host. Moreover, it so happens that as capital commodifies social nature, it runs into people it must eliminate. The natives. 280. Are on land whose resources are vital. The agencies of capital carry out the depopulation in the most ethical way, by eliminating reasonable numbers. As ludicrous as this may seem, the entwined trolley and lifeboat moralities are received theories of just war. Capital's ethic is class utilitarian and power relations contingent. The exclusion of history, or that alternatives develop in real time and do not appear as multiple choice exams, is the putative white class position. The intrinsic drive of capital, its accumulation by more waste, coincides with the white class position. Western standards of living fluctuate in proportion to human and other resource utilization in waste production. The loot arising from imperialist wars and the payoff of the central welfare state to its labor in wage premia are connected. The wages of central classes vary in relation to imperialist dividends. Any moral component holding wages at subsistence is moribund. 2. As a matter of principle, divided labor, especially the North-South divide, is the cause behind the sinking of labor's global share of income adjusted for the waste. The dividedness of labor is the nub of capital's labor process. It is what capital prioritizes, such that although the northern wage share may rise, overall, the global wage bill must decline, relative to the accumulated wealth and with waste imputed therein. As argued in the previous chapter, the notion that the South begins to matter in terms of value only when it is superexploited with hand-me-down northern machines, reduces value to its material substance, or the Ricardian concrete labor. The value relation, which is a subject/object relation objectified in a commodity presumed in a money form of value, whose value proper is the socially necessary labor time, does not unbiasedly lend itself to measurement. The commodity as an object represents a moment within the totality of social production whose measure depends on the resultant of the class struggle. The fetish of the money form of value camouflages value. It underprices the labor power engaged in waste. Specifically, it undervalorizes the wasted humans. The masses of the South, whose labor of the trenches counts for so little in US dollars in their home countries, are the bearers of the value whose dollar image in profits in the imperialist country is significant. The example of the $1 million missile that targets a puny hut in the Sahara may suffice. In addressing a similar issue, Niebil mentioned that designing a system of accounts in still time to capture value in terms of dollar prices poorly describes what is rarely analyzed. In the totality of social production, labor in its productive and unproductive sides, the living and dead labor, including no less the waste labor, are subsumed by capital. To illustrate the subsumption, one may point out that as free labor becomes a form of capital, value outlays on labor are dubbed variable capital, not variable labor. The wording is relevant. Equally, the relations of production in their totality constitute the social class relations, which in their turn constitute society. Although totality for Lukács meant interdependent social relations, earlier and not so differently for Marx, a totality was a whole composed of various aspects, differing limbs of an organic system, a structure in which all relations coexist simultaneously and support one another. The same applies to Lenin's concept of totality with the pre-envisaged extension to the colonies. It is the interconnected whole, the production relations of the globe, in which there are no obstacles separating the civilized slaves of imperialism from the uncivilized slaves. Ho Chi Minh also notes that for Lenin the victory of the national liberation movement is a precondition for emancipation. My emphasis in the italic highlights Lenin's break with the retrograde tradition of restricting the concept of totality to the European space. More to the point, it is not the act of revolutionizing of machines or the productive forces that foreruns socialism, it is revolutionary class consciousness. The material basis for forms of autonomous or revolutionary working class organizations are not imminently dependent on technological advance. The attainment of a certain level of development in the productive forces upon a certain territory does not necessarily translate into anti-systemic revolutions. Judged by their participation in imperialist wars, the Western working classes are more pro-systemic. Space for capital is wherever it extends by conjoined militarism and finance. The lowest developed ranks of the developing world with lesser rates of industrial workforces are not less or more capitalist than northern welfare states. They are not bad capitalists for reasons innate to them, while the North is a good capitalist. In the totality of social relations, the capitalism of the North defines the capitalism of the South by the power it exercises over it. If only on account of production relations unconforming. 282. To the imperialist commandeered development of the productive forces, the class contradictions of the South are more acute. Faced with the task of seizing power in a less developed Russia, Lenin experienced firsthand with Koskai's war credits how advanced technology, or a more industrial workforce are not precursors for revolution. He recognized that the sources of revolutionary consciousness spring more from the cultural development sown by the revolutionary left, the cohesiveness of a working class forcibly socialized, and its metamorphosis into a proletariat or a class with anti-systemic organization and consciousness, rather than the high numbers of industrial workers. At any rate, revolutionary readiness of the less developed formations arises on account of their sharp class contradictions enclosed within a resource-robbed state incapable of brokering class differences, hence, the more pronounced crisis of rule. Although Marx posited that as capitalism expands to engulf the world market, the revolution on the continent will be socialist and it may be crushed because on a much larger terrain the development of bourgeois society is still in its ascendancy, which implies that the capitalists of the colonies will save capitalism. However, after the defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871, he had turned his attention to the revolutionary potential of less developed formations, especially Russia. Apropos, as early as 1858, as well Engels could already spot the English working class succumb to the bribery of imperialist plunder, the fact that the English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, so that the ultimate aim of this most bourgeois of all nations would appear to be the possession, alongside the bourgeoisie, of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat. By 1882, Engels had a firm view on the issue. Oh, you ask me what the English workers think about colonial policy. Well, exactly the same as they think about politics in general, the same as the bourgeois think. There is no workers' party here, you see, there are only conservatives and liberal radicals, and the workers gaily share the feast of England's monopoly of the world market and the colonies. Insofar as revolutionary potential is concerned, Analyzing in the West or analyzing away the East by a level of development in the productive forces matching a level of revolutionary consciousness is perfect correlatedness. As such, progress in history solely becomes the mandate of the West, since social agency reduces to an advanced machine with a positively correlated advanced consciousness. However, in the North, where tech machines are more developed, these have conjointly developed with a bourgeois consciousness and served as weapons against the masses. Still, the division of capital by level of development in the productive forces grounds the social division of labor. 283. The more the division of labor develops, and accumulation grows, the further fragmentation develops. Labor itself can only exist on the premise of this fragmentation. Marx proposes that the task of the proletariat is to abolish the state and to abolish itself. Regarding the difficulty of bridging labor's differences, Emmanuel finds that capitals voids the opportunity for global working class alliance by sensing the crisis and bribing sections off the aristocratic working classes against much of the developing South. Theoretically, the proletariat as maker of historical ruptures cannot be fixed in time or a set of rules to which reality must comply. It cannot be conceptualized only as a form of the many forms of capital, which cloaks capital. The reification of Marxian concepts like class struggle, or dialectics, etc., not only derevolutionises Marx, it reduces the study of Marxism itself into a form of capital. One such example comes from Bordoni, for whom proletarians are strictly industrial workers. However, as the ratio of industrial workers falls, which it does by the law of the rising organic composition of capital, the proletariat defined as such dwindles in numbers. Accordingly, the proletariat fades away as fewer and fewer workers fail to fit into the club of industrial workers. This false construction of the concept proletariat as a guild with conditions of entry turns it into a subset of capital and leads to the vanishing of revolutionary class altogether. Typically, Bordoni arrives at the conclusion that massification, increased products, and consumerism abolished classes. However, the distinction between working class and proletariat is whether it is a form of capital, the subsumed labor in fighting to reproduce capital, or the solidarity of labor anathema to capital, respectively. The class for Marx is ontologically defined as the relation social organization and reproduction, or the state of being of labor. Marxism's class is not to count the industrial workers. It is to gauge how the working class internalizes revolutionary consciousness and actualizes its symbols and forms into labor organizations and a corresponding material force. Its task is not to assess how comparatively productive the American worker is in terms of dollars that the US emits as global currency. Dollar productivity is misleading. The ILO falsely ascribes high productivity to Kadri labor because of its high GDP per capita arsing upon gas rents. Kadri citizens do not operate high-tech machinery. However, in terms of actual sacrifice in production, the slave-like migrants of Qatar who perish early reproduce a Qatari citizen class whose longevity matches the white classes of the North. Productivity is another name for class rent. Not only Marx, even neoclassical economics, the vulgar science, knew that capital's market powers level the terrain upon which prices and their sums proxying productivity are. 284. Devised. Prices of northern commodities are imperialist power symbols worth more relative to other commodities produced in the South. The task is then to test the revolutionary pulse of the South, which reproduces under severe crises and by remnants of its anachronistic forms of solidarity that may be invoked to oppose imperialism. Such proletarian with peasants donning the garb of their ancestors is more revolutionary than Scandinavian working classes flying fighter jets to bomb Libya. The partition of labor by dollar productiveness fitted upon skill differences, while the state brokers a lower share of wages from a social product, is a function of capital. The more labor lives by the falsehood turned real, the more it transforms capital from fiction into a real force. One such contrivance is the productivity-wage nexus, or wages follow productivity. That northern workers deserve more in wages in relation to their dollar-denominated productivity, misses the point that the wealth upon which productivity springs is the imperialist rent. These rents also exclude the South from cultural development, culture being the store of knowledge. Typically, the share of the living wage rises or falls by labor's solidarity, or especially, support for armed struggle against imperialism. To hypothesis that northern wages grow by better machinery or gas rents agrees more with National Socialism than Communist Internationalism. 13. Class and space. In the debate with Smith, Harvey presumes that violence is an accessory to accumulation. He says, neither of us deny that value produced in one place ends up being appropriated somewhere else, and there is a degree of viciousness in all of this that is appalling. My emphasis. Viciousness is not an incidental brawl in a schoolyard. It certainly is not an accessory to the capital system or a sideshow. It is the system actualized. In addition to militarism being a subdomain of waste accumulation, I call attention to this additional issue regarding its class nature and space. It may be worthwhile to expand upon the propositions of Chapter 1 in light of the preceding point. The expropriators of the surplus are not atomistic individuals residing upon spaces detached from history, structures, and/or social forms of organization or states. They are the financial class. The planet, that is the spatial dimension, is expendable and subjected to class power relationships. Leaner and meaner capital disposes of industrial plants and other fixed capital assets in relation to future gains. More important, manifestations upon space such as real estate or industrial building structures are instruments. 285. As well as forms capital. The real but abstract social relation, which is capital, may dump these physical structures as it jostles for more power. Relatedly, violence is capital's state of becoming. Fanon's violence is man recreating himself, is sound had he equated violence to capital. Ripping away the social product from social labor is value's inner logic and outer manifestation in waste. The value relationship, the war between use value and exchange value at the heart of the commodity, externalizes in violence. Imperialism accelerates the expansion of value through increased wars, the purest forms of waste. A sociological understanding of capitalist violence implies a comprehension of the class motives realized in waste and its monetized forms. Aside from anti-systemic struggles, what is given in phenomenon is a logical and material form that capital foists upon social processes. The sociological nature of imperialism is about the class content of international relations subtended by the undercurrents of the Agilka. This internationally manifest law is nearly forgotten in the Western Marxist corpus. What is peculiarly lost is not the obvious circumstance that at one end there is wealth while on the other there is poverty. Even The Economist magazine reports some of these income inequalities but avoids the exploiting class and exploitation as a waste activity behind the inequality. What is overlooked is the dynamic of the absolute law of surplus value, which stems from the weight of capital in the class struggle. Since imperialist wealth is shared with its cannibalistic central classes, central regime security of Western states associates with more civil liberties. In the manner by which Locke justified slavery on the basis of tyranny in the colonies, which threatens the center, these European rights and colonial wealth expanding civil liberties, byproducts of the historical surplus value, must reciprocally impede the liberty of the South. Northern wealth-generated liberties impose the slavery that produces the wealth. Locke is not alone in this. His point was if the colonial subjects reside in tyranny, then the West has the right to enslave them is similar to Hegel's position that slavery civilizes Africa. For example, while the U.S. embassies raise the pride flag, their purpose is not to advance gender rights, quite the contrary, it is to splinter labor. 3. The rights bundle is one indivisible whole. One cannot be for gender equality while bombing the South and oppressing African Americans. Regarding how the U.S. treats its minorities, Mao remarked that the practice of U.S. imperialism abroad is a reflection of its repressive domestic policy at home. The flag flown by the enemy of the masses associates the identity of the group whose flag is loved by the U.S. as an enemy of the masses. In the absence of anti-systemic alternatives, society may fabricate the worst gender-suppressive measures based on a fictional past to counter imperialism. Muslim girls do not attend schools under Taliban because there was no schooling of girls under the Caliph. In medieval Islam, the masses altogether were not schooled, aside from the fact that discrimination against women is a Western hallmark. Circularly, the increasing repression and cultural stigmatization of the South serves as an alibi for sanctions, austerity or bombardment by the much superior firepower of the North. Lenin remarked regarding Western democracy, "It does not abolish class oppression. It only makes the class struggle more direct." The fuller the freedom of divorce, the clearer will women see that the source of their domestic slavery is capitalism, not lack of rights. Although Lenin recognized that the semblance of rights will make clearer farcical civil liberties, he could not foresee the extent to which Western Marxism has come to adopt this piece-by-piece approach to rights. Thence, the Agulka is not only about the obvious or that there is more wealth here and the poverty there, it is about the political and cultural dynamic of the class struggle, which sways accumulation into violence and waste. In a holistic social production system, the Agulka is the ascent of the laws of capital from their particular or concrete state into their more general or abstract state. The particular laws are interdependent, and the efficiency of their mediatory role is contingent upon the resultant of the class struggle. They coalesce into the Agulka actualized as general austerity or warlike conditions. The laws of capital remold the labor process, thin down, and regiment the working class, to produce commodities with the lowest share of necessary labor, the absolute law of surplus value at work. Under financialization, crises of overproduction and its accompanying underutilization of resources, the laws of capital pauperise at higher frequency to meet the higher turnover rate of finance. As such, they depopulate relative to the life expectancy determined by objective scientific progress. Overpopulation and overproduction are socially constructed realities. There are too many commodities destined to tight markets unable to buy the surplus inventory, which in turn imposes the underutilization of resources under steady population growth. Since the onset of globalization, the crisis became yet more structural. The rate of demand for labor actually involved in production, in contradistinction from labor hired for reasons of political stabilization, fell. With the advent of neoliberalism, capital ditched the more expensive central labor for labor from the South, a redistribution of rent between circles of capital while the white working class is a circle of capital, resulting from changing power balances. Meanwhile, the outstanding auto-consumption of labor by means of destruction. 287. Reasserted itself as the mainstay of capital. Neoliberalism's free trade and free capital flows opened the labor transfer channels from the South. This allowed some more costly final stages of production to be relocated to the South where capital can use and dispose of cheaper labor within shorter intervals. While the workers from the South engaged in sweatshop and war industries, sections of the Northern workers moved into communications, services, and finance, whose wages were further buttressed by the neoliberally catalyzed financial rents. However, the internationally cross-cutting white class is organically tied to capital because it self-reproduces via militarism. In other words, without the war wasting additional humans, the formal inconsistencies building up within the system would stall the progress of central economies. The current model of the social class divisions assumes three broad layers: the masses of poverty workers that eke a below subsistence living, the masses of proletarians engaged/consumed by militarism and its wars, and a lump of white workers and aristocratic tertiary sector workers disproportionately present in the North with tail ends in the South. Such model draws its resilience from the historically stacked victories of capital. It also gains momentum from the way capitalist crises of overproduction reinforce socially imposed underconsumption. In analogy, with the rising inflation in the US at the time of writing, the major concern remains for lower wage growth, which could help bring down prices and ultimately mean less sting for the average worker. The white class, a social being engrossed in the subjectivity of imperialism, will starve itself to sustain capital. Aside from the genocides of Mission Civilis Atris, Europe's aggression steadily stymie the industrialization of the South. With urbanization alongside, rural-urban migration and an underfunded rural sector, the fertility rates of the South stay high. The lag between deeply encoded high-fertility rural traditions and the pressures of modern living requiring smaller families means that reserve labor rises relative to spare capacity, leaving more labor as raw material for structural genocide and waste. The below population replacement level rates of fertility in longer-term urbanist society can either be construed as a subliminal revolt against austerity, namely in the South, or a mode of self-sterilization that obliges the fascist measures for resolving the unemployment question in the North. The past genocidal process of the natives and the ongoing structural genocidal process in the Third World logically, and only logically for now, forerun Western wealth. The approach that reduces complex historical time to before and after, or to the requirements of capital's time, presumes that past genocides were crimes that occurred in the distant past, with only a psychological aftertaste lingering today, before and after respectively. However, in the shadow of the same iron laws of capital, modern imperialism intensifies its assaults. Although direct colonialism may have ended. 288. The colonialism of its dominant ideology, or what it left behind in the comprador, their colonially configured national maps and constitutions, and a whole structure of education and social reproduction dictated by imperialism, these are more efficient at waste than immediate colonial presence. Their returns per unit of investment in value usurpation attendant upon waste are significant to capital. 14. Overproduction and space. Imperialist war, or the threat thereof, is a social-industrial process undergirded by cross-border class ties, causing damage away from the center boomerangs to the center in more imperialist rents. In discussing the contribution of wars to the rise of the U.S., Petra sees that most investments at home in the U.S. relate to imperialist war and war preparedness, resulting from the symbiosis between republic and empire mentioned above. In value extraction terms, empire holds sway over republic, and its principal role is to suppress third world development. Such is the capital-labor contradiction, or the first contradiction of capital transposed onto a north-south plane. Imperialism also rearranges the conditions for exploitation by interwarring between imperialists. This second moment is the intercapitalist rivalry, or the second contradiction of capital. Intercapitalist war is necessary but incomplete without the labor-capital war. With the 19th century drawing to a close, Engels was asked if he thought that there would be inter-imperialist war in Europe. He answered affirmatively and commented that with smokeless gunpowder the armies confronting each other in the future will be so immense as to make all previous wars mere child's play in comparison with the next war. Not long after, Lenin's hypothesis that war is the principal means of resolving capital's contradiction in the imperialist age sprung as an assertion of war's preeminent role in the international class struggle. The dominance of financial capital is a prerequisite for capitalism to qualify as monopoly finance imperialism. The threshold for imperialist aggression is contingent upon the rate of financial capital expansion, which accelerates the metabolic rate of social reproduction by pushing capital to transcend the national boundary and lay claim to the future of the South. Naturally, inter-imperialist rivalry flares up over the division of colonial territories. The excess imperial credit without collateral pressures capital to produce faster with cheaper inputs. Since the frequency of the turnover cycle under financialization picks up speed, it also compels capital to further commodify social nature and to 289. Rapidly offload the products of labor. Capital may turn to short-term gestating projects, but these are constrained by consumption or the demand side, which in turn impels capital to move into the waste domains. The industries of waste, foremost war, monetize and realize commodities, which are in waiting to be realized, such as nature and human lives. Insofar as demand is concerned, the only significant item that was bought and sold in wars was the life of man, for which demand continuously grew. Putnaik notes that a piddle abhors state intervention that could possibly stimulate aggregate demand, so that the crisis of overproduction relative to shrinking demand could be overcome because it wants neither taxes on the rich nor larger fiscal deficits. Militarism is, however, a self-fueling demand activity whose deficits cut down to size the working class. While war addresses the bottlenecks of higher production in shorter periods, militarisms funded by the state, the consumption of death, redresses the demand shortfall. Moreover, war, a subcomponent of militarism, which is in turn a subdomain of the broader waste domain of accumulation, restructures value relations by restructuring class power balances. It refashions a mass psychology prone to the consumption of waste, or a society that auto-consumes proportionally with its gradation of class. The poor expire earlier. Instead of social spending and public works, which may strengthen the autonomy of labor to become capital's nemesis, capital boosts demand in areas of waste where cannibalistic consumption becomes its mainstay. Financialization, particularly the spread of the dollar as the world reserve currency and savings medium, further welds together classes whose wealth is of varying national origins. It fuses together bourgeois relations in a hierarchically structured order with the US-led financial class sitting atop the pyramid. Connectedly, the US-induced laws of capital with their neoliberalism, hitch more third-world assets through the free and dollarized open capital accounts, rent for right to dollar use, or simply by the signage of the US fiat system as it issues the universal money form. Through money flows, currency speculation in emerging market, instigated wars, and other neoliberal medicines, the financial class carries the planet onto a higher waste production platform. The real production process, which includes waste, submits to the higher frequency of the financial cycle. The industrial cycle not only obeys the rule and time of financial capital, but industry also financializes itself. For instance, it delegates production to the back burner and prioritizes bond issuance and stock buyback. The money-making process of destroy security and sovereignty-lacking states will not spare the US-friendly comprador. Imperialists whose reason is the reason of the commodity, engage in fratricide and sacrifice weaker partners downstream for quick gain. It is not 290 enough for an obedient comprador to idle the national resources by following the neoliberal recipes, it must waste them. No matter the concessions a comprador makes to imperialism, the fragmentation of subservient states finalizes the waste process. In a globally integrated production process, everything is commodified and of value subject to capital's social time-determined turnover cycle. To put things differently, that is to state that capital is a totalizing relation that commodifies, and then to presume that the industry of war and destruction of countries in the South is not a value relation and it is just means to an end, morphs Marxism into utilitarian economics. Neoclassical subjective value theory proposes that the price that capital brokers for the alleged last process of commodity realization is proportionate to the value of the commodity. For the neoclassicals, the price may be tainted with market imperfections, but there is a price and a market for every contaminant such that the system reverts to equilibrium. The casuistry of mainstream economics aside, if through war and austerity people in the South are being reduced in numbers over a given time interval to make a commodity profitable in the North, their premature death counts not only as an intermediary to the value realized in the North, but also as a final stage predicated by the overproduction crisis of the North and as an end in itself. Death in the South is of use value to the white classes. When the death of Iraqi children was worth it to Madeleine Albright, or the death of Libyans that triggered Hillary Clinton's euphoria, and when Southern deaths are acquiesced to in the white continents, death becomes of use value. Death as a commodity replicates the steps of a value relation. It requires social labor to be produced, it has use value and it exchanges on the market for the universal equivalent money form. Yet despite the obvious, the noble savages of the South and their territories were for Western Marxists just things whose destruction is neither price nor value-wise significant. To be sure, what is historically or value significant differs from what appears significant in quantity or price. Big prices cannot formally translate into big values because the former symbol is not of the same category or the social activity of the latter. The former is an instantiation of the latter brokered by social powers. The quantification of value in prices is decided by the historical subject or by how the superstructure of capital lays the groundwork for production prices, which already embed within them the surplus robbed from workers. The contradiction between value and price remains the irreconcilable contradiction between the base and the superstructure. However, what is historically significant in value is how it re-establishes the preeminence of capital in future value relations. War as a value process is best at that. Its activity creates more death for consumption, while the moneyed form of the dead serves as a form of capital that re-establishes the dominion of the capital relation. 291. To reconceptualize, prices summed up in northern output are the quantitative form of value that the subject, dominant capital, has constructed to aggress the working class. Identity-wise, the money form of value is a form of capital, whose making falls under the hammer of capital to reproduce capital. The monopoly finance-governed business cycle exhibits a higher frequency and amplitude than an industrial cycle. Its peaks and troughs are booms and busts. Against the belief that the market functions in the best interest of society, the social reality of overproduction, whose flip side is the permanent underconsumption, characterizes the system. While recession in the center heralds social ills, the social and economic crises of the Third World constantly run deep. On its labor process side, monopoly finance capital underprices the value of labor power because it uses labor and dispenses with the lives of laborers in shorter periods. In comparison to chattel slavery, the modern wage slave in the Third World costs relatively less in social reproduction outlays than an African American plantation slave, always in relation to the changing nature of time and wealth. Contemporaneous war and austerity reduce the living wages over a person's lifetime to a negative income that crushes longevity. Workers are shortchanged with the historical purpose of causing their premature death. Save the genocide of the natives, at least by the sheer weight of big numbers, the potentially lost years of life of the modern wage slave are comparatively greater than those of chattel slaves because at that earlier time a longer life of the slave was preferable to a shorter life. Given the low life expectancy in relation to scientific progress in early capitalism, there are proportionately and absolutely more idle wage slaves wasted prematurely now than there ever were slaves to perish in the low productivity endeavors of the 16th/17th century. The escalation of imperialist aggression abroad and the acceleration of the rate at which finance underutilizes capacity reduced to waste human or other resources. The intensity of capital's crisis varies contrariwise to the rate of value usurpation. In other words, the rate of waste is the rate of exploitation, which supports the rate of profit. The value drain depends on the speed with which capital imperialistically aggresses, compresses work and lifetime in chronological time, to do much in a short time and drop, and converts the surplus labor of namely commercial exploitation into higher profits. Historically, the series of US-led wars and its many military bases abroad evince the case for constant imperialist aggression. Logically, there must be imperialist aggression because capital is self-expanding value, and thusly, expanding imperialism. A fortiori, imperialism is an attempt to impose an all-embracing world system of hegemony through the efficient use of the military-industrial complex, which manifests itself through the direct control of space, as a framework and a preliminary to depth penetration and subjugation. 292. My emphasis. Just as imperialism cannot be defined by its manifestation in super-exploitation and or the flows of capital, Abdel Malik also does not rest his definition of imperialism on space, but rather redefines space as means to an end. Unlike Harvey's reified spatial fixes as subjects rather than instantiations of subject social relations, Abdel Malik subordinates space to geopolitics. He says, the military-industrial complex which wields power of decision in the more advanced states brings to bear all the resources and potentialities of hegemonic imperialism in their maximal combination of scope, intensity, and durability through the political uses of space, i.e., geopolitics. Space, as well as fixed capital assets, are objects of the geopolitics of the financial class, the class relations, whose more salient personification is the military-industrial complex. Having in mind the relocation of the microchip industry to the US, the physicality, the space and the real assets, are of ephemeral nature vis-a-vis the strategic politics of capital or the activity of the rudimentary law of value. As imperialism expands subject to finance, it uses, depletes, and or scraps many of its fixed assets at rates commensurate with the requirements of its financial cycle. The relics of fixed physical capital in northern deindustrializing states demonstrate that capital's real assets are mere branch plant economies that could be ditched. Classification-wise, Harvey's concept of space belongs to some strand of pragmatism. For him, space and imperialism codefine each other, or imperialism collapses into space. The space, the thing itself transmuted into subject, relegates the real social subject, the imperialist class, to obscurity. At a broader level, lost in this picture of space and spatial fixes is capital, the capital-social relation, or the leading link in capitalist reproduction. The physicality represented in wealth erected upon some space, as well as the social classes to which it appertains, things as well as social classes, emerge as indifferentiable subjects of social reproduction. In this motley, classes are equivalent to things. However, the system's dynamics, or the social forces that induce transformation, cannot be things. Whereas auto-negation characterizes reality, in the logical identity of spatial wealth equal capital, cosmic matter self-differentiates but not society. The consequence of such is the socialism is impossible, let us make do with capitalism. When social science should be concerned with how society allocates its resources, such theorization questions impertinent issues. Theory, in one of its many guises, is about the immanence of its logic or about the unity of the rational and the historical forces responsible for transformations. True, capital creates wealth, and it is out there in the moneyed equivalent of buildings, wars, and pollution. Wealth is mirrored in moneyed wealth, the socially upheld convention symbolic of commodities. Money is precursor and accompanying stage of the commodity cycle. Buildings equivalent to a sum of money. 293. Must return a higher sum of money for the financial class. The financial indicators determine whether the buildings should or should not be leveled to the ground. To posit that imperialism exemplified in a spatial fix is only the spatial fix, without its twin other, the US dollar hegemony, is a statement similar in its scope to the ceteris paribus clause of neoclassical economics. That is, it chooses what to preclude from the analysis to show the capitalist world in a better light. It is also a statement that exceeds the pragmatic definition of truth, or that for an act in objective reality to be truth it cannot be either in excess or in deficiency, or that it has to auto-suffice. Although process is all there is, pragmatism chooses to search for truth in a non-existent pre-Socratic constancy. With this approach, the overdetermination in history, the interrelated and complex reasons behind any phenomenon are reduced to what is accessible by subjectively biased experience. The Europeans experience the buildings and the factories, however, they do not experience them in their electronic moneyed forms shoveled daily to their financial markets. The newly created facts, the additional buildings or colonial settlements, nullify the historical subject behind the facts. In this what you see is what you get theory, the hypothesis tested against the facts will be repetitively borne out by the facts. Experience time and again will reveal that there is objectively a spatial fix associated with imperialism because, no matter the experimentation, capital, or the totalizing social production relation creates wealth, including not to forget waste paraded as wealth. To properly conceptualize space in its physical, monetary, and social forms, and to theorize these forms in their historical ascendancy from concrete to abstract and as mutations of the genus capital, it is vital to weigh the power exercised by imperialism to strip the moneyed returns on these spatial fixes from the masses. Buildings or other spatial fixes will be or not be by the orders of their moneyed forms of value, the paramount fetishes of capital. Whether the moneyed wealth of the developing nation's masses ends up in the US or recirculates at home to enhance social benefits is the litmus test of the strength of the comprador in the national economy. Harvey's hegemony without imperialism is the building without the subject that transfers wealth from west to east. Even the Financial Times argues that with 7 of the 10 most valuable companies in the world and 14 of the top 20, headquartered in the US, and the US will be in the lead if it remains democratic, free, and open. Forgetting for a moment that it is speaking of a US where the life expectancy of Native Americans remain significantly lower than. For Financial Times, China is wrong to think the US faces inevitable decline, April 28, 2021. https://www.ft.com/8336169E-D188-4B8-308E5B143-308E5B52E35. 294. White Americans, it is clear that the dollar credit, underwritten by imperial reach, is centralized and concentrated in the U.S. For objects perceived by the senses to impart truth by their mere presence is more formal conceptualization than historical dialectical. Fixed asset wealth such as speed trains and skyscrapers are accumulating in the East, especially in China. However, the leading force vacuuming the dollar wealth of the world against its astronomical fiat debts is U.S. imperialism. Once the particular observation is referenced against the whole, then the concept of that particular observation changes because its subject is identified. It is no longer just as it is presented to the senses, it is now a product and form of the subject of history given in the dominant structure of us-led capital. As opposed to geographical space, class is a constituent of history, and in relation to other classes, it is history proper. The capital class channels capital flows by the impetus of the cross-border class ties headed by us-led capital. The activities of resource allocation and moneyed wealth flight to the US are elements of imperialism. In this regard, a conceptual edifice devoid of interrelatedness and contradiction such as Harvey's space, or that things do not develop from within in relation to their genus differentia contradiction and the pressure of their environment, disregards the agencies of capital. Without a whodunit subject, inanimate space exonerates Europe for 5 centuries of slaughter accumulated as the historical surplus value. It would then become possible to attribute the famines of China's Great Leap, which were incidentally more weather-related, not to the many Western aggressions incapacitating China beforehand, but to a fault inherent to socialism. It also becomes possible to selectively categorize from spaces as opposed to a history of relations. Harvey turns inter-Eastern class contradictions into a sorority of Asian nations. He lumps China with Japan and South Korea when measuring spatial fixes, whereas Japan, egged on by the US, itches for first strike capability against China. The imperialist process, or the many cross-cutting capital classes, with the US in the lead, which violently remolds the working classes into forms of modern slavery, is sacrificed for space. The reification of class does not preclude a reading of history to resituate a hypothesis with novel facts. In such an observation as you go approach, the historiography of development niches into in the physical things or the spatial observations added on instead of the laws of the historical process. The series of events reconstituting wealth by the determining moment, the pivotal relationship within the structure or us-led capital, are not subsumed to the dynamics of a process. As ideas take on a physical appearance, here spatial wealth, the figures they assume right off the intermediate process, the 295 relation that they are, or rather the law of their state of becoming in things. Things in abstract forms, which do not admit their opposites, but only the idea and its corresponding physical reference, would be the thinking flaw that led Aristotle not to question the obvious slavery of his time. To posit that slavery is natural in a democracy, or the slave cannot be a free man, nor could she be born as a free man, implies that the category slave does not admit its opposite attribute, the master who is free. Why, in the process of reshaping man as slave by slave owners, the slave appears to be recontributing to her enslavement by her own psychological metamorphosis submission, as if naturally acceding to her condition of slavery, is all that matters. Fast forward to capitalism and its wage slaves, Just like every form of capital that reproduces capital cannot be understood without reference to its content given finance-determined production relations, the commodified wage-slave or spaces must also not be understood without the dominant structure that remakes their existence. Since theory is inseparable from ideology, any level of abstraction regarding imperialism is adequate in the way it contributes to proletarian struggles. In the war of ideas, or symbols against symbols, the concentrated centralist capital of the US-led financial class droning Middle Eastern huts from Texas is the time-compressed spatial form of capital. This US-led class is heir to the European colonial class and its culture. To be exposed to the risk of early death by militarism and to self-devour by addiction to waste consumption are the landmarks of such culture. More important, the imperialist class subject that wields the weapon of the dominant ideology also reconstructs how reality is grasped and organized in thought. It circumscribes the popular imagination to its forms. Through the insemination of popular modes of comprehension with its metaphysical abstractions, or through the partitioned reality of pragmatism, the imperialist chokes the population into submission. So far, the instrumentalization of Western Marxism by capital carves the modes of perception and sows the seeds of anti-revolutionary consciousness. The empirics of imperialism are not much about high-rises or fast trains. They are about where to bomb next and how to control value transfer through financialization. The expropriated wealth via militarism and dollar channels are snapshots of imperialism in still time. To include the imperialist control mechanisms into the spectrum of observed phenomena, is to include the social cost reproduction of third world labor, the value proper, into the circuit of US-led capital. Sectional empirical representations are meaningless if not subordinated to their hierarchically structured levers of control. 296. 15. A portrait of control. The ideological currents of imperialism, tributaries of the historical surplus value, are its culture in relief reconstituting and reconstituted by its wealth. The credibility of the historically accumulated rents of the US-led financial class is backed up by the degree to which its ideological symbols are dominant. World consent to the dollar as the universal commodity is one such symbol, which is also the recognition that dollarized world assets ultimately belong to the US financial class. Denominating world wealth holdings in dollars is de facto US-led class ownership of world assets. By issuing credit to the world, the US also controls global monetary policy. So long as the US stays in the lead, its debts are its credits, or its debt is its wealth supported by its global control. Its interest rate is a proxy of the world interest rate. The US practically sets any developing country's interest rate in relation to its own, which in turn reveals the risk premium and the cost of credit in those countries. Broadly, the difference between the US and the developing country's interest rate is a measure of risk in less developed nations. The US long-term interest rate prefigures the discount rate of the future or the trade-off between investing consuming now or in the future. Its debt issued to finance its spending, or equivalently its wars and warring social capabilities, absorb the excessive expansion of the financial sector. Wars of strategic control, the damage created abroad to rework value in mitigation of lower profits, bestow the US Treasury bill its risk-free status and collateral lease additional debt. Circularly, US dollar credits applied to the private sector inflate the money stock and, through speculation, inflate the assets of the financial class. The steady flows of US credit add to the fictitious capital, or the unrepayable financial part of the economic surplus. These seek collateral in further US debts issued against the capture of the labor of society in the future, and or the more lives spent in imperialist wars. In the dollar-denominated debt of the vulnerable South, monetary and fiscal austerity with liberalist capital and trade accounts imposed by the IFIS drain value not so much on account of additional growth, but more so because value emerges by the emaciation of the lives and nature. Their austerity stunts growth, and what drives the salient growth rates ends up being rents on the liquidation of resources. Accordingly, the real industry of capital in the developing world becomes the waste of the masses. Of note here are the many students of the Chicago School heading developing countries' central banks, which outdo their masters in crippling their own national capacities. Aside from capital flight and the intermittent crises, which release national assets. 297. At fire sale prices, there are exchange price and barter terms of trade conditions that drain value. Obviously, low prices earned by the direct producers of the Third World must steadily fall below what is needed to sustain a decent subsistence. Not so obviously, the tendency for the low prices accrued by direct producers results from their poor showing in class power balances, as opposed to whether their products are or high value-added manufactured commodities or primary exports. The impact of IFI-engineered fiscal and monetary policies, which through wage depression ensures that the value outlays delivered to the peripheral working classes falls, is significant only when the raw power of the US disarms the developing nation. Being short-leashed with heavy external debt service obligations, the indebted developing countries forfeit their sovereignty in return for US-decided disbursements to maintain a steady exchange rate. Ostensibly, when national currency plummets, inflation undercuts the real wage by the rate of dependency on imports. Through its dollar signage and increasing Third World dollar indebtedness, US-led capital sets most exchange rates in relation to the dollar. In indebted and import-dependent countries, the manipulation of the exchange rate by IFI orchestrated delays in the disbursement of dollar funds needed to service the external debt leave the working class defenseless on the food security front. When and if devaluation strikes, inflation rises, which makes the US marionette exchange rate set the price of nearly all commodity prices in the developing economy. By controlling two macro prices, the exchange and interest rates, the US-led capital class can lower the price of others' assets and acquire much of their value with the paper dollars it prints, while threatening the masses with starvation. Although the dollar's status is faltering, it remains the international currency. Much of global trade is in the dollar, and much of wealth stores in the dollar. Over 2/3 of all world reserves are held in dollars. 5 in particular, the mostly sovereignist developing world holds the dollar as the medium of value transfer and saving. The dollar doubles for their national currencies. The less autonomous they are, the more the dollar dominates. The safer dollar lures the developing nation bourgeois to liquidate national wealth and store it in dollarized financial instruments. More so, with the national state serving the comprador, the central banks carry more dollar debts as they provision dollar credit to the local financial class in order to speculate on assets listed in national equity markets, only to shift their tax-supported dollar gains abroad. Tangentially, the US ease of turning paper debts into liquidity and treasury bill transferability as collateral have not arisen on account of the ingenuity or creativity of US financiers. Just as the speed of non-value creating exchange reduces the costs of circulation of production by driving capital beyond the spatial barrier, so does the speed of non-value creating finance. The developments in financial instruments and derivatives are the functional response to speedier frequencies of exchange and finance. The returns to capital from the astronomical size of derivative/risk bets and reinsurance markets momentarily sedated, however, the answer to the crisis of mounting money without counter-value remains militarism. It is the US military bases and the wars abroad that ensure future collateral and/or create more instability in peripheral nations. To re-summarize, the US-led class strength manifests in its indebtedness, which is also its wealth. Undoing the status of the dollar as world reserve currency is first undoing the power of US imperialism, its militarism, and corresponding ideological apparatuses. It is undoing the consensus that the US is powerful. When consent fractures, resisting formations will fully confront the strength of the US Treasury as the entrusted paper of world debt. Although the expanding US debt, as credit afforded to global financial institutions, is also means to expand economic activity, still given the fictitious debt's quadollar money supply excessive size, it is also means to expand bubbles and induce militarism. The inordinate expansion of money is under the purview of the financial rentier, which through the pressures it puts on an overproduction-ridden cycle to proportionate financial expansion, shifts productive efforts to waste. Naturally, the persistent assaults of imperialism provoke working class resistance. Some struggles undermine capital and some, like the for itself identity struggles imposed by the imperialists, buoy capital by reinforcing sectarian politics. The prognosis is such that imperialist expansion in the ex-colonies faces off against few national liberation movements that place liberation ahead of nationalism, or that do not espouse the forms of self-defeating capital-enshrined identity politics. After all, it is capital through the colonially engineered state, which saddles society with its sectarian identity. Few national liberation movements conduct their politics with the strategic objective of internationalism mediating national politics. However, in terms of class struggle trajectories, or the confrontation that collides with an anti-systemic historical trajectory, the rise of China is proving. 299. To be a rising tide that will lift all boats. Although the idiom associates with sharing in common prosperity, its other meaning is the potential resurgence of revolutionary consciousness. A rising China is an alternative power upon which developing nations may lean onto to face US-led imperialism. Chapter 5. US-led capital is the only imperialism. Imperialism generalizes commercial exploitation to nations. Just as a slave is not paid for her labor, a nation is not paid for its human and natural resources. Imperialism carries exploitation to extreme ends by the industry of war. War-making, the mainstay of imperialism, dissolves, engages/disengages, or allocates resources under permanent conditions of overproduction. Imperialism is both a symptom of capital and capital's state of becoming as it auto-negates to obey its own laws of development, or ultimately to come undone. It is capital's evolution into a higher, more condensed stage that mitigates as well as deepen crises. In other words, imperialism is a mutation of capital as the law of value presses down on labor by the practice of war to resolve the contradiction between the relations and forces of production of capital. Although wars existed in all class societies, their underlying reasons change depending on the material circumstances of social reproduction. In the monopoly finance age, imperialist bellicosity counteracts overproduction by forcing people to consume waste, be consumed by waste, and by the intensification of waste production. This chapter re-theorizes imperialism and the case that US-led imperialism remains the only imperialism pillaging the globe. 1. Re-theorizing imperialism. Capital is a social relationship for which the politics of cementing its class rule is a matter of primacy. It is neither the development in the productive forces nor the number of unemployed that define whether this or that country is a better modern capitalist or antiquated undemocratic capitalist. US European-centered capitalism is the universal condition, the class that subs the resultant of all classes to make history. Beneath the sparkle of its stock of material and spiritual attainment, its Western civilization, with so many irreversibly lost humans and natural species to its credit, had surfaced as waste. Relative to what the development of the productive forces could have improved versus what it has accomplished, this is the darkest period in history. By the dominant stance, the Third World is responsible for its plight on account of its essentialist barbarity. Moreover, for much of Western scholarship, the developing world enters the value chain represented by its puny contribution in money to global GDP. Its income, capital flows, and/or trade volumes are 306. Insignificant vis-a-vis Western income and, automatically, its value contribution becomes insignificant. Put bluntly, because value is transfigured against its moneyed form realized in Western consumption, the equivalent of imperialist value transfer from the Third World in dollars appears low relative to the value produced in the West. This literally means that the Western working class produces its own income and does not depend on imperialist rents, or, implicatively, it has not developed into a systemic partner of capital. However, the development of the productive forces, of which labor is subject and technology is one component, does not account for the reasons of higher levels of income in the center. Better productive forces are in unity with wealth and presuppose more wealth, but not variations in the distribution of income over time that pile up as wealth. The flows of income co-align with class power balances, or encounter obstacles that resolve in constant aggression to incapacitate the developing world. Fanon's point that wealth is not the fruit of labor but the result of organized, protected robbery is a shortcut to the gist of imperialist power through the suppression and exploitation of developing social formations, which creates wealth. To repostulate, the political stabilization payoff to the northern working classes is not merely hush money, it is a rent component derived from the northern working class partnering with imperialism in commercial exploitation. This fragmentation of labor is what Meszaros labels the most acute of Marx's theoretical difficulties. To acknowledge the division of various groups of workers, inevitably asserted in the form of conflicting claims, is to undermine the transitional political form, or the international proletariat represented in global political forms and unionism. He also notes two distinctive features of the social division of labor. First, the advanced capitalist countries are the beneficiaries of the global capitalist division of labor against the differentially more exploited labor of the Third World. Secondly, divided and fragmented labor is at the mercy not only of the ruling class and its state, but also of the objective requirements of the prevailing social division of labor, or the problem that sections of labor share more with capital than they share with other labor. He says, labor happens to share with its adversary within the compass of the materially and institutionally enforced social metabolism. To address a possibly vexing question, the formation of revolutionary internationalism, Meszaros proposes that the conscious management of what capital unconsciously brought into being in the first place by the development of capitalism itself can realistically appeal to the increasing importance of a totalizing social consciousness only by calling at the same time for the necessary material conditions, aimed at transcending the given fragmentation of labor, through which the development of this consciousness first becomes possible. To elucidate Mezaros's not so satisfactory answer, capital's anarchy and blindness to the dire social consequences of its actions, will eventually provoke the masses to reorganize and face its wrath. However, although the working class is universal, the proletariat or the working class imbued with anti-imperialism is not a universal class. The wages of the North rooted in imperialist rents and their attendant modes of consciousness differ from the wages of anti-imperialist masses. Moreover, aside from the unconscious racism of liberalism, whose structural genocide, the premature death, has proven more deadly than the conscious racism of fascism, Mezaros's accentuation of the center as holding potential for revolutionary transformation is misplaced. He also allots less than deserved attention to the leading role of anti-imperialist forms of organization and armed struggle in the developing world. Not long after, in 1995, Meszaros suggests that the system maintains cohesion by means of antagonistic second-order mediations, such as the nuclear family, alienated labor, civil society, and the state, generating various vicious circles. 1. He leaves out the point that national liberation struggles are ongoing despite the departure of the colonists because the comprador classes left behind, which identify with imperialism, continue to govern. In response, the ongoing national liberation struggles potentially realign the fragmented consciousness of labor since they undermine the imperialist class, the central financial class and its tail ends in the periphery appear cohesive in their attendant ideological forms. By dialectical inversion, to weaken capital weakens the fragmenting identities from which it draws its strength, thence, the horizon for the realization of the potentiality of internationalism draws nearer. The primary contradiction of capital is between North and South, or sublaterally the forms of political representation of capital and labor. Although secondary, the second-order mediations are designates of capitalism as a historical stage, or an epoch of waste potentiated by a Western Marxism that disembowels consciousness and relegates the primary contradiction to secondary position. Disparate global wages justified by neoclassical marginal conditions and the Western Marxist criterion of productive and unproductive labor are the pretense that additionally promotes the waste of the developing world. Often, one-sided abstractions of productive and unproductive labor unmediated from their initial state of concrete labor into the more universal category. Living/social labor also rationalize global wealth differences. Unequal wage structures based upon constructed skill and productivity differences, or undeveloped less than holistic concepts of labor, are forms of interworking class divisions. The argument that sectarian struggles by northern unions for higher wages, in due course, leads to an internationalist solidarity flies in the face of the facts. To date, the Western working classes unanimously put forth either the openly or the liberally imperialist positions. Western welfare reforms countered revolution. Such segmentation of labor is the pillar of capital. The point prioritizing reform in the center heralds revolution only when anti-systemic opposition hinders imperialism's aggression by aggressing its strongest link, or the bourgeois democracy, which transmutes northern labor into systemic capital. Historically, the Western Marxist adjoining point on low South value transfers to the North may be that those who do not possess the better machines are an unreadied proletariat. Insofar as the realization of revolutionary potential co-aligning with the development of the productive forces as a condition for transition to communism, Losurdo sardonically comments that by such definition, it would require that the productive capacities of communism be advanced so wonderfully that the problems and conflicts that are ordinarily connected to the measurement and regulation of the labor necessary for the production of social wealth and the distribution of this wealth would have disappeared. Nothing of the sort could happen overnight. Under such utopian conditionality, labor, the state, and value theory would have altogether disappeared, and when such ideal is contrasted with the problems of real existing socialism, efforts of land reform and alleviation of poverty are delegitimized because they fall short of the imagined communist future. Logically, the masses of the developing world are to curtail their struggles and capture of power, all the while waiting for central bourgeois democratic reform with better machines to bear fruit. When the failures of 20th century democratic reform leading revolution in the center are highlighted, Western Marxism retreats into the position that imperialism bears progress. Other Western Marxist derogatory labels of revolutions in the South include impure socialism, working class immaturity, imperialism got thinned down into some multitude such that revolution must be a priori global, or, lastly, the positivist positions that there cannot be a transition to socialism. While being the pedestal and predicate of wealth, the billions of the unsovereign masses in the Third World sees little of the moneyed form of value. As argued in the previous chapter, the lopsided class power structure is the historical agency of capital. However, with capital reasserting itself by the transference between the power of its guns and ideology, the prices 309 paid by capital to the direct producers of the South are the reverse image of their value contributions. Yet, the fruits of exploitation in moneyed form, or the unequal exchange between Southern wage labor and capital, emerge as exchange between equivalents. Little prices exchanged for lives appear equal by the machination of the law of value. Poverty, a byproduct of the law of value, leaves workers the choice between starving slowly, killing themselves speedily, or taking what they need where they find it. The act of socially induced self-destruction comes to a head under imperialism. The unequal power structure entails more than the symbolic and non-symbolic paraphernalia of power, it is also the internalist capital and capital-seated methods of reasoning that double for science. Imperialism immiserates and imposes cultural surrender upon the South. Most peculiarly, no matter how one approaches the subject of inequality, mainstream theory turns out to be ahistorical. The phenomenal waste read historically, what we all see before us in death and pollution, which is best put as the product of capital in charge of history, will delegitimate capital. The global commons have been desecrated, yet none researches history as history in the making, leave alone, as a phenomenon unfolding by the laws of capital. The ahistorical mainstream buries social class memory alongside the concept of class. In its war against labor, capital presumes people are more like things propelled by laws similar to those of physics, in contrast to social laws. Although the past whose laws of development still lay out the conditions to recreate the present and the future, peoples are best turned into things with only a capital selected recollection of their past. Such is ahistorical positivism. It is a philosophy that rationalizes the reign of the commodity. What is given to the senses or experience is there by its own inertia and is truth as predicate of itself. It imprints itself on the mind as it is. There is a divine order to the way things are organized since they tend to equilibrium, just as there was a divine celestial order in the Newtonian solar system, which discloses divinity. The world is an order assembled by deductive reason and discoverable with mathematics. The same critiques that were levied against Newton by Kant, or that his argument was predicate without subject, still applies to contemporary positivism. In other words, Kant's forgotten point that things do not relay themselves as they are and that people explain things in relation to a priori space and time, as inborn intuitions, still holds. Although interesting, the transcendental ontological notions of space and time, which color our views of reality, are insignificant when compared to class biases. Kant's subject is abstract being, whereas real being is historical social being grounded. 310. In its material class process. Thence, in much of received theory, the object before us has no social class or historical reason cum subject, it is either caused by concrete individualism or cause for itself, causa sui. Prima facie, these notions run counter to the dialectics of substance-subject. They are without social provenance. In relation to the above, to define capital as a social relation, or subject, and to presume that value is correlated to the higher price of the product of the better machine, the substance, is to limit the definition of value to substance without subject. It does not account for the vested interest of capital, or the fact that capital would like to erase labor as subject altogether to pay nothing in wages. It may be as well to recall that value is not to be abstracted as only the machine or the object on its own. The machine as a thing is an empirically given to the senses concept that accords with positivism, while the machine as some imperfect variation of the ideal form of the machine, is the metaphysical abstraction. In dialectics, however, the machine is the product of the relation of subject to object in their state of becoming. Similarly regarding the value associated with it. Value is both the commodity, object, and its subject, labor the relation class working for wages. When it assumes fetish status, value becomes the relation that governs the reproduction of society as itself expands. It is the historical relationship that reconstitutes wealth. In the socially necessary labor time consumed at every stage of the production process, there are, in addition to human effort, human lives serving as inputs. In such a social cycle, the consumption/realization of life is the final realization stage. War or the war dead are then better suited to close the loop in a turnover cycle whose span is the lifetime of the worker in production rather than the year-end sale of commodities fetching a certain price on a certain market. War as a social production event presupposes and leads social production. Wars visited upon the nations of the Third World are subject and predicates of value formation processes. It is not only they impart a decisive share of the global social product to the North, they are the preconditions without which surplus labor cannot be ripped away from the working classes. Contingently upon how the money form associates with the power of the subject, whether labor or capital, in the value relation, the shares of value accruing to various strata will get apportioned. At a rudimentary level, the structural genocides and other forms of imperialist aggression should not be discounted from production as power restructuring and value-making processes that refound the totality of social production. They engage labor as subject and object, or the laborer expends his labor power on war machinery to produce the decimated laborers. Value share assessment depends either on the power of the subject in the value relation or the way the money form is contorted to reflect value. More important, every novel commodity in its fetish state speaks for itself as a thing. 311. But conceals its own historical production process. Where to draw the line in the appraisal of value depends on the ideological stance defining the mode of abstraction and categorization, or on where to demarcate space, time and, ultimately, the power of capital's agencies over concept formation. Accordingly, Value appraisal is a class-biased act in which the money form of value departs from value by the ideological influence of the party judging value. Capital designs the accounting system to accord with its method of valuation, with the view that factor incomes, labor, or capital, receive what they deserve based on their respective efforts. Prior to that, capital also designs the power platforms upon which outputs are money valuated. It does not, however, mention that it had beaten the developing world into submission such that its moneyed output is reduced to a picayune dollar amount. It then shows by foregone conclusion that the low moneyed share of the third world correlates with its low machinery and low value-added activity. It does not show the sequence of wars that have vanquished the masses. Relatedly, it masks the genus of central wealth, which is its historical surplus value. Wealth is the product of permanent colonial and/or imperialist bellicosity, while the historical surplus value is the intellectual and manual labor of many generations, in addition to the relations of power, real as well as ideological/cultural, which compose the weight of history. Capital also effaces the organic unity of labor. It plays off one section of labor against another and may share more of its wealth with its partnered working class, always with the view of maintaining the supremacy of its relationship. For instance, as neoliberalism bites in Europe, capital rationalizes its outcome as a bout of madness in an otherwise pristine history. For instance, Bourdieu proceeds to correctly elaborate the strength of neoliberalism, however, in a text devoid of the word war or imperialism. Theory that is desocialized and dehistoricized at its roots has, today more than ever, the means of making itself true and empirically verifiable. In effect, neoliberal discourse is not just one discourse among many. Rather, it is a strong discourse, the way psychiatric discourse is in an asylum. It is so strong and so hard to combat only because it has on its side all of the forces of a world of relations of forces, a world that it contributes to making what it is. It does this most notably by orienting the economic choices of those who dominate economic relationships. It thus adds its own symbolic force to these relations of forces. Although Bourdieu highlights the obvious or how capital molds reality to its historical inclination, he fails to note how could neoliberalism, whose inane logic has more to do with fairy tales than reality, grips the reason of history. 312. And rises to the status of invincible dogma, all without the war against the Third World. He does not interrogate how could the neoliberal fantasy double for reality unless the threats of war and wars against the developing world are accounted for. While Europe was dizzy with success after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Muslim working classes abroad were Islamist into subhumans to be droned into defeat. The issue is not put that bourgeois democracy as an exercise of power is itself an intransigent form of capital. Neoliberalism ascends and squeezes the global wage share, including the rents to central working classes, as a result of central working classes integrating rather than collaborating with capital to demolish the peripheral masses, which invertedly reduces the central working classes' share from the imperialist loot. This is not an issue of false consciousness on the part of central working classes. They are not credulous in the least. However, transformed into a subsphere of capital, they take a cut in pay to reassert the power of capital, its law of value and how it asserts itself in waste production. Just like capital of which they are an integral part, capital's politics holds sway over its economic concerns. Moreover, the white working class can no longer negotiate a higher share of imperialist rents with its partnered circles of capital since less of their services as foot soldiers of empire are required against the already conquered Third World. All in all, social democracy's blindness to imperialism is not a gaffe, it is more the practical side of Western civilization whose approach to humanizing capital through constitutional welfarism reinforces fascism. It is argumentatively possible to debate that the northern working class is not a systemic partner of capital by the fact that it had not yet undertaken larger-scale genocide against the superfluous population of the South. However, leaving more or less of the masses alive is the sort of argument that socialist François Mitterrand could have signed off on the execution of more Algerians, but he did not. That capital can massacre more but it does not, has to do with the necessity of the distribution of social labor in definite proportions, which cannot possibly be done away with by a particular form of social production but can only change the mode of its appearance. What can change in historically different circumstances is only the form in which these laws assert themselves, and the form in which this proportional distribution of labor asserts itself. Then what follows in a state where the interconnection of social to abstract labor through exchange, the exchange of socially produced waste products, such as the number of dead Algerians, also occurs in definite quantities to reassert the rule of capital. Mitterrand just signed off on a sufficient numbers of executions to maintain colonial rule in Algeria. In addition to its more insidious assaults by its technocratic strata and Save the Children NGOs, the Western working class engages in the wars as means of 313. Social reproduction. Labor self-segments and integrates with its local capital through the institutionally self-enforcing social metabolism by which it reproduces. What Mazaros does not mention is the implications of the organicity integrating the Western working class into central capital are such that unless the balance of forces tilts against northern formations, just as it did against its Algerian and South African settler colonial formation, these structures cannot come undone. Hitherto, social democratic critique has served as an intelligence-gathering tool to re-embellish imperialist aggression rather than a revolutionary platform. While capital bridges its differences in the universal money form or dollar, it also self-divides as the law of value openly reasserts itself as the law of waste. In capital's hierarchical complex ordered in dominance, the expansion of waste forces the ruling classes to indulge in the literal consumption of lower-layer ruling classes farther afield. Since various tiers of capital hold cross-cutting as well as contradictory relationships, the rationale survival of the fittest resolves in the consumption of the weakest capital. Reproduction by waste means that leading capital will expand not only by partnering with but also by wasting weaker capitalists along with their social formations. Central capital wars against enfeebled developing formations and undermines their masses as well as their ruling classes. The anecdote that the US is the enemy you must have as a friend foots the bill. It does so even if these formations are imperialist friendly, since central reproduction requires more socially necessary labor or lives, including those of its partners, snuffed in production. Whereas capitalist production squanders human lives or living labor and not only blood and flesh, the transformation of waste into use value for the extended family of capitalist classes, steps up surplus value making from the industry of liquidating lives. Marx notes, it is only by dint of the most extravagant waste of individual development that the development of the human race is at all safeguarded and maintained in the epoch of history immediately preceding the conscious reorganization of society. Since all of the economising here discussed arises from the social nature of labor, it is indeed just this directly social nature of labor which causes the waste of life and health. Socialization by the deprivation of the working class of its means of subsistence registers breaking records as workers lose the right to air, water, and nature, the greater commons. Clubbed into submission, a working class that considered some consumables as anti-use value, reincorporates these waste commodities into its diet. Although to compress socially necessary labor time over a worker's life and at the same time augment surplus labor is to reduce 314. Longevity. In times preceding the conscious reorganization of society, the act of life reduction itself has become the saleable commodity and the premise of the industry of capital. In a world subjected to the rule of commodities, capital and its money form of value are false reality. It is the appearance that does not reveal the essence. It conceals the horrors of the law of value pressed upon the labor process from which a commodity arises. Essence, the latent ties, internal relations, and laws of development that nest at the commodity level, its history, drive the whole system by mauling society, and it never coincides with its appearance. If it did, we would not need science because the appearance of things explains everything. This progression of essence non-reconciling with appearance was initially Hegel's, essence shining forth as appearance in endless intermediation, which is at the same time a unity of self-relation, and existence is developed into a totality, into a world of phenomena, of reflected finitude, such is my slightly paraphrased caption of it for the purpose of illustration. However, Hegel, in upholding the point made by Parmenides that truth must correspond to an unchanging, stable, and recognizable identity, and while appeasing the Prussian court, would break rank with his own logic of constant change, or the law of contradiction. He for instance declares that the state as appearance is the consummation of the development of spirit in time, essence, or species being unfolding on its essence. Then again, Hegel's world remains a world of forms or a logical world a priori to actuality. He says, this identity of being and thought is not however to be taken in a concrete sense, as if we could say that a stone, so far as it has being, is the same as a thinking man. A concrete thing is always very different from the abstract category as such. And in the case of being, we are speaking of nothing concrete, for being is the utterly abstract. Thence, the idealism of the two worlds, the world of essences constituted of forms that are unchanging and present themselves as truth, and a world of appearances that elides truth because it keeps changing. Unless interfused in an argument for a fortiori purposes, Marx's materialism negates but never shuns the law of identity. It sticks to the law of contradiction as the dynamic of development. For methodological reasons or by the premise of materialist categorization, which postulates that no concept is reason for itself or there is no given or indeterminate being, that is, no truth in a priori forms alone, Marx cannot ascertain that the form of the state is the essence of man. Indeed, the state is man's yoke or the principal vehicle for commodifying man. While on the subject, non-reconciling essence/appearance, or essence as in the laws guiding the development of substance, obviously takes on many forms. It is an appearance or phenomenon of daily life philosophized in different ways in many cultures. Aristotle observed that the most distinctive mark of 315 substance appears to be that, while remaining numerically one and the same, it is capable of admitting contrary qualities. But one and the self-same substance, while retaining its identity, is yet capable of admitting contrary qualities. The same individual person is at one time white, at another black, at one time warm, at another cold, at one time good, at another bad. Yet just like Hegel, he also strayed from the logic of a self-differencing reality into metaphysical determinedness, or that no two contradictory attributes can appertain to the same object. He did so for the same reason that for truth to exist, the subject must be itself, an identity of itself, and like no other. It also must be unchanging, as opposed to a world in a constant state of flux in which reality remains unknown. For Marx, the dichotomy of fixed versus changing is illusory because the process is a state of becoming in which finitude and infinitude are indistinguishable, while truth is also an iterative process of knowability rising from unknowing to knowing, processual truth. The pragmatists also adhere to processual truth, but the ideological bent there is for truth to be a matter of social consent in regard to a changing reality that could never be fully grasped. And just as every philosophy is the ideology of the times, American pragmatism appoints its imperialist society, purportedly with its independent journalism, judiciary, etc., as the jury that deliberates on the truth of the disasters it visits upon the developing world. As ludicrous as this may seem, given that truth is what the mob makes of it, justice can wait until the Western educated class clasps the reins of power and halts the imperialist aggression. Niebil remarked that pragmatism was thus the proper form in which the intelligentsia in this part of the world reflected a then still expanding American imperialism. A cursory reading of the pragmatic position follows in section 3 below. By pragmatic arbitrations, the wars of the U.S. abroad, just like outlawing abortion in Texas or supporting its capital punishment, are all truth of the times, and they are so just by the democratic consensus of the dominant ideology. 2. Value reconsidered. The concept value or something is of value or worth something bears a constructive connotation. However, value realizes as waste and is falsely perceived to be of use value. It erodes life. Unrestrained surplus value making, or rather waste making, has become the substance of social production. Value is a class-to-class relationship whose war, austerity, and pollution, or the full gamut of natural degradation, hold fetish dominion over all other social endeavors. War, a pure waste industry, is the building block in the totality of social production. Unchecked, the value relation concretizing by the law of value, especially, in its absolute surplus value form, extinguishes life prematurely. Once society becomes replete with commodification, the laborer and her labor power fuse into one and the same commodified social labor. Lengthening labor time on the factory floor, the prolonging of surplus labor time, would cumulatively require the shortening of the lifetime of labor. Conversely, necessary labor shrinks by the diminution of longevity. To understand the dynamic of social progress is to understand not only the labor stored in the commodity, which is spent and consumed by society, but also the social forces that set the system's motion in one direction or another. Figuratively, the energy of the system proxying the labor encased as value in the commodities that society consumes fuels it. The apportioning of social labor to this or that activity is subject to the value relation that propels society in time. The gyroscope of the substance of value, whether it is waste or useful, is the balance of the class struggle whose genesis is the value relation. Of concern here is value as the value relation and, subordinately, the object representative of value. Although through its feedback loop, the objects or reified labor inform society on a course of action, the dynamic of society does not depend on the material substance of the commodity per se, it rather depends on the social forces abiding by social laws that shape the development of society. There could be an immense number of waste commodities about, but the balance of the class struggle is such that the working class is so defeated that it eats waste. Thence, value is defined as a value relation or a set of contradictions in which, value or value proper contradicts the use value, while this contradiction of value with use value resolves in exchange value. Privately expropriated from social labor by capital, exchange value in the guise of the universal commodity or the money form signals to society what labor to engage and what commodity to produce in the future, only after the worth of current commodities has been deliberated by the market. Whatever earns profits now, mostly waste, will draw less labor time in the future. The war machines using little labor is a case in point. Capital, the totality of social production, follows the roadmap handed down by the value contradiction at the heart of the commodity. Each moment of the value relation, from regimenting labor, to cutting lives short, to choosing the appropriate laborers whose wage bill is cheap, to wresting their products from them, to grabbing more of the money form arsing upon exchange value, involves coercion by ideological and violent means. All these measures are 317. Overdetermined, that is, they follow no sequential causal order, and occur subject to abstract time, the time at the command of markets, or more protrusively, the social time that annihilates the chronological time available for labor. In relation to imperialism, the denial of development in resource-abundant and defenseless states crushes the negotiating power of the masses, releases cheapened value for low price. Money, the social convention, reflects the complexity of society. Just as exchange value resolves the initial value contradiction at the core of the commodity, money in its undulating forms and financial instruments absorbs but never resolves the mounting crises of the real economy. It is the form of value designated by capital to correspond to the mass of labor power expended in production and the fetish whose mass of debt holds the future labor of society in bondage. Money's mainstream definition as a unit of account and a store of value must be qualified by its origins in capital-constructed accounting systems, and that the value it speaks of is at source the premature death of the working class. Money's fetish status signifies the degree of power capital exercises over labor in the process of expanding value. As such, money as a relation that equalizes the commodity object against a money form in order to store value under capital is a negative sum arrangement in which wastefulness eclipses usefulness. the creation of money and its extension in fictional capital co-align with the machination of the law of value, which under the ascendancy of finance spawns imperialism. It specifically lays the groundwork and the trigger for future wars. The commodity form is the objectified value relation reconstituted by the absolute law of surplus value. This very law is central amongst the laws comprising the essence of the commodity, impelling it to self-expand and conform to its appearance in the money form. What is realistically impossible, the reconciliation of essence and appearance, becomes a possibility by the mysterious force of commodity fetishism acted out by the agencies of dominant ideology. However, the more unequal exchange between wage labor and capital obeys the diktat of the law of value, that is by the strength of the chimera of the apparent exchange of equivalents, the more the rate of exploitation rises. What capitalists in control do to price their products, the markdowns and mark ups, etc., is a resolution of value contradictions mediated by various shades of violence or war and finance, principally, imperialism. Even if all values are said to match the total product measured in prices as gross domestic product or gross product in some chronological time frame, the latter accounts for capital's consumption during successive stages of production. This would still be erroneous because the GDP or GP, like any other mainstream concept, is capital class constructed, while what is value is class. 318. Defined. Additionally, even if the class-conscious Kalecki system of accounts, which considers the incomes of the separate departments and classes, is used to tap into the history of consumption, it would still not be possible to derive an equivalent money form of value or distinguish where in the value process is the share of working class or that of the Southern formation without being subjective and arbitrary. That is not only because the GDP and GPS moneyed measures consider financial operations or at times depreciation as value added, so they are counted as part of new output when they are not supposed to, or any other run-of-the-mill critique of utilitarian accounts, like total consumption may be a revealing of preferences, when the working class cannot choose what it consumes. The discrepancy is rather at an ontological level, since the symbolic structure of prices cannot coincide with concrete labor, just like any symbol of an object cannot capture the fullness of the object. However, add to that the bias of each class that claims the value is its product. At this stage in history and with so much waste, capital may shift blame and claim that labor had created the mess. Although questions of degree matter, price and value are two different substances and time-contingent historical processes, which cannot add or agree with the law of identity and non-contradiction. 3. Smith argued that under recent globalization a higher share of value was contributed by low-waged Southern workers subjected to super-exploitation employment. As argued in Chapter 1, salient economic data are hypostatist utilitarian forms. Moreover, why is it super-exploitation with the better machine rather than colonial genocide or the commercial exploitation, which is the source of more value? Implicitly, this approach still pins value on the quality of the machine and the usefulness of the commodity. Is it not the case that the structurally genocide with high-tech machinery of more use of value to capital? Prices that figure in the system of national accounts, whose utilitarian value concepts become value-added, are themselves prices circularly determined within a specific power balance and chronologically truncated time span. They are values conceived of one-sidedly. Instead of defining a social turnover cycle by society's social reproduction time, capital chooses its calendar dates for the turnover cycle. At every stage in capital's cycle, the price system is doctored or auto-doctors by construction, to conceal the value it has deducted from the social costs of labor reproduction. More important, even in an earnest endeavor to assess value capture from the Third World and shed the falsity of national accounts systems, assessing the power of the subject in the value relation, which has ex ante preset the grounds for the appearance of the money form of value, would still distort value expressed in price. Apart from the identities that all that is sane in wealth is the product of labor and all that is waste is the product of capital, the money form in wages or profits mirrors the power and the vested interest of the corresponding subject, either labor or capital. While the price-to-power relation is circuitous, price morphs into power and power morphs into price, it is the weaker or stronger subject in value that has already prefigured the basis of price formation. Thence, before testing for the provenance and magnitude of value in price, the strength of subject ought to be investigated. Although SRAFA addresses profit rates measured by a price assessment tracing the history of the capital stock, the problem of aggregation remains conceptually challenging. It may be recalled that in price terms the profit rate is the ratio of profits to the capital stock, and while the capital stock determines the profit rate circularly determines the capital stock. Moreover, since capital's instruments and machines are different and composed of different types of labor inputs across their production histories, SRAFA suggests that it is plausible to date the labor inputs that went into the making of differing capital instruments to better their aggregated estimates, and subsequently, assess profit rates. However, profits as well as capital stocks are denominated in moneyed terms, which are ex ante prefigured by capital or the history of power relations, or power over the market, that lay out the foundation for price formation. From a Marxian position, the SRAFA mechanism would still be insufficient because although circularity is inevitable in thought, the more appropriate point would be to assess the weight of the historical forces behind the recurrence of a phenomenon. The commodities owned by labor go for cheap prices, while capitals are dear. Past prices of inputs are not to be confused with natural prices, prices of production or the long-term average costs. These are subcategories of prices in various schools of classical political economy toward which ordinary prices gravitate over the long run. The Marxian price of production is distinct from market price, since the latter contains profits, which are the mediated surplus labor swindled during production. Capital, like everything else, is dead by its intrinsic inclinations in the long term, and it does all it can to avoid the long term. In point of fact, what capital does to avoid the long term is the circumstance upon which Marx establishes the laws of capital. The prices used to date inputs are spur of the moment. 320. Instantiations of class power translated into market power. They are the prices on offer in the market at the time of purchase. Thus, dating inputs by past prices of labor bereft of capital's history of repression and its market agencies, which formulates the basis of price formation, reduces SRAFA's approach to a substantive intermediation of value to prices, that is, prices in the past are assumed to contain all the information required about the history of repression behind their appearance, when in fact the role of instantaneous price is to hide the continuum of repression and unequal exchange across time. Each price was a cover-up for the repression that resulted in a related rate of exploitation, which in turn determined the departure of value from price. The laborer is paid little because he is bombed into submission. It is impossible in thought not to be tautological to some degree, however. SRAFA's prices are the realizations of commodities/things trading in a supply and demand framework, as opposed to being the realizations of historical social subjects in the act of social reproduction. In vivid contrast to such Ricardian position, the Marxian point that capital prices its capital stock as well the conditions for the prices of labor and its products requires a dating of the balance of power of the class struggle mapped against past market powers that define the prices of inputs and outputs at every stage of production. What is chosen from the past to explain the present is best done when it demystifies the conditions of the past that appear in the present, the deification. Every past input as value is integratedly object/subject, which means it is the dynamics of class subjects, or the category of history subdefined as a social class, which furnishes the social platforms for objects/commodities to be priced at any point in time. For capital to be properly aggregated, the power of the capital class must be aggregated first. For instance, the wage shares, or the amalgamated prices of labor power, are derived after the decision to invest for profits. Hence, it is not only the cheapness of labor in wages that informs capital's decision to invest for profits, it is primarily the class power of capital over labor. The ratio of labor to capital's power presenting itself foremost in imperialist aggression, wars, sanctions, etc., and its spin-off as ideological hegemony lays down the social conditions for the formation of prices, which aforehand also prepares the grounds for the profit rates to rise. What Sraffa and his debaters do not admit is that every past labor input is in principle part a war or a structural genocide that was a value relation in itself and a value relation to other processes by its relationship to other production/value relationships reconstituting the historical surplus value. As such, it is this acknowledgement of changes in the stock of historical surplus value, the power structure that preconfigures the historical imperatives and rules into 321. Which every other player must reflexively react and/or adapt to, which is the requisite for the quantitative analysis of the intermediation between prices summed into profits and surplus value. The historical surplus value may be rethought of as capital-imposed predestination similar in structure to an ideological railroad that has been laid out for developing countries to roll onto, leaving them no other alternatives. Illustratively, the US at the time of writing scrambles to contain China, but not out of some psychosis reflecting its recurrent mass shootings. It does so because its ratcheted power lays out the policy frames, which usurp more value for price from across the world. To Marxian, in contrast to Sraffian method, to date the labor inputs that make up the capital stock and commodities is to first develop a proxy measure for the speed at which the world surrenders and unconsciously kowtows the policies of the US without adopting social alternatives. Although non-synchronically, the rate of profit rises with the rate of imperialist aggression, which raises imperialist power and its attendant value usurpation. Relatedly, the rate of value transfer to empire in the post-Soviet collapse period and its neoliberalism is said to be higher, for instance, than the rate when China begins to represent an alternative model. Goldman notes that China's strategic investment in digital and physical infrastructure and its economic outreach to the developing world has nearly doubled in recent years, which makes us efforts to extricate it from the Third World rather futile. China linked, created a world dependent on its commodity, and thusly eased the costs of delinking. China's Belt and Road Initiative is anathema to imperialism. Without consideration of imperialist aggression as an industry on its own and as relative surplus value through its power reconfiguration, value transfers from the Third World will be small. A fortiori, Western value equivalations in dollars are faulty because the historical surplus value is also the store of knowledge from which the conceptual frameworks employed in quantification are built. Equally important, the Western concept of value drops the interface of imperialist class power with the Southern commodity as substance and its money form. It omits surplus value, which emerges from the realization of the decimated Southern labor, as well as the power captured by that very decimation. In social reproduction, wars against the South, hunger, etc., are moments of social production as well as final realization stages. They are the phenomena whose reasons require understanding before one engages in an academic debate on the extent of the disaster. As phenomena, they are the demonstration that class is the existential condition of the masses or their state of being. Suffice it to say that because class is the social relation that organizes social reproduction or de-reproduction, then it is value as the phenomenal. 322. Waste, which must be reinterpreted as a value relation. By the identity value is waste, society transforms into a waste-producing and consuming totality. Against this reality, pedantic empiricists seek statistical evidence whether the death toll of their wars and austerity policies, viz., the crushing weight of their ideology in structural genocide, is at 10 or 20 million lives in a year, or whether the planet ceases to support much life in 30 or 50 years. Such questions are superfluous when it is the essence of capital as waste that must be adequately conceptualized before measurements. One cannot posit that capital brings forth progress by innate dynamics and then assess its death toll as some unwanted consequence or externality that could be minimized with some tax or technical casuistry, the meliorism. At this barbaric historical stage relative to the availability of resources across time, it is pellucidly clear that capitalism is not an ascendant stage in history. What is misconceived, or to see only the good side of capital, cannot be adequately measured. One cannot name a monkey a giraffe and weigh the monkey as if one is weighing a giraffe. Such is the senselessness of Western Marxism. Additionally, what is misconceived, the ideologically construed conceptual framework, which has become second nature to non-organic intellectuals, propels the pro-systemic currents of history. Discerning the ideas that counter the dominant current is the differentiating quality of organic intellectuality. Brunn and Hirsch were off the mark when they wrote Western intellectuals may be advanced in academic knowledge, but they are somewhat retarded in ideological and political consciousness, since without recognizing the overbearing weight of history, academic standards, no matter how neutral they seem, are simply ideological. Accordingly, the mainstream debate based on capital concocted data, positioned within the avalanche of capital's ideology, serves as additional prompts for Western war machines or as supplementary information for the efficient market hypothesis to digest. However, inasmuch as the numbers produced by capital obfuscate, they also serve a functional purpose. They meter the effectiveness of marginal returns on militarism and neoliberalism. The lesser the death tolls or the higher longevity nudge capital to heighten its aggressiveness. That the Western moral jury is out to lunch by pragmatic philosophy stipulations proves the dictum that philosophers express the class conditions of their times. In postmodern as well as pragmatist philosophical interpretations of 20th century events, truth cannot correspond to the real world because there are no strict laws of the mind that mental events can be explained with as do laws of nature to events in nature. Truth belongs to the way meaning is constructed in sentences while correspondence to objective reality is severed. The rejection of the notion that social construction corresponds to shifting objective facts leads to the ridiculous position that most beliefs must be true. 323. Because people have rationalized their beliefs and thus provided enough predicates for what they utter. As such, the case may be that some widely held superstitions establish truth. Better yet, by some class-dominant resource allocation mechanism, these very superstitions could improve the lot of those who count as more relevant humans because they convince the rest that they are superior or Übermensch. If not by logical or mathematical forms, truth for the mainstream holds by pragmatic convention and by the reality that they need to bomb the third world to establish their wealth. In a world wholly fathomed by a human mind, which references its previous class-bound knowledge, truth becomes a class construct or what the thingified people make of it by consensus. Tainted by preconceived class prejudices, pragmatic truth is the bourgeois position against the correspondence theory of truth, or the Hegelian knowability thesis which posits that processually things are true relative to a future knowledge of these things. By such class rationale or do what you can as you go criterion of truth, imperialist wars proceed by Western democratic consensus and are just and true until voted otherwise by the democratic citizens of the West. Although recognized as real, the colonial or imperialist wars are posited as not yet available to sense experience or much of which is unknown, and it is this lacuna, which postpones judgment on when to stop the aggression or until more is known about the reasons for their wars of aggression. Wars are out of sight, out of mind. They are not the objective fact perpetuated by the fetishes of the imperialist class to serve its vested interest, they are events, imposed upon the mind, whose truth is not fully discoverable. Accordingly, they are the necessary evil to which the collection of data, which inquires into whether 10 or 20 million people perished under imperialist assault, possibly serves to insulate the English academic from guilt when the numbers of their victims are lower by 1 million or 2. To boot, these gradational estimates enhance utilitarian welfare. The point that 9 million instead of 10 million are structurally mowed down means that less are harmed and more are happier, hence, more welfare. Realistically, however, and by what capital unconsciously brings into being as it ruthlessly totalizes by reified feedback from capital unwanted consequences, or as the data on the number of imperialism's victims fall, which is the unwanted consequence of capital, the imperialist class recomposes itself for a new round of war and austerity. While the rate of structural genocide is the basis for the rate of surplus value, for the Eurocentric forces enthralled with pragmatism, partial facts correspond to reality as truth, and by inference, Only class-desirable facts press society to act morally. The erasure of the categorical imperative because it's 324. Universality does not fit ruling class particularities, leads to shortcuts of all sorts to de generalis ethical conduct. Morality may then be brought down to the level of lifeboat ethics, in which the gunning down of refugees at sea to keep Europe safe or deliver welfare for the majority whites is ethical. Actually, Hardin subtitles his paper with the caption "The population problem has no technical solution, it requires a fundamental extension in morality." Another twisted imperialist moralization may be observed in the speeches of U.S. presidents justifying war on the basis of protecting our way of life. Notice it is not life that a just class war must protect, but the way of life, meaning the continuity of rising profits rates and central wages by imperialist looting. 3. Pragmatism contra value. Although Aristotle posited that experience is almost identified with science and art, but really science and art come to men through experience, for experience made art, and when from many notions gained by experience one universal judgment about a class of objects is produced. 4. The point that progress is driven by developments in objective knowledge is something of an observable occurrence. The then debate with Plato is to argue that what is knowable is not only an attribute of unchanging a priori forms, it could also arise from what practice imparts. For both metaphysicians, however, truth was in thought or a mental image about the definition of the object as it is and nothing else. Yet for an empiricist tradition of pragmatism whose reality is presumed impenetrable by thought because knowledge absolutely fails to catch up with its developments, what is knowable cannot be given to the senses. The unknown pollutes what is known, leaving no room for the certainty required to establish truth. At a preliminary level, the absence of forms accounts for the absence of truth. Since no form could fully correspond to an object in such interpenetrating reality, or because no object is determinate being on its own, truth is set by convention. Despite pragmatism's adherence to process, the infinitude of the whole colors its approach to truth. However, process-wise, the whole is the mediation of parts, which becomes itself a knowable part, knowable not known. The forgotten whole is a small planet peppered with the tombs of fallen French and English colonial soldiers. This part becomes planet is only what it is and is knowable just as any other of its constituent parts. Epistemology since Hegel is about knowability rather than knowing, and what is knowable now remains true relative to a better future understanding of it. The pragmatists adhere to process philosophy and recognize the constancy of change but still impose upon it a static formal notion, the absolute unknowability. Not much has improved since pre-Socratic philosophy. For something to be known with certainty as truth, it must be known in its unchanging form. Although, such is inconsistent with pragmatism's processual precepts, its reflection of reality is tailored in thought to produce a philosophy in line with an imperialist class position, as noted by Niebil above. As such, the value contribution of the South to the North is known to be denominated in dollars despite the uncertainty of knowledge, and it is gauged as minimally significant despite the labor of death. Moreover, the North is said to exploit the South to bring it progress. Again, Robinson's chestnut that it is better to be exploited by capitalism than otherwise connotes that the unexploited developing world will be stuck in its impoverished position or barbarism and not become as the well-to-do and civilized but exploited English workers. These are positions that parallel the Eurocentrism, which omit wars as value processes or cohere with the advance of imperialism. However, theory is also about adequacy in the process of conceptualization. To avoid ludicrousness or too much detail, just enough has to be carved out of the sediments of thought and the rubble of formalizations, to convey a meaningful picture of the object in motion. Conversely, when the concept is class-constructed and precludes significant details or dynamics from objective reality, it tends to run a course separate from the real development of the object under consideration. Consider the omission of imperialist wars as value processes and predicates of other value processes. That is, wars are not considered as production processes, and constituents of other production processes. The lopped-off concept of value, or value relations without wars, does not adequately transfigure against the fullness of production relations. Since it ignores war and repression as an enterprise uniting both aggressor and aggressed, it reduces the value contribution of the South to its GDP or to the puny money transfers via third world trade or capital accounts. Not to forget, wars visited upon the developing world also integrate them with capital, and as a form of exploitation it supposedly civilizes them. The social processes that primarily caused these developing nations' moneyed amounts representative of value to be small relative to Western incomes are exactly the social value relations of 326. War, colonialism, austerity, etc. Conversely, the reality and the causes of the imperialist wars cannot be rationalized on the basis of the representative dollar amounts that the developing world transfers to empire. Such position begs the question why NATO should bomb anywhere or even engage with the developing world when its moneyed and value contributions to the West count for so little. Why bomb for insignificant moneyed rents is the issue that demonstrates the point about theory tailored to class interest. When the value transfers in moneyed forms to empire are insignificant, what is adduced for the sake of convenience is that the West does not bomb for profits. It does so to assist victims at a cost to itself with its R2P. One arrives at this result in a roundabout way from the class-influenced construction of concepts, or by intellectual corruption acted out as science. Either third world value is immaterial to the US or NATO bombs to save respectively. At a further remove, correspondence truth is not about thought absolutely catching up with real developments. That is both impossible and absurd. Just like there is knowledge whose development is subjective, there is also knowledge whose content is objective, whose truth is objective, and whose substance is practice determined. Lang sees that although ideology is inescapable, ideologies have no interpersonal validity, while appeal to facts reconfirms the objective validity of scientific statements. The verdict on adequacy/validity for him rests on the basis that facts are interpersonal or available to everyone and subjected to the rules of scientific procedure. From an analytical angle, it is still possible despite the falsehood of ideology, or equally despite some form of pragmatic consensus, to account for an objective truth by mere consideration of the role of practice in recategorizing theoretical concepts. Interpersonal comparison ferrets out truth in ideology or, similarly, out of some fantastical self-sufficient act, neither in excess or deficiency, unfolding in reality as truth, the pragmatist position. In the above, the consensus of pragmaticism as predicate of truth is also the consensus fashioned by the dominant ideological proclivities. However, truth may be put as a moment of the false, or to rectify Aristotle's reversion to forms with Engels' position, bettering the arts is a continuously recorrect process in which truth is objective, concrete, and time and space determined. The pragmatist's self-fulfillment or self-sufficiency of the act in objective reality as truth is judged against a rather unrealizable congruence of an idea with its practice. They infer their consensual truth from the untenable position that logical truth is factual truth. To re-elucidate the pragmatic position, because truth is altogether tenuous, then what is truth is simply what people approve as true. Oddly, the permanent uncertainty associated with the search for truth. 327. Around which there is consensus is itself a truth. The pragmatists unknowingly observe that the theories borne out by capital are falsities just as capital itself is a fiction hypostasised by the divisiveness of the working class. However, they do not observe that instance when the working class critique of capital reappears as truth, or a critique spinning off the new event that breaks the monotony of received theory. All the same, Lang's analytical approach misses the intermediation of events from concrete to abstract through class activity as opposed to atomistic practice or deliberations. It is not abstract individuals who are at work verifying theories, it is social individuals or classes. Lang distinguishes individual scientists outside of class who are capable of denying capital's enforced truth, which capital thrusts upon society, or those who refuse to take orders. Indeed, there are many such heroic persons in the graveyard of history. Nothing of individual relevance is above class or history. Emancipation is a class act and not about Hollywood-like stars appreciating the necessity of shorter working days or the laws of transformation to communism. It is not about reducing the working day to 6 hours in Denmark, while such shortening of the workday necessarily shortens life in the South. The apprehension of necessity must extend past the immediately apparent if it is to broach freedom and the commensurate infrastructure that supports freedom. Exemplified in revolutionary consciousness and organization, it is the class personifying social man that appreciates the historical necessity. Such necessity must overturn private property in wealth and knowledge. The idea lost in Lang's capital levels the particular conditions by totalizing them through violent class mediatory frameworks. In contradistinction to psychological individuality, the social class, with its subcategorical social man, is the historically relevant social being. Not to dwell on the inexhaustible truth debate, correspondence cum processual truth is the state of becoming of practice reflected in thought, or the fusion of the abstract with the concrete in the law prefiguring their state of becoming, which is itself informed by the history of the object under consideration. History here denotates the social conditions totalized by the reified signals of capital. Laws of thought capture the systemic necessity, or the process knowable. Since no idea can be fully borne out in practice, measurements are therefore not about proving the isomorphism of thought with fact. Truth is concrete and, once more, it is space and time specific. It also corresponds to reality depending on the definition of the law governing the development of the object, or the mode of abstraction carried out to include and exclude certain characteristics in the development of the object captured in a concept. 328. Carl Niebuhr had singled out the incompleteness associated with projecting one-sided abstractions such as marginal utility and productivity, concepts erected upon the notion of abstract as opposed to social man, onto the whole of society. He warned that as mathematical tools used pragmatically for the direct purposes of special interest groups, they veiled the increase in the margin of error if applied to the whole of economic society, and actually emphasized the character of this procedure as one of rationalization or of ideology formation. Anticipating Badiou's newness or the new event, Niebuhr understood that uncovering truth in dynamic processes must overcome the motionlessness of received theory, or its conservatism, which is recreated by dominant ideology. By reducing social man to one-sided abstract man, the mainstream is then capable through propaganda to even cut down abstract man form a category that includes all humans to only Western white man. That is not so because logic, or any mode of thinking, hinders the universal consideration of man. After the statutory end of slavery, no philosophy can dare say that it only deals with a certain phenotypical group of people and not others. However, the objective class reality to which bourgeois theory must adhere blocks such universal representation of man. There are by the identities instituted and gradationally empowered by capital a novel category of the natural slave of Hellenistic times resurrected in modern times. The veiled Arab women and Africans are examples of such compartmentalizations. By the class divide, the third world and its power, whatever is left of that, is partly represented in any Western concepts of man to count as real lives. Wasted lives that significantly contribute to value formation are completely unaccounted for. That is not so by the pejorative tones of Orientalist discourse. Such is just icing on the cake. The real schism begins with the definition of the concept of man as white man nesting in value, which metastasizes in the class divide, which excludes the third world by outright devastation from the process of wealth making. For the time in value. Western accounting systems that designate the ratio of price to value are solipsistic exercises. They concoct third world value in the mind and disregard it in the real world. An equally demanding work effort in the South would be priced or waged at several folds less than its comparable activity in the North. The worth of human life in terms of life insurance payoff matches the stock of wealth per capita or, adjacently, the dollar worth of lives is as disparate as the North-South wage divide. By faux intellectualism, capital distinguishes the South as a 329 separate and unrelated entity, despite the fact that the North has anteriorly formulated Southern policies, typically under the watchful eye of U.S. military bases. Through the medium of indebting the developing nation, the financial containment, the center controls a nation's monetary policy and, at once, its product market. Additionally, by pricing the ravaged nation's real output in relation to its dollar through the exchange rate peg, the imperialist influences local wages. Altogether, by setting the class power terms of trade, not only the barter or the price terms of trade but what precedes them in terms of social power, the center determines a lower wage per value of labor power, or the same effort delivered at work. Although developing nations may hunger for food by IFI austerity or are NATO-bombed on TV screens, they are perceived as insignificant/unrelated to the totality of social production. To argue the misperception because white classes are incapable of parting with strongly held beliefs when confronted with the facts, or to speak of cognitive dissonance, is misleading. As organic partners of capital, the white classes determine that the process of Third World preclusion is a natural order, just as slavery was in Hellenistic times. At a foundational level, the class reason for the perpetuation of such process is the social consciousness of the North re-articulated with its social being through the reproduction of the South. In parallel to the unfeasible essence-appearance identity, prices proportionate value, or prices coincide with values, only in the impossible state when subject collapses into object. In the phantasmal condition, or as people become things and fully internalize capital, prices become equal to values, not that there will be any surplus labor left, since there is no labor to squeeze. In an idealized world, or when price and value are equal, essence, the constituting laws behind price formation, is also appearance. For something to be only itself is a state of the world that makes science redundant. How unrealistic is that, in the example of Hegel's definition of the state as the realization of the ethical idea, state, and the individual coincide as essence-appearance, subject or man matches object or state both content and form whose structure is the state. Such is the murkiness of Hegelian thought because even in Western bourgeois democracies where most have introjected capital as natural, there are minority strata that seriously oppose the imperialism of their central state. In Marxian terms, the realization of man as species being in the state is a continuous process of restructuring society through class power balances that broker the function of the state even under socialism. Thus, in a world structured around class relations, subject and object, the socially organized workers regimented by a labor process and producing the commodity and the commodity itself respectively, depart from each other by the mutually reinforcing ideological and material powers of 330. Ruling classes. The latter powers dictate the degree of alienation. In the Third World, the power form is the synergy between imperialist ideology and guns. Correspondingly, a price measure of value is biased. The relationship of value to price, or the magnitude of value represented in the price that earmarks the rate of exploitation and value transfers to empire, is not a stable rule or some positive correlation of value with price across time. Fully conceptualized, price as the magnitude of value is a relation defined by the specific balance of class forces in a specific time and space. To identify the real worth of commodities or the developing world's contribution to value, one ought to probe beyond appearances and assess the social forces that mediate the actuality before us, or the social class hard at work to midwife the present as history. In pre-capitalist trade devoid of the fetishism that stands between the act and its outcome, it was straightforward to spot that a saddle took as many hours to produce as 2 picks. Such transparency is no longer so under capital. Under capitalism, what the working class does, and the outcome of its activity are determined by a market for exchange between things, whose profit-making purpose, rather than the betterment of society, self-realizes as it camouflages the actual labor that went into the making of its products. Mazaros characterizes the charade as beyond the immediate existence of things is beyond the false reality put forth by capital. With that in mind, research in political economy becomes a process of demystification. Is there more to capital than the contradiction attendant upon the private expropriation of socially produced wealth? At an elementary level, capital is an abstract but real social/class relation, totalizing social production in the historical stage of capitalism. By way of functionality, capital is a social relationship that self-perpetuates by cementing its class rule, hence, power politics takes precedence over economics. Once capitalism sets in as the universal state, it is neither the development in the productive forces nor the number of unemployed, which define whether a mode of production is modern capitalist or antiquated pre-capitalist. A mode of production is the unity of a historically determined level of development in the productive forces whose subject is a set of production relations appertaining to that specific level of development in the productive forces, save the case of rupture. As the development of the productive forces attains a level to which the outdated relations of production no longer correspond, the tendency is for such relations of production to change in order to reflect or deny, contingently upon the state of revolutionary consciousness, the expropriation of the surplus associated with the newly formed productive forces. The expropriation is carried out by war, which as a power exercise imbricates social production. The central class formation in forces. 331. And universalizes the laws of capital. It is also the class structure that subsumes all laboring classes to command history. Its objective undercurrents homogeneous labor, or thrust a unity upon the diversity of the division of labor, while its subjective policies go to extremes in order to widen the gaps between global labor. Ammon argues the universality of capitalism in reference to Emmanuel as follows. Still, despite this permanent asymmetry, capitalism is one and indivisible. Capitalism is not the United States and Germany, with India and Ethiopia only halfway capitalist. Capitalism is the United States and India, Germany, and Ethiopia, taken together. This means that labor power has but a single value, that which is associated with the level of development of the productive forces taken globally. In answer to the polemical argument that had been put against him, how can one compare the value of an hour of work in Congo to that of a labor hour in the United States? Argyri Emmanuel wrote, just as one compares the value of an hour's work by a New York hairdresser to that of an hour's labor by a worker in Detroit. You have to be consistent. You cannot invoke inescapable globalization when it suits you and refuse to consider it when you find it troublesome. A more concrete way of putting the universalism of capital across is to recall the point made in Chapter 2 that nothing escapes the guns of capital. Capital's global reach is its universalism. As capital unconsciously operates by atomistic totalization, it commodifies and homogenizes all it reaches. Although to expand commodification in scope is to lay claim to all human and natural resources, the process of auto-commodification, that people willingly engage in reproducing capital through its wage system, is a matter of scale that visibly protrudes in the deracination/waste of labor. Once people are refugees or on the verge of hunger to be wasted, the commodification becomes a matter of scale or gains in depth. Some wages may appear as zero or, to put it differently, some labor may appear as unpaid. However, all labor is paid differentially as the residual of the surplus forming the wage bill is redistributed amongst members of the working class. Through power and market signals, the ruling class decides the share of living wages out of the social product and the time for production, the time to engage and act subject to its minimum socially necessary labor time requirements. It outlines the policy whose interface decides whether 2 or 3 family members will have to work for below subsistence wages. It may also deem that the life expectancy of the majority in Africa and the Arab world, 332, will have to be cut down by some 30 or 40 years to satisfy a specific output of prematurely wasted humans. Perlman concludes that surplus time is the time of life exchanged for survival. However, as theorized so far, surplus time is the time of life deducted from historically determined survivability. The duration and the intensity of the social activity that people experience in chronological time to produce commodities, is expropriated, socialized, commanded by capital, alienated and/or is independent of the direct producers or society. Capital commodifies nearly everything, and what appears as uncommodified in the present is a commodity cross-realized in its organic interrelatedness to other commodities and their corresponding money form. Any commodity by its very state of being gestates or is in waiting to be realized. Although a price associated with it at an exact point in time looms on the horizon, its implicit price either through the venue of social reproduction or financialization cross-realizes with the prices of all other commodities. Consider air pollution paid for at this time in terms of tonnage per dollar and paid for before the current time in medical bills as an example. Although outside the scope of this work, the complexity is not easily reducible to a deductive procedure, but a systems approach may formalize or model the process. Capital disciplines people and tables their lives into its time and price records. It decides the duration of the turnover cycle. It may report the profits from a car it sold in quarterly intervals, while the much greater wasted lives and nature it has used to produce the car, were each a production sphere whose waste products gestate and are realized. All the while, capital rewires the working class into competing to be wasted or into paying for the waste. The money and time accounting books of capital veneer the value books or the lifetime reproduction events of society. Under profit motives buoyed by commodification, the real purpose of production would be more about the enlargement of the waste industry and the waste commodity rather than halting the degradation of the environment. For capital, the issue of war and austerity that waste human lives differs from the case of pollutants as waste. Capital flaunts its bogus admiration for nature but is reluctant to do so for the human lives it extinguishes in the third world. It is less willing to openly exchange these wasted lives for an amount in compensation as it does the CO2. Canada and Australia have provided some token reimbursement for their genocides of the natives, while France has just recently toyed with an apology for massacring Algerians. 5. The political right as the emphatic expression of history in the center is aware that imperialism is a power play in which innocent lives in the South must be prematurely ended. It calls to openly disavow the human rights rhetoric because at times the US might have to bomb for national interests. Beneath the jingoism, it does not see the dead are the desired output of their bombing, or the commodity for which a price markup per scalp enters their accounts as corporate profits. 6. All in all, capital-designated indemnification of victims of genocide serves as a demand pull stimulus that counteracts the downside of capital's business cycle. Just like the welfare payments to native Indians or aboriginals, which raise morbidity or boost demand for drugs and alcohol on reservations. Recollecting, redistribution by tapping into the circulation sphere is rent fallout from imperialist wars for the northern classes to partner with capital. Token reparation to aboriginals boils down to an advertisement that beautifies capital such that it may continue to massacre more Muslims abroad instead of natives. Adequate reparations occur when capital ceases to aver to its crimes because it is too weak to call for reconciliation and whitewash its history. As proposed above, to do political economy is to demystify the value relations covered up by capital's system of prices and accounts. Pollution and the wasted lives were never free of charge. In past imperialist wars or during the emission of pollutants in the last century, a price tag per human being or per ton of CO2 did not register in capital's accounts, but it had certainly been incurred as lesser moneyed costs covering social reproduction and as a reduction in necessary labor. Waste was respectively exhibited in price or value forms. As explained in the previous chapter, this lower necessary labor occurs by the production of the immediate death of social nature and the lesser longevity or with fewer people surviving over the social turnover cycle or the time it takes to reproduce society. The knock-on effect of the death of social nature and the defeat of the masses rebalances the power platform that ship value via financial channels to empire. As a part of society dies off in waste production for a cost price, or in the industry by which society earns less to reproduce, the industry of dying itself is labor time that regenerates surplus value. The diminished population count over the turnover cycle relative to its longevity potential is the output and a barometer of the intensity of the rate of surplus value. Unless capital kills for sports, Capital liquidated or auto-liquidated society at the behest of capital is a source of surplus value and profits. Air and lives were not free then, but they were used for free in industry, realized for a zero price on the then accounts of the owners of the means of production, while at the same time being continuously realized for a positive price/cost incurred by society. In the countless acts of production that comprise social reproduction, every capital unpaid for social natural input is a commodity whose cost to society re-enters the market and exchanges for a price. Seen from the vantage point of social reproduction, the exponential death of social nature contributed to profits then and will contribute again. The moneyed form of wasted social nature is implicit in the prevailing credit, and it signals value by the degree to which development in the South departs from its potential. Relatedly, an inverse signifier of lost development and indicator of surplus value in money form is the estimated price for the wasted social nature, including the irreversible damage incurred by the planet. Now these in view of current planetary conditions are phantasmagorical. The commodification of the planet means that most of what exists is subject to a value relation whose actualization as a commodity enters the market and exchanges for an equivalent in money form. By bending chronological time to its demands, capital, or the social relation reconstituting society, organizes the time of the social order and foreshadows the time of realization. Whether the concrete labor time of the production of commodities is compressed or relaxed in chronological time, it will ex post facto obey the demands of minimum socially necessary labor time. Ideally for capital, optimal labor conditions are those that squeeze effort and life out of labor in the shortest chronological time to meet competitive pressures and float above average profits. Through market deliberations/mediations, the concrete labor becomes the abstract labor time. It sells for a wage in the case of the labor power commodity, or price in the case of the salient commodity. Put differently, the logically preferred conditions of production or the consumption of labor power in production referenced in chronological time is literally how fast human life expires at work to meet the requisites of social/abstract time. Historically, capital balances its inherent/logical proclivities with its political requisites for resilience. 335. Just to be sure, the abstract, or real social time of which I speak is the time of impersonal history, or history whose genome is the capital relation. This concrete become abstract time commanded by history serves to rearrange labor conditions for maximum surplus value. It manifests in the degree of misery experienced by society in concrete time. Abstract time is the essence of time whose appearance is concrete time. The latter is subordinate to the former by the rapport de force between capital and labor. Just like conventional time, abstract time has a past, present and a future. However, these co-determine each other because the signals of the market for the consumption of time in social reproduction condition the quality of life. For instance, there are profits to be made from the stock of future pollution. As such, capital pollutes more in the present to cram people's lives in time and space at a future date. Abstract time does not tick like a clock at equally spaced intervals. It is the intensity of hardship at work, or the event time of life squeezed out of labor at different rates between the seconds of the clock. Socially lived or abstract time defines the discomfort of the monotonous routine on assembly lines, the humiliation in the food bank queues, or the horror of the Iraqis under US bombs. True to form, this social time feels like it lasts longer in the chronological time spent toiling at work. However, it is more than just a feeling, it is also the time encapsulated in products alienated from workers. Time lost to work instead of leisure and years of life lost. Abstract time is not the existentialist angst related to the arbitrary existence of being human. On account of class repression, abstract time becomes the social time that lasts long for everyone because working classes lose the leisure hours or the time of life that they can spend on their own. It is event time, or anecdotally, it is traveling from California to New Zealand and arriving a day later, which does not mean that the person had skipped a day of life. Society loses the free time in which revolutionary intellectuals may write about the conditions of the working class rather than a fascist strolling outside his cottage in the German countryside to contemplate the vapid thrownness of existence. Social or real time is quite different from Heidegger's personal time, which springs from personal despair, the remorseless bearing on the individual's inner nothingness. Lukács notes that such time is associated with pseudo-objectivism. He says, in Heidegger's diseased philosophy, however, real time is desecularized and becomes devoid of content, theological, concentrated purely on the element of personal decision. So the whole pretentious point of Heidegger's philosophy of time and history does not go beyond his ontology of everyday life. For its content is still merely the inner. 336. Life of the modern Philistin, frightened to death by nothingness, a non-entity in himself, and gradually becoming aware of his nothingness. My emphasis. The decisions and practice of dominant capital/impersonal history create the ideological context and supersede personal time. They create the intellectual whose diseased philosophy says pay attention elsewhere or look into yourself instead of looking at what the imperialist class is visiting upon the developing world. The market-derived time or abstract time is elevated into a fetish of dollars per hours of work that dominates social activities. How then does this abstract time concretise as the depredation of human lives? To demonstrate, a diversion into the origins of abstractness is required. Abstract in Marxian thought is not an object of the mind or an idea unrelated to the world. It is a concept that separates and captures in thought an actual side of phenomena. In its historical development, the abstract is a specific relationship whose process matures into a concrete, or the many-sided developed whole. This definition originates with Hegel, although its development there is about spiritual ascent in contrast to the Marx's primacy of materialist conditions. In skeletal form, the abstract is a moment of the concrete, whereas the concrete is the dialectic interrelatedness of dismembered wholeness. For Marx, the abstract as well as the concrete are dialectical categories reconstituted in thought by scrutinizing the systemic dynamics at the heart of the object, albeit contingently upon its own materialist circumstances. Unlike the ahistorical neoclassical method of add new info from newly observed phenomena, or from the immediacy that has not been explained, to check a model's theoretical stability, the concrete is the abstract historically unfolding by its inner contradictions. In contradistinction to empiricism, selective observations from facts instantaneously overturning past theories, Marxian theory is the systemization of the transformation of the abstract into the concrete by its inherent laws of development. Every concept refers to an aspect of reality whose history has been explored. It is mediated and not immediate or given. Whereas vulgar economics bases much of its findings on given this and given that, like given competitive prices, Marxian science is exactly about explaining the given. In the critical rationalist approach, knowledge develops faced with the inapposite question that reality remains an unknown, instead of reality becoming progressively knowable relative to the even more progressively knowable. This epistemological score has long been settled when Hegel debunked Kant's unknowable noumena. All one can add is the social forces commanding the development of science through transformative iterations and ruptures are possible because, as Althusser points out, ideology is not the utter. 337. Falsity that falsifies everything. It is the imaginary, which may or may not correspond to a relation posited by science. When critiqued from a working-class perspective, or stripped of mystification, ideology ceases to block the development of truth. The metaphysical proposition that things are unknowable contrasts with theological omniscience or truth as an attribute of changeless forms. Using noumena, or things that hypothetically cannot be experienced, to examine whether ideologically commanded science elicits the development of knowledge runs counter to the factual developments already observed. For Ilyankov, the ascent from the abstract to the concrete connects analytically developed concepts in a system, which answers the objective dismemberment of the object as well as the unity of all its aspects. The ascendance from part to whole presupposes the ascension from the concrete perceived by contemplation to the abstract. Separate aspects of the object are understood as they are regarded as parts of the whole or only in relation to the independent movement of the whole. Analysis begins with the sensed object, the actuality fully developed, and works its way to a mental concept, or concrete, of the object. Relative to actuality, the intermediation of the abstract and the concrete is real, but in thought it belongs to subjective dialectics. Obviously, it cannot be fully mapped against the observable phenomenon. Althusser and Balibar posit that the real is one thing while thought about the real is another because of the primacy of the real over thought about the real, since thought about the real presupposes the existence of the real independent of that thought, and 2, the materialist thesis of the specificity of thought, and of the thought process, with respect to the real and the real process. The former point may be illustrated with reality being ahead of theory, while the latter point implies that a fuller understanding of reality must not pass final judgment with metaphysical forms on a rather dynamic reality. The abstract has an actual referent in history, which is not just the object but also by the fact that thought about the object is itself presupposed by the existence the very object under consideration. This circularity, thought predicated by material being, is the unity of theory and practice. With the above detour in mind, abstract time is the time that society condenses in social production per money wages. This exploitation writ large expands the production of waste as it reduces the longevity of people situated within a social turnover time whose compression leaves more surplus labor to capital. Since value realized as material substance is concrete labor time embodied in commodities conditioned by abstract time, the struggle for time is a struggle to regulate the reproduction of labor. Moreover, since labor power has a value associated with the global level of development of the productive forces, the struggle to minimize. 338. Labor time per moneyed unit concretises in the industry of thinning the stock of laborers and labor power available to society. Capital ratchets its control of the labor process by its intertwined domination of space and time. While imperialist wars extend hegemony over the South, they also reduce the outlays on real wages per unit of time delivered in production. The time targeted for regulation includes the time encapsulated as value invested in human lives, the reduction of the social cost of the reproduction of labor. Not only human effort but also human lives are used as inputs/outputs in civilian end-use commodity production, waste commodities, or military end-use commodities, more generally, waste accumulation. Labor's struggle to control time, equally, the struggle to repossess time, is also a struggle to reappropriate its social product as in working shorter working days or living longer relative to the times. The grounds upon which labor struggles are defined by the social nature of the wage system, which makes the wage bill the equivalent of the wages of the global working class whose labor has across time created wealth. Perlman designates the contributions of many peoples throughout history to social production processes, which culminate in the current conditions of social reproduction, as follows. In the capitalist process of production, the worker embodies or materializes his alienated living energy in an inert object by using instruments which are embodiments of other people's activity. Sophisticated industrial instruments embody the intellectual and manual activity of countless generations of inventors, improvers, and producers from all corners of the globe and from varied forms of society. The instruments in themselves are inert objects, they are material embodiments of living activity, but are not themselves alive. The only active agent in the production process is the living laborer. The living laborers of today build upon the labor of the past. Furthermore, the social nature of wages and production imply that all social resources are engaged in production and reproduction even if they appear to be passive and waiting to be deployed. After all, people and nature are commodities self-expanding to the demands of social or abstract time, which realize by the biased bent of imperialism. In the North, shorter workdays become an asset to capital and its adjunct classes as they implicate longer days and realize the shorter lives elsewhere in the developing world. An anti-systemic struggle in the North would be a struggle for the homogenization of labor, bridging wage gaps and working conditions across the globe, not just let us get more at the expense of others. A larger portion of wages in the North should not mean a lower wage share altogether in the South. 339. 5. The struggle for time. To put things in perspective, the categories of Marx's capital undergo a process of ascent from abstract to concrete. Labor is said to be abstract or concrete, social, or private depending on how the concept of labor is situated within historical developments, or the aspects chosen out of the conditions of the labor process. Each abstraction belongs to a specific moment of historical development captured in thought as capitalism moves from simple to mature stages. Wage labor itself is a social relationship that develops only in relation to its capitalist context. To expand the point above, unlike the metaphysical notion, the abstract is not an a priori form of which the real object is some deviant representation, while the concrete is not the fullness of the sensory perceived object. Both abstract and concrete are logical or mental categories dissected from a multifarious phenomenon. To abstract or to select what is relevant to forge the building block of a system of thought is to designate the principal relationship that defines the modus operandi of the objective system. As is well known, for Adam Smith, the central concept was the division of labor. For the neoclassicals, it is subjective utility. For Marx, it is the commodity qua value, alienated and objective. Another issue defining conceptual relevance is historical determination. For example, the concept market under capitalism wholly differs from a pre-capitalist market, since much of life nowadays depends on markets and it did not then. Similarly for the concepts money, labor, rents, interest rates, etc. What is crucial for social reproduction, such as wage labor or its product, the commodity, or the division of labor, any of these may be picked as a starting abstraction/concept for analyzing a system. Whichever concept is chosen, its content must be historically specific. It must appertain to a determined period in history whose laws differ from those of previous phases. The concept market must then be qualified with the adjective capitalist such that it becomes a capitalist market. In other words, the concept/abstraction relating to the object of investigation cannot be for reasons of adequacy transhistorical, or that which refers to the same unchanging thing at all times. Furthermore, labor's characterization as abstract or concrete is a reflection upon its real development in time. Concrete labor, the actual personal effort afforded to production, becomes abstract after market deliberations. Similarly, for concrete and abstract time. Both categories, abstract and concrete, are an intermediation of one another depending on how time is consumed to the demands of production and/or as guided by markets. The state of becoming of abstract and concrete time is their measure or historical time. Together they represent the process by which capital socializes labor time in production to be alienated and expropriated. 340. Capital socialization qua commodification is totalizing, and so is the time in which it operates. Abstract time is by definition social and totalizing. For capital to preserve its rate of exploitation, more leisure time in the north must imply less leisure and longevity in the south. Always, it must be recalled in periods specific to available capacity and not in relation to ancient times. Abstract time, the time that derives from the exigencies of exchange, dictates concrete time, the chronological time it takes to produce commodities. Such time is not only the hours on the clock in a factory. It is also the time of the labor process as a whole, or the time in which the working class, with all its elements, productive and unproductive, including the time of mothers raising children, get consumed subject to the pressures of minimum socially necessary labor time. Abstract time, a subdivision of capital, also signals the optimal rate for the transformation of use into exchange value or the frequency of realization, how capital reduces the time between the production of the commodity and its sale. However, as a conceptual moment in capital or social production, abstract time is not at the origin of capital's command system. It is, as everything else under capitalism, a derivative or a secondary moment of fetishism or the rule of commodities. Although the real agent of history is the social class, in relation to its forms of consciousness subsumed in the class struggle, the fetish of the commodity is the surrogate of the capital class in command. At a broader level, the real agent of history is history itself auto-differentiating under the spell of the commodity. Such is a variation upon the Althusserian position that the agent is the motor class struggle, not an isolated/analyzed stratum in the class struggle. For Althusser, it is futile to distinguish from within the heap of class relations, the overdetermined history, couched within the class struggle, a specific class as historical subject. In a restless and overdetermined process, to designate a specific form of the social class as subject is undue reductivism. That is, to assign a subject of history from time-independent and still moments, when the very interaction of the system or its dynamic already instantiates in the outcomes given in the structures of the class struggle before us, is sophistry. Since the results of the class struggle reveal its class composition, to define with precision the leading class by mentally dismembering the class struggle to its components is superfluous speculation. Developments, national security or insecurity, incomes are all outcomes of the class struggle qua history. For the South to develop to one degree or another is to overturn capital to one degree or another. In the order of determination within the totality, capital, the leading relation and resultant of the class struggle in correspondence to the dominance of the rule of commodities, is the kernel relaton. Subordinately, in equation-like precision, the more alienated the working class becomes from its social product, the more the rule of commodities. 341. The regulation of concrete time is the regulation of the reproduction of the working class and its associated costs. Such regulation unfolds in the wars, slavery, union busting, etc., or history as it happens. Reading the position above inversely, history subservient to the reason of the commodity is the dialectical measure or the mediated contradiction between abstract and concrete time tempered by the power balance of the class struggle. Events such as how many people are put to work, for how much time, how many are shed as unemployed, what conditions force them to work for almost nothing, or literally killed, are the wanted consequences of capital. The frequency of the dislocations and their magnitudes are the consequences of the law of value as it extirpates labor to allocate resources. The law of value subjugated to the fetishism of commodities operates under the onus of the submission of concrete to abstract time, or how much of life should be compressed between the hourly intervals of conventional or chronological time. Such collapse of abstract into concrete time rolls out in social time, the quality of life. Fetishism, itself an attendant moment upon alienation, cloaks the social class agency. Colloquially, things or market signals did what went wrong, not people. Uninhibited fetishism is the substratum of the logical precepts that pollutes perception. Man begins to perceive and process reality subject to the given without a horizon of change made possible by revolutionary alternatives. Labor fails to recognize itself as a commodity and lives the illusion of capital. It reasserts the fictitiousness of capital. Alienation, fetishism, and reification are moments of capital's dynamics, reciprocally reconditioning each other to reproduce dominant ideology. Fetishism occupies a distinct position in Marx's logical ordering because it clings to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities and which is therefore inseparable from commodity production. It is there from the start, and with it comes the promotion of false reality via the production of ideology. The fetishism of late capitalism has reinforced waste production and consumption such that the wasting of man as a commodity has come to stand atop the pinnacle of the divine fetishist order. Bombing the poor spectacularized on TV screens is a high-rating show. The obfuscation is more than just the dulling of the working class. It has become the near-complete severance of social consciousness from social being. This has occurred because reification, the thingification of subject as a mode of thought, penetrated the deeper layers of knowledge acquisition, seized the structure and process of thought, such that to play on David Bohm's implicate order, people end up not thinking, but reorganizing their prejudices. For example, wars and pollution are said to be ephemeral conditions that technological advance will redress. However, more than a century of 342. Technological advance has cost hundreds of millions of lives in wars and war-related deaths, not to mention the calamity of the environment. Positive tech determinism and meliorism are the reification or the attribution of causality to things. Worse yet, it is the very people that have incurred the tragedy that actually refy the subject. Machines are said to be the salvation of man. To reiterate, it is not the thing or the commodity, or the metaphysically abstract idea of time, which triggers the march of history, it is the ruling class in relation to other classes, or the class struggle. History takes its cue from mystified market operations in which the worker denies himself, does not develop freely his physical and mental energy but mortifies his body and ruins his mind in return for a wage. Yet despite the obviousness that to control time, labor must own the real and ideological means of production, the concussion sustained by the beaten masses had resulted in loss of vision. Labor has been commodified and its struggle to decommodify itself remains short of target. The de-alienation of labor is its reclamation not only the commodities it produces, but also the environment, and altogether the means of social reproduction expropriated by capital. The time that labor struggles for is a time structured around its control of production, or one derived from asserting its historical role as subject in the value relation projected onto the class struggle. 6. Abstract time misdefined. As defined above, abstract time is a secondary moment of the value relation associated with the phase in which the commodity restructures the social time resolution of its value versus use value contradiction by the signals of exchange value. The concrete time society spends in production or in an interval of chronological time contributes to social reproduction or de-reproduction by how markets price the life/effort of labor expended in an hour or a lifetime work. Abstract time, abstract labor, or social labor are subdivisions of the value relation whose equivalent is the universal commodity or the money form. Abstract time is also society's effort spent in the making of all commodities including labor power. The time it takes to produce commodities is deliberated ex post by market-instituted exchange, or the price/wage informs society and producers how much effort should be squeezed from labor in an hour of work to stay competitive and above average profits. It is the concrete labor time condensed in chronological time, which obliges the law of value as it minimizes necessary labor or the social wage bill. The abstract and the concrete side of time cross-condition each other and manifest in the changes. 343. To the conditions of livelihood associated with the necessity to reduce socially necessary labor time. Getting more out of labor for less in the shortest period may be a partial caption of the abstract time relation. Saying it is the social relation of capital, which reconstitutes society and organizes the time of social labor in line with the production of surplus value is a wider understanding of abstract time. As to the falsification of abstract time, Postow's work is exemplary and a more emphatic pro-imperialist version of Western Marxism. He epitomizes the liberal stance that both socialism and imperialism are wrong. However, the socialist states are more pernicious and deserve the aggression they sustain at the hands of the Western world. He prioritizes the role of abstract time in an abstract or rather metaphysical fashion within historical development. Instead of laying the accent on a capital class represented in dominant/class ideology as the motor of history, Postow lets stand reified social time for capital itself, capital as a posteriori resultant of class activity. It is his European space and time delimited concept of capital, which delimits and corrupts all other conceptual subdivisions. Like Western Marxism, he theorizes the European space of capital, but not capital the totality. To be specific regarding capital's subdivisions, he poses time as a concept sectioned from a process and assumes all that dynamic thereafter must be assessed by reference to that fixed form. His abstract time, like a supernatural force, is a priori form of society yet runs the affairs of society. As such, the historical subject transmutes into the form of the ticking clock. With the class struggle gone missing, totality, the interconnections of the whole, also goes missing. Whereas the abstract and the concrete are categories of subjective dialectics, Postow treats these as I mentioned earlier in the manner non-sensed and sensed respectively. He further splits abstract from concrete time in an undialectical way. He says that the historical transition from a mode of time reckoning based on variable hours to one based on constant hours implicitly marks the emergence of abstract time, of time as an independent variable. He then declares relatedly in the same text that abstract time, on the other hand, by which I mean uniform, continuous, homogeneous, empty time, is independent of events. How could abstract time be dependent on the transition, which is a series of events, and then become an independent variable and independent of the events that followed? Abstract time becomes a so be it divine fiat or a form unrelated to further events and experience. Postone also failed to reference the part to the whole or the concrete back to the abstract or even notice the continuum of ascent from the abstract to the concrete. His remark that concrete time as any sort of time that is a dependent variable, a function of events or actions, is qualified elsewhere in the text as 344. The amount of time that determines a single commodity's magnitude of value, which is a dependent variable. The time itself, however, has become independent of activity whether individual, social, or natural. It has become an independent variable, measured in constant continuous, commensurable, and interchangeable conventional units, which serves as absolute measure of motion and of labor qua expenditure. If such relation was to hold, that is if abstract time acted as an independent variable in an equation that influences the dependent variable, concrete time, without addressing the unity of abstract and concrete and their qualitative change represented in historical relationship, capital would have long perished as result of excessive myopia. Capital would be guiding its activity more so with regression analysis upon stationary data series and less so with intelligence agencies, NGOs, and think tanks to shape/tap into the temperament of the masses in order to abort their potential revolts. The dependent and independent variable terms arise from confounding econometric analysis with history. Similar statistical causality, often modeled upon a stationary series, predicts the risks within some margin of error but not the historical uncertainty or structural changes. With a formalist sketch of dynamic processes, the historical uncertainty ceases to be, and revolts against imperialism in places like Palestine become of the same quality as capital as opposed to being the negation of capital. Abstract and concrete times reinforce each other and sustain capital by balancing the degree to which exploitation physically and spiritually grinds down labor along with its potential for anti-systemic consciousness/practice. Unlike Postone's metaphysical abstract, abstract time is a dialectical universal, or the generalist material circumstance, constantly remanifest in the universal equivalent, or the money form. Money or credit are underwritten by the time of labor of society or longevity and are related to value-forming processes such as wars, sweatshops, and union crushing, etc., which are the concrete labor conditions and their concrete time. Recalling, there is a relentless and qualitatively shifting interface between the fetish-commanded dynamic of capital and its realization in real outcomes that ought to be demystified for a sounder understating of social processes. All the same, Postone's statistical-like concepts of abstract and/or concrete time, or independent and dependent variables respectively, are removed from continuous social activity. By substituting historical causation with statistical causation, or by conscripting reality into mathematical language, such logicism precludes a revolutionary consciousness attendant upon a negation of the reason of a history soaked with the auto-expansion dynamic of the commodity. 345. Postone further criticizes Lukács who equates capitalism with static bourgeois relations and posits the dynamic totality, the historical dialectic, as the standpoint of the critique of capitalism. He elaborates his position on the structure of social relations characteristic of capitalism takes the form of a quasi-natural opposition between an abstract universal dimension and one of thingly nature. Accordingly, and this is the gist of what he aims at, the temporal moment of that structure also has the form of an apparently non-social and non-historical opposition between an abstract formal dimension and one of concrete process. These oppositions, however, are not between capitalist and non-capitalist moments, but, like the related opposition between positive rational and romantic forms of thought, they remain entirely within the framework of capitalist relations. Oddly, he labels Lukács' approach static, yet he employs statistical jargon, such that he considers his position on history as an automatic historical flow related intrinsically to the social domination of abstract time. Notice the resemblance of automatic flow with the flow of a stationary time series. The endogeneity of fixed abstract time causing concrete time is a relation of independent to dependent variables in a stochastic process. In such formal approach, structure, quality, and historical types must be the same across chronological time. As such, opposition to capital will never be anti-systemic and, structurally as a result of the uniformity of elements in content, Cuba will be as repressive as the US. For Postone, however, there is no immediacy because he tailored in thought a part of reality that he would like to see and assumed that such was all there is out there. His processing of events is about idea deviating from an idea. That is why in such world of removed from events, it is possible to posit that the left, which supported Vietnam when it was aggressed and divided the world into camps, was wrong because such is a deviation from the pure idea of non-aggression. He notes that the left too often found itself in the position of being the mirror image of Western nationalists. Along the same lines, he also stresses that people who regard the struggle against Israel as progressive are taking something reactionary and regarding it as progressive. The violence of imperialism spearheaded by Zionism abroad, which is the thrust of global capital accumulation by means of waste, fades from the picture. In his totality of pure ideas, he could equate imperialism with socialism. Labor, time, society, etc. as ideas are only formal notions of their forms without palpable being. If in the odd case any of his concepts designate something real, they do so in reference to Western democracy, cultural or psychological traits of the more advanced countries, the Achilles heel of the Frankfurt School. In relation to the Frankfurt School and broader Western Marxism, Rockhill aptly notes that 346. Such Marxism bereft of class struggle can thereby be redefined as a kind of anti-communist critical theory that is not directly connected to class struggle from below but rather freely criticizes all forms of domination, and which ultimately sides with capitalist control societies over and against the purported fascist horrors of powerful socialist states. He further adds that their criticisms of capitalism pale in comparison to their uncompromising condemnation of socialism. Their brand of critical theory ultimately leads to an acceptance of the capitalist order since socialism is judged to be far worse. Not unlike most of the other fashionable discourses in the capitalist academy, they proffer a critical theory that we might call ABS theory, anything but socialism. In addition to animating the senses-wise concrete vis-a-vis the metaphysical abstract, which erases process and qualitative differences, Postone reduces abstract time to the time that productive labor imparts to production. As time to produce becomes shorter with technological progress or with higher productivity, less labor is demanded, and class struggle is no longer consigned to labor versus capital but between that time which reduces the demand for labor and labor. This removes capital and its class agencies from the scene. Employment cannot be explained with the fact that machines may assimilate less labor as they improve over time. Had this been the case and on account of improving technology, much of the world's workforce would be unemployed, when in fact, all must work to reproduce even for below subsistence wages. Postone adopts an arithmetic definition of unemployment, which is use of machinery at less than full capacity results in the unemployment of thousands of workers. Anyways, such is not an argument since employment and wages are political stabilization measures or punitive policies that discipline the working class. His is a statement of form but not fact, which is trite and outside the context of value relations or the relation by which capital stabilizes through its employment strategies. Aside from the truism that better machines shed labor, elsewhere, he argues that socialist nations replace the market by the state and that means that mass unemployment immediately would entail a political crisis, one that would call the system into question. State capitalism necessarily requires full employment to legitimate itself. State capitalism is another hollow concept, for all states in the era of capitalism must be capitalist. Not that this only implies that full employment in aggressed socialist countries is undesired because it legitimates the capitalism of the state, it also errs on the side of the free market, its price system and abstract time as inescapable realities. The firm may create employment per machine to produce, but capital creates employment primarily for political stabilization purposes. In 347. The interface between the individual capitalist and capital, it is capital that lays down the rules. Developing nations are confronted with the problems of building capacity, which requires the full mobilization of resources in price systems independent of imperialist meddling. Society is all productive in social reproduction contra the putative one-man to one-machine productivity. The only reality one is sure of is the one man behind the machine is a social laborer, as opposed to an abstract laborer, predicated by society. However, Postow's productivity is only the abstract man-to-machine ratio in still time. Observably so, defeated labor personifies capital and pits itself against the labor-saving machine. His labor is a multitude of abstract laborers. However, that is not a theory about anything. It is a narrowly selected observation, which does not account for time or space, and therefore, a fiction amongst other fictions of capital adopted by a commodified intellectual. Set against the development of labor in time and space, the discovery of the laws which make the very participation of labor in the wage system a form that recreates capital amounts to a picture of reality consistent with the law of value. However, Postow's man-to-machine ratio criterion is typical of Western Marxisms. Only the U.S. General Motors type of worker is productive, while the mothers dying under U.S. bombs in the developing world are unproductive. Instead of theory detailing how the absolute law of surplus value requires imperialist massacres to create the wealth that northern nations, wealth appears as deus ex machina outside the mediation of earlier than historically determined deaths. Theory would address the law of movement or capital's knack to safeguard its rule by means of employing some of its adjunct working class in the industry of crushing other working classes. It would look into how in the imperialist center, the whole welfare structure produces more educated and healthier workers, or rather fitter soldiers of empire, as subsidiaries of militarism. 7. Productivity and productive labor. The productivity of the masses in the developing world is real and measurable in the growth of global output set against the abjection of the South. As postulated so far, the dollar productivity of the South depends on who counts the dollars, why dollars' worth is less in the South, and the time frame of accounts. To just focus on GM-type workers with machines that reduce labor time per unit of output voids the purpose of science, which is to state in space and time terms what is. What is in Dunham's conceptual frame of reference, are the working people organized in working classes against capitalists. 348. Organized in ruling classes and their representative institutions that own the machines, which is a contradiction that must be maintained over time for surplus value to be created. To express a different reality, or what is not and conceal the interest and advantage of powerful groups is social mythology, a theory that reduces reality to meaningless verbal acrobatics. The ratio of abstract man to physical machine is partially referenced in reality. However, neither abstract man nor physical machines exist independently of the organizing social relation. The productive labor of which Western Marxism speaks is just the one-man hours of work per machine denominated in dollars. Such man is ahistorical. Not that symbolizing a thing without history is unfeasible, but man without history is man without society or a mother and father, which cannot be. Such unreal man incurs imaginary drudgery in theoretical time and produces hypothetical commodities. His productive labor is no different than the neoclassical measure of effective labor hours input into production. The hours of labor are calculated for the U.S. factory without calculating the time of their Navy pilots and their victims on the grounds abroad fetching the dead and the raw materials for the factory of the North at a convenable price to work with. To slightly reword Kafka, it is only such illusory concept of time that makes it possible for us to speak of the day of judgment by that name. In reality it is a summary court in perpetual session. The real workers are subjected to the labor process, or the process whose purpose is to cut the costs of social reproduction. The real man on the job is the man forcefully socialized by deracination, alienated from his society, and who delivers at work what society has invested in him, and, by implication, productivity is social productivity. Of all the realized products, the thrust of the absolute law of surplus value is for waste products to sell and be regarded as necessarily useful either on their own or by absence of alternatives to society. Western Marxism's totality of social production is also a set of relations between atomist/unmediated people. It is not class relations ordered in hierarchical dominance, which determine the movement of the whole, it is the resultant matrix of individualistic volitions situated outside history. Instead of the historical forces, it treats the reified forms of capital that imperialism has created as its starting point of analysis, thence, the absence of the historical surplus value. Totality as the concrete conception of history, or capitalism in its current phase, is capital metamorphosed into the imperialist class as the decisive link that leads the whole social structure. Capital through imperialist practice re-articulates other modes of production, with the center remaining in control. The resources of the developing world underwritten against the dollar are the 349 property of that central capital, and these are either used, slaughtered, or put on hold to be engaged in some variant of the business of slaughter. To recollect, the act of imperialist war or the killing itself, the premature extinguishing of life in structural genocide, is a production activity that over the lifetime of the worker leaves more surplus labor to turn into capital. Moreover, to identify the idea of machines reducing employment with the dynamic of capital, is to substitute a formal equation depicting the impact of capital for the web of class relation to which the capital relation is central. The development of the machine thing is its depreciation as it occupies various spaces. Such is not the development of capital, the social relation in time, which is the subject of machines and other things capital produces. While reductionism elucidates thought, reduction-wise one may pick the relation of capital to machine that is best illustrated as northern weaponry engages the south. Moreover, the collapse of capital into machine would reflect the development of capital by the narrow benchmark of depreciation or appreciation of physical capital. Ludicrously, if followed through, the social totality becomes a totality of various machines determined by their rates of depreciation. However, capital totalizes by class relations that dominate to organize the social conditions to ensure its continuity. By the nonsensical identity of capital with machines spun into totality, the reasons for underdevelopment in the South would be the lack of better machines, not imperialism. Doubtless, better machines associate with higher productivity. Productivity accounts for higher value-added stages of production. Incidentally, value-added, or better put waste-added, is the additional techno-how step in the processing of a product in production, which is a different category from surplus value. The latter is the relation that morphs surplus labor into capital. The concept of productive labor may be mentally isolated, interred in thought to designate a moment of social production. For instance, a worker on the assembly line is productive, while the secretary is unproductive, and so on. As such, it is a dismembered relation of a production process captured in thought. As a one-sided concept, productive labor can be chopped off from the more mature concept of living labor to elucidate the mediatory relations that underlie production. In isolation, it may explain a particular process of production, but it cannot explain the fullness of reality or reproduction. In social labor, the labor of social reproduction, which brings to life both productive and unproductive labor, productive labor alone is nowhere to be seen in immediacy, but somewhere to be detected in the mediated actuality, the concreteness perceived by the mind that occurs as result of necessary laws. What is before us in mature form is the working class whose members by their very coming into existence are interrelatedly productive and altogether. 350. Earn the social wage to reproduce. In Western Marxist vernacular, the productive labor associated with better machines is not the global working class qua living labor, which is the producer of surplus value, it is rather white labor, integrated into capital, which most adds to the heap of commodities. From an optic rooted in reality, however, it is not the workers in northern factories that account for the making of sane wealth because they run the better machines in some moment of time asymmetric reproduction, on the contrary, because white classes are part of capital, which together with capital, sway the content of wealth toward waste, which as it turns into dead labor, enhances the productivity of the premature death of laborers as commodities. To build an argument for wealth based on the category productive labor is a thought exercise that exaggerates a specific activity from living labor for the sake of analysis. In its abstract state, productive labor as a concept and as used by Marx is a relationship to itself and to its environment. It is a one-sided view of the real, in contrast to being only the form of productive labor, whose material instantiation is some deviation from its logical being. The Marxian category of productive labor exists in a state of flux with its counter-image, unproductive labor, reactualist in living labor. Labor altogether is re-engaged, disengaged, wasted, or commodified by capital. Drawing on Ilyankov, productive and unproductive labor are subdivisions of the broader measure living labor. For Marx, dialectical categories are not self-reasoned ideas whose intermediation is actuality, like Hegel's categories of being and nothingness, for that is metaphysics with a dialectical twist. Marx's category is not cause for itself or indeterminate being. Each concept is simultaneously determined in itself and as a relationship to its material circumstances. The ideas as forms in Marx differed from Hegel because although both reason from appearance to essence, Hegel's phenomenology was the result of inherent tensions within the spirit proper, as opposed to materialist circumstances reconditioning states of consciousness. In the former, the immanence of the logic determines the path of development, in the latter the logic is unearthed from the development of material conditions. Marxian logic is contingent upon the state of becoming of each object in relation to itself and other objects in its course of development. Once removed from their historical contexts, notions such as productive/unproductive labor become self-contained and cannot be reassembled to reconstitute the totality from which they were derived. Productive labor is not additive, and naturally, the social product as an incremental build-up of value flows cannot be adequately inferred from it. The market deliberations reference value to abstract labor, which is the social labor of the working class as a whole entombed in the abstract moneyed form. The determination 351 of value flows rests in the conditions of the labor process. A more divided labor leaves more to capital in surplus labor. To say there is more or less productive labor does not determine the rate of surplus value. Productivity will remain dependent upon the independent developments of the productive forces, while the rate of surplus value will depend on the degree of capital's repression emergent in the exploitation of labor. The one-sided categories of productive and unproductive labor ascend from their particular conditions to their general condition, which is social labor, and as always by the mediation of the market and the response of labor to the operations of the law of value. Productive and unproductive labor are historically specific processes and are not apart or sequential in time. They are concomitant and relations within the totality of capital. They are both activities of commodified waged and unwaged social labor. The Eurocentric accent on productive labor being responsible for wealth falsely projects that one-sided particular onto the whole. Such biased induction purports that the social labor of society is only that of the more productive Western class. However, to recognize social class is to recognize its cross-border and organic ties. A class in relation to other classes is history, while history's historical surplus value fates the developing world to produce a wealth to which it is not entitled. The law of value devolved in the aggressions of capital exemplifies abstract time dictated as concrete time. It will regiment the working class to fit its life's length and quality of life into capital's chronological time. Abstract time is the product and instigator of the coercion exercise to produce with minimum necessary labor. Although dubbed abstract, abstract time is social time, and it is as real and felt as the coercion exercised. However, in a totality of pure ideas, imperialism as the practice of the law of value does not coerce real people, it represses the forms of these people. As such, real but abstract time should cease to evolve into a real possibility, or the abstract time resulting from coercion, because the events and subjects that presuppose it are only formal. Accordingly, the interaction of the abstract and the concrete in thought resolves to become possible and actual solely by logical necessity, in contrast to necessity borne out by a unity of logic and history. For instance, Hegel, speaking of real possibility, typically considers immediate actuality to be a variation upon the forms. True to his idealism, he posits the primacy of real possibility in forms as predicates of actual objects or events rather than as the synergy of thought with material circumstances. When this externality is thus developed into a circle of the two categories of possibility and immediate actuality, showing the intermediation of the one by the other, it is what is called real possibility. 352. Being such a circle, further, it is the totality, and thus the content, the actual fact or affair in its all-round definiteness. While in like manner, if we look at the distinction between the two characteristics in this unity, it realizes the concrete totality of the form, the immediate self-translation of inner into outer, and of outer into inner. Developed actuality, as the coincident alternation of inner and outer, the alternation of their opposite motions combined into a single motion, is necessity. Although it is rather difficult to cite Hegel without seeming to quote out of context, here he says, albeit in caricature form, that ideas necessarily bear what is real into existence. However, the argument is without recourse to material historical periodization. Consistent with idealism, he does not allude to forms reshaped by actual circumstance, which would circularly alter the essence of the form. To illustrate Hegel's point, it is only man that makes labor, but labor does not remake man. For Marx and Engels, labor remakes man not only in thought, but also physiologically. The conceptual structure of Hegel, no matter the phenomenon, rests upon the absolute idea or a self-consciousness that identifies with freedom. In any case, the above quote is worthy if only because it is indicative of logical immanence. Nevertheless, reality is not a sideshow to a priori ideas. Abstract time's functional quality resolved in its twin other concrete time is about the time in which capital usurps most out of people in the shortest chronological time for the least cost. While Hegelians and postmodernists alike assess their cultural phenomenon of time repression with sullen dispositions, toiling peoples of the Third World, to borrow the expression of Palestinian novelist M. Abdel Al, are being saved from their lives by their early deaths. Furthermore, by restricting abstract time to the time of productive labor, only the time squeezed out of labor in factories that produce a supposed final stage commodity, the interconnectedness of production or things disappears. To produce anything, a colonial or an imperialist war is a must, because encroachment wars reduce the costs of items used to support labor and production. However, to produce waste, to cakewalk into Iraq as the US did in 2003 and create a trail of hundreds of thousands of lost lives whose concrete time squeezed to almost nothing by abstract time, is mainstream-wise not considered a factory with productive laborers. The US jet fighter pilots are not productive labor generating the surplus time assessed against the lives of their forcefully engaged victims in the industry of war. That interrelatedness, the fact that war as an accumulation process and an event restructures global accumulation, is lost. Definitions unsituated within laws fall short of encompassing multifarious situations. Redefined from a social reproduction scope, productive labor is 353. All the global labor employed and subjected to the immiserating force that compresses the social cost of labor reproduction. Relatedly, abstract time is the concept that captures the degree to which global society's time, not the European-only factory labor clock, is to be controlled. That is more than just the working hours spent in the factories. It is about lessening the stock of potential labor time, or the shortening of lives way before their historically determined expectancy. The conjointment impetus of the primacy of politics and the absolute law of surplus value is the historical imperative by which capital depopulates. Apart from capital's war and its neoliberal austerity, examples of structural genocide include the unnecessary daily deaths of children under the age of 5, around 25,000 each day, mostly from causes preventable with low cost. 7. Another blatant example of depopulation by imperialist war is the Congo. Since 1961, it lost anywhere between 15 and 25 million people as a result of imperialist assaults. 8. These estimates vary, but they always rotate in the ghastly sphere. The countervailing impact of struggle against the tide of history is contingent upon the forms of anti-imperialist social organizations. It may be as well to mention that capital, the impersonal force unbound by ethical standards, cannot be adduced from its appearances, its prices, or its high-end commodity glitter. Behind the spectacular is reality. Capital, or the real social force driving things, effaces itself. By scratching the surface of things, one sees the objective developments of capital, the way it imposes dividedness amongst the working class, or, closer to the topic, through the reduction of longevity over the social reproduction cycle. It is this latter process of waste-correlative depopulation whose marketed products are the mediated dead that counters capital's permanent crisis. In relation to capital effacing itself, the case may be that the auto-development of the productive forces and, technology in particular, may create the conditions where people conflate the physical assets of capital with the capital class itself. Consider automations or robotizations such as an Uber Google self-driving car, the AI drone, or, the more ubiquitous automated teller machine. The rapport between the individual and the machine is an immediate contact between worker/social man and physical capital without intermediate laborers representing capital or without the bank teller. In the case of the ATM, the customer is dealing with the bank and its managerial class, stockholders, and trust board, its leverage over the state, its ideological apparatuses in universities and media outlets, its financial arms, etc. through interface with the machine. However, such contact is with the thingified features of an already thingified ruling social class. Capitalists as well as workers immersed in the commodity form and its dynamic are commodities as well, since the phenomenon of relation between people is a relation between things. The point to discover is not that a machine and its reduction of labor time are against working classes, and only so by the rule of capital, for such is facticity. The concern here is how capital has commodified social being and through its co-optation of Marxism in the West aborted revolutionary consciousness. Under capital, the embodiment of the labor of the working class in things and machines reworks the other way around to implant the dynamic of the commodity in the mind of labor. True enough, capital's twin, its pervasive fetishism muddles the image of reality, however that wears away at intermittent intervals or as the unconscious antisocial development of capital deifies reality. Labor-saving mechanization not only sheds labor, it also blurs the human intermediation between machine and man. However, confronting the machine or thing is a confrontation with capital and its capitalists who have also been thingified. To replace the US military drone introducing societies to us-style democracy by firing the ideas of George Soros or his NGOs at the masses, the deadly impact upon the masses may remain the same. The thingified human resembles the bomb. 8. The positivist/pragmatic method as rationale for imperialism. Niebil observed that to ignore the labor process is to ignore the source of change in capitalist development. To extend this proposition is to include imperialist practice, or the submission of developing world labor to the central gun, as the source of change. Niebil adds that without accounting theoretically, and that means at the same time concretely, for the source of the structural changes, these changes, and indeed the economy as such, appear accessible to analysis only in quantitative terms. And it is then from such quantitative data that inferences as to possible meaning have to be made. What we have as a result is the pragmatic method. As such, the quantitative expression of the concept of surplus value given in profit or economic surplus becomes its definition. However, profits and surplus value are incomparables, And to derive surplus value from a capital-constructed quantitative assessment means that beneath the quantification both the theory of surplus value and the laws of capital are lost. 355. An example of capital-constructed data obscuring social dynamics is degrowth theory. Positioned within the barrage of imperialist ideological offensives, the only countries to degrow will be the weaker ones in the south. Elliptically, the approach is a spin-off on the Club of Rome's systemic projections on the overuse of natural resources by Meadows et al. Account rendered of changing income distribution, the economic growth rate is indicative of the profit rate. However, to limit growth in a developing formation aggressed by imperialism and experiencing demographic expansion at the same time is to mangle the masses. The Third World requires significant growth, savings, and investment in lockstep that internally circulate to guard the economic surplus within the nation-state. It also requires the mobilization of idle resources to lift its people out of poverty. The crucial point of developing world growth is to strengthen national defenses against a Western capital that expands by militarism. Profits do not grow on their own because the momentum of the quantity of past profits positively impacts future profits. Of note, lagging variables like the growth level or its subcomponents to determine their future quantities does not seize the dynamics of an exploitative system, it merely projects capital's assembled data onto some other point in algebraic time. Corporate profits grow because militarism voids the development of the South and pounds the working classes into surrendering their resources. One is sure that a whole gamut of other social measures also contributes to cutting costs and raising profits, but here the key moment of militarism around which all other tributaries coalesce is considered. As argued in Chapter 2, the leading link of capital accumulation is capital's war of encroachment, which principally halts competing development from emerging in the Third World. Instead of making the case to arrest militarism and imperialism, the mainstream hides the imperialism behind the sugar-coated language of rationing the use of natural resources, degrowth, or green growth. Also lost in the pragmatist positivist misinterpretation is the principal idea that it is not the individual laborer whose labor constitutes labor value, so it is not the particular industrial worker, or a particular group of industrial workers, or the industrial workers of a particular nationality that represent the industrial proletariat or what Marx meant by that term. Value is constituted by global social labor. Concepts formalized by capital, like the growth rate of GDP, whose quantity cloaks capital's class affiliation, appear so real to be the incarnation of the abstract and theoretical and its transformation into the concrete and practical all in one. The straitjacket of paradigmatic social science starts with assumptions symbolizing selective and history-independent facts, which become ideologically. 356. And ethically neutral ideological tools that masquerade as theory. These forms of thought hammered as theory are not only one-sided abstractions, they are formal typically of quantity. It is because of quantification that the possibility of comparability exists to serve as an instrument for the organized dimension of capital. The things quantified by capital bear little reference to interdependent reality. Since markets and wars must expand to expand wealth, mainstream concepts develop as beacons of capital and in ways that pave the way for further capital expansion. Their inner logic is structured to parallel such expansion. The predisposition for quantification mimics settler colonialism. With theory tailored to isolated facts on a one-to-one basis, the newly created facts or white settlements become self-reasoned and ahistorical concepts. They become the starting posts of analysis shifting through time as settlements expand to erase the previous devastation of snuffed natives. With memories and histories deleted, the newly formed facts or new settlements become the new benchmark for comparison. The natives who own their homelands but are losing with the advance of time will be portrayed as having little in terms of wealth and ownership before the arrival of the white man. Through the subordination of science to the privatization of ideas, capital intellectually corrupts its concepts. Its apparatuses popularize its faux science. The concept paradigm, which levels time, motion, and quality to that which is quantitatively additive, becomes the symbol used loosely to draw inferences about all sorts of situation, Even Kim Kardashian's new dress design revealing more of her posterior becomes a paradigm shift that receives 1 billion likes on social media. Like the settler colonies that eradicate natives, the vocabulary of capital becomes a power fact that strips peoples from the right to revolutionary consciousness. It gains a transcendental quality and engraves itself in the mind to distort perception. It could only do so because the defeated working classes accustom themselves to the crushing power balance and shift their customs to abide by the terms of defeat. Capital's manufactured statistics, which are more numerology than science, are the dogma by default since there is either no one left alive or no one powerful enough to question their validity. Whereas correct knowledge can be arrived at only after many repetitions of the process leading from matter to consciousness and then back to matter, that is, leading from practice to knowledge and then back to practice, the formalism of positivism, or of facts in the mind, which could be developed independently of the real development of the facts, amounts to hallucination. The absence of the class subject in their modes of abstraction omits the fundamental premise of existence, interconnectedness. To put it in Marx's words, the ties of the 357 independent, autonomous neighbors extrinsically or accidentally related, and their elements, which all form the members of a totality, are nowhere to be found. As such, the distinctions within unity evaporate. The crude empiricism of positivism splits the real object from its interconnected self and with it also the organic interconnection of parts, or while on the same issue, the totality that Lenin described as the universal, all-sided, vital connection of everything with everything. In its false concreteness, and in discarding the contradictions within the object and reference to how the whole bears upon the different parts in its development, the laws of capital can also be partitioned, as opposed to being universal. Although the interface of geopolitics with imperialism adheres to capital's laws, in a world segmented in the mind, the politics of imperialism appear unrelated to central accumulation. 9. Value and the national boundary. Neoliberalism brought more wealth laden with waste. With geopolitics holding sway over geography, the planet has long been a single factory in which the frequency of the waste cycle is undercurrent to profits. The coexistence of war and waste alongside wealth is not a hypothesis waiting to be proven, it is the phenomenon that calls for an explanation. The source of that alleged wealth, since it is mostly waste, is not northern relative surplus value or its better machines. The social relation responsible for the wealth in command of the productive forces is the imperialist class, which may be defined as the principal waste relationship that reproduces global society. Furthermore, understanding how much relative to absolute surplus value there is in a commodity by national origin amounts to quantification by whim. The absolute and relative components of surplus value in their immediate state are indistinguishable. Capital's interpretation of value by its money form magnitude veils the exploitative process. The U.S. issues the world reserve currency, not so much to meet transaction demands and lubricate the wheels of development, but to own and control the means of value making and value transfer. Although abstract and relative surplus values are not in a race with each other, by the sheer size and misery of the southern sections of the planet, it is the South whose contribution to wealth is highest, in line with the already developed standard that the rate of exploitation mirrors the rate of repression and with that the rate of premature death incurred in wasteful social reproduction. Globalization may be at least 5 centuries old, however, rarely does colonial war and genocide figure as 358. Early production sharing measures similar to the current phase of the international division of labor. And just like productive labor, relative surplus value counts only as a one-sided abstraction. Thought demands one-sided abstractions, however, these are impertinent only when they originate in logical forms or are metaphysical. As a concept, it should not be confined to national boundary or a modern type factory. Furthermore, to categories relative surplus value is to acknowledge its ascendance into the more general concept of the social product, of which it is a mentally parcelled out historical element. As posited above, defining the contribution of relative surplus value to the social product by machine quality in the North, while ignoring the efficiency of military machine quality in the South, is a class-biased exercise. To consider a dollar price share of Northern income as proportionate to the magnitude of relative surplus value is also misleading. The industry of the destruction of the South does more to raise relative surplus value than a machine producing cheaper consumption items in the North or in the sweatshops of the South. The South is both subject and object of value. In the South, militarism realizes wasted lives for a price while the living labor wasting away contributes to its value-forming processes. Militarism involves the highest technology, is undertaken to arrest the development of revolutionary consciousness, and reduces the costs of the necessary consumption bundle for global labor by the rate to which it wastes and desubjectifies the working class, including no less, the demand for cheaper wasted lives. The latter demand derives from the unconscious side of capital, and while submersed within dominant culture, it is practiced in plain sight as a justification for survival in a world of scarcity. Militarism, a subdomain of waste, is thence more cost or scale efficient and remains the gyroscope that steadies the capitalist system. At a more foundational level, prices do not just signify the item on sale in the here and now. Prices are composite significations of past and future costs/realizations regulated by the exercise of class power. Every price is influenced and influences its corresponding price system. A waste product or a valuable input realized in the past will tie into the entire cost structure and, depending on market moderation, it may appear in the future as a standalone product with its own price, or it may be latent or implicit in other prices. Save the chimeras of moneyed capital, a single commodity's price networked into the price system forbids by complexity or recursiveness the identification of a single commodity value with its single price. A non-composite price may exist as falsity in the hypothetical here and now because capital deems it so. However, actual prices, composite and complex, are what exists in real time and space. The money form or measure cum magnitude of value signifies the whole of the social product of labor without accounting for. 359. The power exercised behind the formation of prices. It is possible to abide by capital's time and accounts and set the sum of the prices as the sum of values. However, for that to make sense as a comparative benchmark, the static notion that unproductive labor does not add to value has to be dropped and the premature liquidation of life as a surplus value-making activity must figure within. Unwaged mothers spend and death cells amongst many other calibrations. In social reproduction, value, or socially necessary labor time, is refracted by the machinations of the market into its money form. Accordingly, value cannot only be gauged by the hours it takes to make a gadget in some factory on a given day. Even when everything else is held constant, that would still be too difficult since the commodity is realizable in many past and future forms and for many interconnected past and future prices. Value is better gauged by the socially necessary labor time harnessed in the process of social reproduction, say over the lifetime of a worker. The image of value is not what new cars look like. It is what the money form of value inflicts upon the lives of people. The true image of value is waste. In a system of thought whose cultural frame is Eurocentrism, truth fleetingly transpires as the resultant of working-class symbols that confront the symbols of capital. Searle, realizing the difficulty in comprehending the intricacies of value in political economy, rethought Marx's ideology as a material force by suggesting that the class struggle transforms into a mythological battle of good versus evil, or capital's signs against labor's signs. Whence the sectarian activity of making value or the production of the single nation in the North signified in its symbolic money form is referred back to the whole and to accumulation via imperialism. There surfaces the social production totality, which is a product of the global working class. The moneyed symbols which should designate that product would be assessed by proletarian internationalist rather than nationalism. In this war of symbols, transient truth emerges as anti-systemic ideology that co-aligns with Marxism-Leninism. Thus, where one situates the source of surplus value, in the national or international structure, is the barometer of scientific method. After all, social production is the totality scaffolded by the labor process in the act of social reproduction. In social reproduction, not only workers operating machines, but all workers are productive and living labor at once. As discussed in the previous chapter, the labor of the South wasting away as it reproduces to re-strengthen value is the raison d'être of capital. It is not a question that it produces more or less things than the North, especially as the North is in the South and vice versa. The broader picture, inclusive of the South, observed in its state of motion, is history. The absolute general law of capitalist accumulation intensifying the value relation is the rationale of such history. Capital's dominant culture, the biasedly selected precepts from the stock of human knowledge. 360. Parading as knowledge, pave the way for its essence to unravel as waste. Effective anti-systemic struggle coincides with the scientific method by demystifying capital's symbols. Left unchecked, capital's command of the ideological channels would determine the resolution of the real against the false and systemically reaffirm, as opposed to negate, capital's growth by waste. So far, value flows incarnate in an amalgam of pollutants, bombs, and other waste-laced commodities emerge as the social product. Sane commodities useful to labor are the alienated products of labor consumed by the capital class in organic food like fads. Waste commodities, however, return to labor in order to re-alienate the lives of labor from labor. Since waste sells, however, useful and disuseful commodities become, they rolled into one stock of wealth. Of the wealth, the waste is consumed and the act of consumption itself demonstrates that labor reproduces capital through its mode of auto-consumption. In such an order, it is capital's production, which does not simply produce man as a commodity, the human commodity, man in the role of commodity, it produces him in keeping with this role as a mentally and physically dehumanist being. Marx reaffirms the commodification of man in the symptoms of immorality, deformity, and dulling of the workers and the capitalists. Its product is the self-conscious and self-acting commodity, the human commodity. He critiques the classical political economists for not asking how many workers are maintained by a given capital, but rather how much interest it brings in, the sum total of the annual savings, which is to them the true purpose of production. Such is an affirmation of the rule of the capital class commodifying man to be wasted, to be the consumer of waste, and most of all, a man whose waste is the annual savings or, better yet, the reduction in necessary labor. 10. Class institutions and waste. Bourgeois classes gel in forms of social organization such as the national state, or supranational forms, such as NATO, EU, etc. These are forms and means of capital, which preside over the complex and interrelated social order. In a vertically ordered power structure in which wealth is dollar-denominated, the degree of sovereignty enjoyed by weaker states shows up in how much of their wealth they can retain and recirculate nationally. The principal constituent of sovereignty is working class security, or what filters from it as the embodiment of labor in the state. Compared to others, for instance, it is the sovereignty of Cuba or China, which permits them to retain more of their wealth in physical assets or national financial means. 361. The state in the imperialist center is commandeered by capital, while its adjunct, the white working class, is an organic extension thereof. The long-standing imperial armies and much of the social structures geared to bolster militarism are white working class forms of social organization. Though there are strata of the northern working class, in addition to native Indians, Hispanics, African Americans, and immigrants from the Arab/African regions in Europe, which comprise a potential proletariat, the balancing act of capital between empire and republic has ensured that the white class reproduces itself just as capital does through the practice of structural racism, the discrimination inbuilt into the power structure, as a value-forming activity. This us-European two-tier class system shadows the North-South divide. Central social inequality redevelops under the cover of the de jure rubric of political equality. All are equal under the law, but the weight of white historical surplus value relegates the majority of non-whites to inferior social positions. In retrospect, the white working class struggle for higher wages was not only the economism of a class co-opted by the labor aristocracy. Its rising incomes may have appeared as a bribe by petty bourgeois elements to stymie labor's historical agency. However, the decisiveness of the imperialist value usurpation component from the South was missing from such analysis. Also, such is not only a case where the left fails to explain to workers that trade unionism and economistic pursuits splinters them and subordinates them to capital. Although Lenin suggests the way out is to prioritize political struggle, the situation a century later informs of a different picture. The spur of white classes is their settler colonial culture continuously re-injected with colonial imperialist booty. Their reproduction is the reproduction of capital. An example of the futility associated with the rehabilitation of such classes, is the case of white Rhodesia. White class formations must be defeated for a modicum of liberation to avail. Within the Northern welfare state, an organic bond has been established between the state and white workers whose imperialist currency-denominated wages follow imperialist currency-denominated growth in productivity. They just follow capital-constructed productivity and are not caused by it. Recalling, the mainstream story of productivity is null and void as historical subject, and wages emerge as the appearance of the rate of slaughter in the South. Productivity associates with scale and cheaper commodities whose subject is the capital relation at work. 2 points must be re-emphasized. First, the wealth is mostly waste, and, secondly, the shares of incomes that constitute wealth over time are reassigned by class power. As argued above, the imperialist currency-denominated wages are usurped from a global social production process whose subject is the wasted South, in contradistinction from the productivity. 362. Of the better northern machines. Machines' technologies are subjects only in an objectified or non-human world. As it were, northern wages are connected to the imperialistically snatched value transfers because the wage bill is the residual of the social product minus the share of profits. Profits grow by the decimation of the South, the value activity. Meanwhile, class power resulting from global conquests furnishes the financial channels for the flow of the value transfers, assuming the form of imperialist rents. Rewording the productivity argument, for the substance of the surplus value arising from better technology to revitalize the value relation, that is for things to roll over into more things, the subject labor, namely in the South, must be wasted by destructive wars or other waste industries. Rigor in the analysis of historical causation requires that before one observes the statistics that more wealth leads preceding wealth, one must observe how the social agency of labor or how the crushing of labor in relation to capital is the subject of social production, and its object in waste accumulation. In relation to class composition in the center, U.S. median real wages stagnated since 1989, while revolving debt over the same period has increased by more than five-fold. Cheap credit steadied consumption growth, while the burden of debt further let fall more of the marginalist ethnic groups into the poorest income echelons. At the time of the Great Financial Recession in 2008-09, the blame fell on mostly defaulting African American homeowners when their debts, compared to the debts of the corporate sector, were insignificant. The decline of socialist ideology meant that the share of northern marginalist classes would mirror the share of labor in the South and its decline relative to that of the white class. The literature brims with evidence of declining minority wealth. Baptiste described it as the staggering loss of black wealth due to the subprime scandal. At any rate, variations in income do not define class, or social being reproduced by forms of social consciousness and organization. The white class does not earn a wage, it collects rents through its social democratic representation in the state vis-a-vis other circles of capital. A white working class smug with the bombing Gaza because its fighter jets are manned by Zionist settlers is the same class whose militarist police reduces the life expectancy of African Americans. The growth of the financial class has undermined the U.S. industrial structure and employment in manufacturing as a share of total employment. 9. The real median weekly wage has remained steady at around $700 until 2012. It then started rising, albeit, at low rate until the COVID-19 recession beginning in 1919 brought it down again. Source: U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, Weekly Hourly Earnings from the Current Population Survey, BEA. 363. Fell. 10 Recent globalization and automation are history's realizations when it is subjected to finance. With the onset of deindustrialization, Harvey described the parting of national capital with its working class as traumatic, if not catastrophic, a position shared by a slew of post-Keynesians. Worried about the health of empire, Harvey also noted that the U.S. was complicit in undermining its dominance in manufacturing by unleashing the powers of finance throughout the globe. Others maintained that deindustrialization is principally the result of higher productivity in manufacturing and that advances in the central service sector, rather than in the manufacturing sector, are likely to encourage the growth of living standards in the advanced economies. The reification of machines is not innocuous, it reeks of the chauvinism that justifies the structural genocide of the South. These accounts appeared around the time the U.S. embargo and invasion of Iraq. With militarism duly considered, embargoes and wars are also an outsourcing enterprise of U.S. capital, which insource better industrialization and rent-related employment in the U.S. and Europe. This sort of market exchange does not feature in neo-Keynesian accounts. Keynes's catchphrase "the euthanasia of the rentier" was a critique of the rentier of the Republic but not the rentier of imperialist rents. The contribution of war to value is unheard of. In terms of productivity rates laced with imperialist rents, militarism overtakes the much-flaunted garment factories of super-exploitation in Bangladesh or anywhere else. History reined in by the U.S. is neither irrational to harm its adjunct working class by deindustrializing, nor shrewd enough to permit a trade-off between productivity gains in manufacturing and services to better the living standards of the North. History is objective and impersonal. It actualizes by its own reason, the reason of the commodity transfigured in dominant ideology. It is incongruous to juxtapose personal rationality upon the course of historical development. For the U.S. capital class to undermine its minorities is consistent with its course of history. However, it is not the higher value-added steps in production migrating to the developing world in run-of-the-mill outsourcing, which enhance the service sector and the living standards of capital's white-class partners. It is the imperialist war and hegemony, which predicate the totality of social production. The U.S. is heir to the European stock of culture, culture as a store of knowledge. It is this 5 centuries-old kill-for-profit class culture, which for reasons based in materialist reproduction cannot be unlearned. Resistance to that capital and its modern imperialism is meaningless in economistic unions and demands for more northern state welfarism. Consider white class participation in the many imperialist wars, participation either directly or indirectly because many of the developing states are products of imperialism. Western war machinery is bombing and starving millions, yet the argument to counter war is discussed in terms of the illegitimate of profits of arms sales to the United Arab Emirates when it bombs Yemen. The argument rests on delusionary grounds. Either the US is not to blame because it only sells them the guns, but they kill each other, or it should not sell them the weapons to kill each other. The issue is not framed in terms of its 2 primary constituents. First, the death of many in Yemen and elsewhere is the product of Western war machinery realized in Western markets, and secondly, U.S. control of Yemen's Bab al-Mandeb Strait, a strategic choke point, props up U.S. global hegemony and completes capital by ensuring control over the sphere of circulation. While the Yemeni people conduct anti-imperialist armed struggle, the war is analyzed as a tribal tendency intrinsic in Arab culture. $11 hegemony and war. Financial and industrial capital were never far apart, and both benefited from colonial and imperialist plunder. Both were part of the same global value extraction process. With the onset of the current age of financialization, they further fused together with industrial capital transmuting into financial capital. Putnamik posits that in the latest phase of finance, industrialists issue debt, speculate on and buy back their own stocks with lesser emphasis on production as a source of profit. In the order of determination, the imperialist class is first a financial class, with industry tailing fluctuations in its moneyed market. Out of pervasive finance, the financialization of commodities, especially oil, partially relegates much of the pressure on commodity prices to the purview of the Federal Reserve in the U.S. As commodity contracts become financial instruments, they face off, not only against the pressures of production and demand, but also against the fluctuations in the price of competing financial securities and equity market. Such may be evinced on the basis of prices of food staples around the world, which partially fluctuate with U.S. interest rates. With higher turnovers and quicker returns in finance, the industrialist become financier submits global labor to the exigencies of financial cycles. Accordingly, imperialist aggression to stake territory and resources underwrites the additional credit that steadies the financial profits. 365. Rates. Debts, it may be recalled, are underwritten by future labor and imperialist loot. As debt-supported profits rise without a foundation in current production demand conditions, and with increasing bad debts bundled up in all sorts of financial instruments, the necessity to expand by militarism to undergird finance gathers momentum. Not that the gold standard was holding prior to 1971, however, war industry spending and imperialist wars, the Korean and Vietnam Wars, in particular, played a crucial role in fully detaching the dollar from such commodity. However, the dollar did not gain confidence out of thin air because of its debt tradability/futurity, it remained grounded in all sorts of commodities, principally oil. The expansion of credit is both an objective process and a thermometer of the health of capital. To recall, Minsky presented a case in which a dizzy with success capital borrows over and above the rate of the expansion in the real economy, such that as the real economy slows down, the huge debts bust the economy. Beneath the mathematical curves, excessive borrowing in boom times illustrates the zeal of credit for high returns throughout history. In sociological terms, and that is what matters, the dynamics under capital, as distinct from other phases of history, are such that the more labor accedes to the bondage of debt, the surer of itself capital becomes. At any rate, the unchecked expansion of the commodity as value must be preceded by unchecked credit. Drawing a graph of GDP levels against credit/debt levels is not much of a theory. Moreover, that a social or physical system erodes by some increasing entropy or loss of energy over time and, similarly, investment euphoria recedes is also not theory. These may be stillest facts. Theory is to explain why capital, the leading relation of an impersonal history, catheterizes itself by using the financial crisis to purge underperforming industries, while keeping labor at bay. Relatedly, theory ought to query why capital does so as it monopolizes credit and concentrates wealth while the starving masses acquiesce to their premature death. Such may be a partial list of the many whys of theory that require, not a detailed list of all the related and missing facts, but of a law whose systemicity bears scrutiny against objective developments. Nonetheless, the fiat of the state as a moral authority in the composite but oxymoronic term fiat money is not the true backer of the dollar. Had this been the case, the U.S. would not need to intervene in the developing world to impose its terms of trade and cultural values. Its fiat is its capacity to destroy. Putnamik P. argues that the oil shock of 1973 was hyped, while its concurrent spike in the interest rate represented the opportunity to ditch post-war demand policies and the pretext that introduced more austerity and the 366. Control of private finance over public spending. Since then, capital increased its rate of credit issuance. As the supply of money rose, the US chiefly controlled strategic commodity against the large digital sums of dollars became oil. However, it is not oil per se, which is the collateral against US debt. Oil, the thing, does not act, and it does since it does not exist in uninhabited lands. As discussed in an earlier work, the control of oil is the relation that holds together by waste, which underwrites the dollar. Substance-wise, the labor and the war-consumed lives of many in the weakly secure states where oil is found became the future guarantees of the dollar debt. When credit is underwritten by the future value that labor produces, it is the wasted lives of Arabs and Africans, among others, which are the future value that backs the dollar. The organized dimension of capital, through its state or state-like institutions, allocates real and moneyed resources in compliance with the law of value. Through the state it rearticulates social classes as it intervenes in production/ownership relations, the social division of labor, the distribution of social wealth/revenue to each class, including the standards of living of the members of each class. It does so in a manner that satisfies the profit rate of a whole capital class, as opposed to the narrow interest of the single producer whose microaccounting books instruct that zero wages imply maximum profits. Very low wages would sink capital altogether, and the state as capital's form and functional/distributional tool navigates the competing stresses between its hold on power through demand management and maximization of profits through wage share compression. To deliver an optimal result, capital's groundwork entails the violent splintering of labor and systemic depopulation or lowering average longevity relative to the historical standard. By doing so, capital redresses its political insecurity, while reducing necessary labor vis-a-vis surplus labor. Hegemonizing culture and managing resources to preempt a global solidarity and revolutionary convergence is a principal aim of aristocratic nations. Emmanuel was speaking before the onset of neoliberalism. Since then, weaker countries compete for foreign direct investment by compromising their living wages and environment. With the retreat of socialist ideology, this also led their respective working classes to intercompete in a race to the bottom. At a metric level, inter-working class dividedness is proportionate to capital's strength. Accordingly, in imperialism capital realizes its ultimate form. With its supremacist liberalism, control of the bureaucracy, the apparatuses of the deep state or, more appropriately, the deep capital, in addition to militarism as the chief accumulation domain, the US is probably in excess of the fascist mark. In parallel to this basic schema, the rate of exploitation, which under 367 fascism reduces to the dictum cut short the life of inferior classes typified by some racial construct, positively responds to the rate at which imperialism meets fascism. To draw on recent events for illustration, the central working class's acquiescence to their country's provision of weapons, participation and alliance with Israel or the US as they bomb Gaza and Iraq respectively is a stark case of some ethnicities being expendable. To wit, there are nations whose human losses are irrelevant to Western civilization. In quasi-equation form, since the rate of exploitation rises with the repression exerted upon the labor process, then the most repressive state of capital, fascism, is its logical end. Dimitrov suggests that the imperialist circles shift the burden of the crisis onto working people, especially, the masses of the weaker nation, while paradoxically capital's permanent crisis becomes its historical predisposition to fascism. With waste maturing in finance, Western social democracy is the bargain capital strikes with central labor as it inevitably circumnavigates history towards fascism. Although many central manufacturing jobs went south since 1980, the academic question that may be asked, would international solidarity rise if the jobs come back to the north? Obviously, not so, because internationalism was absent before the recent bout of globalization, while in the center internationalism requires a retheorization of value consistent with the phenomenon that it is the lives of peoples in the developing world spent in waste industries, which are the reified form of socially necessary labor time or the substance of wealth. Correspondingly, the politics of central class struggle would be to fuse the tactic of the violent demolishment of the central institutions, which had prolonged imperialism within its strategy. For long, the false credo of social democratic reform, which would supposedly advance revolution through increasing labor's autonomy, had created many of the northern jobs and a welfare state, but these all the same did the opposite. Western Marxism with its "the West is ready for socialism, but the East is not" motto deprioritized armed struggle in the North and South. At the time of writing and with the hold of neoliberal ideology and the rise of the central far right, it is no longer the prospect of socialist revolutions in Europe being pondered, it is fascism. While central capital creates service jobs at home to shift income from the southern national space to the north, it also draws value through the sphere of moneyed circulation in the form of imperialist rent. Together, the parasitic jobs and the wage tainted with rents restructure the power base of the north for further aggression. Circulation is not secondary to production. For Marx, circulation is a moment of production, since capital becomes capital only through circulation, which implies that the process of turning M, the initial money invested by capital, into more money, M, through exchange, is also a class-governed process. 368. Just like the labor process, which is required to produce a commodity, control of circulation channels is a global power play governed by the U.S. financial class. Confining class struggle to the fight over shares of wages and rents from the social product is a game used by capital to rebolster its political and then its economic standing and, to simultaneously realize itself. The globalization associated with neoliberalism may have been a way to cut the costs by moving certain steps of production to the south and raise profits, but it is also about relaxing the restriction on wealth flows, the capital and trade accounts, for capital to complete itself. Neoliberal relations of production overcome production-related constraints and ensure a rising rate of exploitation. By the unconscious side of capital, extending production to the periphery homogenizes production conditions and puts upward pressure on the southern wages. Such outcome is often associated with civilian end-use commodity production. As productivity and wealth grow, their spillover onto welfare will be class power determined. The same could not be said of the war industry. The presence of Western occupation forces on the grounds in some third world nation like Iraq along with their better war machines also bring in moneyed wealth. As is well known, the U.S. loaded planes with cash to buy off the resistance. War-related redistribution may momentarily raise the standard of living of a narrow strip of Iraqis, at least those remaining alive. However, over the course of time, capital's knack for waste kicks in to siphon more of the national wealth. Chasudovsky argues that the increase in productivity that followed neoliberalism has resulted in an increase of global unemployment and poverty. However, job creation under capitalism goes further than the putative rising productivity sheds jobs. Employment is development-derived, however, the development required to create demand is an outcome of class struggle. Relatedly, the pressure to keep FDI recipient country wages low meant further pressure to decapitalize the countryside to eject the excess laborers. While there were more manufacturing jobs, the dislocation imposed on the countryside has contributed to a rise in unemployment and a fall in farmers' incomes, which when waste is added becomes altogether a negative-sum game for the host country. While global unemployment was a lever that influences labor costs globally, either because of the rising unemployment rate or low-wage employment, living wages and standards of living were squashed. 12. The war terrain. The US belligerence transfigures as command of the real and financial value creation and value transfer chains. The US historical trajectory is war-riddled. 369. And it requires more encroachment wars for its wealth to grow. At the current historical conjuncture, in between the choices on offer for the US to aggress places like North Korea, the world braces itself for the sort of accidental US incursion on Russian forces in Syria, Ukraine, the Baltic states, or Central Asia, which may spark a nuclear conflagration. Although sending in soldiers to fully occupy a state may no longer be in the offing, as was the case in colonial days or in Iraq, the US Euro-sponsored NGOs, their foreign aid and lending institutions persist as novel soldiers of empire. These supplant the role of public sector services, hollow national defense, and minimize the expression of the working class in the state. Considered as activities in social reproduction, drones and uranium bombs, aid and NGO activity are value processes that further accomplish the waste processes of capital. Lenin's imperialist scramble for the redivision of territory between competing capitals has morphed into a redivision of peripheral state governance between the US-led financial class ruling from a distance and surrendering national classes. With the financialization epiphenomenon, Some in the Hart and Negri tradition call to chuck away Lenin's theory of imperialism. However, to re-theorize imperialism as some multitude of hegemonic forms of similar content is also to hypothesis that a new theory of imperialism should appear as a more comprehensive and concrete theoretical expression of the essence of the new facts. It is to say that the rational kernel of the previous theoretical version, welded to the reinterpretation of modern imperialism as its universalising component, is so surpassed by novel circumstances such that the structural change warrants a theoretical change. Things do change, and although receding, the omnipotence of U.S. imperialism, whose militarization and finance continue to usurp world resources, implies that the change was merely formal rather than of. The synergy configuring militarism, finance, and imperialist rents, characteristics of the US-led financial class, continues to funnel value to empire, which implies that the theoretical kernel of Lenin's approach still applies. The essence of such remains the law of value as guiding current of empire. It intensifies or decelerates the apportioning of socially necessary labor time in relation to anti-imperialist forces. Equally important, the class in charge of empire reproduces by militarism and, insofar as social type, the U.S. financial class is heir to past European imperialism. Under neoliberalism, the lesser sovereignty of developing nations eases value transfers to the north. More waste activity, state enfeeblement, and disengagement of useful assets are also characteristics of a social order governed by the capital process metamorphosed into imperialism. Meanwhile, the ascendancy of finance strengthens the imperialist rentier and, interrelatedly, war whose potential is constrained by the nuclear deterrent. As in Lenin, war continues to be the chief mechanism that resolves capital's outstanding. 370. Contradiction, the contradiction between the development of the productive forces and production relations. To consider only higher rates of financial expansion that fulfill the inbuilt drive of commodity expansion is not grounds to throw out the essence of Lenin's theory of imperialism. The kernel, or the seminal relationship of imperialism is its class type attendant upon its class relation, which is its rentier financier. Finance has grown and its class category heads history. The word of the Federal Reserve of the U.S. partnered with the City in London reshuffles global transfers and production processes. Unless China qualifies as an imperialist formation, which deconcentrates and decentralizes capital to the point when imperialism thins down to hegemonic clusters in which the financial class no longer wields power, recent developments can be slotted under the genus of variations around the same essence that do not qualify as structural shifts requiring the abandonment of Lenin. To suggest that China extends beyond its borders by the pressure of finance resolved in war, and hence it is imperialist, is to assume that it has been presided upon by an imperialist class type or a culture of imperialism. Contrariwise, China wards off US-led intimidation and, as such, it impedes the law of value to operate freely in favor of capital, or to realize more waste. To consciously overlook a history of European and US-led aggressions, to drop the fact that imperialist formations accumulate by war and are war-dependent formations, is faux history. To overlook the fact that China's trade surplus, the value of its wasted lives and resources, is stored in US dollars, is also faux history. As to US European dependency on wars of aggression, Van Zwanenburg indicates that the countries of the European continent had been at war either within Europe or in India, North America, and across the seas for over 450 years. At this juncture, to nurture its war addiction, the US-led imperialist class oversees the ideology and function of every international institution and apparatus of cultural production, foremost, its breeding of Western Marxism. In between the Rambo of Hollywood and the star academic whose definition of imperialism co-aligns with the US strategic interests, the latter is a more efficacious imperialist tool. Imperialism according to Putnaik and Putnaik partitions into three phases. First, the industrial capitalism of the 19th century mutated into the imperialism of finance monopoly capital. Secondly, in its post-war phase, capital disciplined the avarice of financial imperialism to reascertain its rule as a result of competition with the Soviet socialist model. In the third and current phase of fiat dollar hegemony and financialization, neoliberalism and wanton interventions rise in inverse proportion to the organizational and ideological defeat of socialism. Catchy. 371. Acronyms like TINA and R2P are examples of what was borrowed from the dominant discourse to shape the present as history. Other important landmarks include the further truncation of the debate spectrum to the desires of capital, especially, the derogation of contrarian theory. Public debate is confined to capital's playing field, and labels like fake news and conspiracy abound to stigmatize critics. The edifice of received science evinced in planetary decline, is way stranger than the flat earth theory. The conspiracy inherent to dominant ideology, which convinces people to make history in ways contrary to their wishes, is rather the emperor's new clothes. With revolutionary consciousness slumbering, and with an inundation of access to social media by the corporate plugged clones of capital trivializing knowledge, critique of the system also registers as delusional utopia. Any method of thought other than regnant positivism or metaphysics is eschewed as nonsense. The state of socialist ideological retreat may be exposed in the way Western Marxists transplant historical agency from us-led imperialist class to some vassal state leader in the South. In relation to the example of Yemen above, the UAE, whose rulers are guardians of U.S. oil under their sands and whose assets are dollarized, that is, effectively not theirs, are not autonomous. Us-led capital is their protector and sovereign. Seen from that angle, us-led imperialism is liberal and selectively democratic at home and a practitioner of reinvented versions of obscurantism abroad. To be sure, the U.S. dollars of the Gulf or any other state parked in U.S. treasuries are de facto those of the U.S. Treasury. Gulf dollars simultaneously funded Islamic Salafism and the Western educational institutions that subhumanize Muslims as justification for the expansion of war. As opposed to being associated with the imperialism that reformulated it, Sharia law, a vast and diverse body of knowledge reflecting the complexity of social life for centuries, has been reduced to the selected brutalities associated with modern-day Salafists. A Gulf US dollar worth of food in an Islamic world exposed to war and austerity buys the allegiance of many hungry folks. In the blame game of liberalism, capital reduces peripheral subjects to few traits of tradition from their multifarious culture. It lumps together diverse conventions into a single heading such as the Muslim, the African, the Arab. Not long ago, platitudes of this genre were the logic of fascism. It then politically and constitutionally empowers the select identarian whose jostling for rents tallies with imperialism's strategic goals. The capital in capitalism, unlike preceding historical stages, also commodifies everything in its way, and to do so it must homogenize the cultures of consumption. It requires a culturally differentiated but commodified subhuman to bomb, while at the same time, it requires of that subhuman to adore its line of latest luxury consumption items. For that goal, it melts the old boundaries between the old feudal-like. 372. Social divisions of labor, igniting intercommunal wars. Only under capital, massacres that impose cultural homogenization become standard practice. Since the accumulation of wealth by the bourgeois in each vertically structured identity group must expand by undermining the group's own working class as well as the working classes of the other groups, the fueling of identity politics suppressing class politics becomes the permanent interworking class war. 13. China is not imperialist. To define imperialism by some of its symptoms rather than its dynamic is often the method used to characterize China as imperialist. However, the notion that China engages in FDI, lends, or sets up industry abroad, and therefore, it is imperialist, are characteristics equally shared by grocery store chains. To flush out the true imperialist, one must associate control over space and time and capital flows or value transfers to the center with military aggression. Imperialism as posited above is about the metamorphosed social type in the social relation of capital from the industrial class in the lead to finance in the lead. Capturing a symptom from diverse phenomena that accords with one of Lenin's characterizations of imperialism, as in the concentration of capital, is not the same as defining imperialism by the intensifying dislocation attendant upon the law of value. Whether by citing the export of capital or the space upon which wealth concentrates, a definition of imperialism is lacking if it does not expound the determination of the class subject. The imperialist class mode of auto-reproduction is war-centered. In imperialism, U.S. military spending becomes an investment in aggression crucial to global accumulation and imperialist rents since it disarms the masses of the Third World. Contrariwise, setting up industry and infrastructure in the developing world, as China does, builds the host country's productive capacity and empowers their masses. As such, China as historical subject is anathema to monopoly finance imperialism. Comparing empirics with empirics does not designate a threshold for the admission of new imperialists into the US-led club of imperialism. Wealth concentration flowing from imperialist aggression is the litmus test of the who's who of imperialism. Imperialism accentuates the alienation of the social product from the social labor of southern formations. More and more, the contradiction between value and use value, which resolves in exchange value, plays out as war. In imperialism, the transition from the social to the private, or from social wealth into private wealth is a condition of permanent war. The logic of war for profits corresponds to the observed. 373. Constancy of war. Although splicing the historical with the rational is cumbersome because the historical is more difficult to pin down than the logical, the preponderant waste and war of Western civilization facilitates the proof for the unity of the rational with the historical. With greater concentration and centralization of capital, the objective commodity whose substance is objectified labor and whose governing relation is the law value magnifies into the waste. The delegated agent of the class hiding behind the commodity is the U.S. European coalition whose recent function is developing state decapitation. Against this tide, China remains in a position of self-defense. The encirclement of China culminating in the pivot to Asia and the hundreds of military bases ready to disrupt trade flows to China are afoot. In everyday practice, the U.S. aggresses China, economically, diplomatically, politically, and geopolitically. The propaganda war, especially the false human rights accusations that China abuses Muslims, is the US latest subterfuge. Oddly, this comes from a center whose ideology of austerity and war kills thousands of Muslims daily. Reasonably, however, there are 2 points to recall. First, China is unstoppable because its growth is autonomous. Secondly, it is absurd to propose that China is imperialist when it supplements the capacity of peripheral formations and does not aggress the planet to drain its value through violently imposed unequal exchange. Aside from Chinese debt held by foreigners being insignificant, China does not impose its currency as means of transaction to capture value through the barter or exchange terms of trade. China does exactly the opposite. At times, it is rather compelled to act against its own interest because as it circulates the dollar, it broadens the space in which the dollar trades, and with that the hegemony of the US in the sphere of finance. With the dollar being the world reserve currency and savings medium, China translates its trade surplus into physical assets fixated in the developing world, or it dumps its dollar surplus to avoid continued or abrupt US dollar deflation. Just as it seized Russia's assets, the US could just confiscate China's dollar savings with the stroke of a pen. Hawkins and Hines illustrate the concrete measures China takes to circumvent dollar risk, such as buying gold, setting up alternative development banking and payment systems, and pricing trade in national currencies. Aside from the fact that the US may confiscate foreign reserves stored in its securities or deflate its dollar debts, based on a secular trend, holding a US currency to store wealth over the long term is irrational because on a secular trend the US dollar has been declining relative to other currencies. The global money supply, with its fictitious capital component, namely dollar debt issued against the future that has yet to have a corresponding real 374 value, is mostly US debt. Only in the case of US imperial constellation does the dollar debt becomes the credit of the US-led capital class. Many currencies around the world are proxies of the US dollar by their state of dependence. Furthermore, the astronomical rise in dollar supply makes of it and its proxies the bulk of global fictitious capital and, at the same time, the outstanding money form of value. Despite China's ranking as the second biggest economy in nominal terms, it is overtaken money-wise by the combined dollar income sum of the US and its dependencies. Beside the dependencies, or countries too weak to issue sovereign currency, in the more developed world, the Europeans and the Japanese also lack sufficient sovereignty and shelter under the US security umbrella. Although Hudson thinks that what worries American diplomats is that Germany, other NATO nations and countries along the Belt and Road route understand the gains that can be made by opening up peaceful trade and investment, impersonal capital, works otherwise, Europe shares in the power clout of the US and derive imperial rents thereof. It prioritizes the politics of destruction or the domain of waste. Europe is a decisive constituent of impersonal capital. Its cultural heritage, namely the plunder driven by racism, is the crushing mass of history, is on loan to the US to lead. The dynamic of capital welded into its materially substantiated heritage is about the power to crush and grab. Without the primacy of power, none of the NATO ruling classes and their courtesans would be able to impose their terms upon the relations of global trade. However, the strength of China is more significant than the sum of nominal dollar figures because as a production-capable continent with improving standards of living registering higher purchasing power parity output than the US, its counterweight in the global balance structure acts as a centripetal force that undercuts the torrent of Western imperialism. China already lays control to the integrated production network and or circuit of the commodity/use value chain, and it is inevitable that it will control the exchange value chain. 11. As argued in Kadri, the reasons for China's inexorable rise lie in its freeing the value relation to increase productivity through assimilating the positive linkages of the global economy while keeping control of moneyed forms of value, technology repatriation, and transfer channels. Most important to the success of China is the successful agricultural policy under Mao, which freed the state to finance development. The retention of wealth and the continued improvements in living standards since 1949 represent ex post facto proof that the Communist Party of China was the embodiment of the masses in power. For Lo Cerdo, China remains steadfastly socialist and its social order is currently considered valid and presents itself as a kind of gigantic and expanded new economic policy. This is a NEP that has become harder to achieve because of globalization and power relationships worldwide. Nonetheless, the program is quite conscious of the necessity to connect continually socialism, democracy, and the market with one another, and to transcend the crudely simplified notion of the homogeneity of the society it is attempting to build. The NEP was Lenin's response to muster national forces, including the bourgeoisie, to repair the damage of the war and the invasion of 1919 that backed the counter-revolutionary forces. There was little industry left in Russia in 1921, while the Soviet nation needed to build capacity/national security to avert further aggression by imperialist forces. The same could be said of China's undercapitalized economy after the Soviet Union decided to drop China for entente with the US in 1961. Retrospectively, Mao's position that peaceful coexistence with imperialism was self-defeating has been vindicated since the Soviet Union lost the Cold War. At this juncture, the success of China's NEP in building capacity had put it beyond the reach of US first strike capability. Acting out its internal drivers, imperialism must aggress developing or competing formations. In such an imperialistically overwhelming context, the rise of China appears to defy history, whereas in reality, it is an accommodation of history, or better yet, a satiation of capital's unconscious side or its unrestrained demand for cheaper inputs. US Europe threaten with Taiwan but lead delegations of businessmen to retain their interest in China. The failure of the US policy of crowding in a US-style democracy in China demonstrates the strength of the ruling masses. In China, the state was in command of market reforms calibrated to respond to development and security needs. Communist China was the US enemy and two wars in Korea and Vietnam were fought to curtail its imminent rise. As the U.S. became a principal economic trading partner of China, the U.S. policymaker thought its emergent wealthier capitalists would constitute an organized class that would seep into the system and alter the class structure, and as such, dismantle the rule of the CPC. True, there arose many rich people in China, but not a capitalist class with its own forms of organization. A class, as argued in Chapter 3, is a state of being that reproduces through control of the means of production and the political forms of power. The class and national struggles of China are ipso facto co-aligned with internationalism. As China does well for itself, it attenuates the weight of the historical surplus value upon the globe. The individual bourgeois in China is 376. Subordinated to the national objectives, which are working class objectives, since national society predetermines development. The sociological type of the rich industrialist in China and his historical end or function is ex ante decided by the national position vis-a-vis imperialism. In the US, policy makers abided by reason of the commodity. That same rationale, which required the Soviet Union and China go separate ways in the early 1960s, would later attempt a disintegration of China by integrating it into its economic cycle. It is not too smart to envisage victory by dividing the enemy. Nonetheless, the commodities drive to expand, especially, the subconscious side of accumulation pursued by the capital class, also required that the US tap into China's wealth and exploit assets, especially labor's applicabilities built by socialism. China's nationalist defenses coinciding with working-class strategy seized the potential in the historical undercurrent and reciprocated with sloganeering that lured the commodified business class. While the quarterly time horizon of the commodity laid down the policy horizon of U.S. policy, China's horizon was dictated by the longer-term social horizon and the strategy to enhance national defense. With a giddy imperialism after the defeat of the Soviet Union, China attracted the commodity-minded capital class by making available its cheaper cost side. The polluted cities of China in the 1990s, which are now clean, are testimonies to the waste effect. China did answer the demands of capital, which is the exploitation of its vast resources. However, it did so in a controlled manner and always with the rule of labor within the party unscathed. Now the rule of labor in China is not the facile economism of hiking wages per more productive worker, which eliminates class struggle. The concern for wages is secondary to national defense concerns. In a developing context, raising defense capabilities to raise the calculated risks of empire in case it attacks is commensurate with the principal development measure. Development after all is a residual of the class struggle, which tallies with the sovereignty of the third world nation. Circularly, the security of the nation imparts the security of the masses, which re-imparts the security sovereignty of the state. Since imperialism is war, not wages but the betterment of military technology is the primary objective of the masses. Once China dug its heels into the integrated production and trade networks of the global economy, the organized side of imperialism realized they reached the stage of no return. China is different from the Soviet Union because it is interwoven into the international basis of what it takes to reproduce humanity. It is not only because closing the technological gap in weaponization disconcerts us-led imperialism, but also because the West cannot easily rid itself of China, while China is its looming nemesis. Tracing the historical route of China's rise inevitably leads to Stalin's Eurasian project and his vision of a 377. Eurasian Soviet Union 12. It was the impetus of arming the communist resistance, successful agriculture and industrializing the early stages of China's revolution, as opposed to reified symptoms of neoliberal market reforms, which truly launched China. The social economy of China, with its model of sovereignty and self-reliance in essentials, has already propagated by role model contagion. It has borne out Abdel Malik's position that the national liberation movements remain the fundamental matrix of social dialectics, or the primary route out of dependency. Curiously, China's development backed by its sovereignty revalorises upward its assets. No longer are Chinese wages and resources cheap, which incidentally shows how the terms of power influence the price and barter terms of trade. The sheer size of China and its investments in real capital abroad through the BRI encroach upon a de facto US-led capital-owned world. One is reminded that US world hegemony is a form of control of world assets. Control is de facto ownership. Under the cover of its nuclear deterrent, every country trading with China on fairer terms or scurrying for ties with China that hedge against imperialist waste is partly being lost by the US to China. If only by the demonstration effect, its model of sovereign development tears down the mythological edifice of European civilization. China augurs the rise of the civilization of world labor, and it is the first serious opposition to 5 centuries of capital civilization centered in the Western Hemisphere. 14. Reproduction by waste. The question of whether the world is at the stage of barbarism or not depends on who is on the receiving end of barbarism. To the battered masses, the glass may be half full, but that half is full of waste, while the empty half is nothing. Nonetheless, the ongoing existential catastrophe leaves everyone on the receiving end, albeit, by the gradation of life expectancy at birth. As pointed to Chapter 1, society as well as nature do not develop in a gradual manner across time. They auto-differentiate and may undergo ruptures or revolutions. The natural as well as the social system could be thrown off balance by the collusion of differing causes acting together at contingent moments. In social ruptures, the historical conjunction may occur when the proletariat reads its emancipatory politics outside the prism of better us European culture and its value theory, and enroots its praxis in internationalism and an understanding of surplus value reconstituted by waste relations. For the time being, the time and space remaining under the command of US-led imperialism, shrink by the rise of China. Naturally, socialists who were ideologically weakened may awaken to novel forms of organization. In a world that requires violence as means to reproduce life under capital, those resigned to nonviolent struggle may reclaim armed struggle. Yet, capital is aware that imperialism is a power game. The mainstream channels are awash with war frenzy. Anecdotally, Tony Blair voices concern over the ascent of China and blatantly speaks of the antecedents of European power to wealth. Unlike many Western Marxists, he recognizes the contribution of bombing defenseless nations to imperial rents. John Bolton, the U.S. National Security Advisor, is not far off the mark when he facetiously remarked that there is one superpower, the U.S., and everyone's role in the United Nations Security Council is to limit its advance. No matter what concession or compromise an aggressed nation like Libya or Syria makes, U.S. empire cannot take yes for an answer, it will inevitably aggress them. Aggression is an industry interwoven with accumulation. The imperialist class fulfills the mandate of the commodity as self-expanding waste, which must culminate in the evisceration of peripheral states. To Lenin, the experience of war should stun and break the working classes at first, while calling them to anti-war activism later. These were different times and Lenin was right in his optimism then. However, unlike 1915, and with so many wars stretching across the time spectrum since, there is less reason for optimism at the current historical intersection. War has proven to be of great value to the northern working classes partaking in imperialist rents. Instead of the action direct required in support of the South, the modern U.S. left critiques the Pentagon for its high spare parts/toilet costs. The Pentagon paid $640 for toilet seats and $7,600 for coffee makers, and, by implication, it is wasteful and inefficient. 13. It escapes this left that waste is the form of capital. And, at the same time, the purpose of capital. The efficiency of the Pentagon, its returns per unit of input/dollars poured in it are highest for finance, and the high price of toilet seats embeds within it a component of the underpriced wasted lives in the South. Since 1915 or, earlier in the 16th century, passing by the déclassé of Louis Bonaparte and the Chartists, the rents of imperialism have deepened the rifts of the working class. The white class chiefly negotiates its shares from imperialist rents which bears it as an organic constituent of capital, thence, The reasons for cautious optimism at this point of time. The waste or, subcategorically, the many years lost from potential longevity are, by extension, a structural genocide carried out by capital in command of history. The quantitative impact of the historically wired genocide may be gauged as a result of imperialistically imposed famine policies. Its impact through underfunded health can also be assessed by extending Sutcliffe's measures of unnecessary deaths. The numbers of the victims crushed by the weight of history is in the millions every year. Still, this capital, of which one speaks, is a social class that cannot be sliced like a salami sausage in order to apportion moral condemnation to its various slivers. No class-independent ethical value comparative judgment can be made about the parts while skipping the decisiveness of the whole. From a working-class angle, value qua capital as a totality is amoral, while from capital's angle, it is moral on account that it harms the least numbers when harm is inescapable. What is often intended when the curtailment of civil liberties in a small dependent nation is flaunted by the mainstream media as unethical or contra human rights often develops into an excuse for the sacking of the smaller nation. However, whatever restrictions Libya imposed on political freedoms were in response to an impending assault by the U.S. Sixth Fleet, or the U-sponsored Islamists inside its territory, yet these restrictions were considered as valid reasons for its destruction by NATO in 2011. In hindsight, the fact that the white working class supports such obvious lies does not stem from ignorance, it is rather a personification of a capital class position. Even in utilitarian ethics, breaks upon Libyan civil liberties by the Gaddafi government were a more humane working class standpoint than the destruction that followed and the contribution of the collapse of Libya to the power of imperialism. In any case, ethics based on statistics are a calculus of crime. Similarly, it is theoretically salami-like to speak of this or that sub-imperialism as central capital's undelegated power. History identifying with capital is not a salad whose constituent forces are to be discerned by some probabilistic exercise. As one assigns subjective probabilities to several factors leading to an outcome, every epiphenomenon may be derived from lateral phenomenon. Again, appearances explain appearances without mediation or the whodunit. 380. By means of statistical extrapolation as well, percentage shares of wealth concentration would logically and, albeit absurdly, turn anyone into a sub-imperialist. Any sizable state in a given region becomes sub-imperialist. It all depends on the class bent in the mode of abstraction, the dynamic laws that relate the abstract state of a concept to its concrete state, and the accounting system with which it is quantified. Contrariwise, capital incarnate in an imperialism, which commands history, is a totality. Since it is hierarchically structured in dominance, its lower suzerainty's exercise of power is made possible, though not necessarily certain, by the clout of U.S. imperialism. It is specifically the crushing weight of this clout, the weapons of NATO backed by its propaganda apparatuses, which is not qualified as a weapon by Western Marxism, thence, the room that is available for academics to nuance an argument and discuss what the other side in the developing world is doing wrong while it is being butchered by the very dominant thought currents housing nuanced debates. Understanding the historical moment, the assessment of the actual balance of forces, has not been a strong point of Western Marxism. The substance of the power of the ruling class or us-led imperialism is its capacity at ideological production, refortified by its strategic positioning and aggressions across the globe. Dominant thought is the differing currents that gravitate toward the reason of the commodity as self-expanding value. Putting structure to thought, the global stratum invested in dollars increases its wealth as the us-led class collateralizes its dollar debt/credits with imperialist aggression/control, which is also its ability to recruit labor in bondage conditions and to further waste the future labor of the developing world. The masses act via the agency of the social class and its corresponding state of consciousness. Social humans think for themselves but draw from a dominant ideology whose strength varies with class rule, before embarking on a course of action, whence the uncertainty in historical uncertainty. In parallel, the control of capital over the means of production establishes the objectivity of history. Determinably, historical events, objective and uncertain, lie beyond the reach of probability's guesswork. Yet this history cloned as capital, the product of organized social agency actualized in cultural and institutional practices, has its own dynamic or laws of development. The law of value, and its ascension into the agilka, is the principal mediatory frame by which global society reproduces. Such law allocates resources primarily by the practice of imperialist wars of encroachment. And, as argued so far, imperialist wars are a wage system in themselves and act as backstoppers of the broader wage system. In comparison to Malthusian analysis, which speaks of overpopulation. 381. In relation to welfarism leading to moral degeneracy and higher population pressure, the Marxian wage system is theoretically far more devastating in its impact upon society because population reduction is intrinsic to the system. Marxism posits that an overproduction crisis characteristic of an objective history imposes the creation of the reserve army of labor as a condition of accumulation. The principal capital-labor contradiction appears as the capital-population contradiction, in which the winnowing of the population winnows the stock of labor power to the demands of accumulation. For Malthus, welfare could reverse to avert the excess population butchering itself, while for Marx, the butchery is itself the bedrock of accumulation. Additionally, and as argued thus far, the industry of wasting the reserve army of labor ties into wage deflation and implies permanent depopulation. The upshot of that wage system or, when waste as production is taken into account, transpires in the fact that living laborers consume not only the objectified labor of other humans, but literally the wasted lives of other humans, as in war, or objectified in commodities. Accordingly, while classes are expressed in social structures, the structure of the North, always with the help of its lackeys down south, cannibalizes the South. The estrangement of history, its alienation from responsible social control, emerges in dominant cultural strands and resigned attitudes. One bogus explanation is the allegedly inherent psychological death drives of humanity, but that is too off the scale to ponder to the allegedly inherent psychological death drives of humanity. Under capital, the necessary law of destruction as value unleashed becomes reason for social reproduction and abounds as destruction for the sake of destruction. The only glimmer through the impending threat is as Ilyankov theorized, and it arises when reason appears in the universe as the inverse process to entropy, or as a challenge to doom. The high social entropy setting on course a similarly high metabolic rate of social reproduction ought to spur the elimination of private property and reorganize man and nature. However, under the prevalence of meliorism, religious eschatology, and despondency breeding the absurdities of bourgeois social psychoanalysis, the ongoing calamity may yet stun and break more people than those enlightened and tempered. That is so because history or the concomitant of the class struggle, with the us-led imperialist blind to the subconscious of the commodity, reproduces by exponential waste. As living labor produces itself as dead labor, the rate of exploitation associated with wasted living labor counteracts the tendency of falling profit rates. Consequently, capital requires more cheaper inputs of social nature per unit of output. By squashing nature and the lives of people. 382. Against its constructed market or identity subtended conflicts, capital interlaces waste processes with all the phases of global accumulation. To not raise to prominence to the issues of premature death by neoliberal austerity, or genocides in Rwanda, the Congo, Yemen, and Iraq by militarism, and the destruction of states, is to presume that these states are failed projects whose output, principally their dead, fetch little prices as they are realized. The value of the dead cannot be construed on the basis of their puny money form at which their dollar-cheap labor power traded in their puny dollarized economies. The contribution of structural genocide only appears cheap in money terms because, as per the run-of-the-mill principle, money is the fetish that conceals their true value to capitalist profits. Millions of lives appear to have perished for picayune dollar amounts, when in actuality, it is the death as product of the sophisticated machines of war and their costs, which create much value, it is the value imparted by compression of life in death of living labor in the developing nation bonded to war industries that is the relation at the source of wealth. Labor, by the condition of its very demise in the industry of war, is both productive and the raw material/output of war production. War after all produces dead people for a price. As argued in Chapter 3, the high costs become revenues. U.S. militarism, which produces the dead with living labor, raises exploitation and counterbalances the dampening impact of the rising organic composition of capital upon the rates of surplus value, a time-bound law conditional upon realization. To add meaning to the previous proposition, the value relayed by living labor transmuted into the dead poor, the value reified in the corpses, like any commodity, realizes in many implicit and explicit prices across the time spectrum. These implicit and explicit prices, past and future prices, are the result of the social action of waste and war, which add up as actual and potential moneyed wealth in the coffers of capital. The $1 million drone is not only killing an Arab whose income over his life cycle is no more than $10,000. Here, the killing act itself is an activity that earns the financial class more than the $1 million invested in the drone. Value making is a social and historical activity, and only after intermittent gestation periods an entry on the ledgers of finance. The legerdemain of wars as burden to empire persists only because broad strata in the north cannibalize the south. As argued in the previous chapter, equating the sum of the values of commodities to the sum of the prices they command at any given point and in a given nation over a specific span of time is a faulty measure of total value. Such depends on the espoused system of accounts, which, under capital's utilitarian principles, amounts to something from nothing, or there is no social labor inputted in production across history behind the wealth. In such accounts, whatever one finds at the shelf in the storers is supply or production given in the 383 price of the item without a history of the item's making process. In relation to militarism, it would seem that the U.S. military intervention abroad was unnecessary to reduce the price of the item by weakening its subject. Militarism does not seem to reduce the negotiating power of aggressed nations, and therewith the costs of capital to raise its profits. In utilitarian accounts, the pounding of a weaker nation, which in actuality registers as value and for a price, was not a precondition for profits to emerge. Sure enough, the industry of war integrates the different national spaces upon which it operates. It homogenizes the level of development in the productive forces between aggressor and aggressed. In the case of the U.S., the factory space of the war industry is the globe. Without the outlays on war psychology, war preparedness, and expenditure, which include social spending boosting national character at home and paying for paving the grounds for the engagement of a developing country in war abroad, the supply chain of war, and with it, the supply chain of all commodities, gets disrupted. That society is a war machine, as per the Deleuzian on position leaves out imperialist war as an industrial process. For Deleuze markets are universal but not universalizing, and through its many centers in many states, generate wealth and misery. There surface the rhythmic counter-image of diluted imperialism. There also surfaces the notion of the state as a form independent of periodist historical circumstances. 14. Suffice it to say that Deleuze follows with a parochial indictment of states, since there is no democratic state that is not compromised to the very core by its part in generating human misery. Capitalist states organize markets and are instruments of markets. A capitalist market is universal, however, it is not states in charge of markets that generate both wealth and misery. On the contrary, markets objectively homogeneous labor, while the leading imperialist states counterbalance the objective tendency at the behest of capital, always by restructuring the power divide in their favor through war. Of note here, markets are never abstract. They are not formal markets that ideally equalize wages when they expand, since neoclassical economics also says that as a way to idolize markets. Markets as predicate institutions of the state institution are means of enrichment in which the rate of profit must exponentially undermine living conditions. The law of labor homogenization equally exists in its inversion, or to counter the wage equalizing tendencies of the market that grind down profits. That all states are to blame because their practice is shameful without defining the structure of power and the role of war in social reproduction misses the vertical decision-making structure. States are forms of capital, which reflect the gradated power of capital in the international division of labor. Otherwise, with such Kantian moral equivalence, the enslaved nation becomes equally responsible with the enslaving nation. On the social reproduction side, war is the leading knowledge and production sharing economy. Just like the negotiations to set up a corporate factory abroad, the U.S. war machine also sets up its downstream affiliates, the embassies that double for espionage stations, the NGOs, the Peace Corps, etc., and the social divisions for its wars abroad. It must conscript willing and unwilling bonded labor in its war projects. The predeterminate condition of global accumulation is war and the gearing for war. However, what registers as war abroad-related income in U.S. GDP is not the cascading prices of war-related activities across the globe. What registers is only the amount of war sale items, incomes of personnel affiliated with war, or the incomes with which these items were bought and sold in the U.S. U.S. income from abroad is represented by the small share of incomes of U.S. national from overseas activity, which are tabled in gross national income. With an accounting system tailored to let U.S. income appear as if it is all of national origin by restrictions on time and spatial connections, the contribution of war and waste, more generally, to the interlocked system of waste production contribution to U.S. income, disappears. Moreover, the social activity of pounding labor is an historical event whose appearance in the money form of capital registers by the coincidence of the uncertainty with the necessity of history rather than by some stationary time series with statistical lags. Waste output varies as if each event constituting waste as value-added activity in the past is independent of the previous level of output, whereas waste like any commodity is dependent upon the power of capital to exhume or bury the effects of past waste events. The necessary social labor time of waste events is reified/realized in waste commodities and hidden from view until history or class struggle decides otherwise. The waste events are the successive poundings of labor determined by the prioritization of politics, ensuring the rule of capital, set against short-term profits. These waste production activities gel in prices or are implicit or non-synchronic in systems of interconnected prices across the spectrum of time. Like all other symbols, prices are diachronic and synchronic with the commodity as a self-differentiating continuum supporting social reproduction. For instance, the Coke can is a soft drink with a price at this point and medical bill down the line with another price. By the combined effects of overdetermination, uncertainty, and recursiveness, wars of past times and wars of the future are at play through the market to influence prices. Their products may be background but assume one money form or another. For instance, U.S. GDP, tables the sale 385. And wages of an F-35 jet fighter and its pilot at work engaging indigent labor on the ground who perish on the job of self-defense against a U.S. war machine. However, that fighter sale and pilot wages are price mark UPS, which appear as such only because of the implicit presence of the input and output of wasted life production. These inputs and outputs, the living laborers becoming dead laborers on the ground, are not on the invoice of final jet sale price and jet pilot wage, although they are logical predicates and actual inputs in the making of value. In social reproduction terms, the impact of the cheap wage share of laboring victims on the ground over their shorter life cycle is missing as value constituent in their contribution to output or GDP. Since us European armies erect the power platforms behind trade, what is also missing are the structural pressures of the dead as underpriced commodities upon the prices of all other commodities. To revalorize the dead, to price the necessary labor robbed by capital, and re-include that power as a symbolic money quantity in output, is to project a more complete picture of output. The time-uncertain events of wasted social nature and their silenced contribution to output are what makes the difference in price mark UPS over prices of production and, therefore, the foundation of imperial rents. The waste events widen the gap between necessary and surplus labor. Likening price to value without assuming that value is a historical relationship in which the pounding of labor is the industry that forms the continuum of surplus value, and by intermediation, its profit money form instantiations, elides concrete totality. Recalling that because the terms of power set the terms of trade, capital freely reassesses the value magnitude in price of the commodity through the market platforms it designs to drain more value per price. The production of wasted humans occurs at the initial stage and at every stage in the production process. Wars or related labor coercion processes are what detaches the actual commodity, be it life of labor or the product of labor, from its historical subject, the working class. In the early stages of capitalism, the stage of colonial plunder and slavery, waste through commercial exploitation launches value out of the commodification and liquidation of life. In the imperialist stage, this negative dialectic persists as such and assumes phenomenal proportions relative to the times. The chimerical account of capital, a picture of things in still time, veils social reproduction. It more precisely inters in the rubble of its fetishes the social cost of labor's reproduction, or the value proper. Waste as a form of capital revitalizes the relations necessary for the law of value to cut loose. Thence, the desovereignization of developing nations, their cultural evisceration and desubjectification, to relegate them to Stone Age-like conditions by bombing. 386. And sanctions, altogether minimize necessary labor and, conversely, raise the surplus value. These measures minimize an already minimal necessary labor time. Simultaneously, the generalization of the waste activity, commodification, and the mobilization of idle people and assets to be wasted, broaden the scope to industrial-scale waste and increase surplus labor. In the absence of anti-systemic struggles, the waste form of value reinfuses the global value chain with the defeatism of labor. The ripple effect pressures the global wage share downwards while augmenting the power gaps between the wasteful classes and those who are wasting away. The masses supposedly idle in some desert and unexploited by capital, but bombed, become the masses most exploited by capital. They are the labor whose minimal social cost of reproduction, which is of equivalent natural value in social reproduction across the globe, is borne out in minimal moneyed form by their national formations. They cost little to keep alive in their home countries, and such little cost pushes down the costs of labor everywhere. Their bondage to the waste industry consumes the value of their lives reduced to labor power in the shortest possible durations. Aside from their minimal moneyed costs that breed super profits, the value associated with the waste of life in the South is a paradox of capital. Such logical and actual predication in an organic social production totality situates waste in the ontology of capital. Quantifying value in thousands or billions of dollars is just a side exercise to the fact that without the waste of life capital cannot exist. To theorize the value contributed by the Third World as low in money form because their wages in their homelands are cheap, or their products sell for low prices, is the sort of valuation that becomes received theory by the power of U.S. aircraft carriers. Waste is at the origin of capital. Although commodified man in Roman slavery may have been an embryonic circumstance of capital, it was not until the 16th century that world development came to be governed by the capital relationship and its adjunct commodity. The debate on whether it was the internal contradictions of Europe or the external contradictions of a newly integrated world system that launched capitalism culminated in a theoretical discussion on the origin of capitalism and, its offshoot, the controversy over the modes of production. Frank observed the transformation to capitalism in Europe was regarded by many, specifically Dobb, as a product of internal European contradictions, since Marxism held that internal contradictions determined external ones. Although by the 16th century the world economies joined together in a world economy, for adherents of the internal contradiction thesis, it was the development of the wage system in Europe, which in like fashion to the universe emerging from the Big Bang, replicated itself across the globe. That internal contradictions hold determinacy over external ones for Marxism may best be illustrated by Mao Zedong's allegory: with equal external heat applied to an egg and a stone, a chicken emerges from the former and nothing from the latter, because of their different internal compositions. However, as the world becomes a single world capitalist system, Frank notes that such unity renders the question of the internality or externality of the determination, at least of this process itself, irrelevant and unanswerable. He also argues based on Marx's Grundriss that when the ascendancy of the internal relations of production over external relations of exchange is considered subject to realization or expanded reproduction and accumulation, or as capital subverts use value to the benefit of exchange value, then necessarily capital requires circulation as a moment of production to realize itself as capital. Marx had in advance erred on the side of Frank as he avers that the expansion of foreign trade, although the basis of the capitalist mode of production in its infancy, has become its own product. However, with the further progress of the capitalist mode of production, through the innate necessity of this mode of production, its need for an ever-expanding market. Although trade/exchange on its own does not produce new value, this chapter attempts to show that the trade in the skins of the natives, slavery, and butcheries in the colonies were value processes or waste industries whose products, the deaths created by the waged labor/waged naval soldiers were the commodities that founded capital then and continue to be the principal domain of accumulation to this day. It will focus on the commercial exploitation or the modus operandi side of primitive accumulation as the principal social activity, which threw the more developed East into the lower ranks of the global social order of capital. It is a faux problematic to posit that Europe made it into capitalism because of some intrinsic quality that others do not share. Capital is a social relationship of control, and once it comes into existence in a world integrated by the gun, it becomes universal and further integrates the world into a hierarchically ordered system to siphon wealth to the victors. The exclusion from development is capital's private property relation, which is itself an industry of waste. The demolition of African civilization and the transformation of humans into commodities for sale as slaves was a primary process of production with which the wages of war effort/industry reconstituted value. At this juncture, imperialism continues to war against whole states in order to partially or fully commodify humans and resources. The premature deaths and the death of the trenches are overlooked activities and predicates of capital equally intense as the forms of commercial exploitation in slave cotton plantations. Theoretically, trade is not subsequential to value-making activity. Capital does not only create the cotton garment as value in the factories of England and then sells it abroad, it also creates the dead native and the slave as value alongside the garment, and before and after the garment. The dialectical unity of exchange and use value in production is social time determined, or once the European ship sets sail to capture slaves or slaughter natives, its activity is value objectified in the corpse commodity and its exchange or trade simultaneously realized in the earnings attached to the butchery. Once capitalist production relations loom, there cannot be trade without trade being a culmination of sum of use value realized in exchange. To rework Mao's example, in the totality that is the world system, it was not the egg that hatched the chicken, it was the heat applied to the egg, or the violence of primitive accumulation, which mediated the egg into the chicken, the capital of slavery that grew into capitalism. The plunder as exercise of commercial exploitation is intrinsic to primitive accumulation, and it is what Europeans across the globe undertook as an industry in itself and as a pedestal to all other industries. In line with this argument, in the newly integrated world system, it was not English agriculture that experienced the rising productivity, which consolidated capitalism, it was the war and waste domains of accumulation. Estimates based on Jaffe put the value contribution of slavery in European output at several folds the European share, while the death toll of European expansion between 1500 and 1900 is at around 400 million. 395 people. Whatever the margin of error in the figures, the slaughters were the realization of private property as capital's novel production relation and the reason without which capitalism cannot exist. Victims of capital's structural or immediate genocides in the 20th century are in the hundreds of millions. Accordingly, waste production manifest through commercial exploitation was the genus of capital in the primitive accumulation phase, and it continues to be the central activity of capital to date. Given the breadth of the topic, I will only selectively address issues of historiography or historicity, and namely from Islamic history. Rather, I will deal with the methods that assessed how the growth of the East, integrated through the trade routes passing through the Islamic world, which stretched from China to India, was brought to a halt by advancing Europe. Either in the Mediterranean, the eastern seas, or through the land routes of Eurasia, the Islamic world was the knot in merchant trade that tied the world together. Stretching from China to India and passing by Africa, relevant examples of development in the Islamic world will be chosen to address the problematic of this chapter. More pertinently, I will pay special attention to the historical events that alerted the global class balances, catapulting the wasting class into the leadership of history. In particular, Spain's and Portugal's pursuit of wealth has had definitive implications upon the recent ring of capital on the European continent. The many battles fought over control of eastern trade sea routes, Diu in 1509 and 1531, East Africa 1585 to 1589, the Malacca Straits 1565 to 1571, in addition to European superiority in the Mediterranean Sea dating back to the times of the Crusades, these and other Islamic defeats have cut off the East from the benefits of burgeoning 16th century trade. The East integrated with capital more so at the receiving end of the assaults that complete the novel production relation rather than the giving end, which Europe enjoyed. Whereas Eastern/Islamic history has abounded with merchant trade, and major cities of the East flourished or declined by the rhythm of long-distance trade, European choking of major trading ports and routes, coinciding with the inter-Mongolian conflicts interrupting the Eurasian land route corridors, necessarily meant that wealth created by capital came to be concentrated in Europe. To this date, US European supremacy in the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean still implies that the US can position its navy across most world metropolis and impose its terms of trade by gunboat policy. Capital continues to expand by its inherent predisposition to commodify and waste social nature. The wealthier East did not obstruct the development of commerce, yet it has fallen behind Europe. Keeping in mind that the political map of Europe changes over time, and that history is not a sports race with a beginning and an end, the problematic should not be put as who came first or second. Capital 396 weaves itself into the way the integrated world reproduces. Like any historical event, capital assumed its phenomenal appearance as an overdetermined event whose time asymmetric and recursive causes coincide to resolve in the necessity of its birth. An adequate understanding of capital's coming into existence, as opposed to an understanding based on a ludicrous historiography immersed in unnecessary details, requires an adequate understanding of the balance of the class struggle at the time of its appearance in the 16th century. Reading into the admixture of production relations tallying or negating the development of the productive forces is the same as reading the class balance of forces as it develops into a subject of history. The objective and coincidental events coalescing in the 16th century were clutched by Europe, the class relation as subject. Thence, the historical subject, which converted the pre-capitalist mode of production into capitalism, was the flux of the class struggle at the time with its bent for the absolute and relative destruction of Eastern development. The new production relation of private property under capital amounted to the formula waste to own and own to waste. One long before Veblen defined the right to ownership as the right to sabotage, such systemic waste production relation was the predicate that grew into capital. In this process, Europe as the transpiration of the waste qua capital relation started with the advantage of having beaten its competitors. Its wars of aggression remain the primal subject relation by which the contemporary formations of US Europe reproduce capital. European conquests, beginning prior to the onset of capitalist relations, and direct plundering increased the wealth of European merchant capital, limited the expansion of Eastern merchants, and situated the command structure of the emerging capitalist production relations on the European continent. The thesis that European conquests positioned the command structure of capital in Europe entails the following. Since capitalist production relations promulgated throughout the globe by the leading relations of conquerors, These necessarily but not exclusively sublate or suspend all other pre-capitalist relations. They order the operations of pre-capitalist relation in ways that conform to capitalist production relations. With universal capital, the differences between European and Eastern modes of production become questions of appearances whose essence, the subordination to the law of value, is similar. The Marxist tradition acknowledges that the exclusion of the colonies from development is the nub to the capital relation because exclusion is the nub of private property. The slaughter of natives was not an addendum to some more pivotal step in European productivity that will later gel in the Industrial Revolution. The slaughter was the dynamic relation, which is capital, self-actualizing. The social activity becomes social relation or class as subject. That's so because the extractive industry of capital is also extractive of human lives. Humans commodified to have their lives extracted from them is the seminal value-making activity of capital. With much of the planet laid to waste, there is not much to be proud of in the achievements of capitalism. However, value-judging historical development by selective comparisons between East and West is immaterial to reading the onset of capitalist social relations. Critiquing the fetishism born with capital and the endogeneity cum alienation of technology intended for violence explicates the accumulation of waste. Moreover, to prove what has already been debated and accepted is redundant. Also, to shed light on some novel conditions by logical proof is superfluous. To highlight the observed phenomenon of waste as the new form of value and argue that waste was by the intrinsic redivisions of capital its ontological state or the condition for being of capital from the very start is knowledge valuable. In the main, this chapter retraces the evolution of capital as waste and builds on the concept of waste as the new form of value developed so far. 1. Development redefined. Before proceeding, I will briefly digress with 3 sections on the history of development and reconsider the putative assumption that capitalism was progressive and developmental. Set against the current state of a fast-decaying social nature, development defined as the resultant of the class struggle informs that labor has lost to capital. The development of the productive forces under capitalism, technology in particular, gauged against the well-being it could impart relative to the damage it has inflicted, turned out to be more of a weapon against man and nature than any other stage in history. Contextualizing technology and progress in social time shows that with puny resources pre-capitalist formations were more rational in rationing resources, thence, progressive and less wasteful than capitalism. Yet all one hears is capitalism ushers progress. That is so because the comparison is dynamic time or process independent and, more so than any other discipline, the study of development is blatantly ideological. To be sure, dominant ideology perverts the facts. It instills the perversions as truth of the nature of things and in the methods people fathom their conditions of being with. The modern study of development arose as a subdiscipline of economics. It inherited the wartime optimism about the world-changing potential and the belief in economics as a science. Prior to the mid-20th century, the study of development was known as the economics of the colonies. As fewer and fewer colonies remained in the grip of Western empires, colonial economics assumed the name development economics. When the Cold War peaked, development studies reflected the political polarization between the two opposing camps. In mainstream thought, development piggybacked the private sector fueling economic growth, and through the invisible hand or trickle down, it spreads welfare to society. In Marxist thought, development amounted to improvement in the living conditions alongside a sustainable environment that the masses obtained through class or national liberation struggles. As such, development could not be compartmentalized into some disciplinary approach because it is no less than the study of the class relationships that spawn progress or the opposite thereof. 399. The discussion of the two opposing models reverberated onto the field of political philosophy in a tug-of-war between equality of condition, the equity required for equality or the Soviet model, and equality of opportunity, or the U.S. model in which modest initial resources do not preclude vertical social mobility. In the choice between the right to food and the voting booth, the analytical approach missed the point that the vote was organized by capital and its fetishes. In other words, the voting booth itself, the thing as hypostatization of the social will of Western working classes is in command of Western society. The debate would deliver the treatise on all-round development on the Soviet and non-aligned movement side, and the choice theoretic framework on the US side. Social choice welfare, in its individualistic probabilistic approach bereft of historical necessity, overlooks the objective currents of imperialism that leave the majority without choices, which is practically the world. Neglecting necessity as the mediation of simultaneously concrete and coincidental social flux, manifest in the phenomenon of the choiceless majority, and selectively assembling human development indices that vary with convention, cohered with conservative political proclivities. Abstract, as opposed to social individualism, grounds the social schizophrenia apparent in the inflated eye of consumerism. It elevates the personal lifestyle into a state of idolatry, which overconsumes man and nature, while making idols of commodities as well as every social being. Rational choice theory formally demonstrates the blatantly impossible: individuals apart cannot build welfare. Aside from being a logical casuistry, Arrow's impossibility theorem, which proves that community-wide ranked preferences cannot be determined by converting individuals' preferences, misses the obvious point that capital is a dictator that homogenizes people as well as standardize their choices by its very nature. Capital commodifies and renders people into automaton-like consumers. Salient consumer confidence indices serve to meter the capacity of capital to herd labor. By extrapolation, these are measures of the rate of human commodification. What the ideological bent of rational choice does is obscure class as subject of history and the social contradictions constituting the laws of development. It omits the real impossibility that the wealth flaunted by the few cannot be similarly made available to everyone or the majority. After the defeat of the Soviet Union in the late 1980s, the triumph of the capitalist model was sealed as science. Developing nations threw out old socialist or nationalist capitalist strategies in favor of full-blown neoliberalism. Empiricism parading as theory, the positivism of the neoclassicals, dehistoricized development. The quantification of social variables without regard to their historical content removed from view the surplus transfers from 400 ex-colonies to empire. A whole history of third world and indigenous development and a wealth of knowledge that developing societies amassed in the past was discarded and replaced with a European value system rooted in racial, identity politics or cultural superiority. The reasons why mainstream economics adopts a position of historical development as growth of markets is to conceal how changes in the underlying social structures reconstitute markets as different forms and functional contents across history. Could today's level of human and physical asset underutilization obtain in the feudal age with society still managing to overproduce? Not so, is the obvious answer. When so many of the poorest and war-assaulted countries in the world are Muslim countries, one must ask how their Western comprador debilitation carried out by violent means, the relations of exclusion from development and waste, have contributed to global accumulation. Islamic historical development is not a linear process devoid of dynamism. It is presented as such by European conquerors in order to brand European capitalism as the sole bearer of progress to humanity. Comparing progress over millennia between East and West is illusory. History is read to influence the present, and the only reason such a comparison would be entertained is to justify the elimination of some version of the noble savage as the just price for progress. This elimination of the savage was the waste industry then, and it is with us at this juncture in time. To re-emphasize, to bomb children in order to bring about Western-style democracy creates surplus value and trades on the financial markets for trillions, which best illustrates the endurance of primitive accumulation as the waste writ large tenet. 2. The origins of equity in development. Possibly, the earliest places to develop into sedentary cultures with a writing system are in present-day Arab Mashriq. The area at the end of the great African Rift Valley known as the Fertile Crescent was a natural gathering ground for domesticable animals. It enjoyed regular rainfall and a variety of easily cultivable cereals, and it represents an early model of the first agricultural revolutions. The good soil quality of Iraq circa 2000 BC produced about the same tonnage of barley as in early 1970s. The steady development of tools and modes of social organizations required regulation of trade and the pacification of the laboring class. 401. Measures for trade and laws to attenuate repression and limit the appetite of the clergy signify the first set of written rules intended to maintain the course of development. The reforms of Eurocogena, of which fragments remain, profess calls for justice and the protection of the poor, while the more preserved Code of Ornamu speaks of laws that promote social welfare. The latter code addresses three vital points: the ruling on weight for trade, a limit to what the clergy could extract in tribute, and a statement ensuring the protection of the vulnerable from the transgression of the powerful. These codes are at the origin of the notion just man of the East, as distinct from rational man of the West. In accordance with the true word of Utu, set the monthly temple expenses at 90 gur of barley, 30 sheep, and 30 sela of butter, the bronze sela measure, standardis the 1 mina weight, and standardis the stone weight of a shekel of silver in relation to 1 mina. The orphan was not delivered up to the rich man, the widow was not delivered up to the mighty man, the man of 1 shekel was not delivered up to the man of 1 mina. Stripped of mystique, justice may have been often the pretense with which class societies pacified slave labor. The codes did not relieve rulers from the pressure of rebellions. It was still an era characterized by frequent disobedience countering the repression of the polity. The recurrence of rebellion and the quelling of uprisings were events that also filtered into the myths of Sumerians. In Atrahasis, mainly a flood myth with a creation side story circa 1800 BC, humankind was brought into being by angry gods to replace rebellious laboring angel workers. In this myth, the man who replaced the angel is molded from the flesh and blood of a revolutionary archangel whose ideas would continue to instigate the laboring class into mutiny. Man by godly predisposition was inherently boisterous and rebellious. 4 centuries later, the Code of Hammurabi, often interpreted literally rather than metaphorically as eye for eye, further expanded the Ornamu's demands for justice, the right to trade and the protection of civil and property rights. To bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak, and enlighten the land, to further the well-being of mankind. He referred to himself as the shepherd of the oppressed and of the slaves, and ordered. 402. That these my precious words be written upon his memorial stone, before his image, that the strong might not injure the weak, in order to protect the widows and orphans, in order to bespeak justice in the land, to settle all disputes, and heal all injuries. In comparison to the Code of Ornamu, the Code of Hammurabi held the sovereign accountable for the delivery of welfare. In case the officials of the state failed to catch a thief and return the thieved items, the state had to compensate the victim for the amount of the theft. Tort unredressed by the law of equal retaliation was state responsibility because the state was itself the law, or a commixture of positive and natural laws. The real lex talionis was not an eye for an eye, it was a sack of wheat for a sack of wheat. To avert peasant insurrections, the sovereign had to shield the lower echelons from socially inflicted injury. Moreover, the rights of women to own property and divorce husbands, rights that women lack in some states today, became laws. To the ancient Mesopotamians as well as the Greeks, whose societies were built by slave labor, strengthening the home front by more equitable distribution as wealth rose, plastered over the fault lines of their class-ordered social structures. Material circumstances and social orders were changing and, with that, concepts evolving, but to date the mainstreams voided the search for formal or unchanging truth, as opposed to processual truth, remains the platitude that safeguards the conservative order. Not to overly dwell on this, constant changeability is a condition of being experienced by one and all. As early as the myth of Gilgamesh, constancy and foreverness were only attributes of gods. Only the gods can dwell forever with Shamash, whereas with mankind's changeability, mortality, and finitude are natural ends. Yet the notion that things do not change for some innate reason inherent to human nature, or that greedy rulers rotate at the helm of power, still holds sway in popular imagination. Although Heraclitus denied the existence of truth since things are in a state of constant change, his contribution transpires that any concept capturing reality ought to be as dynamic as reality. The Platonic notion that change is a matter of appearance whereas reality is unchangeable and only penetrable by discerning the forms of thought, one may interpret Heraclitus's avant-garde position that appearance is an emergent quality of an essence, which is itself an emergent quality as well. Not long after in Aristotle's Politics, a cycle of change and a schema of organic growth, defining development from birth to peak and ultimate dissolution, takes shape. However, similarly to the Mesopotamian just man, Aristotle's rational man, through policies of 403. Legitimization by welfare, also had a functional polity role to avoid collapse from within. Equality consists in the same treatment of similar persons, and no government can stand which is not founded upon justice. For if the government be unjust, everyone in the country unites with the governed in the desire to have a revolution, and it is an impossibility that the members of the government can be so numerous as to be stronger than all their enemies put together. 3. Equality and development in Islam. Whether by word of man or word of God, steadying development requires addressing inequality or distributional imbalances. The issue of equity seems to be remarkably similar, but cyclical, across culture and time. In Islam, as in any viscous theological thesis, equity echoes God's edict on the one hand, while inequity can be God's manifestation of wisdom, on the other. Equality is central to Imam Ali's treatise on faith. He was a contemporary of the Prophet, whose sermons emphasized social justice. In his Nahwi al-Balagha, the inherent equality of all men is established as canon. Sayings attributed to Ali such as people are as equal as the teeth of a comb or, a more pertinent quote, people should have equal access to such resources as water, food, and fire, are often presented to display Islam's aptitude for egalitarianism. Consistently with the necessity to fully engage people in low productivity work, the population had to be kept alive for as long as possible since production, as well as the feudal lord's share of tribute, positively correlated with the size and health of the population. Management of irrigation systems for optimal output and the right of access to common waters remain in use to date. For instance, reserving part of the Aliflaj irrigation system to common use exemplifies fairness in rationing water and distribution. Imam Ali hailed from the lower tribal ranks of Quraysh, and his egalitarianism deflects from his class position within the social ladder. The impact of his treatise on social justice influences scholars across time. At the pinnacle of Islamic Andalusia, Ibn Hazm decreed that society would be guilty of murder if 404. Someone dies of hunger in times of plenty. Similar decrees are also found in An al-Kulaini and al-Ansari. However, Islamic egalitarianism is rebutted by just as many opposing views sanctifying inequality as the natural order. Religious intellection ties practice to the demands of shifting power structures. Thusly, Islamic doctrine is a diverse field of practice and thought, especially so, in areas influencing resource allocation. For instance, whereas most fiqh schools oblige zakat, compulsory alms to assist the poor, in the Shafi'i school of Sharia, there is no obligation to perform zakat. Zakat is separate from kharaj, but the former is the rationale for the latter. According to al-Duri, tribute regimes adopted throughout the Islamic world were multiple, region and time specific, and possibly as numerous as the many Muslim polities across time. Hereinafter, I will use the two putative tributary categories. Kharaj is tribute extracted from Muslims and jizya from non-Muslims. To the many sacred sayings that tout Islamic egalitarianism, there are just as many positions ordaining inequality by divine authorization. The case that wealth and poverty co-occur finds its roots in Quranic verse, "It is we who have apportioned among them their livelihood in the life of this world and have raised some of them above others in degrees that they may make use of one another for service." In contradistinction from this point, there are many ayahs that extol the virtue of social equality. As with any class society, the Muslim world consistently exhibited unequal living conditions. the Quran does not proscribe privileges based on the ownership of certain assets, such as the means of production and the sources of material used for production, that confer enormous power over the whole of social life. That is why throughout history the spectacle of opponent poverty contrasts with the astonishing luxury prevailing at the courts and among the rich. Expectedly so, the social subject draws meaning from a neutral imagery in Islam, one in which precepts calling for equality or inequality cancel out. During the Cold War, for instance, there were versions of Islam that matched communism's social justice. The egalitarian Islamic progressives of Tunisia or Green Islam were confronted by Salafists and Muslim Brotherhood folk who extolled the virtues of private property. Such reinterpretations are attestations that Islam, like any other ideological imagery, cannot have a history on its own. 405. Outside the manipulation of a subject conditioned by synchronous production relations. However, unlike religions that insist more on the suppression of hedonistic pursuits, Islam recognizes worldly desires but ordains disciplining them, although here too there are exceptions. Islamic texts urge the display of wealth once one comes into possession of new riches, which is possibly why the courts lavished in luxury. At any rate, Quranic ayahs draw upon specific occurrences during the last 2 decades of the life of the Prophet. Ayahs promoting justice are incident, or context-specific, and, unlike the asceticism of the New Testament, the Quran sees in wealth an adornment of worldly life. In an obvious case of thought subordinated to concurrent social circumstances, the twisting of the meaning of Islamic justice to dominant discourse by modern Islamists assumes new heights as justice becomes equated with the trickle-down effect of neoliberal markets. Obstructions of unrestricted trade, free capital flows and market openness become violations of Islamic justice. Chopra sees that the free movement of goods, people, and capital accelerate development and further cement solidarity and integration, which are among the important objectives of Islam. The neoliberal recipe is central to development, and it is unjust to stand in the way of such development. Such recipes defy the basics of macro accounting. Unrestrained free trade or capital flows from people's unsovereign nations result in the draining of surplus to U.S. empire. Development framed in macro accounting terms is about the retention and mobilization of national resources to the benefit of the masses. For obvious reasons, such neoliberal positions are commonly held by the major Western-supported currents of political Islam. The present-day hold of free market ideology was such that when economic practice was reinterpreted in what became known as modern Islamic economics, the knack for economic liberalism apparent therein exceeded that of neoliberalism. The projection of old Islamic thought upon the modern world without qualification is time incongruous at least for one imminent reason: under capitalism, commodification is phenomenal. That is a different world altogether. Matters of repression under capitalism assume a turn to the worst when overproduction and waste dislocate and consume humans. Modern strands of Islamic economics, like neoclassical economics, falsely constructs history as a set of homogeneous commercial relations continuous across time. The modern capitalist market little resembles the Islamic market of the past. Islam, in its modern economic interpretation and accent on free trade, is said to be antecedent to Ricardian comparative advantage. Noting that 406. On the whole, Ricardian advantage is a formal bluff and only absolute advantage prevails. Trade conditions in Ricardo's time cannot be superimposed upon pre-capitalist long-distance trade. There cannot be trade in essential food items when trade in basic use items has not set in, or when low productivity produce was systemically insufficient to feed the local population. Limited to trade in luxuries, the pre-capitalist world was minimally moneyed and production for use value prevailed. To project Ricardian principles onto pre-capitalism disregards the diachronic development of concepts. It also reveals a cavalier approach to the social relationships that underlay forms of social organization across time. It was not freer trade across time that created or diminished wealth, it was freer trade at a specific intersection in time in which the growth of merchant capital under capitalist production relations morphed into productive capital. The novel production relation is principally given in the right to exclude people from their products irrespective of their perishment prematurely, which amounts to the rule of private property meant for exchange over society. With the certainty of past historical events, without the intensification of commercial exploitation, the enslavement of whole colonies, prior to the Industrial Revolution, it would have been impossible to unleash higher productivity in Europe. The alienation of the labor of colonist formations, their slavery and lives ripped from them, is the labor subject in the productive forces. It is also the stock of labor that reconstitutes the means of production and the relation that establishes their development. The subject of productivity is not the machine thing, it is the complex social relationship in which the exclusion of others from the ownership/development of technology predicates the conditions for a social productivity whose substance is social labor to arise in a specific location. Productivity is systemic and social and opposed to atomistic and private. It is only under capitalism that humans organized in production relations to be wasted and ejected as waste output that the social conditions for rising productivity come into existence. To collapse justice into free trade following the bending of Islamic edicts and to extol commerce for the sake of commerce have no bearing upon justice exemplified in more equitable wealth distribution. The class that controls the valves of the circuit of value also determines the degree of social equality. Pre-capitalist collection of tribute through carriage and jizya, mostly in ashar, directly involves the reigning political authority in maintaining the sustainability of the population and the productive base through reinvestment in the social structure. In the evolution of Islamic justice and well-being, welfare rationales and practical redistribution measures depended on historically specific circumstances. They rose or fell in tandem with wealth. 407. And political stability. As an example of equity kicking in as the empire comes into new riches, Reinert refers to the work of Ibn Hussein, who wrote highlighting just taxes at the peak of Islamic civilization. Distribute, among all taxpayers in a fair, just and equitable manner, and make them general, not exempting anyone because of his noble rank or great riches, and do not levy on anyone a tax which is beyond his capacity to pay. Additional examples may be found in Ibn Hussein's introduction and to the wealth of writings on political economy at around the same time. In recent work, Nawayahid lists the contributions of 3 other scholars whose depictions of distributive policies agree with those of Ibn Hussein. 1. Early works on money and taxation, titled Al-Kharaj by Al-Quraishi c. 750, detailed the various forms of taxation from land, and stressed egalitarianism between Muslims and non-Muslims in terms of access to resources. He put forth the avant-garde thesis that land belongs to whomever labors it, antedating modern land reform discourse. 2. Another work, also titled Al-Kharaj, of around the same period by Yaqub bin Yusuf, explores the empire's financial policies, its sources of revenue and its expenditures. Ben Yusuf's principal contribution is in bestowing statutory rights upon public property. Access to public property as a right stood above the dispensation of private/individual privilege. Public property included trading routes, on rivers and over land, access to water, and to common grazing lands. 3. At around AD 850, a more sophisticated work, Al-Amwal by Ibn Salam, proposed centering the activity of finance on public works, rejuvenating old land and creating incentives to bring new lands into production, all through a desirable free labor movement to the center of empire. For all 3 authors above, their welfare policy proposed that no person should be saddled with inordinate taxes and that the caliphate should intervene to support the weak and exempt them from taxation. For Ibn Salam, justice went further in the sense that the burden of taxation should be shared equally between Muslims and non-Muslims. In earlier times of penury, c. 650, underprivileging the poorer strata in the Arabian Peninsula in terms of booty distribution contributed to the First Islamic Civil War, known as the Battle of Siffin. Tribute and booty redivision marked fault lines between clans that sparked intercommunal conflicts. The above 408 authors wrote at the zenith of Abbasid prosperity. Averting destruction of capital assets, population decline, and introducing some measure of equalization payments were common sense efforts that have stabilized the process. Surplus extraction. 4. Expansion by economic as opposed to religious zeal. Few of the caliphs were fundamentalist zealots. Only 30 years after the death of Muhammad, the clan least committed to faith, the Umayyad, assumed power. They concentrated their efforts on expanding moneyed wealth rather than expanding conversion to the faith. For obvious reasons, in the two broader forms of tribute that prevailed throughout the empire, Kharaj and Jizya, the latter higher rate of taxation associated with non-Muslims was favored by the caliphs. In utilitarian accounts, the rate of caliphate tribute would shrink with a higher rate of conversion to Islam, which logically implies that caliphs would have been averse to high rates of conversions. Evidently the non-accounting historical process had too many departures from this static rule, since tribute/revenues varied in relation to political stability, wealth, and degree of control, hence, why Islamic rule like any class rule was not free of brutalities. There is a consensus among secular Arab historians that adherence to faith was not a strong point of the caliphates. Peculiarly, Bertrand Russell also notes that Arabs conquered a great part of the world in the name of a new religion, but they were not very religious, and their motive was wealth rather than religion. Russell adds that it was only by their virtue of lack fanaticism that a handful of warriors were able to govern without much difficulty. Expansion for tribute and commerce rather than the zeal of religion, is naturally eschewed by modern-day Islamists, as in Zaman. Early Islamic caliphates levied lower tax rates than Byzantine or Persian empires. The Turkic tribes of Anatolia began converting to Islam only 3 decades after the death of the Prophet, partly on account of their dissatisfaction with the Byzantine Empire, including the dodging and heavy Byzantine taxation. The same tribes would later rebel against the last Umayyad caliph in Harran on account of higher tax rates. In the northwestern parts of the Byzantine Empire bordering the caliphal territory, Umayyad caliphs shared tax collection with Byzantine Constantinople. It is also around this time that the Umayyad extended their rule as far as Spain in the west and Central Asia in the east. In 409, its early stages, the official language of the Islamic Caliphate remained a variant of ancient Greek, the Koine of the Seleucid Empire. It was not until the Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik bin Marwan fought and won a limited battle against Byzantium that the official language and the currency of the empire began to be robust. Archaeological evidence that tribute flourishes with a growing human and physical infrastructure may be discerned from the fact that excavations unearth no or few layers of black sediment in Islamic cities. In Islamic conquered and excavated cities, few have shown such sediments or few were scaped. Unlike capital, which lays to waste whole nations and continents, pre-capitalist aggression expanded with the rationale of growth of farming land mass and a growing population to raise tribute. There were exceptions to this rule, as in the sacking of Amorium, allegedly in retaliation for the Byzantine destruction of Isparta, the town of Caliph al-Mutasim's mother. The reason was to demonstrate power. In staking new territory for tribute, Muslim caliphs had preserved the irrigation systems and capital assets required for steady productivity. For societies in which productivity would decline with marginal lands, it is sensible to avoid outright demolition of assets. 5. The East in the economic backwater. While the Islamic world did not become the center of capitalism, despite enjoying significant merchant capital, neither did China. Both were integrated in the global economy as repositories to the capital concentrated in Europe. The key thesis to recall is not whether the West was faster than the Orient in becoming capitalist or that the East failed to leap into the transition to capitalism. In a global system that became capitalist or governed by the reach of capital, all the social formations became capitalist, with most of the world joining in as inferiors to Europe because it was defeated by it. The lower position of southern formations vis-a-vis central development cannot be attributed to their disdain of experimental science. In the epoch in which Islam was the leading civilization, Braudel, despite his many Eurocentric pitfalls, recognizes that major scientific progress was recorded. For 4 or 5 centuries, Islam was the most brilliant civilization in the Old World, nothing less than trigonometry and algebra, mathematical geographers, astronomical observatories and instruments, optics, for chemistry, pharmacy. More than half the remedies and healing aids. 410. Used by the West came from Islam. In the field of philosophy, the scope of this rediscovery, however, was not limited to copying and handling on, valuable as that undoubtedly was. It also involved continuing, elucidating, and creating. To attribute creativity in philosophy to non-European cultures as Braudel does is a rarity among Western scholars. Almost always, Islamic philosophy is depicted as unoriginal and as some mimicry of Hellenistic philosophy. The dominant mantra repeated ad nauseum is that civilizational advance copies Western philosophical originality. However, earthly existence reflexively compels societies to develop a metaphysic that investigates their state of being and knowing. Whether through written or verbal transmission, any society conceptualizes its specific life processes, and thus philosophizes its material circumstances with its own esoteric content. The question as to whether the construction of thought should follow a formal logical framework is an accessory to philosophical thought. Aristotelian logic altogether remained dormant until the late 15th century or until Leibniz breathed new life in it. Speaking of the changing political map of Europe, at the time logical symbolism incubated in Hellenistic philosophy, modern Europe as a political/cultural category was not yet on the political map. For today's West to expropriate the culture of Greece in order to buttress its ideological arsenal and to deny the capacity for rational reasoning in other cultures is just the run-of-the-mill cultural imperialism. The argument that modern logical symbolism associates with more rigor leaves out the fact that rigor rests on adequate conceptualization, which must be un-Eurocentric. Eurocentrism as convention often deepens the conservatism or the subordination of science to power. Rigorous thought symbolized in forms could be adduced from all sorts of human communications, not only algebraic-like symbols. The cultural imperialism of the West proscribes knowledge transfer to the East unless it is meant for dulling and control of Southern subjects. For Goody, irrespective of Braudel's breadth of knowledge, his point that true capitalism self-justifies on the basis of Eastern stagnation is Eurocentric. The East was not stagnant, it was pushed into relative stagnation. However, the frame of reference of many scholars is Eurocentric, and that could hardly be avoided given the lopsided power balance. For instance, the notion that capitalism is progressive is a widely held belief that is scarcely examined. The question is posed in terms of binaries of what is true or fake capitalism. False and true or bad and good capitalisms are faked questions and false dichotomies. Capital as a social relation is indivisible with its most repressive manifestation, the preponderant waste in the global South, being a materialization. 411. Of its essence or laws of development. European capital is not only the reified geography of Europe or the space that is Europe, it is the relation that subjugates and wastes the South. Unless capital is defeated and European colonialism is revised for its systemic massacres against the colonies, the Eurocentrism will linger. The way European aggression is thought of as necessary for progress is the gist of Eurocentricity. Not true or false capitalism, but how Braudel underemphasizes the sine qua non of destructive expansion to European capital and how it stagnated the Orient, these are what accounts for Eurocentrism. To assume that capital bears progress, is a stance, which assumes that a nation's wealth is a function of specialization in productive tasks that follow from an increasingly discrete division of labor, which is in turn determined by the size of the market. 2. Even though any production process can be slotted under a neoclassical production function given the gelatinous breadth of its capital and labor mathematical forms, his is fundamentally a neoclassical production function dependent on the capital stock. In other words, it is vacuous to say that output depends on labor and technology or total factor productivity, since productivity in a year's interval is always so in conventional accounts. The productivity of every year must be related to the dollar output of workers in that year. However, over the lifetime of the worker, it is the premature death of workers that is going to determine their productivity. When productivity relates to growth and, equally, the profit rate, which in turn depends on the rate of surplus value, then the extent to which value outlays on wasted southern labor fall relative to the social product, the higher becomes surplus labor. Profits, growth and, implicatively, productivity, follow suit. If one were to model a Marxian production function, the rate of accumulation would depend on the rate of exploitation, which is the rate at which human life expires before its due time under capitalism. That aside, for Brenner, the concept of the market is delimited to the geography/space of Europe. It is in Europe where products fetch high prices and, as such, Europe is the market upon which productivity measured in capital's money forms and wealth expand. The market of the rest of the world is too puny to expand its production and to enhance the division of labor, and ultimately, productivity and progress. Although the same capital relation is totalizing North and South, the South is forgotten. Such approach has little to do with the Marxian value relation and all to do with a combination of neoclassical production functions combined with a demand-driven model and expanding production. Underneath the wealth spatially fixated in Europe, there lurks the machine-induced productivity qua the progress of capitalism. Elsewhere there is a lack of progress or outright development. However, to miss the universal value foundation of social reproduction is to miss Marxism. When the market itself is qualified by the capacity of the owning class to reproduce its class position by reducing costs or by socializing direct producers, the space in which incipient capitalist development occurs, confined to Europe according to Brenner, depends upon the space upon which costs are reduced by coercion and development. Moreover, when cost reduction generated by the scale effect resulting from the technology deployed in militarism is considered, cheaper but higher-end products that derive from better technology and more discrete division of labor re-encourage further militarism/waste. The process makes yet more affordable all commodities and expand markets. As growth niches in demand for militarism/waste rather than growing demand for saner commodities, the dynamic is for higher profits and bigger markets to require more bludgeoning of labor. The waste domain of accumulation is the law of value laid bare. Progress is waste camouflaged by the dominant ideology or, its variegated other, Eurocentrism. Considered as such, Brenner, apart from being non-objective, as in only seeing the European highly priced market space. He bases the argument for capital as progress on changing production relations only within Europe as opposed to imperialist plunder, or the waged waste activity that sets off accumulation. Early capitalist development in Europe is often contrasted against a lethargic Asiatic mode of production. By AMP, Marx sought to create a term of zones where land ownership was conceived as central power owned and delegated to suzerains. Broadly speaking, the AMP exhibits loosely defined property relations, self-sufficiency of village production, unity of handicrafts and agriculture, simplicity of production methods, or the conditions of stagnant growth, all conditions from which Asia could not have allegedly escaped. An AMP stays put also because landed property does not become commodified to be exchanged, or landed property as a legal category does not obtain in exchange value form, as it does under capitalism. To break from the idleness, such a social system must per standard recipe experience convulsions to its class structure motivated by the drivers of a growing world market, be they demographic, technological, organizational, or commercial/industrial, or more generally, a re-articulation of capitalist production relations with maturing productive forces. 2.5 centuries ago, in The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith refers to the East as industrious and rich. At the time size mattered to wealth because productivity per capita varied by little margins. The bigger mass, such as China or Islamic empires, represented bigger wealth simply on account of 413. Space and population. However, Eurocentric perspectives neglect the growth of capitalist markets by violent expropriation and as legal property turns into a commodity. The dead and slaves as commodities or as reified and objectified labor, in addition to the quantity of gold and silver and the land mass acquired by the Europeans, are unprecedented wealth. Europe's wealth was in the ownership and control of the global means of production and its animation of the productive forces to become centered in Europe. The re-articulation of production relations in policies amenable to surplus value usurpation has been the functional side of colonialism. In short, to omit the imperialist marionetting and exclusion from development, which propel productivity growth in Europe, replaces subject for the materialness of the object it produces. To ignore the continuity of commercial exploitation under capitalism, a process that had reduced subject to object, is science subservient to dominant ideology. The laborer reduced to his labor power in chattel slavery had evolved to the laborer wasted as an object commodity for a price. The extraction of surplus value as a result of lowering the share of wages to below subsistence income, foremost by means of war, with the purpose of lowering longevity, has developed into the industry of death for sale. On account of its condensation of socially necessary labor time in production, this waste industry generates more profits than what is commonly known as superexploitation. By this measure, acute or intense commercial exploitation evidenced in the unnecessary deaths in the 20th century is miles ahead of early commercial exploitation exemplified in chattel slavery, counting the structural and direct genocides of the 20th century. In early capitalism, the slave was useful alive for what he produced, whereas of late, the wage slave or the excessive population is more useful dead. 6. The consumption of commodities by commodities. In a world without an opposing socialist thought, in which object or thingified capitalist consumes the laborer as object, the macabre of such a state exceeds the absurd of the commodified world of spectacles posited by Guy Debord and the Situationist International. For them, commodity abundance becomes the abundance of non-distinction. Such abundance is an artificiality, adulteration, and inversion, which results in the wanderings of the fetishism of money that produces spectacular aberrations according to which people and commodities become homogeneous or indistinct. In such indistinction, even anti-racism becomes part of the market mythology that masks the real. 414. Contradictions. Although thingification is put in a roundabout way, the situationists fail to extend the logic of commodification onto how interclass value transfers become waste relations. For instance, they discern that it may be illusory to focus the struggle on anti-racist policies in support of the immigrants of the Paris suburbs, because in the indistinction, the fascination of the young of the suburbs with money equates them with money. At the extreme end of the spectrum, the Algerian immigrant commodified is a money commodity. As such, their thinginess/besottedness with moneyness situates the immigrant youth in a class incapable of developing a revolutionary consciousness vis-a-vis the potentially revolutionary white class, which enjoys some margin of autonomy vis-a-vis money. The position of L'Internationale, such as in World of Commodity Indistinction, all reality is spectacularly reversed and the true as distinctly concealed is only what the false must make disappear indiscriminately, also screens the indistinction between non-white man as a commodity and other commodities. Not only by the massive deaths of brown people, there is structural disposition in capital to prefer the consumption of non-white man as commodity more so than other commodities, which emerges from the feebleness of their forms of power. In other words, the focus on the revolutionary potential of white classes obscures how the white class commodifies to consume the immigrants and other colonial subjects. Whereas advancement in machinery generating wealth for humanity to enjoy is supposed to apply under communism, since national man as species being is the social being of internationalism, necrotrophic classes develop a mode of consumption in which their well-being, in like fashion to a communist-like future, is realized by the consumption of non-white classes. Instead of labor stepping outside the production process and squashing the value relation, as things are envisioned under communism, white labor distinguishes itself from the international working class and no longer appears so much to be included within the production process, save the intensification of mechanized cannibalism. Machinery has so developed to the point where drones and electronic banking do all the work at the behest of the well-to-do necrotrophic classes. The necrotrophic class has created a sort of welfare state communism solely for itself. To add insult to injury, value extraction allegedly applies mostly to whites being exploited because of their better machinery, while imperialist wars abroad are non-value generating processes. As such, to project Marx's onto the waste of white classes, in this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs, nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own. 415. General productive power Marx, which ipso facto becomes the productive power of waste restocked by the flows of waste industries. In other words, white classes lavish in the luxury of a utopian communism built only for themselves. White nations have developed a two-tier world in which theirs compares to the communist future, while others are wasted. To repropose the above, white classes watch and regulate the production process by means of war, while the economic surplus is constructed as only theirs by their right to property over the means of production. However, in a world in which the man entranced in the commodity consumes the wasted man as commodity, situationists fail to ask how a white class violently commodifies the immigrants and the colonial subject to be consumed. Aside from the wars, there is a disproportionate number of African American and Arabs in US and French jails respectively. The consumed colonial subject turned into object is antecedently war coerced into commodity. The consuming white subject acts as a commodity-consuming commodity for imperialist class reasons, whereas the colonist subject, unwillingly subjected to commodification, must decommodify as a matter of survival. It is the cannibalist class that holds the revolutionary potential because decommodification becomes its only means of survival. The definition of capital as subject in command of commodity/substance means that capital cannot be big or small by the number of commodities or industrial workers it possesses. In this day and age, a developing nation may exhibit a 90% unemployment rate, but that does not mean it remains in a pre-capitalist phase of history. Unless one entertains the scholastic metaphysic of to whom capital came first, the East or the West, it is impertinent to processual dynamics to ask such a question because once the value relation appears on the stage of history, it prefigures the growth of capitalist markets by the commodification of the human subject. In terms of chronology, the waged labor conducted massacres during the dawn of capitalist production relations, or as humans and resources were valued for their worth in exchange rather than use value, could be constituted as the first factoirs of capitalism. However, for Marx, capital and the commodification of labor give birth to each other to reproduce each other as capital. To the man who is nothing more than a worker, and to him as a worker, his human qualities only exist insofar as they exist for capital alien to him. Because man and capital are alien, foreign to each other, however, and thus stand in an indifferent, external, and accidental relationship to each other, it is inevitable that this foreignness should also appear as something real. As soon, therefore, as it occurs to capital no longer to be for the worker, he himself is no longer for himself, he has no work, hence no wages, and since he has no existence as a human being but only as a worker, he can go and bury himself, starve to death, etc. The worker exists as a worker only when he exists for himself as capital, and he exists as capital only when some capital exists for him. The existence of capital is his existence, his life, as it determines the tenor of his life in a manner indifferent to him. To reposit, primitive accumulation or the exercise of commercial exploitation, which reduces subject to object, or the laborer to his labor power, turns to dispensing with man in shorter periods of life. As opposed to sugar, tobacco, the cotton textile woven by the spinning throstles of England, etc., man slain by capital as commodity is the first product of capital. The extraction of surplus value requires the genocides as a rudimentary production process that lays the ground for the articulation of the price system with optimal value extraction, the price-to-value ratio. Value practiced as violence lowers the price of colonist labor, labor power, and other resources. Against the cheap prices of colony products there grows the purchasing power and market of the North. Such is a dynamic conditioned by the persistence of the social crises of overproduction. Raciality and nationalism grew out of imperialist pillage in order to bestow a false nationalist character upon an internationalist production process. Imperialist societies recast themselves as moral and more productive. In their hands, objective value turns into a subjective category with a class moral subtended sense of entitlement. It was their hard labor, higher productivity, and ingenuity that amassed the wealth and not that of their victims. Value, the social relation that doubles as capital, becomes a thing and accords with a value judgment, which speaks of rights and wrongs. As they conjoin the glitter represented in commodities to their moral values, the richer they are, the higher the moral grounds they fashion for themselves. The natural value, which is the equally expended socially necessary labor time to reproduce labor under universalizing capital, disappears, and Western lives given symbolically in the price form become more valuable than other lives. Meanwhile, the glitter is waste, while cutting down a life in the South constructed as cheap in prices but of high value, is the primary surplus drainage mechanism of capital. With the South falling under the fire of US Europe, the Southern masses may be said to be uncommodified by their degree of national security and sovereignty. However, since the consuming class or the class with more commodities is the wasting class, it is also the class with more waste to its credit, which as a form of value rebolsters the contemporary phenomenon of waste. 417. 7. Involution and the AMP. The concept of the AMP is a broad category whose elements are the many different subamalgams of Eastern social life, but two characteristics are often touted as differentiating it from European feudalism. First, the centralist bureaucratic empires of the East exercised control over land and played a key role in securing agricultural output, including the construction of irrigation works, which were vital to the success of the indigenous agricultural systems. Secondly, the village economy of Asian or African societies is self-sufficient and self-contained, with production centered on use value, given the standard low productivity work of pre-capitalism. For Godlier and later Frank, self-sufficiency in village agriculture was steadier on average for the East vis-a-vis Europe. Involution or development without growth proceeded with no leaps, with marginal lands emitting lower output per capita. This state of involution rested on a set of pre-capitalist social relations, principally the Asiatic feudal class extracting surplus by brutality and the exercise of preordained political power. Theoretically, capitalism enters the historical theater as a burst of production relations that have bound together pre-capitalist class power to a non-corresponding level of the productive forces. The resultant of the unity of man with developments in science, technology, labor/population growth and shifting social modes in the division of labor, human skills, and institutional organization, altogether the productive forces, underwent a structural shift. At the inflection point, capital was born as a synergizing class relation that subsumed labor and other constituents of the productive forces under a new relation of production led by private property meant for moneyed exchange. Although the debate differs on the definitive spark, whether it is increasing world trade, or some inherent impetus in European class relations, which actuated the rupture, the quasi-consensus prevails that the transition to capitalism occurred in the 16th century or at such juncture in time. The transition happened for all the relevant historical reasons experienced as a dialectical collision of necessity borne out in coincidence. In other words, the transition is an overdetermined event, or an event conditioned by the totality of recursive or interdependent reasons necessitating its occurrence. Furthermore, the factual/historical observations are such that all the constituents of the productive forces underwent a metamorphosis requiring a restructuring of the mode of production or the social conditions under which classes interacted together to reproduce. Exactly which of the constituents was the leading culprit, the debate remained open and reflected the biases of the times. 418. Within the productive forces, undue attention is paid to the substantive side of technology, as opposed to the sociological aspect or the social subject of technology. It is the better machine that ushered capitalism, but not the social relation that brought into existence the better machine. Under capitalism, technology becomes a circulating commodity. It is basis for to and an offshoot of other circulating commodities. Just like an ordinary commodity, it falls outside immediate social control, it is objective. Commodified technology is destined for exchange, and accordingly, as a value relation it is guided by the law of value, recalling, the law of value allocates, regiments and winnows labor. Technology piggybacks the objective and steady developments in science, or the stock of culture of humanity. Reducing energy consumption per unit of output marks technological improvement. This transhistorical or all-time search for efficiency intensifies the contradiction between the outdated constitution of the machinery and the desired level of output per unit of input, which conjoins motor power, transmission mechanisms, and moving axles and tools in a more energy-saving compact. Under capitalism, competition thrusts forward an already growing endogenous process of technological advancement. The Marxian point was that production causui imposes the betterment of production techniques across time, but the replacement of living for dead labor eggs on the process under capitalism. Steady growth occurs not so much because there is a variable in an equation like human capital that through its interdependency on better machine technology offsets diminishing returns, but because private appropriators submerged in their anarchic accumulation wrest technological advance from social control. Machines do not do things, and from a systemic perspective, it is the objective development in industrial culture expropriated by capital as opposed to the machine/thing per se, which represents the social agency of technology within the productive forces. Under capitalism, the expropriation of the technology commodity from society, the ripping away of use value from labor, is the value relation in charge of technological development. Like technology, population growth, forms of exploitation and changes in the organization of the forms of social reproduction, all come to be subsumed in the new relation of expropriation, which is capital. When capitalism begins to take shape, the mode of production changes from use-value constrained production into production meant for exchange. The value proper, the socially necessary labor time alienated from the direct producer, which acquires a life of its own through fetishism and whose self-expansion abides by the law of value dictating resource allocation, assumes a money form that grows by the degree to which capital controls labor, namely by waste and fueling labor's dividedness. 419. It would be counterfactual to assume that capitalism with its interrelated development of the productive forces and corresponding relations could have dawned prior to the 16th century. The anachronism could not have been because before then the coincidence actualizing the necessity of growth in the productive forces along with growth in merchant capital and rising trade, and larger ownership of assets, commodification of landed property, etc., could also not have been. Marx noted that the plebeians of ancient Rome, free peasants each cultivating their own piece of land, were expropriated, they were divorced from their means of production and became poor, yet alongside them a mode of production developed which was not capitalist, but still dependent upon slavery. Although there was wealth hither and yon before the 16th century, capitalism could not have been summoned into existence before that time. The genesis of capitalism cannot be an experiment applied across all times. Events strikingly analogous but taking place in different historic surroundings led to totally different results. By studying each of these forms of evolution separately and then comparing them one can easily find the clue to this phenomenon, but one will never arrive there by the universal passport of a general historico-philosophical theory, the supreme virtue of which consists in being superhistorical. Within the landscape of possibilities, there were circumstances coalescing for the capitalism event to actualize, which with the certainty of hindsight became the leading social relation whose universal presence is its phenomenal power and reach at a specific time. As to space, the globe by the 16th century has already been transformed into a single economy commanded by the central structure of European capital. Aside from the fact that Islamic philosophy is replete with rational and materialist tendencies, it would be hypothetical to theorize that the difference between Eastern/Islamic feudalism and European feudalism bars the transition of the former to capitalism before the latter. No one transit first. Capitalism is an era of dispossession, so without the dispossessed South, it would not be. Regarding the differences in the AMP, Al-Qadsi argued that Islamic peasantry enjoyed greater freedoms, and as such, it would have been difficult for a central authority to strip the independent folk of tools and force them into wage labor. For the Ottomans, there does appear to be something close to serfdom in its early stages, but that evolved into freer peasantry. Primitive accumulation, the forced conversion of private labor into social labor, originates with changing relations of production, or as capital connects surplus value extraction with divorcing labor from its means of production. In the case of slave-owning capital, which extracts surplus value by commercial exploitation, capital transforms humans into subjectless/commodified humans, therefore, upping the degree 420 of exploitation beyond that associated with free wage labor. Commercial exploitation on the African continent culminates in the destruction of indigenous formations and the enslavement of social formations whose labor was either Muslim or animistic, and freer than European peasantry. Still, when confronted with superior power, the freedom of the peasantry could be curtailed, and peasants disciplined into slaves or wage labor. Capitalism's earliest forms of commercial exploitation were not the slaves-worked cotton or sugar plantation of the Americas, they were the wars of devastation in Africa and the genocides of natives. The death of natives was the earliest commodity. The personalization of class in the inane debate, on whether it was Muslim enslavers paid by Europeans who conducted the enslavement of Africa, is a current Western academic ploy to bid the Christianized African states against the equally underdeveloped and aggressed Muslim states. Without a law of transformation, poorly categorized eclectic conceptualizations drawn from varied observations in history may still be partially true by their own accounts. Any proposition based on describing narrow strips of phenomenon can be supported by some observed fact and constructed as truth against another proposition developed in the same fashion. Although cross-personal comparisons and experimentation advances science, it only does so when the empirics are referred back to the genus category, and in order to recategorize it. Empirics that tackle only epiphenomenal research, or that scratch the surface of things such that appearances explain appearances, cannot reclassify knowledge. Conducting research on the basis of faulty national account systems is an example of such. Hobsbawm remarked on the futility of the esoteric debate between thousands of neoclassical economists based on flawed utilitarian data, which serve no other purpose but obfuscation. These debates result in theoretical nihilism, all partial mathematical deductions referencing occurrences are true, all are in contradiction to each other, since a formal system must be paradoxical, and therefore nothing is true. For instance, that resources follow the movement in the price system is an observation from fact that adds little to knowledge. However, when the price system is considered as an outcome of institutionalist class power relations, there begins the dialectic of the historical necessity and contingency to be reckoned with. Furthermore, the vulgar empiricist approach drops the law materialist in the activity that mediates disparate particulars into a general category. The laws of capital thrive under capitalism, and whether the peasant is freer or less free in the East, the guns of capital may dislocate and socialize him into wage servitude. Superhistorical or transhistorical transpositions, whichever term one uses, only explain hypothetical history, especially when juxtaposed to periods preceding the development of capitalist production. 421. Relations on a global scale. How the rise of Europe to the pinnacle of power, its conquests, its genocides as its first commodities, and rising trade variety and volume integrate the planet into a single system and in a specific period, is the real history that requires explanation. Naturally, within the varied forms of political and property control over the modes of social reproduction are observed. Though multifarious, the Islamic mode of production may be defined by an unsteady central authority incapable of reaching far and applying general rules. The ideological aspects that shape social control revolve around bonding labor to land, mostly by adherence to the many prevailing forms of popular religion. In terms of religious credos regimenting labor, the measures taken in the Islamic world varied with the many religions, sects, and tariqas, but coincided in terms of the repression necessary for surplus extraction. Rationally, it would be unwise for the caliphs to standardize religion because a restless and at the same time unified peasant base is difficult to bring into line, and indeed, Islam was not state institutionalist until late modernity. Since capital must standardize man and commodity to bring consumption in line with consumerism, the homogenization of the glitter of the commodity credo and commodification of man are both innate and objective to capitalism. In an order where new cars are liked by everyone, central capital would also proselytize its adjunct working class in its war against the South. The contradiction is as follows: capital's unconscious side, the blind pursuit of value, homogenizes labor, while its conscious side, the state and governance apparatuses, divides labor. Wallerstein comments that the politics of a capitalist world economy were quite different from the politics of a feudal civilization. In the former, the states became the key units of political organization, rather than the local unit with the manor at the center, and accordingly rulers were no longer dependent for their revenues on their personal land holdings, but instead had a taxation base. Beneath capitalist centralization, there lurked the rule of the commodity expanding to commodify and monetize social activities as well. Historically, adherence to multi-sects or faiths in the pre-capitalist world indicated tenuous submissiveness to central authority. At the same time, disparate social bonding arrangements could always be instrumentalist to reaffirm the feudal class grip on power. Marx paid more attention to primitive accumulation and to non-Western European forms of social organizations in his later writings. Dismayed with the prospects of the revolution in Europe after the defeat of the Paris Commune, he turned to the study of communal forms of social organization, and refocused on the value that commercial exploitation imparts to central wealth. He also observed the lethargic development of the East, or what Brodel 422 would later label as the longue durée. For Marx, there was a common dynamic characterizing the Orient. Empires with highly organized administrative structures could rise and fall in rapid succession, while their underlying economic life might continue relatively unchanged for long periods of time. One may surmise that Eastern empires loosening their forms of social control, which results in intermittent political freedoms from bondage, cannot under such dynamic transform Asiatic merchant capital into small-scale manufacturing and then industrial capital. Eastern rebellions for social justice, or the variants of communism, may have shaken autocratic control with short-lived forms of broader public representation, yet these anachronistic events do not break the monotony of Asiatic feudalism. To say that capitalism arose in Europe on account of free spiritual development, often attributed to the liberalism of F. Bacon, is to omit the fact that in an integrated planet, early forms of European parliamentarianism effected more of the slaughter and slavery than absolute monarchism. Horn argues the chameleon nature of European parliamentarism and the rise of the commercial class intensified the slave trade. The tradition of selective democracy for the white class at home promoting slave-like conditions abroad is the quintessence of capital. Disjointing feudal social relations from their means of social control, or as the feudal class loses its grip over the peasantry, such has coincided with increased European power over an integrated global system whose growth is merchant capital governed. Once capital comes into the picture, the private property relation also comes into the picture. The transition into a wage labor system follows, while capital's industry rests on the rights of inclusion or exclusion from private property. The rate of exclusion of the peasantry from its commons or common property coheres with the response of the capital class to its rate of capital accumulation. The forms of power exercised over the reconciliation of production relations with the development of the productive forces, be they democratic, parliamentarian or otherwise, are just variants of capital's power. In debating the origins of capitalism with Dobb, Sweezy held that the roots of capitalism were only remotely related to conditions originating in England. The crepuscule of the 15th century witnessed developments combining advances in the forces of technology, communication, trade, rising supply of gold and silver, and growing population after a period of decline, which engulfed the planet. Estimates of the U.S. Census Bureau indicate that world population dropped from around 1,250 to 1,450, 3. Implying that the shortage of laborers made dearer their efforts pressured an amelioration of production techniques. To amplify the scope of Frank's point, interrelatedness through militarism, cultural exchange, and trade implies that transformative conditions cannot be attributed to a specific locality within an already integrated whole without arbitrariness. As mentioned above, European supremacy at sea had already cultivated the fruits of these globally generated developments in the productive forces. Rising exchange through trade necessitated a more subtle division of labor, small-scale industry wage work, and the subjugation of outlying territories by violent means as tributaries to central production. The process of technological innovation changed from use to exchange value as a result of a shift in the relations of exploitation from direct surplus extraction by feudal absolutism to an indirect or fetish-guided mode of production. Through the medium of commodity exchange, value as reified labor equivalated to the money form of value arose as the novel category under capital. With value came the law of value, which regulates value creation by equivalating non-equivalence. The law became the historically ordained measure through which social relations are to be established hereinafter under capitalism. At the heart of that value relation are the superstructural institutions erected to obscure the true nature of exchange or how capital expropriates labor. As money assumes the form of value and signals the allocation of resources, the deciphering of developments under capitalism requires more than just describing the ongoing repression attendant upon exploitation. It requires an investigation of capitalist absolutism or the capacity of capital to dull the working class. Repression is innate in any class system, and just detailing its degree or frequency is parochialism rather than science. Adequacy as opposed to vacuity calls for an investigation of transformations in the social relations of production. Under capitalism, a point to investigate would be the collapse of labor confronting capital, which expands commodification and enlists more social activities as moneyed forms of capital. More important, as capital changes in form, so does its content and class structure. Under the monopoly finance imperialist class, the balance of the class struggle manifest in the interface of capital with its object via the medium of the money form has grown into the waste and the fictitious structure of finance. Under capitalism, wars of encroachment are no longer consciously commanded processes, which expand the rule of empire to amass more of the low productivity tribute. Wars are not about not having enough to eat. They have become unconscious and objective byproducts of overproduction crises actuated by capital's fetishes, principally, finance. Adjunctly, with wars being primal to accumulation, the subordination of technology to war, which had comparatively improved the fighting skills of Europe in the 16th century. 424. Developed into the leading edge of innovation. Since anarchic production foreshadowed the frequency of political violence, endogenous wars teamed up with endogenous technology. At an ontological level, the primacy of politics jointly with private property as reason for being to capital, its exclusionary nature in particular, a strange technology from social benefit to advance the means of violence. With war technology more alienated than other alienated commodities, and with the degree of fetishism being correlated with degree of alienation, war technology and its death products become the primal fetish that presides over social life. 8. England piloting capitalism. In contrast to capitalist relations springing up universally across sea trading routes, a provincial approach, namely Brenner's and Wood's, situates the rise of capitalism in England and its countryside. Although colonial slaughter and its productivity, the harvest of death, is left out vis-a-vis English productivity and its harvest of beets, this remains a flimsy what comes first debate. It is a scholastic prima causa story for a reason, which is to justify European civilization based on its genuine capabilities. Apart from the better Europeans' line of liberalism, such argument is a reification of space or a turning of social subject into space, the space being Europe. When things emerge together logically and historically, and when mechanization in Europe coincides with its predicate, the industry of slaughter abroad, to question what comes first cannot be formulated in a scientific hypothesis. Questions of this nature must be left to theology. A hypothesis addressing the rise of European productivity ought to be situated within its social global context. The context in question was butchery. This is not to argue that butchery is despicable and so is Western civilization. These are already phenomenal. As a matter of fact, capitalism worked its way and still works its way as the dominant relation by slavery and slaughter. Most peoples implicated in war today, the masses bombarded, natural degradation, and austerity, experience bondage that relative to the times exceeds slavery. So far, the social relationship of butchery is the subject of European productivity. If us European imperialism does not arrest industrial progress abroad, progress in machine development may be pervasive. Then again, machines double for weapons, and parity in military balances offsetting control by the North, erodes central capital, which is a relation of control. More important, as stored past labor defines the forces of production, or the unity of labor with the means of production, it is then the value relation that wasted and alienated the lives of many past generations of laborers, and which still constitutes the social subject of productivity to date. 425. For Wood, a post-English revolution politically weakened English aristocracy, relying more on rising agricultural output by innovation rather than feudal diktat to draw tribute, created higher output per hectare than other European formations, enclosed the peasantry and laid the foundations for capitalist accumulation. Curiously, a recent estimate from Fairley declares that from the 17th to 20th centuries, the British government passed over 5,000 enclosure acts, enclosing 6.8 million acres of common, public land. Often military force was used to crush anyone who resisted. Differential modes of legal economic land holding would underlie the higher productivity of land in England vis-a-vis France. In contrast to French farmers who owned the land or paid fixed rents, English farmers competed for land and increased their productivity to reduce costs in order to cope with the increasing land rental prices. The rents of English farmers fluctuated with supply and demand, a condition basic to a capitalist market. Market-induced productivity raised the output to levels satisfying the subsistence needs of urban workers displaced from the land. The old chestnut that trade cannot produce value, is the basis of such argument, which leaves out the fact that trade in slaughtered natives and slaves was of value. Moreover, once capitalist production relations set in, trade and circulation are not secondary to capitalist production, they complete it. In the case of Brenner, he also stresses English productivity rise. His position is no different than the neoclassical point of view. The competition to maximize profit entails higher labor productivity, which in turn involves specialization of skill and cooperation across production units. These atomistic measures are cross-reinforcing and improve technology, and as such, the degree of capitalism could be gauged against the level of technology and rising productivity in a given country. Such is an example of the substance-inclined conceptual frame of Western Marxism. It reifies subject and equates machine development with capital. More specifically, Brenner argues that the separation of labor power and the means of production, and their appearance as commodities in the individualistic system of private production, determines the full development of the function of money in circulation. In Marx, however, the individualistic system serving as a functional matrix of different elements ceases to be historical agency because it is supplanted by the mediation of class, which sublates the atomism. The general represents the historical condition for the particular, or in systems language, the general bears into existence the feedback loops. Aside from this Parsonian-like position, his conception of money as a functional outcome of the separation, that too tells half the story because money as credit predicating production is rather a historical twin of capital. At a first principles level. 426. Exchange value assuming the money form mediates the contradiction of value and use value, which means that the value relation under capitalism comes as a package. It is social time determined or conventional time asymmetric, as in not parcelled in successive stages. For Marx, money, the ultimate fetish, is inherent to the value relation, and it is there from the very beginning of capital. However, Brenner confounds the role of money for the law of value. He notes separation determines at once the polarization between use values and exchange values, since exchange of commodities must take place in order to make possible their use in production, precisely since commodities cannot directly appear as values, marked as it were with their values, but must instead find their place in production through being circulated. An underlying bourgeois penchant for showing the usefulness of the commodity as a thing is in evidence here. He says embodied as opposed to alienated labor. Of course, labor is embodied in the commodity, however, the commodity presupposes the value relation, which is all about expropriation and alienation. It contributes little to understanding the dynamic of capital by pointing to things rather than the relations that determine the movement of things. Furthermore, it is the contradiction arising from the alienation of the commodity, any commodity, including technology, from the direct producer, which resolves when commodities realize in the money form. That said, it is not the metaphysical sequence of the separation of labor power from the means of production, which sets use value against exchange value, it is the degree of product alienation, or its reflection in the degree of power exercised by labor against capital. There is a unity between the logical and the historical. The value relation as such or as a rational conception of reality must intertwine with historical developments. Theorizing value could not have arisen before capitalism because capitalist markets cannot exist apart from the phenomenon of dispossession for the purpose of sale. More concretely, to have the cotton garment alienated from the English worker and sold for profits contemporaneously required that the life of the native in the South be alienated from him by the imperialist industry of genocide to be sold for profits. It was the money form of value from wasted lives in the colonies stockpiled in capital, which represented the principal endeavors, events of capital. Equally, the industry of genocide/structural genocide was a significant productivity undertaking, and it remains so to this day. In discerning the changing form of value emerging from the nexus of repression-exploitation, a cross-reinforcing relation arises from the growth of gold and silver, and the appearance of paper money as legal tender in Europe by the 17th century, all of which are the extractive industry of the skulls of natives metamorphosed into capital denominated in money forms. 427. To recollect, Marx regarded primitive accumulation as the pedestal of industrial capitalism. Primitive accumulation not only provides the cheap cotton, it accelerates the deprivation of peasants from their land or commons and means of subsistence everywhere and not only in England. Primitive accumulation occurs on a global scale. The repercussion of the genocides and slavery upon the freeing of value is what laid the foundation for the contemporaneous social activity of alienating technology and centralizing it in Europe. To abide by value and replace living by dead labor via further technological improvement, the private expropriation of social knowledge for industrial and military use had to expand. Money is the universal equivalent that recombines all commodities, in contrast with only recombining labor power and means of production, as Brenner had suggested. There is a reason for which he fronts the means of production, and that is because he treats them as European things bereft of global working-class subjects. As one watches the growth of these things in Europe, one establishes by the material substance of things that capitalism is indigenous only to Europe. Money, however, is the symbolic convention or a medium amongst other media with which a capital that adheres to the law of value, lays control over the labor process. The shares of wealth between capital and labor reveal whether money as a power symbol is under the control of labor or capital. In a world united as a single production unit but divided by political repression, the rate of surplus value must rise by the rate of premature life extinguishment in the South. To bring out the functionalism in Brenner, consider his point that T is the achievement of capitalism through anarchic competition that brings with it, as it were, albeit in an unconscious and uncontrollable, anarchic manner, the interdependence of all producers, in a way which requires that each must produce to the hilt for every other. This interdependence is, a product of the class system of individualistic production, based on the separation of the producers from the means of production and means of subsistence, The same separation which enforces accumulation via innovation by way of the exchange of money capital for free labor power and the means of production, in order to make the socially necessary rate or average rate of profit. The class system of individualistic production is superseded in Marxism because the individual is subsumed in class and its institutions. Capital transforms individualistic pursuits into a higher moment whose dynamics preserve but remove from view individual agency. Furthermore, his higher productivity qua wealth springing from the travails of an unconscious side of capital is similar here to Adam Smith's invisible hand. However, what also expropriates, or guides resources is the command of the organized side of capital, which is 428. Founded upon the rationale of maintaining bourgeois rule to counteract the crises attendant upon the anarchy of production. With only production anarchy taking hold, capital might have withered away long ago, or better yet, it may have crystallized in ultimate waste. Phrased differently, without the institutional agencies of labor aping capital, which guarantee that a wage system into which labor willingly participates to tear at itself and to re-strengthen the reign of capital, the internal laws of capital would have long ago caused capital to either perish or cause the planet to perish, as it does so. The laws of capital, whether the tendency for falling profits or the agilka, these are all about its competitive blindness leading to its demise, while the function of conscious capital is exactly about mitigating these laws to remain intact. That conversely means social nature will be demolished. Unless of course one resorts to the sort of identity supremacy that Aryans created all theories, or the Jews won nearly all the Nobel Prizes that serve to advance the development white civilization, which mutates into better imperializing abilities and weapons. What enforces innovation for accumulation is the rate at which capital expropriates universal culture, which is at an ontological level the store of knowledge of humanity, or the labor of all cultures. However, dialectical inversion ensures that better technology displacing labor also writes off the early tech rents of capital by the dampening effect of rising organic composition of capital or falling variable labor upon the rate of surplus value. Another way of putting this across is as the technical composition of capital rises and ages, roughly the capital-labor ratio rises and ages, more of the surplus goes to buttress technological capacities vis-a-vis wages, resulting in downward pressure on the profit rate. Unless, as argued in Chapter 3, the wasting of humans as living labor offsets the negative effect of the rinsing organic composition of capital upon profits, the initial impact of relative surplus value upon profits will fade away. Demand for wasted lives and militarism offsets the run-of-the-mill shortfall in the consumption demand of the working class. In a nutshell, without the wasted humans, a betterment of machinery displacing labor translates into lower surplus value and profits altogether. The systemic approach may be surmised in the point that the rate of exploitation associated with waste presses against the laws of capital. For profits to rise in the center means that more of the periphery must be wasted. It is this interdependent and systemic approach that Brenner labels neo-Smithian. Yet his reification of technology, or the point that technology is the resultant of behavioralist competition rather than expropriation and the exclusionary process of capital principally mediated by imperialist assault, is to the political right of neoclassical economics. When such jargon issues from the so-called left, it harms revolutionary theory more than neocon related. 429. Propaganda. Technology is endogenous to social development because science is endogenous to human civilization. Its rate of development under capitalism rises as the rate of exploitation rises and pushes for the replacement of living by dead labor. In the thesis made in this work, exploitation doubly rises as a result of not only replacing people with machines, which is momentary, but as a result of living people wasting other living people. Dead labor is both the machine and the many cadavers of dead people, which are both input and output of production. As technology improves by the expropriation of humanity's knowledge or stored labor, its inherent proclivity leans more to the betterment of the tools of war, since its growth by the expropriation human lives also redresses profits. 9. Production relations define exchange. In debating the transition to capitalism, Frank observed that exchange under capitalism must qualify as different from exchange prior to capitalism because of the determining role of relations of production over relations of exchange. A little earlier, Wallerstein argued the universality of capitalism, stating that it was only with the emergence of the modern world economy in 16th century Europe that we saw full development and economic predominance of market trade, the system called capitalism. Putting these two propositions together in relation to Marx's position that circulation completes capital, and it can continue to realize as exchange value only through continued production of use value, means that the globe is the theater of production, while the conditions of the labor process under capitalism adhere to capitalist production relations. This is not a so discrete point. Slavery, serfdom, and bonded labor as forms of the labor process are subdivisions of the moneyed wage system under capitalism, whereas under feudalism they were unrelated. Prior to capitalism, it was use value that guided the conditions of labor in relation to the surplus. Under capitalism, exchange value universalizes the reasons for the making of the surplus. This point is decisive because once capitalism dawns, the concept of class, whose hypostatization maps against universal space, becomes universal. Capital reascertains itself as it reproduces via command over the global labor process. Such command is also the principal production relation. Capital is both form and content, or ruling ideas and dynamics. Although subordinate, use value necessarily tags exchange value via the circuit of capital. There cannot be one without the other. For the universal capital class, exchange value is the consummation of some globally produced use value, which incidentally must be exploitation or value related. 430. Discussions around the issue of the primacy of production relations pointed to how the monetization of land rent and tribute forces peasants into a mode of self-exploitation in which more efficient producers become capitalist, while others are evicted, all the while setting on course the unequal exchange between town and country. Frank argues that both Dobb and Sweezy adhered the primal role of production relation over exchange relation. This is unlike Brenner and Wood, for whom trade abroad was not associated with value or was not of much value, and these failed to situate capital as the logical relation reflective of the universal but concrete historical conditions. Concrete conditions must include not only the capitalization of the English countryside, but also the concentration of power in Europe, and that trade underlain by saleable slaughter in an integrated globe connects with use value and value as a necessary step in the completion of capital. To take this a little further in terms of the waste thesis, the industry of extracting lives in the colonies was a value activity completed in trade. Sweezy's critique of Dobb's feudalism as serfdom as too general, and that the crisis of feudalism is insufficient for an explication of the transition, rests on the point that growing trade was bound to influence feudalism, especially as production for the market superseded production for use. He interpreted the transition as arising from the eventuated developments of the productive forces, rising trade alongside exchange and production relations that were internal as well as external to Europe. He further stressed the importance of commercial expansion and the productive incorporation, particularly of the mining economies, of the New World. Frank's summary dubs Sweezy's discussion with Dobb as a chicken and egg debate, in which Dobb was said to argue that the transformation of European internal production relations caused its commercial expansion, while Sweezy has argued that Europe's external commercial expansion in the periphery determined the English transformation. Aside from the scholasticism of the chicken-egg issue, it may be as well to mention that in relation to the transition, Dobb presumes that feudal class struggle modified the dependence of the petty mode of production upon feudal overlordship and eventually shook loose the small producer from feudal exploitation or created the free wage laborers of capitalism. However, the argument could be put that capitalism is more decisively conjoined with waste or slave labor, genocides of natives and the idling or the bonded Asiatic labor under the guns of capital, rather than transformations of petty modes of production in the European countryside. Consider the below quoted passage from Engels. Shipping on the scale practiced by the Italian and Hanseatic maritime republics was impossible without sailors, i.e., wage laborers, or without oarsmen, wage laborers or slaves, for the galleys of that day. The guilds in the ore mines, originally associated workers, had already been converted in almost every case into stock companies for exploiting the deposits by means of wage laborers. And in the textile industry, the merchant had begun to place the little master weaver directly in his service, by supplying him with yarn and having it made into cloth for his account in return for a fixed wage, in short, by himself changing from a mere buyer into a so-called contractor. In particular, consider the wording wage laborers whose wage relationship may have been concealed under association forms with profit sharing, thence, the case for wages being a share of the loot and not necessarily related to factory punch cards has been recognized. In point of fact, one may project the waged naval labor on Venetian vessels looting the East, including Eastern Europe, back to the Crusades. However, by the rule established above, the determinacy of production relations over exchange relations, such activity was not yet value because it occurs when Europe had not yet wielded the reins of power over and integrated the planet. Exchange becomes capitalist exchange only when the industry of the butchery of natives and enslavement of Africa or the New World generates surplus value through the mining and consumption of lives, their alienation from natives and monetization as wealth and their transfers to Europe in the form of moneyed wealth. The departure from previous modes of productions here is the liquidation of life to be of exchange value as the novel phenomenon. In the complex order, to extinguish a life in order to provide an input into successive stages of production becomes an end in itself whose inertia grows into the phenomenal waste transformed into a moneyed form of value. Of note, the trade in slaves in Roman times may constitute commodity trade, but that was not phenomenal or a capitalist market-derived dependency. Cameron differentiates Roman slave society on the Italian peninsula from others on account of its great wealth and higher number of slaves. Anomalously 30 to 40% of society were slaves in the 1st and 2nd century AD. There was a reasonable level of agrarian surplus production and power rested with the landowning class. Insofar as the division of labor was concerned, slaves were chained together to work a field in order to enhance the rhythm of movement and increase output, similar to the chattel slavery mode of labor regimentation. Despite the fact that slaves were commodified, and their output was worthwhile, at the time the globe was not integrated, use value was the end of the surplus, and productive forces and relations were not yet ripe for the transition. 432. Equally important, capitalism sprung not only in Europe, but simultaneously across the many global trading posts commanded by Europe. There were many advanced centers strewn across the globe and other laggard ones as there are today. This divergence does not make the less developed formation more or less capitalist. Unlike Europe, the East had undergone a perverse transformation resulting in expropriation without re-engagement of resources. Putnaik mentions the unusual case of English labor made scarce as a consequence of populating the new colonies, Canada and Australia, which resulted in near full employment conditions and rising wages in the 19th century, otherwise there was plenty of excess labor even in the center. Excess Asiatic labor in bondage under capitalism represents a global reserve army of labor and is more primal to capital on account of its potential for waste than European wage slavery. The metamorphosis of surplus acquisition from direct producers by non-moneyed means to expropriation concealed under the moneyed wage corresponds to the birth of alienated labor and the labor power commodity. Once in command of life processes, the estranged labor power cum fetish assumed in the form of moneyed capital affords a higher wage to the European wage slave and a picayune or a negative wage to the natives of the South. The point made in Chapter 1 was that wages may be construed as negative in how workers become wasted and are underpaid relative their social cost of reproduction over their lifetime, especially as they are extinguished by capital long before their due time. The accent is often laid upon the positive wages and progress in the North, as opposed to the industries of genocide, structural and otherwise, which primarily reproduce capital. What the fetish of alienated labor does is to relegate historical causation to the formation of wage slavery without mention of the wasted lives consumed as labor inputs and outputs at the same time. It veneers the role of waste as the mass production catalyst that carries history over the sill separating feudalism from capitalism. By the 16th century, more violent forms of primitive accumulation wresting control of resources across sea trading corridors were already nurturing the growth of European merchants. Primitive accumulation, the transformation of merchant capitalism into industrialist capitalism, is broader than Europe and predates Europe. In his Muqaddimah, Al-Duri points to the Great Recession of 1400 to 1401 coinciding with the Tamerlane invasion of the Levant, including forcing thousands of artisans to move to Samarkand and other Central Asian cities, which had cut off land trade routes and created a schism in the development of the productive forces. Such mass labor movement is peculiar to capitalism and indicative of a capitalist. 433. Dynamic brewing in the Muslim world prior to the 16th century. Labib as well as others note the rise of Islamic industry stirred by the bustling trade in the Mediterranean, yet these remained negligible because the acquisitioning of significant resources by means of war from around the world, which would transform merchant capital, occurred as the European fleets controlled much of sea trade. It is these transformations to which the English agricultural revolution responded. It was not some post-English Civil War weakness of the English landed aristocracy that ushered capitalism, it was the eventuation of development in the productive forces along with the forced wresting of value from the colonies by a global system structured hierarchically in dominance, albeit, with the European merchants ready to become contractors situated atop the pyramid. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the aboriginal population, the beginning of the conquest and looting of the East Indies, the turning of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins, sign at least the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief momenta of primitive accumulation. Assigning moneyed forms of value to wasted lives destined for exchange is the synthesis of the quote from Marx above with the earlier quote from Engels where he says that wages are a portion of profit sharing. The broader range of commodities acquired by merchant capital, having objective value on their own and whose interrelations have replaced relations between humans, created new social forms of organization and institutions that could not have existed before. More on immutable or trans-historical institutions in the section titled Thingified Institutions below. In a commodity produced for exchange, value, the useful or disuseful but believed to be useful form of value, and the social form are moments of the same expression of value inseparable from the fetishism attendant upon the production of commodities. Once more, fetishism clings to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities, and it is the roadmap of the commodity as self-expanding value, which dictates its terms to a thingified society. Accordingly, it is the racism of Europe that had constructed genocide and slavery as useful products, which in a world dominated by waste had retrospectively become an affirmation that expanding waste was the genus of capital since its birth. In parallel to European development, one ought to recall that productive forces developed by their own momentum as well. Abu el-Hajj argues. 434. That Ottoman society in the Middle Period cannot be written off as a traditional society incapable of changing and only waiting for the arrival of the 19th century. Islamic values or institutions did not obstruct Ottoman capitalism per se. The Reformation experienced by Europe releasing private property was also budding in the Islamic world by internal as well as external pressures. Lethargic development as it occurred in the East is attributable to policies of colonization that arrested modernization which could countervail European ascent. For methodological reasons, Marx held to the position that social convulsions in the East did not coalesce with the necessary historical prerequisites to helm the capital system. Although favoring the impact of colonialism in earlier writings, he later posited that it was the colonial wars that fated the East to settle at lower orbits. This draws us closer to the misconception relating to Eastern involution. The East and the Islamic world were not stagnant for inherent reasons. Capital, a relation based on private property, unlike previous ways of organizing life, demands the exclusion of the other from development. The universal character of capital may also be deduced from the exclusion of labor from the means of production, which had engulfed the planet. Recollecting, capital is not the machine, it is the relation that prohibits the development of the machine in the developing world. Europe enters the scene, and it systemically eliminates people and devastates irrigation canals instead of rebuilding them. Such is the gist of the private property relation. 10. A restless Islamic world. From its Hijazi beginnings through the Mongol and Crusader invasions to European imperialism, numerous internal political upheavals have unsettled the Muslim world. Of the many revolts against the Abbasid Caliphate, the Al-Zat tribes' rebellion in Iraq, originally Indian tribes that settled the plains of Mesopotamia, and Al-Zanjay, are examples of lower echelons bonded peasantry taking up arms against empire. Another insurrection worthy of note is the Karmatian revolt, an Ismaili subsect with utopian aspirations. For the many Shiite sects that governed central territories, especially for some Ismaili branches, empowerment of the direct producers and communal ownership would intermittently take hold. There was no monotony to the politics of any of the Islamic empires. The revolts would inevitably end up in some form of crop-sharing reform and land control reshuffle. The frequency at which the Islamic empire experienced social eruptions would have created the space in which the tenant farmers could have exercised fleeting control over their lives. Yet, in none of these opportunities did capitalism, the 435 relationship that socializes labor, which also severs labor from its means of production, follow. Islamic cities were sprawling urban conglomerations with significant artisanry. Taking away the commons and other means of production from English labor occurred at a larger scale in the unsovereign colony by the diminution of life relative to historical standards. The latter activity lodges in commercial exploitation and deprives peripheral labor from its means of production and subsistence. As is typical of empires dependent on distant suzerainties, the hand of the central authority exercising executive powers and promulgating laws was unsteady. However, the economic laws underpinning the life of society were far-reaching, changeless, and tagged the slow pace of accumulation, longue durée-like. Economics, unlike politics, went beyond the peasants and their communities. It articulated them to an economic structure larger than the immediate locality centered on the common material basis of society, namely subsistence agriculture, the mode of work by which most of the planet reproduced. In the history of an overstretched and thinning Islamic empire, successive peasant revolts only nominally reorganized the foundation of the economic structure. Ordinary everyday life still depended on staple crop production meant for use, regardless of changes to political life. Insofar as it was a history experiencing a difficult labor birthing many political revolts, Islamic history, on account of receding control over trade routes, was incapable of bringing into being a new structure of capitalist social relations. In drawing from the Eurocentric historical accounts of his time, Engels commented on how the economic conditions of the Islamic world were unfazed by political rotation. A peculiar antithesis to this was the religious risings in the Mohammedan world. The townspeople grow rich, luxurious, and lax in the observation of the law. The Bedouins, poor and hence of strict morals, contemplate with envy and covetousness these riches and pleasures. Then they unite under a prophet, a Mahdi, to restore the observation of the true faith and to appropriate in recompense the treasures of the renegades. In 100 years a new purge of the faith is required, a new Mahdi arises and the game starts again. When they are victorious, they allow the old economic conditions to persist untouched. Before Engels, Ibn Khaldun had also observed a circularity in terms of the nomadic urban conflicts sparked by degenerating urban piety, which led back to the same social conditions by a corresponding fluctuation in asabiyya, kinship bonds. Pre-capitalist Islamic history is projected as a progression of urban-rural tribal wars not leading to any radical changes in the underlying pillars of economic development. In more 436 recent observations, Reinert noted that in Ibn Khaldun's pre-industrial setting, history becomes a cyclical sequence of tribal wars, with foreign supporters, fighting over the static and non-productive rents that accrue to the empire's capital. Reinert further argues that the forces that broke the vicious circle of rent-seeking violence in Europe were the simultaneous development of a large division of labor and the growth of increasing returns in industry, which made capital an asset to all sectors. He traces these developments to Dutch and Italian city-states that first broke with the zero-sum game of constant and inequitable returns. Overlooked in this discourse is that imperialist rents from slavery and genocide were rising all along. Concomitantly, it was the prioritization of European conquests and European mastery of sea trading routes and ports as the events integrating the planet into a single economic unit under the rule of Europe. What follows is the restructuring of class formations to accord with the greater booty and the novel production relations and, conjointly, the mutation of the class subject of history from feudal to bourgeois. Irrespective of the shared vested interests in growth via a more discrete division of labor and more tech-advanced capital assets, and unlike previous modes of production, accumulation by waste under capitalism standardizes the modes of control and reproduction by favoring disuseful commodities as opposed to subsistence stuff. Violence becomes means and ends. Violence under capitalism is both systemic and objective, remaining independent of immediate control, as distinct from the more natural low productivity causes of famines and socially exercised booty wars in the pre-capitalist age. Improvement in productive forces and the concomitant deepening of the division of labor were also mentioned in Engels's account of early capitalist development, particularly in Venice and Hanseatic cities. However, in Engels' version, these economistic developments are rightly backgrounded in relation to military expansion. Production to meet growing trade via the employment of wage labor followed the collusion of states and trading companies that conquered and exploited new territory. The ascent of capitalist production relations is conditional upon the ascent of military supremacy, or the foundational roles of primitive accumulation. In terms of chronology, the period after 1492 was a time of great geographic commercial expansion. The breadth of the market area followed the revolution in control and communication measures. At this point one may speak of merchant wealth sharply growing and transmuting into industrial capital with the militarization of trading companies. In addition to private property emerging as the exclusion of the other to socially created wealth, the contractor who hires artisans in a single shop, as in the quote by Engels above, is also a manifestation of changing labor processes at the time. 437. Unlike capitalism, which is endowed with the scale economies to reconstruct and re-engage assets at faster rates, a strategy of pillage in the pre-capitalist age represented a one-time gain, after which the losses in tribute from ruination amounted to long-term losses. Still, the Islamic world, especially, the parts centered around the bustling Mediterranean at the end of Eurasia, was subjected to a series of setbacks in the 13th and 14th centuries from Mongol and Crusade invasions. These imposed a drag on the steadiness and growth in merchant activity necessary for wealth accumulation. In a race for time, and given that rebuilding is slow in pre-capitalist phases, many Asian/Western Asian cities were hard-pressed to rebuild time and again given the quick succession of Mongol, Mamluk, and Crusaders' wars. A little after Tamerlane's Great Recession, Portuguese fleets ousting the Muslims from the eastern seas, and later, the Ottoman loss at Lepanto in 1571, evicted Muslims from sea trading posts. By the late 15th century, European piracy and encroachment on global trading posts hampered the sea trade platforms, leaving Islamic merchants behind. These incursions and later European hegemony yanked the take-off platforms of merchant wealth-making from beneath the Muslim world. Prior to the surge of Europe in the 16th century, many Eastern European cities were lost to the Mongols and or pillaged by the Crusaders. The Mongols were anomalously brutal in the case of one major city, Baghdad, possibly one of the biggest cities of the East and the political center of the Islamic world at the time. Incidentally, efforts are afoot by televised historians to highlight the point that pre-capitalist war massacres were too horrific in order to show capitalist atrocities as not so unusual. Such, however, is a faux problematic, since war horrors are common to class systems, while the current ecocide and the structural genocide of capital are estranged from social control and unprecedented in scope and scale. At any rate, Academic sources estimate Baghdad's death toll to be between 500,000 and 1 million. In A History of Western Philosophy, Bertrand Russell mentions that around 850,000 people perished in the sacking of Baghdad. The population had been estimated at more than 2 million, and the percentage of victims from the total population then may proportionally compare with the human losses created by the U.S. invasion of Iraq in modern times. Pursuant to the fall of Baghdad, between 1258 and 1335, state revenue declined by 90%, or while only a tenth of the cultivable land was put into production. The destruction initially reverberated across the whole of the East. However, Al-Duri remarks that the impact tapered down, and there were improvements in certain artisan activity under the Mongol in many eastern cities afterward. The intertwined Mongol, Crusaders, and Mamluk wars in the eastern Mediterranean weakened the Islamic world grip upon sea trade routes. 438. Meanwhile, inter-Mongolian wars and nomadic interruptions imposed ostensible barriers to overland trade routes and mercantile development. Engels remarked that being continually interrupted by political events, just as all Levantine trade collapsed owing to the Mongolian and Turkish invasions when the great geographic, commercial discoveries after 1492 only accelerated this decline and then made it final. In a remark similar to Engels, Abu Lughod notes that inter-Mongolic wars may have reduced capacity and trade volume via eastern land trade routes, with Islamic urban centers suffering setbacks. However, it was the loss of the sea trading posts that really dealt a blow to Eastern merchants. Sea routes were manifold, cheaper, and less risky than the land Silk Road. That said, Islamic pre-capitalist relations, prior to the 16th century, welding together political and economic rights appear to have stayed put. In terms of theory reflective of reality, two interrelated issues stood out as absent for the then retreating Islamic world. First, the world was not yet more integrated into a single system, and two, relations of production have not yet assumed the capitalist form. That said, it was not something related to cultural or racial underdevelopment distorting institutional formation, which relegated the East to lower orbits as the world entered the capitalist stage. Asiatic stability as the secret of the unchangingness of Asiatic societies reflected a constancy in the development of productive forces that was matched with torpid progress in production relations. Key to the secret of the unchangingness of Asiatic societies is the stagnation resulting from the simplicity of the organization for production in these self-sufficing communities that constantly reproduce themselves in the same social form, and when accidentally destroyed, they spring up again on the spot and with the same name. At first sight, such simplicity may resemble the immature pre-capitalist societies of Hegel, whose spiritual developments are travails d'esprit that would culminate in absolute spirit, a stage where people self-realize in the arts and philosophy. However, in Marxian thought, spiritual development gravitates around the ontology of social being refashioned by the material conditions of life, and simplicity may simply resonate with the unripe productive forces associated with Islamic defeats and expulsion from sea trading routes. However, such is not simplicity regarding social organization, for society is never simple at any stage in history. Simplicity here as used by Marx refers to shallow specialization or low-tech labor capital ratios, which were not as advanced as the West's in post-16th century times. In Europe, questions related to the AMP were addressed by European scholars to explain the European transition to capitalism apart from Eastern development. Asiatic society was misconceived as a series of foregone opportunities missing private property and bourgeois institutions. 439. It was a manifestation in Marxism of an Orientalist Eurocentric problematic inherent to European thought. Making garments in Europe was a capitalist activity, but the efforts of colonialism and its genocides were not, is also the position of Western Marxism. Although both Marx and Engels drew on Eurocentric material, theirs was not a Eurocentric position. The method of Marx cannot stop at the characterization of facts without identifying the contradictions/relations that underlie their state of becoming. Collecting facts and moralizing about the oneness of humanity without addressing class as internationalist social being reproducing by practice conditioned social consciousness is short of the mark. Understanding capitalism as a global system of class and power relationships feeding off the expropriation of direct producers by means of war traces the circuit of value from the industrial activity of liquidating life into the waste-laden consumerist commodity. The identity of dominant ideology with dominant class, their sameness, may be evinced in the unity of the European knowledge frame of reference with its ability to condition the popular methods of reasoning. It subjugates knowledge to the standards of Eurocentrism. Such class-corrupted intellect lends itself as foreplan and means for the reproduction of reality, from which one may unconsciously, consciously, or critically draw. Apart from the various mystifications that hide the value relations, the principal function of the faux knowledge of capital is to inject the symbolic and actual forms of working class dividedness in working class consciousness as a natural power over things. In equation-like fashion, opposing the centripetal forces of capital would, subject to the already seeded revolutionary thought that demystifies bourgeois-imposed binaries, weaken the clout of capital. The recognition that value drained through imperialist financial channels at the expense of the already minimal material basis of social reproduction preliminarily rids knowledge of its Eurocentrism. However, on its own it is insufficient unless an explanation of class cultural expropriation accompanies the process of value transfer. As mentioned in the previous chapter, for Abdel Malek it is not any liberal notion of othering or otherness that earmarks Orientalism, the complementary concept of Eurocentrism, it is rather the practice of severing the historical memory of a nation, which does the job. In national liberation struggles that overlap with class struggles, national history conserves the symbols of class struggle, which once mobilized may undercut surplus usurpation to empire. The extirpation of national memories in the South is a tributary of the historical surplus value. It is a step used by imperialism to precarve the inroads upon which nations are placed to be expropriated without showing any resistance. 440. 11. The infanticide of early Eastern/Islamic development. When Islamic indigenous conditions were readied for modernization, European colonialism consigned Islamic development to extractivism and commerce as opposed to industry. They were subject to capitalist production relations with capped advancement in the productive forces. Al-Duri, Mundi, and more recently Teskin referred to Ottoman modernization efforts aimed at the development of the productive forces, which were structurally constrained at first, and in the 19th century crushed through direct intervention. The Western objective was to thwart the growth of industrial culture and homegrown technology. For much of the Muslim world, the counter-industrialization measures to which they were subjected continued after colonialism by the combined weight of Western military superiority and compradism. For across the Muslim world, capitalist class relationships remained locked into Asiatic-type articulations, with hereditary political power becoming the colonial class guise that furthers exploitation. Structurally, European colonialism had become the principal political force that demolishes selected social relationships and organizations, revamps forms of property, and arrests local innovation, which might empower third world masses. Europe preserved the repressive side of Oriental feudalism, which has by then become an offshoot of colonial despotism, as opposed to the inapposite term Oriental despotism. 5. With structural genocide being systemic to capital, European despotism has also become objective and systemic. Tocquevillian. 4. The object of this section is to narrowly focus on the pressure exercised to extinguish Eastern industrialization in its early stages. I am not attempting to rewrite an already overexploited history. My use of terms like Islamic indigenous, Ottoman modernization, Muslim world, Asiatic-type articulations, and Oriental feudalism lack some specificity because the object here is not a historiography of international relations antecedent to historical events. Moreover, political designation of geographic terrain keeps shifting. By today's definition of Europe, the Ottoman Empire was quite a European empire, extending into Poland and Hungary and reaching the gates of Vienna. It only became more Asiatic after the defeat of the Mamluks. Asia covers today's Indonesia, which later came under Dutch domination, and South Asia after conquests by the Dutch or British East India Company. The Raj went from trading domination into direct military and political control. Given the breadth of the discrepancies and the particularity of the object under consideration, I decided to broaden the content of these terms to a more abstract level for the sole purpose, which is to show that capitalist production relations, directly and indirectly, influenced development since the 16th century. 5. Wittfogels Oriental despotism may be largely discredited, but the stigmatization of developing countries as tyrannical states remains the justification for imperialist assault. Sooner or later, the class position as such becomes the moral position regardless of evidence to the contrary. 441. Democracy best illustrates the pretense of Europe with its demands for liberalism in France alongside ethnocide for Algerians. Through personal and impersonal agencies, colonial adherence to the law of value deployed peripheral resources in tandem with the demand of central capital. Such point is upheld across the Marxist-Leninist spectrum. Chained by the colonially imposed vestigial hierarchies without the biased liberalism found in budding bourgeois forms of political relations in the center, internally growing Islamic value relations became all the more subordinated to Western capital. The imperial state functions at the behest of capital and subjugates a peripheral formation into a production outlet of labor and raw material, a commercial entrepot, or relegates it to the lower echelons of the value-added ladder. Seen from an economistic angle, it was not comparative advantage or a similar rationale for free trade, which prompted colonialism. Colonialism is the specific form of class system expansionism under capital. Its function is to guarantee the absolute rather than the comparative advantage of the West. It suppresses ingenuity in peripheral manufacturing either by the privatization of ideas, or by militarism. In contrast to the higher quantities of gold and silver circulating in the Western Hemisphere as of the 16th century, bullion money growth remained comparatively lower in the East until the early 18th century. Also, whatever extra amounts of silver circulating in the Ottoman Empire would later dwindle because of the empire's building negative trade deficit. It may be ex post discernible that with slow commodification and limited access to new mines, the Ottoman Empire would still lack the broader moneyed economy and a moneyed tax base. Kafadar speaks of bad silver in Ottoman coffers and the declined saner consciousness associated therewith, which may have signaled turmoil in the empire. Such is an example of capital's structural pressure on still unoccupied Muslim territory. Barkin, writing earlier in 1975, ascribes to rising silver and the growth of wealth in Atlantic raw material trade the reasons why the Ottomans incurred a price revolution at the end of the 16th century and failed to develop industrially thereafter. In addition to sea route losses, lack of cheaper raw material and rising prices cap trade potential. In-kind transactions, rent coinciding with tribute in sharecropping supporting the armies of empire, were the core of Ottoman fiscal policies. As of the early 19th century, with gradually rising volumes of money and trade in cash crops, more of the surplus product would be appropriated in moneyed taxes. As in-kind ground rent declined, the agricultural area expanded as a result of the cash flows stimulated by cash crop growth. The right to titled property was offered to peasants, substituting subsistence for cash crop. 442. Which had led to the reclamation of more outlying areas. The change in the wealth base of communities, resulting from revamping modes of subsistence into cash crop culture, restructured channels of appropriation between various communities. With value appearing in the permeable money form, the old social divisions of labor separating the different ethnicities and sects came down. In conjunction to the competition for resources purposefully made scarce by capital, the dissolution of the old barriers in the social division of labor between communities would become the fault lines of future intercommunal strife. Revolts swept across the old world, shifting class structures in preparation for the birth of the allegedly more identity-standardist nation-states. Yet under colonialism and without expansion on the basis of an industrial base, that is, when the product of a nation rises by rent-induced wage-hold demand, the task of cultural homogenization by political violence remains incomplete. The ethnic genre or sect as conveyor belt of extractive rents was constitutionalized by the colonists as a potential state within the state, instead of a state that moderates the cross-cutting tensions between identity and class. Many of the modern peripheral states facilitated the flaring of social fissures into imperialistically sponsored civil wars. The Ottoman Empire, a more autonomous part of the Islamic world, had experienced genuine internal progress driven by the mobilization of its own capacities. By the mid-19th century, silk and cotton textile industries flourished in both the Mashriq and Egypt respectively. Under Muhammad Ali's development project, the industry employed nearly 40,000 wage workers. Then, by the late 19th century, European colonialism imposed rules of conduct and trade liberalization measures that eroded national industry, which subsequently resulted in the first phase of industrial decline. In the past 2 centuries, the Ottoman experiments that attempted to uncap potential, for instance, the industrial southern Arab belt linking Tripoli, Aleppo, and Mosul was extinguished by colonial design after the demise of the Ottoman Empire. Typically, by wars and by hindering indigenous industrialization, colonial suppression accentuated an already inherent path of uneven development under capitalism. With the onset of European colonialism and the redesign of older forms of political organizations into vassal states, the history commanding the Islamic world became a sub-process of colonial history. Whereas prior to direct European colonialism, there were some cash crop cultures, textile industries with some remaining commercial sea trading posts, colonial assault degraded these capabilities. Silk cloth in the Levant is an example of demolished. 443. Industry. Although the restructuring of pre-capitalist production relations budded earlier than Ottoman modernization, as a result of competitive pressures, colonial forces perverted these changes in a manner destined against the interests of the Muslim masses. Records of more subtle social divisions of labor, waged work in cottage industries and waged military activities were also common to the pre-Renaissance Islamic world. Amin summarizes that capitalism was not miraculously constituted all at once in the 16th century in the London/Amsterdam/Paris triangle, as the Eurocentric legend has it. Its incubation lasted 10 centuries. But, while the successive advances carried out in China as from the 10th century, in the Abbasid Caliphate and then the Italian cities did not lead to the crystallization of this new stage in the history of humanity, they nevertheless produced elements enabling this later crystallization in Atlantic Europe. All the same, these circumstances remain tied to pre-capitalist production relations in a world whose trade channels would later become integrated by the Europeans. In other words, there was no pre-capitalist Islamic formation being assimilated by the Europeans, instead there was a slowly forming industrial momentum that was structurally snuffed out by Europeans that kicked away the latter. At a later stage, the colonial rapport de force implanted itself, de jure in the constitutional form of the state, and de facto in continuous military and diplomatic interventions. Colonial powers were the principal power brokers at the heart of the nascent states and remain so to this date through their comprador. The fact that there are so many small Islamic states, some only viable as imperialist outposts of global capital, is post facto proof that indigenous industry had little to do with carving political geography. With manufacturing or modern-scale economic activity being the springboard to development, even the rich Gulf states that were incidentally formed by the British East India Company, are underdeveloped despite their high per capita income. Colonialism reshaped the state's political form and function, particularly, its being means of class control and its role in administering distribution of income and resources to various classes. Against the growing monetization of the tax base, which allowed the central authority to hike tax rates in relations to rising expenditures, the torpid industrial productivity, which dented the rates of wealth creation, created frictions between the populace and the executive bodies of the state, and re-articulated sex through civil strife. Growing bureaucracies and higher expenditure, which required greater revenues and higher taxes, faced off against a sluggish accumulation process. According to Jelvin, the 19th century Ottoman state employed nearly 500,000 civil servants and professional personnel. The greater moneyed expense of the state to handle war costs and greater social stresses along with 444. A swelling bureaucracy, were not offset by revenues from indigenous resources. State performance required more indebtedness, which as per the usual came from abroad with strings attached. What this discloses is the origin of financial dependency arising upon colonial dependency. Aside from the crisis of capital, which saddles a peripheral formation with debts, the reasons for unsustainable peripheral debts are intrinsic to a system pressured to form little wealth for itself while interlocked in a global system with rising consumption that requires more financial wherewithal. By the late 1870s, the Ottoman Empire pawned Egypt's tax revenues to Britain, and £1 million had to be extracted from the Egyptian peasantry to service Ottoman debts to namely British banks. Farming areas were condemned to poverty in relation to wealthier small enclaves made up of middlemen and compradors. More importantly, colonial forces set the exchange price of the local currency in relation to their own currency at levels that undervalued the output of the dominated country, especially the value of subsistence agriculture in the countryside. The process of repressing rural areas and undervalorizing subsistence agriculture represents the key link in undermining autonomy and value formation in developing nations. Relegating the Muslim world to a repository of cheaper labor and material for capital and engaging it through the war industry, or by a process of waste, incapacitated its potential for autonomy and self-reliance. European power infiltration was followed by outright occupation of many parts of the Islamic world. The conditions for resource usurpation came to be determined almost entirely by the pace at which European capital compromises the sovereignty of peripheral formations. Consummate colonialism signaled the beginning of hegemonic articulation. The colonist mode of production, subarticulated to the dominant central mode, required increasing repression and ideological manipulation to augment the rate of surplus drain to the center. Colonial practice bore down on the Islamic peasantry and, although the rural areas appear subsistence-like and delinked from the capitalist cycle, they were linked through the systemic policies that either dislocated or extirpated peasants from the countryside. In one World War I instance, Lutsky describes how bonded Egyptian peasant labor was used as a human shield force to march in front of British soldiers as they attacked the German and Ottoman armies in Gaza. The shovel-wielding Egyptians withstood the first round's ammunitions before the arrival of British soldiers taking cover behind them. The production of a Western commodity begins with colonial conquests. The devastation of the colonies persists in the continued global social dislocation. However, with the financialization of waste dogging the planet, the burden will 445. Disproportionality fall upon the weaker Islamic states. True enough, with the advance of time and better machinery, wealth rises and unevenly shifts the level of income upward. However, in terms of shares from available wealth, the laws of capital dictate that the proportion of subsistence income must either absolutely fall or relatively rise at a lower rate than the share of capitalist class incomes. In the vortex of waste, however, incomes discounted for premature death and pollution are all falling, for Southerners at higher rates than others. As to whether working class income will rise or fall is contingent upon the power balance of the class struggle and the role of its related institutions in shaping development. Contra these class struggles or historically determined institutions, mainstream efforts highlight third world failure in terms of reified and trans-historical institutions. In the below section, I discuss the vacuity of such approach. 12 thingified institutions. Apart from, but not so unlike the chauvinist strands that attribute underdevelopment to race and cultural traditions, a more recent approach based on new institutional economics, principally represented by the work of Acemoglu and Robinson, explains the transition to capitalism on the basis of trans-historical institutional qualities. The West has good institutions and has crossed the barrier, or made it, while the East is locked into underdevelopment because of its institutions. Made it to what other than waste, is a question these authors do not explore. At any rate, institutions in the neoclassical Nye tradition are a set of constraints on behavior in the form of rules and regulations, a set of procedures to detect deviations from the rules and regulations, and, finally, a set of moral, ethical behavioral norms which define the contours that constrain the way in which the rules and regulations are specified, and enforcement is carried out. In contrast, institutions in the Marxian sense are forms of capital that reflect social class balances. Under capitalism, they are social organizations and instruments that reproduce capital, whereas under any pre-capitalist historical stage, they reproduce the then prevailing mode of production. In short, they mediate materially grounded and historically determined social class relationships. Under capitalism, instead of being rule setters at the behest of the working class, capitalist institutions expropriate social labor, or put to practice the logic of the commodity as self-expanding value. With such specific form and function, a capitalist institution is a social form that could not have come into being before a broader commodity-producing world had come into being. 446. Whereas every concept exhibits a shifting qualitative meaning in relation to concrete conditions, in the Nie's canon, it is argued that certain immutable qualities of institutions are anachronistic and explain contemporaneous as well as past developmental progress. Much like everything in neoclassical economics, with its concepts of market, price equated to marginal products, etc., an Nie institution is pertinent for all time and places and stands above history. As in every concept that springs to prominence in mainstream social science, reified institutions or institutions thingified and given a life of their own, are the theoretical subsumptions that instantiate a capital that has collapsed into its ideology. With theory subordinate to ideology, the formal idea of what constitutes a good institution becomes noumenon-like or a logic known to exist but falls beyond immediate experience. All practice is a distortion of an ideal that could never be fully accessible to knowledge. A good institution therefore is a godlike figure. Forgetting the monumental waste for a second, these Western-like institutions are labeled good because they have set rules of conduct that promoted the success of Western civilization. Such institutions constructed from a posteriori phenomenon but bestowed with metaphysical a priori status and projected onto a past in which modern institutions could not have possibly existed, also happen to explain the failures or successes of that past, and its continuity into the present, to boot. Apart from post-Reformation Europe, the rest of the world has become a bad capitalist because it failed to develop good or democratic institutions that respected property rights, etc. Yet, to this day Zionist Protestantism, a continuation of Central Reformation, promotes colonization in Palestine and feeds pro-imperialist wars by divine revelations. If anything, European Reformation has proven a reflexive adaptive mechanism, rather than cause of capitalism, whose modern extension in evangelical rapture with wars that bring back God set back much of the potential for socialist rupture. Recollecting an earlier hypothesis, save the fact that the planet has been sacked by the reformed West, in a world in which capital is the universal relation that governs development, capitalism is also a universal condition in which the capital relation intensifies in peripheral formations relegated to subordinate positions. Nies are rooted in the neoclassical model. For the neoclassical school, capital and labor inhabiting a frictionless and information/symmetrical world deliver an optimal output in which labor and capital are paid fairly in accordance with their contributions and allocated efficiently based on their market prices. Whereas prices are class power designated magnitudes of value, and incomes are class power derived shares, the history of the social conditions that refound class power is missing from such theory. The beating that the developing world takes from colonialists to forge the starting 447 conditions, incomes, and resource prices, and altogether history, is missing. Facts and events are superimposed against Neoplatonic ideals. For instance, the caeteris paribus or the reduction usually required to elucidate thought processes, purposely deselects the reality of class, which is after all the ontological condition of social being. People cannot exist and act without the mediating forms of social organization or class forms. By nesting agency in an abstract individual capable of consumption by choice, reductionism leaves the choiceless massacred brown people, whose very death is the consumption item of choice in the North. To stand on better grounds and bring some constituents of reality back into the model, neoclassical economics introduces transaction costs, which are the focal point of NIS. To look less reductionist and address extra economic institutions, which visibly bear upon resource allocation, it sets up a sub-market for every asymmetry in the system to re-achieve price-led equilibrium. Having universalist units of measure to its own interests, it paradigmatically consigns every act to its fabricated prices and quantities framework. 6. Any activity distorting its pristine reality of perfect foresight and competition, like moral hazards, poor property rights, and bureaucratic corruption, gets associated with a transaction cost to which there is a market and a price. Each of these institutions of property rights and corruption, etc., through the better rule-setting institution is assigned a pertinent price which covers the cost of its asymmetric impact, leading of course to incorporating non-economic measures into the conventional price and quantity framework. Moral hazards or any other information-related asymmetry is costed to better reallocate resources. The tautology that a good institution must be present to implement the rules, which tax bad behavior or transaction costs, circularly generates a good institution, is blatant. Removed from history, or the travail of the class struggle, such nomological deductive method is true in form. Based on the selected assumptions and related selected observations from phenomenon, the hypothesis is also borne out by selective observations from reality. Since the West followed good rules, in property rights and addressed corruption or asymmetries, ergo, the West has developed and improved welfare. Colloquially, the West is rich, and it is so. 6. Incula W. Measures and Men, Princeton University Press. The author makes the case that since measuring opens the door to deceit, the class in power stifles the measures that would justice to the masses by the exercise of state power and its police. Such is a historical process that when measures moved from being particular and concrete or related to the human body to being abstract, as in the metric system, class authority also intervenes to tilt the results of what is being measured in its favor. Under capitalism, the fetish of the money form of capital as a proxy for the capital class also measures the magnitude of value in ways that shortchange the equivalent in socially necessary labor time. 448. On account of its anti-corruption, or democratic institutions, and so on. Formally, nothing is wrong with this layout. However, that the West had beaten the planet through genocidal and ecological wars is not a transaction cost, nor it is included in this model as a value process or wealth-making activity. The broader context of the economy is that capital must maximize the waste to maximize its profits, as opposed to maximizing the production of useful goods. Corruption or bad property rights, as in the co-optation of peripheral ruling classes to shift public wealth to private U.S. banks, is also absent in these models. The phenomenal waste or, the stock of value or the core of global wealth, which characterizes the quality of the capital stock built up by European institutions, is forgotten. In these models, preponderant imperialism, the practice that generates waste as wealth, is not an institution whose transaction cost is dominant or worthy of mention. The accounted for or unaccounted for transaction costs are not separate institutions on the margin, they are the fullness of reality, the actuality, or what is before us by necessity or chance realizing observable events. Together, these transactions costs must add up to the waste-laden wealth. However, the speciousness of neoclassical models is such that if the market model failed to reach equilibrium, it does so because there were conditions in actuality, overlooked transaction costs, which had caused the system to fail. What the model neglects, however, is not some bad property institution. It is much of reality propped by value relations. The exponential rise in waste and waste counted as wealth is ex post facto not an equilibrium or a steady state scenario. The explosive system cannot be attributable to the equilibrating forces of supply and demand for goods and undesired transactions priced and factored into the system. If anything, accounting for imperialism as a stage in history, the activity of drawing value by wasting social nature, especially, in the South, or the fact that the prices of commodities must become relatively cheaper by cheapening man in the south relative to the north, may shed light on the issue. How so? With the initial assumption of neoclassical economics based on one-sided abstract man, contra social man, to attempt an explanation of the concrete totality with such a man, or homo economicus, is a failure of theory at birth. Neoclassical theory is flawed way before theory becomes subjected to interpersonal comparisons and experimentations, because the abstract man may exist only as a psychological trait of real man. According to Fine, that man is an automaton without real subjectivity. Fine also comments that the neoclassical technical apparatus and technical architecture, together he dubs Tatu, are the esoteric mathematics that shield neoclassical economics from critique as it grows inwards before it grows outward. 449. Into the discipline that imperializes other disciplines. In other words, no matter the absurdity of mainstream economics, it is ideologically insulated with its positivist casuistry, and no matter how ludicrous it seems, it remains received theory. Observably so, consumerist culture is hedonistic to the point of excessively anthropic self-consumption. Such has nothing to do with the utility an individual acquires from the taste of consumables, and everything to do with capital's hegemony over culture. To measure and predict that modern consumers consume voraciously in an imploding planet that undergoes auto-consumption, is to predict the obvious. To explain the obvious, which is what science is about, is to examine the historical conditions that pervert proletarian consciousness, ripping social being from social knowing, and rearranging man into a self-devouring form of value. Furthermore, selecting some of the real but distorting conditions that stand in the way of equilibrium, such as some transaction costs, and rain-cludding these as additional variables in a model is theory by convenience. Put differently, hijacking the function of institutions from institutional economics and lumping their mediatory role as an additional priced commodity is a facile attempt to fit the world into the broader category of supply is demand. Such is not too intelligent, because formally it reposits the truism that everything must equal everything. Fine and Milonakis describe how neoclassical economics searches for conceptual support in other sciences as imperializing other disciplines. Whatever institution blocks equilibrium, unruly property rights, asymmetric information, and any other condition ad infinitum, would be priced by submarkets as the system gravitates to equilibrium. The forgotten point here is that in an auto-negating process, all variables are products of their auto-changing nature and of their relationship to other auto-changing variables. Such a process requires processual concepts or concepts whose substance is social law defined, and which are animated by class subject. As there are no historical laws in neoclassical economics, the metaphysical mode of conceptualization, like the concept of abstract man as opposed to social man, bears a biased reference to reality. Theoretical rigor is not about the enumeration of various variables added to an equation in their abstract and functional forms, it is rather about the historical law defining their relations to themselves and other self-differentiating variables. Accordingly, the issue of quantification becomes one of gauging the relations of social power that underpin the rise of epiphenomenon from phenomenon, rather than an explanation of epiphenomenon with itself devoid of power/class relations. To re-accentuate, it is not predictive power to posit that people in the modern age like to consume. One must ask,